Chapter 1. The €10 Goal. July 1st, 2012, destined to be a sorrowful day for Italian football, witnessed Italy's humiliating defeat in the European Championship final held in Kiev, Ukraine, where they succumbed to a disheartening score of 4-0. That night, the streets of Italy were desolate, as sleeplessness gripped the nation. The weight of loss was etched on every face, with many either drowning their sorrows in bars or retreating to the solitude of their homes, wiping away tears. Meanwhile, in a deserted amateur football field in Palermo, Sicily, a boy named Chen Long was resolutely and slowly running, completing lap after lap, persistently moving forward, never pausing. The gentle sea breeze caressed his chiseled features, softening the expression of disappointment that lingered upon them. Yet beneath his heavy brows, his eagle-like eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance and unwavering determination. It was only past 1 a.m. that he ceased his run, his tall and upright silhouette gradually vanishing under the bright lights. Chen Long was an ordinary child of the region, a blend of cultures with a Chinese father and an Italian mother, a true embodiment of East meets West. A little over 2 hours earlier, he had sat alone in front of his television, watching in disbelief as Italy faltered in Kiev, witnessing Spain lifting the European Cup for the second consecutive time, and observing his former friend Mario shed tears. What? His friend Mario? Wasn't that Balotelli? Indeed, it was true. Balotelli was his friend. Chen Long once harbored wild aspirations, even more extravagant than those of Balotelli in his prime. To understand this, we must rewind 14 years to the summer of the 1998 World Cup, where at the tender age of 4, Chen Long became enamored with football after witnessing Ronaldo's breathtaking performances. It was that very year that he developed an obsession with the sport. Just 4 years old, Chen Long exhibited extraordinary football talent, and by age 5, he was recruited into the youth team of Inter Milan. This news sent ripples of excitement throughout Italy. Representing Inter's youth team, he played alongside teammates who were 4 to 5 years his senior, showcasing the extent of his prodigious abilities. However, that same year, perhaps cursed by Ronaldo's unfortunate injuries, Chen Long experienced a misfortune of his own. Before one match, after consuming a colorful candy, his stamina dwindled to a mere 5 minutes. The outcome was predictable. A child who could only play for 5 minutes was destined to be cast aside. Alongside him was the now-renowned Balotelli, who was also dismissed from the team. At that time, Balotelli was trialing with Inter and shared a room with Chen Long. For years his senior, in the brief span of 3 months, a profound friendship blossomed, and to this day, Chen Long remains one of Balotelli's enigmatic friends. 2 boys, both cast aside, yet their fates diverged drastically. Balotelli, after his dismissal, went on to train at the prestigious La Masia Academy, returned to Inter, moved to Manchester City, and eventually became a prominent figure in the Italian national team, transforming into the true Balotelli.His for the other. Upon returning home, Chen Long first indulged in a steaming hot bath before stepping into his bedroom, immaculate and refreshed. His wardrobe, rather spacious, was not filled with luxury garments befitting a scion of wealth. Instead, it served solely to house his collection of jerseys. While professional players typically possess numerous kits, a glimpse into his closet would undoubtedly astonish onlookers, for it contained a veritable cornucopia of jerseys. Fewer than 100 in total. However, the most resplendent piece was undoubtedly the Inter Milan jersey, number 9, emblazoned with Ronaldo at its center. This was his greatest idol, and for 14 years, this cherished jersey had quietly hung there, a symbol of admiration and aspiration. Since being cast aside by Inter, no professional team had sought him out for 13 years after all, who would desire a player with merely 5 minutes of stamina. Regardless of innate talent or remarkable skills, the football world had no place for the inept. The singular piece of candy he consumed 13 years ago irrevocably altered the course of his life. Just 5 minutes of endurance, what a cruel jest fate had played, especially upon a naive 5-year-old child. The only remedy prescribed by the doctor for his stamina was relentless running to enhance lung capacity. Yet the pace had to be maintained at a mere 5 kilometers per hour, practically equivalent to walking. Thus, Chen Long's daily existence revolved around study, running, slumber, and clandestinely practicing football. For 13 years he ran, yet his stamina saw only marginal improvement, growing almost imperceptibly over the years. After 13 long years, his endurance had increased by a mere 15 seconds, totaling 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Yet that poisonously sweet piece of candy did offer him a modicum of solace. By the time he reached 10 years of age, he confirmed that while his stamina had indeed dwindled to 5 minutes, his footballing prowess had surged remarkably. Any technical maneuver demonstrated before him more than 10 times could be effortlessly replicated, yielding delightful surprises. After practicing hundreds of times, he could flawlessly emulate the techniques of any player. Thus, at the age of 10, he mastered skills akin to those of Ronaldo Elastico, the bicycle kick, the nutmeg, wall passes, explosive speed, sudden direction changes, and rapid stops, each move imitated to near perfection. If Ronaldo were to learn that there existed another individual in the world as extraordinarily gifted, albeit retired, he would surely find solace in that knowledge. Alas, Chen Long remained a 5-minute enigma, forever relegated to the shadows. In that same pivotal year, he could no longer suppress his yearning and joined his first team, boys, ultimately becoming the star player, albeit one with a mere 5 minutes of playtime. From that point onward, a new, enchanting legend emerged from Sicily. The king of wild warfare, Chen Long, the 5-minute prodigy that if professional football eluded him, he could still thrive in the amateur leagues. A king is still a king, even in the realm of the unsung. In the land of Italy, where football reigns supreme, amateur teams outnumber dogs, particularly in the port city of Palermo. Sicily, there are thousands of such teams. These amateur squads consistently extend invitations to him to serve as a substitute, akin to a temporary worker. For instance, when a match approaches, they prepare a kit for Chen Long, welcoming him into the fold to play a few minutes at the end of the game, earning €10 for each goal scored. Over the course of 10 years, Chen Long has eagerly accepted these invitations, relishing the opportunity to play more matches and earn some money, ultimately cultivating a fine reputation. Presently, when teams in Sicily engage in gambling on matches, they have almost entirely excluded Chen Long's name from consideration for in the final 5 minutes of any game in which he participates, he is often guaranteed to score. Consequently, nearly all teams now only invite him to play in matches beyond the confines of Sicily. Clearly, if Cristiano Ronaldo is the emperor of professional football, then Chen Long is the emperor of amateur leagues. Yet the number of teams he represents far surpasses that of Ronaldo, with his jerseys potentially qualifying for the Guinness World Records. Chen Long stands quietly before his wardrobe, meticulously selecting his kits for the matches the following day. He needs to find 3 uniforms today, as he's been called upon to assist 3 different teams for 3 matches. The next day, on a splendid weekend, Chen Long arrives early at the football field on his bicycle. The first match is scheduled for 9 in the morning, and he must rush indeed. Even playing football requires punctuality. Fortunately, all 3 matches are taking place within the city of Palermo. Had they been located elsewhere, he would have needed to catch a train, which would have correspondingly increased his earnings. One might describe him as the least professional of professional players, or, conversely, the most amateurish of temporary athletes. Before inviting him, each team clarifies whether he has other matches scheduled. If so, they adjust their game times accordingly, which can only be deemed a peculiar miracle of Sicily. "Welcome," greeted the team leader of Victoria, standing aside. "Indeed, which team are we facing today?" Chen Long inquired, brushing his glossy black hair back with a hand, his tone methodical. "We're up against a formidable team recently transferred from Messina, preparing for the Sicilian Regional League, as per usual. Your task is to score vigorously this time. The stakes are high at 5,000. Should we triumph, you'll receive 200 provided you score, of course. Otherwise, it's merely 10. Not an issue, just ensure we're not turned into a sieve before I step onto the pitch, or else I'll find myself in dire straits. I'd rather not see that 200 diminish to 10. Chen Long replied with a smile, exuding a relaxed demeanor as he turned to observe the steps behind him and took a seat. For him, the first 85 minutes of the match are of little concern, as he remains a spectator, yet they are intrinsically linked to his fate. Should the team suffer a crushing defeat, his rewards would be minimal, perhaps a mere €10 for a goal that he has previously exchanged ideas with other teams, suggesting he enter the field for the initial 5 minutes to score decisively before reinforcing their defense to secure victory. However, the effect of the last 5 minutes on the field proved far superior, as by that time the opposing team had significantly depleted their stamina, making it an ideal moment for Chen Long to shine. As the match commenced, the adrenaline surged in the air, particularly for those who had placed their bets. Although Chen Long refrained from wagering, he found himself with a chance to win a stake. Thus, a match that should have been devoid of concern often left him anxious, for he did not wish to squander an opportunity and lose out on €200. The game was marked by fierce intensity, but lacked the brilliance one might hope for, exemplifying a typical Italian style of play. After a tumultuous wait, he finally arrived at the 85th minute, the score poised at 1 apiece. His task upon entering was clear: to score a goal and secure a victory. He treaded carefully, conserving his energy as he gradually approached the forward zone, awaiting a chance that would fall at his feet. The ball was fiercely contested in midfield, stubbornly refusing to roll in his direction. His temporary teammates understood the necessity of reclaiming possession and delivering the ball to him, enabling him to complete the goal. Chen Long refrained from vigorous running, instead pacing slowly back and forth, akin to a cheetah poised to strike its prey. Yet time slipped away, and after 2 agonizing minutes, the ball still eluded him. Frustration began to mount. The ball was either shifting positions in midfield or out of bounds in their half, rendering it impossible to reach him. It seemed he might have to retreat to retrieve the ball himself. With this thought, Chen Long suddenly quickened his pace and dashed back. The defenders instinctively followed suit, aware that any newly substituted player warranted vigilance, for fatigue and unpredictability loomed large. Indeed, Chen Long's retreat initiated a subtle shift in dynamics. His movement drew the defenders forward, shortening passing lanes and creating additional options for his team. Yet, still, the ball remained frustratingly out of reach. 3 minutes elapsed, and he had yet to touch the ball. At this juncture, however, his team earned a throw-in opportunity near the halfway line, approximately 10 meters past it. Without hesitation, Chen Long sprinted over, signaling to his teammate to throw the ball to him. In truth, his gesture was unnecessary. The predicament dictated that the ball must be tossed to him, for time was running short, and, if he failed to score, the match would conclude. His teammate confidently hurled the ball forward. As it approached rapidly, Chen Long adjusted his stance, intending not to stop the ball, but rather to gauge its trajectory. He opted to use his body as a shield, deftly receiving the ball with his right foot while simultaneously nudging it past his body, then accelerating around the defender from the left side. In the blink of an eye, Chen Long executed a seamless maneuver, effortlessly gliding past the opposing defense like a slippery T. This moment, Chen Long's sole objective was to seize the ball and accelerate, once more charging forward diagonally towards the goal situated 40 meters away. In that fleeting instant of hesitation, the opposing defenders were completely outmaneuvered by Chen Long, who had already surged to the edge of the penalty area, facing the goalkeeper in an unknown confrontation. The opposing goalkeeper promptly opted to advance. Chen Long, unfazed, cast a sidelong glance and maintained his speed. As he closed in to within a meter of the goalkeeper, he lifted his right foot, feigning a shot towards the left side of the goal. The goalkeeper, having anticipated the direction, dashed towards the same side, striving to obstruct the shot. However, to his astonishment, Chen Long's subsequent maneuver was to deftly nudge the ball to the right with his left foot, allowing both himself and the ball to glide past the goalkeeper. Finally, he comfortably slotted the ball into the open net with his right foot. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. Victory was theirs. The team leader and the onlookers burst into cheers, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, on the coach's bench, disbelief echoed as someone exclaimed, "Why did such a formidable player only enter the game at the end? This is truly the mark of a professional athlete." On the field, the towering defenders from the opposing team glared at Chen Long with palpable resentment, as if witnessing their hard-earned money being ruthlessly snatched away. Chen Long ambled back to the center circle, completely indifferent to their glares. With only a modicum of energy left, he had no time to indulge in their scrutiny. His remaining task was simply to linger on the field and run down the clock. Defense was not his responsibility. If one were named the most illustrious player in football history as Cristiano Ronaldo, then Chen Long was even more leisurely, for the rest of the proceedings were of no concern to him. That he merely needed to observe his teammates defend and await the conclusion of the match. Of course, no one would forego the allure of money, so apart from him, everyone else fought until the very end. As a result, he earned €200, though this was not his final income for the day, that he still had 2 more matches to play, even if the total time on the pitch amounted to merely 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the opposing team remained perplexed as to why Chen Long had only entered the game at the last moment. Had they known that Sicily possessed a 5-minute ace, they would not have approached the match so carelessly. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Juventus. After completing the first match, Chen Long drove onward to the next venue, akin to a fast food delivery or postal courier, heading wherever he was needed. Naturally, in such low-level amateur competitions, 5 minutes was ample time for Chen Long to showcase his prowess. Throughout the afternoon and evening matches, he continued to amass goals and cash, and thus the delightful weekend faded away with the setting sun. For a child who has played street football for 8 years, reaching the age of 18 in an Italian nation renowned for its passion for the sport is regarded as a seasoned player. At 18, his peer Balotelli has already established himself as a forward for Inter Milan, while the likes of Del Piero have emerged as a golden boy for Juventus. 17-year-olds Ronaldo and Pele have graced the World Cup stage. Yet, what of Chen Long? At 18, his life remains bleak and devoid of hope, relegated to the status of a mere temporary worker on the football field. His idols have yet to be surpassed. Chen Long has merely been imitating them. Over the course of 13 years, he has devoted every 5 minutes to emulating Ronaldo's every movement, entranced by each gesture. But is he truly devoid of talent? Surely, he ought to be regarded as a prodigy as he rides his bicycle. Chen Long reflects on his tumultuous 13 years, feeling a pang of melancholy and resentment. Yet this discontent is not new 2 years prior. He endeavored to share his edited videos with every club, even those in regional leagues, only to encounter the same disheartening outcome. While spectators marveled at his performance, the revelation of his mere 5 minutes of stamina led to silence and abandonment from all, a fate he continues to endure. The root of all evil stems from that singular candy. Chen Long even pondered that had he not consumed that piece of confectionery years ago, he might have found himself on the grand stage of the European Championship final yesterday. The summer training session for the Italian League have quietly commenced across various locales. This year, in addition to the local team, Palermo, the reigning champions, Juventus, have also arrived here for a 2-week training camp. Except for the 6 players who are still vacationing due to their participation in the European Championship, the rest of the team has already begun their preparations. In recent days, the city of Palermo has become considerably livelier. The shadow of defeat in the final has been somewhat alleviated by Juventus' arrival. After all, football is merely a game. Yet life must go on. Dragon, are you going to watch Juventus' training? A familiar voice, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, called from downstairs. It belonged to his childhood friend, Yang 20, a mixed-race individual, plump and short. No, I'm resting, Chen Long replied, lightly from the rooftop. The afternoon sun lazily bathed him in warmth, an indescribable comfort, unlike others who eagerly rushed to the training ground to observe Juventus' practice. He preferred the tranquility of lying alone on a wicker chair, indulging in local grapes and sipping soda, lost in thought. Without the presence of Pirlo, what is there to see in Juventus? Atomic ants are decent, yet they ultimately fall short. Pirlo hasn't returned, rendering it even less appealing, Chen Long mused. In truth, Chen Long was a devoted Juventus fan. His idol was Ronaldo, yet his allegiance lay with Juventus. The pivotal match between Juventus and Inter Milan in 1998, where Ronaldo was denied a penalty after being fouled, had left him in turmoil for months, torn between his favorite player and his cherished team. I have exciting news that will surely drive you wild. 20 continued his boisterous shouting. Tomorrow, we will have a practice match against Juventus. His voice diminished, and he panted heavily, as if simply uttering those words was a Herculean effort. Though the sound faded, Chen Long on the rooftop heard it distinctly. With a swift motion, he instinctively sprang to his feet. What? Repeat that. As he spoke, he hurried down the stairs and soon found himself beside 20. Juventus is going to play a practice match against us, boys, 20 exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow with great effort. Is that true? What time? Indeed. The coach has already agreed. It's set for 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You must give it your all. Perhaps Juventus will take notice of you, 20 encouraged. Take notice? If they were going to notice me, they would have done so long ago, and I would already be competing in the league. How is it that at 18, I'm still floundering in amateur leagues? Chen Long scoffed at his own words, yet beneath the surface, did he truly feel that way? Upon hearing his scornful remarks, Urshiai found himself at a loss for words. He could only pat his shoulder and finally utter, "Let us consider this a tremendous fortune. To play even a single match against Juventus is indeed a blessing. Indeed, tomorrow I shall score a goal against Juventus. It would render my life utterly worthwhile. In my old age, I could boast about it to my son. How delightful!" Chen Long's thoughts raced swiftly. He had long accustomed himself to self-comfort and soon emerged from his momentary despondency. Do you think I can score against Juventus? Chen Long suddenly turned, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Urshiai as he earnestly inquired. Faced with his hopeful expectation, Urshiai candidly replied, "The odds are nearly zero. First, you won't even have a ball, and second, how could you withstand their formidable presence? They are top-tier defenders. In truth, the probability is effectively nil. Then let me have the ball. I assure you I can do it. I will score," Chen Long asserted, biting his lip with determination. "In 5 minutes, I will not be outmatched by anyone. Even if I cannot play in a professional league, I will not be inferior to anyone." Urshiai regarded Chen Long's ambitious demeanor with a sense of bittersweet reflection. This child has endured much, if not for his physical limitations. He might have become a figure akin to Balotelli, or perhaps even better. Having grown up alongside Chen Long, Urshiai was well aware of his past and his connections to Balotelli. Well then, go for it. You can do it, he encouraged Chen Long. Chen Long was exhilarated, though he could not quite fathom the source of his inexplicable excitement. He had previously faced Palermo, yet the impending match against Juventus stirred an unprecedented thrill within him, leading to a night of restless anticipation. Did he truly not care? No, he did care. He simply chose not to show it before others. Having endured numerous disappointments, he was unwilling to reveal yet another setback to anyone. As he lay on his bed, he was already envisioning the techniques he would employ to score the next day. He was to encounter defenders of a championship-level Serie A team. Did he truly have a chance to outmaneuver those defenders and score within 5 minutes? Could he achieve it? He glanced toward the poster of Ronaldinho affixed to the wall opposite him, depicting the footballer soaring with confidence and charisma. He pondered, did he not yearn to emulate his idol? What did he seek? Perhaps he merely desired an opportunity to gain recognition from his opponents or a chance to become a professional player himself. Lost in these boundless musings, he gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 3. The perfect goal. Naturally, Juventus regarded boys not as a rival, but merely as a training partner to regain their fitness and form. Nevertheless, the training ground attracted thousands of spectators who were there to see their idols. No one paid heed to who their opponents were. As Chen Long and his companions arrived at the training ground, they were met with indifference. Had it not been for the BOYS team leader scampering over to consult with the Juventus coaching staff regarding match details, their presence would have gone entirely unnoticed. Upon entering the field, Chen Long made his way directly to the bench, selecting a spot to sit and awaiting the commencement of the match. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of an individual on the opposing coaching bench. It was Alessandro Del Piero, impeccably dressed in a suit, his handsome yet weathered visage embodying the essence of legend. This summer marked his departure from Juventus, yet he remained inextricably linked to the club. At that moment, Del Piero was engaged in a light-hearted conversation with Juventus head coach Antonio Conte, exuding an air of ease and camaraderie. Chen Long longed to approach him for an autograph, yet felt immobilized, believing he ought to have a more compelling reason. While he could not exchange jerseys post-match like true fans, he sought a justification that transcended mere fandom. Legends gaze steadfastly ahead, seldom casting sidelong glances at the masses. Thus, he realized he must strive to become a legend himself. The match commenced, featuring stars such as Pepe, Vucinic, and Vidal, with the crowd erupting in applause. As anticipated, the game unfolded predictably, with a disheartening display. Although goals were scarce, the match was decidedly one-sided, with Juventus completely dominating possession. The boys were utterly outmatched, facing relentless threats at their goal. By halftime, they found themselves trailing 3-0, a scoreline that reflected Juventus' restraint, as they fielded a largely substitute squad, with Matri unexpectedly netting 3 goals. Throughout the first half, Chen Long meticulously observed the defensive players' habits and technical attributes, disregarding the match itself. If it were the formidable duo of Chiellini and Barzagli, he would have needed little focus, for he was well acquainted with their styles. Since the age of 10, in addition to avidly collecting videos of Ronaldo, he had developed a penchant for studying the defensive players of elite clubs. In essence, he was a miniature version of an assistant coach, dedicating his days to analyzing top defenders and defensive systems across the major leagues, ensuring he understood both himself and his opponents in order to secure victory. His motivation for such diligence stemmed from the aspiration to seamlessly integrate into the professional realm when the opportunity arose. If fate were to grant him such a chance, one could only speculate the heights he might attain, though he lamented having but 5 minutes to showcase his prowess. Due to the absence of 3 national team defenders, Juventus fielded a makeshift central defensive pairing today, featuring Cáceres, who had just returned on loan from Spain, alongside Lichtsteiner, who was temporarily filling in as a center back. Lichtsteiner, relatively speaking, presented a vulnerability. The right back, using his dominant right foot to adapt to the central role, would allow for a more straightforward breakthrough from his left side, thus enhancing the likelihood of success by evading Cáceres. The team possessed no control over the ball whatsoever. I had to withdraw from the onset to seize possession, in order to potentially create a decisive opportunity. Thus pondered Chen Long. This is a grueling match for the boys, yet it is simultaneously an inconsequential and exhilarating encounter, as their opponents are Juventus. Thus, while the players strive to perform, they also revel in the beauty of football, considering it a stroke of fortune to share the pitch with such illustrious stars. Time, unbeknownst to them, has slipped away to the 80th minute, and soon, it will be Chen Long's turn to take the field. Chen Long feels a surge of excitement, albeit accompanied by an inexplicable anxiety, akin to a bride nervously meeting her in-laws, though this is merely his own fanciful notion. After all, aside from him, no one harbors such illusions. Fantasies are ethereal and impractical. At last, Chen Long steps onto the field, positioning himself near the center line, striving to draw closer to his teammates. Whether due to nerves or some other reason, as soon as he enters the game, a pass unexpectedly arrives at his feet. Momentarily taken aback, he freezes, reminiscent of Balotelli contemplating life, only to have the ball swiftly intercepted by the tenacious Lichtsteiner, who had closed in on him. Damn! Chen Long's heart seethes with anger, regret gnawing at him. Such a golden opportunity squandered, especially after he had just mocked Lichtsteiner's defense. This moment serves as a stark reminder of the intense focus required of professional athletes, and the blistering speed at which they operate. Indeed, theory and practice are worlds apart. To exacerbate his frustration, Lichtsteiner, after regaining possession, threads a pass to the diminutive Giovinco, who deftly evades his teammate, creating a clear shot that results in a score of 5-0. Is fate toying with him once more? The ball is set for a restart at the center circle. Before the kick, Chen Long exchanges a knowing glance with his teammate, who nods in acknowledgement. After lightly nudging the ball to his partner, he suddenly accelerates, darting forward with the swiftness of an arrow, directly confronting the opposing center backs. Simultaneously, his teammate launches the ball forward, aimed straight at Chen Long. As Chen Long sprints ahead, he glances at the approaching ball, gauging its descent. Facing the onslaught, Cáceres wears a derisive smirk. Not yet fully grown, and you think you can get past me? A high ball is mine. With that, he leaps into the air, forcefully heading the ball. Concurrently, Chen Long also ascends. Though he jumps half a second later than Cáceres, he soars higher and remains airborne longer. Such astonishing leaping ability? Conti, seated on the Juventus bench, is momentarily rendered speechless. In close quarters, the brave prevail. Ultimately, the ball meets Chen Long's head. Yet, at the very instant he connects, Cáceres' arm strikes violently against Chen Long's right shoulder, a deliberate act by the seasoned professional. Unable to claim the ball himself, he ensures that Chen Long will not either. Chen Long loses his balance and crashes to the ground, while the ball continues its slow descent through the air. The auxiliary defender, Lichtsteiner, along with the defensive midfielder, Vidal, hurriedly rushed over, ready to clear the ball. Just as the sphere was about to touch the ground, Chen Long instinctively extended his right leg, gently flicking the descending ball with his foot. The ball soared gracefully over Chen Long's head in a beautiful arc. In an instant, he leapt into the air, and as Lichtsteiner approached, he deftly maneuvered past him with a burst of speed, finding himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper. What? The little brat actually got past him. Cáceres, still on the ground, donned an expression of sheer fury. How infuriating. He was outsmarted by a mere child. Lichtsteiner was left helpless, and Vidal, unable to catch up, could only watch in dismay. Ultimately, Chen Long opted for a powerful strike aimed at the bottom left corner of the goal. The ball found its mark. A wave of jubilation erupted from the stands. His teammates joyfully embraced one another in celebration. Who is this? Remarkable. How effortlessly he breached Juventus defenses. Truly astonishing, surpassing even Pirlo. A miracle. Such brilliance. It is utterly unbelievable. Conti, taken aback, can hardly close his mouth. He moves with the swiftness and explosiveness reminiscent of Ronaldo, a sight to behold. Meanwhile, Pirlo remains composed, speaking calmly. The ball finds the net, and goalkeeper Manninger has no choice but to retrieve it from within the goal. Chen Long, as usual, strolls back leisurely. The fire in Cáceres' eyes intensifies as he watches Chen Long's nonchalant demeanor, fueling his irritation. It is as if Chen Long is telling Cáceres that scoring this goal was mere child's play. Yet, what Cáceres does not realize is that Chen Long's apparent indifference stems from his dwindling stamina, which to others merely appears as an act of coolness. Consequently, after netting a goal, Chen Long vanishes once more from the field, becoming a mere spectator. Cáceres and his companions are left dumbfounded, gazing at the still figure of Chen Long, pondering if they have encountered yet another philosopher of the game. During stoppage time, Juventus scores again, finalizing the score at 6-1. The scoreline is inconsequential. What truly matters is the goal scored by Chen Long. Chapter 4. The legendary invitation Pirlo, the greatest captain in Juventus history, is engaged in an animated discussion with Conti. This lad possesses promise, but alas, he has a critical flaw. His stamina lasts only 5 minutes. Conti remarks with a shake of his head. Perhaps 5 minutes is sufficient for him to showcase his talent. Pirlo counters, having reviewed his highlights. With Juventus elite training facilities, might he not enhance his endurance? Conti, however, is not insinuating the use of performance-enhancing substances. Pirlo cannot help but glance at his own well-defined muscles, a frown creasing his brow. Years ago, Zaman, the coach of Roma, publicly condemned Juventus medical staff for administering muscle-enhancing injections, causing a stir throughout the footballing world. In hindsight, those substances may have altered his agility and finesse, for better or worse. No team in Italy had faith in him, let alone Juventus. Conte remains persistent, suggesting that perhaps Chen Long is not as lacking as he initially thought. He has indeed attracted the attention of scouts from various youth clubs across Italy. Yet, Juventus has subjected him to humiliation here. Pirlo gazes at the weary figure in the distance, responding with a smile. So what? It was merely a training match. The goal was unexpected. Conte, with a bewildered expression, spreads his hands, pondering how the team would train and utilize him if they were to recruit him. What about the contract? Pirlo rests his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Training can be tailored to accommodate his unique needs. As for the contract? Well, I see this akin to what he is doing now. A temporary role suits him well. Indeed, you have only been a scout for a few days, yet you have become remarkably proficient. The term temporary worker resonates well, and as Conte repeatedly uttered it, he could not help but glance sideways at Piero, and they both shared a conspiratorial smile. Meanwhile, Chen Long, resting on the grass at a distance, would surely have felt a myriad of emotions had he known that these two were deliberating over his future. In their brief exchange, the course of Chen Long's destiny was being quietly determined. Seated serenely on the grass, Chen Long took the time to regulate his body. The audience at the training ground had largely dispersed, leaving only a handful of individuals waiting for autographs from the stars. He contemplated standing up and joining the throng, but realized that maneuvering through the crowd for a few signatures would be an arduous task. So he ultimately decided against it and picked up his sports bag before departing the training field. This seemingly simple training match had concluded. Unlike previous occasions, Chen Long had scored a goal this time, yet he did not earn any euros. However, despite the lack of monetary reward, he had inadvertently garnered the attention of Juventus, though he remained blissfully unaware of this fact. To attract the interest of a club is already a remarkable feat, but to capture the attention of a top-tier team is an unparalleled honor. While others might have already secured a position with a professional club, Chen Long found himself constrained by his physical limitations, much like a decorative vase, beautiful yet impractical. Thus, a hint of melancholy adorned his face, akin to a girl professing her affection to a boy only to swiftly retreat to another's embrace, leaving him, as a man, powerless to act. In truth, given Chen Long's current physical state, he could do little more than remain passive. This inertia was far more daunting than the inability to play football. The boys congregated at a secluded bar in the city, indulging in drinks, and Chen Long was among them. Yet, he abstained from alcohol, for any consumption would deplete his precious stamina, an invaluable asset for him. Hence, he opted for a glass of water and settled into a quiet corner, alone. His life mirrored the clarity of that glass of water, devoid of color or flavor, untouched by alcohol or stimulation. Such an existence felt monotonous, and he now sipped on his future, which appeared equally bland. He was destined to attend the University of Turin, where he would study business management. Soon, he would bid farewell to Sicily, no longer a street player earning extra cash, but rather an adult embracing a conventional future. We still find joy in playing football? Chen Long was engulfed in endless contemplation, or perhaps in a stupor. Do you mind if I sit? A mature, magnetic voice inquired from across the table. Chen Long instinctively nodded, failing to lift his gaze, remaining ensnared in his thoughts about the future. You did well today, a perfect goal. I'm used to it. It's just that now, it's with Juventus. Let me take another shot. I can still score, he chuckled, exuding confidence. The middle-aged man retrieved a piece of paper and a pen, inscribing a series of numbers before rising to his feet. He patted Chen Long on the shoulder and departed, saying, "This is my number. I wish to discuss something with you tomorrow morning. If you're interested, just give me a call." After the man left, young Urshi approached, a beer in hand, slightly unsteady as he settled beside Chen Long, curiosity evident in his demeanor. "Hey, what did Piero just say to you?" "Piero? Who's that?" "I didn't see anyone," Chen Long replied, bewildered. "You must be joking. The one speaking to you was Piero." Young Urshi exclaimed, his voice booming. "Just now? Piero? Really? That person was Piero?" Chen Long suddenly snapped to attention, raising his head. The note, where's the number?" He fumbled on the table, as if he had stumbled upon treasure. "Alex," he muttered, disbelief etched across his face. "Is this truly his number? What was I doing just now? I'm asking you." You can think even less clearly than Balotelli. Yang shot back. Wait, it seems he asked me to call him tomorrow morning? Yes, I'm certain, Chen Long replied, his voice trembling with excitement. Oh yeah, brother, looks like you hit the jackpot. Yang shouted, pulling Chen Long into a vigorous bear hug, nearly kissing him in his enthusiasm. Fatty, let go of me, I can't breathe. Chen Long gasped, momentarily elated but quickly regaining his composure. Let us not celebrate too soon. We won't know the situation until I make that call tomorrow. Patience is key. Why are you so eager? After the initial thrill faded, Chen Long pondered, why have so many opportunities passed without fruition? Why is this one so extraordinary? Because the previous opportunities were with fools. Now, it's Piero stepping forward. Yang replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Chen Long cautiously folded the note and tucked it into his pocket, only to retrieve it again, placing it in his backpack. Moments later, members of Boys, having heard the news, flocked over to offer their congratulations. It is a splendid day and a beautiful night. After a struggle spanning 14 years, Chen Long seems poised to embark on a path illuminated by promise. On this night, for the first time, he did not jog on the court. Instead, he sat in contemplation for an extended period before finally returning home to the embrace of slumber. Chapter 5. Who is worthy of your replication? Chen Long has always cherished the art of dreaming. Beyond daydreaming, he often finds himself entwined in dreams featuring a certain individual or entity. Is it something? Chen Long wonders if he is becoming neurotic, teetering on the brink of folly. Since the age of 5, he has recurrently dreamt of an elusive object, formless yet imbued with intent, appearing consistently in his dreams. Each time he masters a technique, he dreams, though these dreams remain nebulous and indistinct. However, tonight's dream is strikingly vivid and includes dialogue. Do not bother learning that, Dross. Do not replicate that which is beneath contempt. It's an affront to my essence. The voice exudes arrogance and dominance. Damn it, you've housed me within your being for 13 years, and yet you still resemble a fledgling, with a mere 15 seconds of stamina, a complete wreck. Who are you? Chen Long inquires within the dream. I am no one in particular. Call me Star Tier. I am the essence of replicating football skills. I am something, though not in the traditional sense. I am Star Tier. Chen Long, ensconced in slumber, is bewildered, unable to discern the identity of the voice conversing with him. I am but an abstract concept. To clarify, I reside within you, yet you cannot see or touch me. You can only sense my presence. The voice pauses, then continues in essence. I am a fragment of your thoughts, a component of your football philosophy. Can thoughts truly speak? Chen Long queries. Is that not obvious? A mind devoid of thought is akin to folly. Would I converse with a fool? Although you are not a fool, you are indeed incapacitated. Chen Long, the voice reiterates. I am Star Tier, your football intellect. Remember, I exist to assist you in replicating football skills. My appearance is inconsequential, though I assure you, I am quite handsome. Over the past 13 years, I have helped you replicate the alien's pendulum dribble, the cowtail flick, Beckham's curling free kick, and Cristiano Ronaldo's axe-like strike, among other elite skills, all of which are unparalleled in the realm of football. Yet today, you audaciously request me to replicate the clumsy skills of Matry. What skills does he possess? They are mere refuse, and you dare ask me to replicate refuse. Chen Long, as the pinnacle of my existence, I naturally replicate only the highest caliber skills. Therefore, refrain from pursuing that which is substandard. It wastes both my time and yours. The most distinguished players disdain scoring with headers, the true elite maneuver past the goalkeeper before finding the net. Do you truly believe you are gifted? You owe your myriad skills to my assistance, or else those 5 minutes would render you a complete invalid. Such words are indeed quite blunt. Chen Long, let's leave it at that for now and converse another time. Chen Long, it was merely a dream. Indeed, just a dream. When Chen Long awoke in the middle of the night, he dismissed it as such, yet he found himself bewildered by the dream's content. Pondering why he was aware of studying Matry. During the day's match, he had unconsciously observed Matry's headers, attempting to glean some essential techniques from them. Could it be that what occupies the mind by day manifests in dreams by night? Nonsense, he inwardly rejected that notion. Was it truly akin to conversing over the phone? He scratched his head in confusion, patted his chest, and upon discovering nothing amiss, he shut his eyes once more, yet sleep eluded him. Star tears? Thoughts? What on earth were those? Lying in bed, Chen Long contemplated why these two concepts could be equated. Did he genuinely possess something akin to star tears within his thoughts, capable of aiding him in directly replicating the skills of football stars? A flicker of imagination ignited within him, stirring a sense of excitement. Why not test it right now? With eyes wide open, Chen Long felt as though his mind were engaged in a dialogue with himself. The sudden emergence of this thought prompted Chen Long to rise from his bed and open his computer. He conducted an online search and directly accessed a compilation of Messi's swift dribbling techniques. He began to observe and study intently. After a quarter of an hour, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. After years, he was astounded to discover that his ability to emulate was indeed extraordinary. Of course, if one naively assumes that merely watching Messi's videos a dozen times would enable them to master his techniques, they're not just talented. They are a prodigy of a different order. If there were a multitude of Messis in the football world, they would be as common as dogs. Yet there is only one Pele, one Maradona, one Ronaldo, and one Messi in existence. At this moment, Chen Long became acutely aware of the terrifying implications of this realization, beginning to believe much of what had been conveyed in his dream. Perhaps he could indeed be considered extraordinary if he possessed such capabilities. As he contemplated this, a wave of joy surged within him, only to be interrupted by thoughts of his impending meeting with Pirlo, which banished any remnants of sleep. Cursed stamina. If only his endurance exceeded 5 minutes, he could truly revel on the pitch. Torn between the angelic and demonic nature of his physique, was this a cause for joy or concern? Who was worthy of his emulation? Naturally, the finest strikers, elite midfielders, and even top defenders were all deserving of his replication. The more, the better. What a foolish notion. It was akin to lamenting an abundance of wealth. Chen Long couldn't help but smirk at himself. Could he replicate skills from other sports? Having entertained this possibility, he resumed typing on his computer, this time searching for basketball skills, inputting videos of Jordan. Another quarter of an hour passed, and he collapsed onto his bed, a visage of disappointment etched upon his face. Not only did he aspire to become a god of football, but he also found himself drooling over the prospect of basketball greatness, revealing his insatiable greed. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the fact that he could only swiftly replicate football skills. Suddenly, a realization struck him. If this so-called star tier or thought was indeed real, had it not cursed him for 13 years? Fury surged within him. It was this very thing that had rendered him a shell of man for over a decade, robbing him of the chance to become a star at Inter Milan, depriving him of the joys that most people experience, and even leaving him at 18 years of age still a virgin. 18 and still a novice? It was painfully clear that it was due to those mere 5 minutes that he felt utterly inadequate. The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, wishing he could extricate it from his mind and give it a thorough thrashing. But how could he do that? Digging into his own skull? Such a proposition was absurd. Before he could extract it, he would already be lying in a coffin. Yet, had Chen Long truly suffered so grievously over the past 13 years? At least for tonight. It appeared so. What would tomorrow hold? Would this star tear bring him fortune or misfortune? As the dawn gently unfolded, Chen Long once again succumbed to slumber. Chapter 6. The Temp Worker. Chen Long awoke at the break of day, reclining on a wicker chair atop the building, relishing the gentle sea breeze and the refreshing sunlight. It was evident that his early rising was not merely a poetic inclination or an appreciation for the morning's beauty. His right hand clutched a sleek black smartphone, while his left held a small slip of paper inscribed with numbers, revealing the true reason for his early awakening. The dark circles under his eyes spoke volumes. As he temporarily cast aside the remnants of the previous night's dreams, preoccupied instead with thoughts of Juventus and Pirlo, the wait was interminable. Chen Long endured the hours from 6 to 8, a torturous ordeal, especially since he had initially planned to make that fateful call at 9. He remained oblivious to whether Pirlo, now transitioned from player to official, was still lost in dreams. In July, the port of Palermo began to warm under the sun's embrace even by 8 in the morning, the sea breeze now battling the encroaching heat. Ultimately, Chen Long decided against lingering any longer and descended from the rooftop. He pondered whether it might be more prudent to visit the training ground instead of waiting idly. Just as he was about to step outside, he noticed a special delivery resting on the threshold. Leaning down, he picked it up, astonished to find his name inscribed as the recipient, with the sender noted as the University of Rome. Curiosity piqued, he promptly opened the envelope, revealing an acceptance letter from the University of Rome. To his surprise, he had been accepted by both the University of Turin and the University of Rome. The latter is renowned as Italy's finest institution, particularly distinguished for its finance program. This unexpected correspondence brought Chen Long immense joy, yet his priority remained the impending call. After carefully setting the letter aside, he mounted his bicycle and set off for the training ground. With a heart full of trepidation, Chen Long finally arrived at the training facility, where Juventus had already commenced their practice. The commanding voice of Coach Conti resonated from the sidelines. Perhaps due to the humiliation Chen Long had inflicted upon him the previous day, Cáceres exhibited an extraordinary fervor and aggression, demonstrating his prowess by forcefully knocking Borriello to the ground. Chen Long felt a surge of emotion, contemplating that had he faced such an ordeal yesterday, he might have fared far worse than Borriello. Fortuitously, despite his unfortunate lack of stamina, Chen Long possessed extraordinary luck, even if he could only play for 5 minutes. Fate had bestowed upon him remarkable talent and a knack for scoring, alongside acceptance letters from 2 of the most prestigious universities. Moreover, he had garnered the attention of Pirlo. Chen Long scanned the surroundings, but, to his dismay, found no sign of Pirlo, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Finding a relatively secluded spot, I settled down and quietly observed everything around me. After 9 o'clock, Chen Long finally dialed Piero's phone. Hotel Boli, room 1202. Hi Long. Just as Chen Long entered the hotel lobby, preparing to head to the elevator, a remarkably tall and robust figure, adorned with a full beard, approached him with a jovial demeanor. Upon closer inspection, a look of disdain quickly crossed Chen Long's face. It was Bike Band from Messina. When did the Sicilian sea breeze blow you all the way from Messina? Couldn't he make it there? Hee. I just met Piero from Juventus. Jealous? Bike Band boasted with pride. Next season, I shall be a forward for the Juventus youth team. He then shifted his tone. What brings you here? Not planning to check into a hotel with some young lady, are you? TSK, with a physique like yours, you could barely play for 5 minutes. And yet you talk about hotel escapades? All show and no substance. Chen Long retorted dismissively, ignoring Bike Band's provocation as he walked past him, expressionless. Yes, I am indeed checking into a hotel with Piero, he added before stepping into the elevator. Left alone, Bike Band pondered how such a worthless individual could catch the eye of Juventus. 2 years younger than Chen Long, he was quite well known in Messina, boasting a physique akin to an adult at the tender age of 16. He belonged to the type of Amori, powerful yet technically skilled, nicknamed Little Beast. No one in his age group outshone him, though he was notorious for his foul mouth, domineering nature, and balding head. In recent years, he often faced off against the team from Palermo. Chen Long had clashed with him no less than 20 times, with both sides claiming victories. However, Bike Band could endure 90 minutes on the field, while Chen Long could manage only 5. Who would have thought Juventus would take an interest in him? Taking a moment to compose his thoughts, Chen Long knocked on the door of room 1202. Upon meeting, the atmosphere was surprisingly relaxed. Piero did not put on airs befitting a superstar, but remained as approachable as ever, easing the tension significantly. What would you like to drink? Piero inquired casually. Oh, just some plain water, thank you, Chen Long replied, still somewhat anxious. After all, it was Piero. The legendary player continued. I have spoken with Conti about you. After handing Chen Long a glass of water, he naturally crossed his legs and sat across from him. Technically proficient, with exceptional awareness, strong in physical contests, remarkably swift, and quite young. This seems to embody the very essence of perfection. Listening to Piero's description, the recognition and praise from a legendary figure stirred profound emotions within Chen Long. Could it be that I truly possess such talents? Chen Long, however, did not truly feel elated, for it was regrettable that he only possessed 5 minutes of stamina. As others had remarked, 5 minutes is not sufficient to accomplish much, particularly in a professional team. Pirlo did not glance at Chen Long, oblivious to the expression that adorned his face at that moment. Chen Long's countenance shifted from earlier joy to a hint of dejection, though he refrained from overtly displaying it, for this was an undeniable reality. Yet, 5 minutes could indeed manifest numerous miracles. Much like in a football match, until the final whistle blows, one can never ascertain the actual outcome. Pirlo spoke with the authority of a mentor, articulating his thoughts in a methodical manner. Chen Long's gaze remained fixed on the glass of clear water before him, listening intently and motionless. If 5 minutes could yield miracles, why could we not conjure other wonders? For instance, what if 5 minutes transformed into 10, then into 15, ultimately encompassing the entire match? Upon hearing this, Chen Long abruptly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with newfound determination, boldly meeting Pirlo's gaze. Very well. This is not mere encouragement. It is a demand that you must fulfill. We require the spirit of Juanito. Temporary worker, what is the matter? With a sharp sound, A thick stack of contract materials was tossed onto the table. Throughout their conversation, Chen Long had been anxiously listening while Pirlo spoke at his own pace, until this particular statement necessitated Chen Long's response. Temporary worker? A temporary player for Juventus? Chen Long's mouth fell agape. Chapter 7. Pirlo as a scoundrel, is being a temporary worker for Juventus humiliating? Chen Long could not help but ponder. Not humiliating, he assured himself. What is the weekly salary? He inquired with a stoic expression. None. Monthly salary? None. Daily wage? None. There must be a guarantee, right? None. Remember, you are a temporary worker. There are no conditions for temporary workers. Then what is there? Chen Long's face turned ashen after hearing 4 consecutive negatives. There must be a goal bonus, at least. Yes, and it is significantly higher. 1,000 euros per goal, 500 euros per assist, regardless of the outcome. A match fee of 200 euros. Of course, these rates apply to the professional league. In the youth league, there is only a 50 euro subsidy per match. Starting from the youth league, Pirlo added, this bears little difference to my current situation, Chen Long mused. That is natural, but you must understand that the starting platforms differ. Of course, and there is also the provision of elite physical training programs at no cost. Alas, one of my sacred idols is also so mundane, Chen Long lamented. Upon hearing this, Pirlo could not help but chuckle. This is the club's decision. I am powerless to change it. Do you have any further questions? Have me sign 100 names. Why? To sell it for money. I do not wish to face starvation. I must ponder. Do I have a day's time? Yes. One last question. Has that bike bang also joined the team? Indeed. He is a key focus of the club's development. Oh, your discernment is truly lacking. No matter. I shall take my leave. Once I have made my decision, I will call you. Upon finishing his words, Chen Long stood up, casually taking the contract with him. You are merely chastising yourself for not responding swiftly. The reason Chen Long hesitated to agree immediately was not due to any shame associated with accepting a temporary position. Rather, it stemmed from the admission letter he received from the University of Rome that morning, which instilled doubt within him. Should he choose Rome or Turin? Rome offered no risk of failure, paving a clear path for his future. As for Turin, everything remained uncertain. If he failed, he would languish in a second-rate university. If he succeeded, perhaps he might attain unexpected glory, but would such glory truly be attainable? This is a paradoxical proposition. When one is perpetually yearning for something unattainable, one finds oneself in a relentless pursuit. Yet, when that very thing unexpectedly materializes before you, fear takes hold, rendering you helpless and disoriented. Presently, 2 choices lie ahead. One offers you a worry-free existence in your dormitory, while the other presents an opportunity shrouded in uncertainty. As the door opened, Chen Long turned to ask, Idol, I wish to know, how did you endure when you missed 2 clear chances during the 2000 European Championship? I persevered, came the reply. During that time, I was one of your supporters, Chen Long replied with a shy smile. I remain one of your advocates for joining Juventus. And perhaps the most significant one at that. Pirlo stood, gazing intently at Chen Long. Very well, I shall sign. Chen Long remained silent for a considerable duration before finally closing the door. However, he chose to return to the sofa, taking up a pen and signing his name with determination. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Pirlo's eyes, yet he remarked, You have been deceived. Without lifting his head, Chen Long replied, Indeed, you are not nearly as remarkable as my first idol, Ronnie. Pirlo was a rogue. This was Chen Long's foremost thought upon genuinely engaging with and getting to know him. I certainly cannot compare to him, not even to the bald brother Chi. As everyone knows, he is nicknamed the alien or phenomenon. I believe I am far more handsome than you. Chen Long couldn't resist adding with a hint of mockery. Yet, I am your legend. At this moment, Chen Long found himself utterly speechless before the villain, who was not only a rogue, but an irrefutable one at that. In his presence, Chen Long had no choice but to concede that he was indeed a legend. Any attempt to dispute this would require one to ascend to the legendary status of Irani. Although the contract was signed between the two of them, it was executed under the auspices of head coach Connie. Thus, it would ultimately be Chen Long's performance that would win over Connie. Whether he would emerge as a dragon or remain a mere insect would only be revealed with the passage of time. He was given 2 days to attend to related matters before reporting to the team. Thus, the inexperienced Chen Long found himself unwittingly signing a 5-year professional contract with Juventus, albeit one devoid of any guarantees, akin to a temporary workers' agreement. Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy within him. Even if he were to sign with a perennial second-tier team, he would gladly accept. How much more so for a prestigious club like Juventus? Even if his journey were to end in failure, he perceived no loss, for it would still take place in Turin. The very moment he affixed his signature to the contract, his choice of university naturally fell upon the University of Turin. The sole clause within the contract that he deemed fair was the provision allowing him to pursue his university studies while training and competing. There could be no better outcome than this. Naturally, among his friends, the mere opportunity to join Juventus was already considered a miraculous achievement, let alone any other aspect. I have essentially sold myself short to join Juventus, much like Fabregas did when he paid his way to Barcelona last year, Chen Long quipped. Mentioning Fabregas irks me. Just last week, that chap assisted Silva in scoring the first goal, one teammate expressed indignantly. Well, you can look forward to the day when I too shall assist Balotelli in scoring against Spain, followed by my own decisive goal, someone mused, only to reconsider and add. No, instead, I should deliver a slap to them, to avenge the past. I do not wish to dampen your spirits. But securing a chance to play for Juventus should be your most pragmatic aspiration at this moment. Young Urshi interjected at the opportune moment. Indeed, I must first conquer the youth team. Chen Long retracted his earlier smile, his demeanor suddenly turning serious. Chen Long was a quintessential, dual-natured individual in the company of friends. He was jovial and carefree, yet when confronted with significant matters, he transformed into a figure of meticulous seriousness and earnestness. This reminded him of the detestable future teammate, Donny, whom he encountered that morning. If I cannot surpass Bacon, how can I establish myself at Juventus? If I cannot even compete for a substitute position with Bacon, how can I aspire to greater ideals? According to Del Piero, Bacon is a key player being nurtured by the club, while what about me? Am I merely a backup or a temporary player? Chen Long contemplated this question seriously. No, from this day forth, I am no longer an amateur. From this day forth, I am no longer a wandering player indulging in casual football. From this day forth, I am a part of Juventus, even if it is as a temporary worker. Deep within, Chen Long ignited a fervent fighting spirit for himself. Chapter 8. The Sickly Cat Long. Considering you have entered the professional football realm, not having an agent seems rather unseemly. Fat Young shamelessly inquired as he sidled up to him at an unknown time. Stay away from me. I don't even have a salary, so you have nothing to gain. Chen Long disdainfully shot him a glance and forcefully pushed him away, creating distance from this loathsome man. I understand the principle of fishing with a long line. Not to mention, I am filled with boundless confidence regarding your future, Yang replied with unabashed boldness. However, I have yet to hear of a football agent who has become a beggar. I sincerely hope I am not that person. After a pause, he added, do agents receive 5 insurances and 1 fund? Is it calculated weekly? Chen Long, who had been ignoring him, immediately recalled his pitiable treatment upon hearing these words. He cast a sidelong glare at the plump man, wishing to give him a good beating. I barely have enough to eat. There is hardly any difference between me and a beggar. What are you even talking about in terms of treatment? He lifted the cup before him and took a delicate sip of ice water, saying earnestly, since I am a temporary football worker, if you wish to be my agent, you must start as a temporary worker as well. When I secure a permanent position, you shall also transition to a permanent role. God, please do not let me fall alongside him. And so it was settled. It would serve to help you lose weight. 2 days later marked the 10th day since the conclusion of the European Cup. On that day, Chen Long arrived early at Juventus training ground in Palermo. He had always been fortunate. For the players gathered there were all members of Juventus' first team, with the exception of himself and the newcomer from Messina, Bekbang. It is well known that despite being the newly crowned champions of Serie A in the 2011 to 2012 season, Juventus forwards were rather unimpressive. Matri and Borriello possessed strength but lacked finesse. Vucinic displayed creativity yet remained inconsistent, and Quagliarella was akin to a barren tree, failing to flourish. Consequently, Juventus was fervently seeking a forward that summer, pursuing the likes of Real Madrid's star striker Higuain and even Manchester City's Deco as potential targets. Simultaneously, Juventus was keen on acquiring talented young players from Italy to fortify the squad. Thus, Chen Long and Bekbang were fortunate to be temporarily summoned to train with the first team. As newcomers reporting to a prestigious club, they naturally experienced a degree of trepidation. Unless one is a marquee player transferring in, individuals like Chen Long are often completely overlooked by teammates. Indeed, they are not even regarded with disdain, but are simply ignored. Fortunately, during a recent training match, Chen Long had managed to showcase a glimpse of his abilities, earning him some curious glances upon entering the training ground, including from the likes of Cáceres. In stark contrast, Bekbang, brimming with confidence, paid little heed to such reactions. The two approached Conti together to introduce themselves. Conti gathered the players and provided a brief introduction. Although the two were familiar with everyone present, the reverse was not true. They were merely two insignificant players, easily overlooked by all. Even Cáceres, who had once been bested by Chen Long, might not genuinely acknowledge him, as he would still seek to reclaim his pride at some point. This encounter differs markedly from the last, as the team has welcomed back its illustrious stars. The legendary maestro Pirlo, the esteemed goalkeeper Buffon, the exceptional center-backs Chiellini, Barzagli, and Bonucci, along with the diminutive Prince Marchisio. Notably, the industrious Ant-Man has arrived promptly following the conclusion of the European Championship. The opportunity to observe so many of Italy's international players up close fills Chen Long with excitement and joy, albeit with a hint of shyness as he greets them. As the team captain, Buffon extends his hand politely to shake hands with the two newcomers, signifying the team's warm welcome. The elegant gentleman, Pirlo, acknowledges them with a nod. Yet the more seasoned players, including Marchisio, display a rather aloof demeanor, completely disregarding Chen Long and his companion, offering only the most cursory of handshakes. It is hardly surprising that the national team members exhibit such a mindset. After all, the path to solidifying one's position in the squad is fraught with challenges, let alone securing a starting role. One's performance could falter at any moment, leading to potential expulsion from the club. This reality is universally applicable. The world of professional football is unforgiving. If a newcomer excels, it might threaten the positions of the established players. Due to the return of the national team members, the day's training is divided into two segments. The veterans engage in adaptive relaxation exercises, while the original squad undergoes high-intensity training. However, Chen Long finds himself in an awkward position on this first day of training. "Beckham, you join the high-intensity group," announced assistant coach Alessio. "Long, you will participate in adaptive training." Berkeley adjust his training regimen accordingly. Upon hearing that Chen Long was assigned to adaptive training, all the players cast puzzled and incredulous glances in his direction. How could a newcomer receive such treatment? Even Captain Buffon was perplexed by the coach's decision. In truth, no one was aware of Chen Long's physical limitations, which rendered his participation in high-intensity training virtually impossible. Yet, neither the head coach nor Chen Long offered any explanation. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of so many stars, Chen Long felt a loss for words and could only awkwardly scratch his head, feeling rather embarrassed by the situation. Of course, Beckham was an exception, as he was well aware of Chen Long's physical state. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a surge of intense jealousy. In his mind, Chen Long should have collapsed from exhaustion on the very first day of training and been eliminated from consideration. Now, all he could mutter internally was, indeed, he riding on someone else's coattails. His father is Li Gang. Amidst the confusion, fitness coach Berkeley led the national team members, along with the exceptional newcomer, to a separate training area. The first task in the fitness training consisted of slow jog around the field for 50 laps, a task that could not be simpler. However, upon hearing this, Chen Long felt a sense of foreboding. 50 laps were not the issue, but jogging alongside the national team members posed a significant challenge. His pace differed markedly from what could be deemed a true slow jog. As expected, the moment the slow jog commenced, Chen Long began to gradually lag behind the others. It was merely a little over 100 meters, yet he had already lagged behind by more than 20 meters. The spirited national player, Marchisio, turned to observe Chen Long's carefree demeanor and couldn't help but exclaim, "How on earth did this kid get here? Acting all high and mighty on the very first day? It feels as though we've endured an entire European championship." He mused that perhaps he was a wealthy scion of some nobleman, merely here for amusement. "He looks like a frail kitten," Chiellini interjected. Balzarelli added, "Do not speak so carelessly. What if he turns out to be Conti's illegitimate son? That would be a predicament. Come on, could you refrain from such sort of thoughts? If you have questions, save them for the coach later. Don't engage in idle gossip here," Buffon promptly interjected, halting their banter before it could spiral into absurdity. Pirlo shook his head, chuckling softly, as the distance between them widened. The national team had already completed a full lap and quickly caught up to Chen Long. He was drenched in sweat, pondering why the coach hadn't clarified his peculiar circumstances to the team, causing suspicion and awkwardness among his peers. He felt like a wealthy wastrel, ripe for ridicule. What could he do? After all, he was a genius trapped in a frail body. Resigned, he continued his leisurely jog, gliding around the red track as if on a casual stroll. When Buffon finally matched pace with him, Chen Long glanced up, offering an innocent and sheepish smile. As if to say, "Forgive me. I'm unwell. You all go ahead." Buffon smiled back and nodded, gradually pulling ahead by several meters. How can one with illness still play football? Truly, there's something amiss. What do you suppose it is? A mental disorder? Kidney deficiency? Impotence? Perhaps he has even gone to extreme lengths to suppress his manhood, practicing some arcane martial art. Just look at his frail physique. Even I feel disheartened. It seems a major Chinese conglomerate is poised to take over. They say 3 women can create a drama. It appears 3 men can do much the same. Chapter 9. Buffon declares, "You shoot, I'll guard." In another segment, a high-intensity 7-a-side training session commenced. Beko appeared on one side, playing as the lone striker. Chen Long ran while casting envious glances his way, fully aware of the bittersweet feelings swirling within him. With Beko's robust physique, he demonstrated a fierce tenacity, rivaling that of Juventus's first team. In his confrontations with Cáceres, he held his own, proving himself a standout among Italy's promising youth. Reliable reports indicated that Beko had been selected for the Italian U17 national team. An hour and a half later, the national players finished their 50 laps, laughing and chatting, while Chen Long had barely completed half. Belcher summoned the national team players and incidentally called over Chen Long. With a languid demeanor, Chen Long approached, and to the unaware, he might have appeared as a renowned star. A brief note to clarify. Chen Long possesses a rather peculiar physical condition. In essence, he can only sustain 5 minutes of normal match stamina, which necessitates a unique training regimen, so there is no need for excessive questioning. The fitness coach, Belcher, discerned the players' puzzled expressions, yet if one were to dismiss his capabilities based on this, they would be gravely mistaken. Just ask Cáceres, and you'll understand. Of course, you might also experience this firsthand in the upcoming training sessions. Such an enigmatic predicament. It is no wonder that whispers of intrigue circulated among the crowd. They mused. Perhaps this will indeed be a surprise. Meanwhile, another group had just concluded their intense training session. The young talent, Becker, exhibited remarkable prowess, scoring a goal and assisting another, making his performance in the training match quite striking, suggesting a promising future ahead. Subsequently, the entire team reconvened. Barzagli, Chiellini, and Bonucci led the defensive players to the gym, while offensive players like Marchisio and Pirlo remained behind to practice shooting, with Chen Long joining this group. The goal was guarded by Buffon and Manning, while the players practiced their shots from outside the penalty area. Newcomers like Chen Long and Becker were not afforded the opportunity to shoot at Buffon, relegated instead to the opposite end of the field to practice with Manninger, alongside Matri, Quagliarella, Pepe, and Elia. Naturally, the younger players were at the back of the line. After witnessing Matri and Quagliarella's lackluster attempts, Becker confidently picked up the ball, placed it a few meters from the edge of the penalty area, retreated a few steps, and then surged forward, swinging his thigh dramatically before unleashing a powerful shot with his right foot. The ball soared towards the upper right corner of the goal like a cannonball. Manninger was caught off guard by the force and speed of the shot. He quickly moved his feet, diving to the side, just in time to graze the ball with his fingertips, altering its trajectory slightly. The ball struck the crossbar and ricocheted high into the air. This lad possesses quite a talent, Matri mused, feeling a twinge of caution. It seemed Becker's earlier goal was no mere fluke. Quagliarella, also sweating slightly, thought to himself that even his own shot lacked the power of this young player. Manninger continued to dive left and right, deflecting several of Becker's attempts, yet ultimately, Becker managed to score again. Very impressive. Was a conclusion reached simultaneously by Matri and Quagliarella, exchanging knowing glances. Could this young player usurp some of their opportunities in the upcoming season? That was not acceptable. Each harbored their own thoughts and intentions. Finally, it was Chen Long's turn to take the field. Upon entering, he decided against a powerful strike akin to Donny's, opting instead for a free kick approach. He merely repositioned the ball to a spot even farther than where Donny had originally taken his shot, approximately 25 meters from the goal. Does this lad look down on others? How arrogant! Manninger observed Chen Long's actions with disbelief. What audacity from such a distance! Elia, standing nearby, remarked to Pepe. Pepe replied, "Let us not forget that the last time was impressive too. Just watch." Standing before the ball, Chen Long took a deep breath, raised his head, and began his run-up. He grounded himself with his left foot, leaned his upper body to the left, and swung his right foot with great force and speed. His calf struck the ball, which shot off like an arrow, soaring through the air with a magnificent leftward curve, heading straight for the lower left corner of the goal. Oh my heavens! That curve! Pepe was the first to gasp in admiration, acknowledging the flawless arc and perfect angle. This guy is extraordinary. Buffon had to concede. The ball flew directly towards the lower left corner, and Manninger correctly anticipated the direction. He leaped with all his might, diving toward the lower left corner. Unfortunately, just as his body stretched but had not yet fully flattened, the ball had already brushed against the post and nestled into the net. Manninger crashed heavily onto the grass, failing to make contact with the ball. What kind of little prodigies have come today? I'm utterly embarrassed. He silently lamented, then quickly rose to his feet, ready for another attempt. Chen Long smiled sheepishly, expressing a hint of remorse, and placed the ball once again in the exact same spot. Once again, he executed the same shooting motion, and the ball traced a perfect arc towards the goal, this time directed at the bottom right corner. Manninger, having correctly judged the direction, dove swiftly to his right. Yet, the outcome mirrored the previous attempt. The ball found the net with a resounding thud. Undeterred, Manninger rose from the ground. Having been humiliated by Chen Long for the third time, the first during training and twice now from free kicks. Another strike had found its way into the bottom right corner, following previous shots to the upper left and lower left corners. This was truly formidable. On the opposite side of the goal, Krajicek had turned his gaze to the other side, sensing a resemblance to Beckham's signature curve. Standing beside Krajicek, Pirlo quietly concurred, pondering whether he could ever replicate such precision in his own free kicks. It seemed that Chen Long's prowess surpassed even that of Beckham. Buffon, too, had ceased his goalkeeping duties, captivated by the spectacle. Beneath the vast and clear sky, Chen Long's ball soared repeatedly, weaving through the beautiful expanse before finding the net. Manninger retrieved the ball from the goal frame time and again, his head drooping in surrender, devoid of any frustration. Indeed, this was the Beckham curve he had long practiced, now mastered to perfection. Meanwhile, standing at the edge of the training field, Pirlo secretly chuckled, glancing up at the radiant sky. A prodigy, abandoned by Inter Milan 13 years ago, had emerged just as he was nearing retirement. He mused about the emotions that might arise when Inter Milan eventually witnessed Chen Long's dazzling performance. "Hey, let me join you for some practice," Buffon said as he approached after Chen Long had scored his 10th free kick. The teammates at the training ground, upon seeing Buffon, felt an urge to step in and challenge Chen Long, elevating their admiration for his free kicks. In reality, shooting a free kick without a wall is akin to a regular shot, favoring the shooter significantly. However, the ability to strike the ball at various angles directly into the goal speaks volumes about the shooter's remarkable technique. And it was precisely this skill that Chen Long possessed. "You shoot, I'll guard," Buffon declared as he replaced Manninger, bending his body, spreading his legs, and extending his arms, ready to face the oncoming ball. Chapter 10. The Crescent Moon Blade and the Battle Axe. Buffon versus the Unknown. It may sound fantastical, yet it was indeed happening. It is said that within Juventus, only two individuals could breach Buffon's defenses with ease: Pirlo and, of course, Beckham, specifically with unguarded free kicks. Chen Long, simply adhering to his habitual routine of taking free kicks, had not anticipated such attention would follow. Typically, I practice and shoot without much thought. However, today, a different goalkeeper isn't a goal. Is that truly the same as my usual practice? This is none other than Juventus' goalkeeper, and soon to appear is Buffon. What does Buffon represent? He is the world's #1 goalkeeper, reigning supreme in the football realm for nearly a decade. Is it so exaggerated that Buffon himself has come? I merely intended to casually experiment with my free kick technique. Chen Long did not anticipate such an outcome. He instinctively scratched his head, revealing an embarrassed smile. Perhaps he had been forgotten by football for far too long. Is this lad still smiling? Gazing intently at the serious figure of Buffon in front of the goal, an overwhelming sense of ambition surged within Chen Long, and his expression turned gravely serious. Receiving practical guidance from Buffon is a privilege. He must show the utmost respect. Should I employ a Beckham-style free kick? No, I shall opt for something entirely unexpected. He silently resolved this in his mind. Chen Long lifted the ball with his right foot, holding it in his hands, before stepping back 10 paces and finally placing the ball down. What on earth does this kid intend to do? Toying with me is one thing, but daring to approach Buffon from 30 meters away is quite another. The insulted Manninger muttered darkly from the side. Buffon observed him retreating, but felt no disdain. He had just recognized that the young man before him possessed a free kick ability of the highest caliber, and he would not harbor any thoughts of underestimating him. Pirlo, too, watched Chen Long with keen interest, sharing the astonishment that Buffon felt. Taking a deep breath, Chen Long gazed intently at Buffon, who stood motionless, fixated on the ball at Chen Long's feet, like an insurmountable mountain. Not everyone is afforded the opportunity to face Buffon in a one-on-one duel, but those who have experienced it invariably share the same sentiment. Once you look at him, a chilling aura of menace and the profound fear it invokes envelopes you. Clearly, Chen Long felt this atmosphere weigh heavily upon him. I will score this goal. I am determined to execute it perfectly, he thought, striving to cast aside his trepidation. He placed his left foot in front of the ball, consciously measuring the distance as he retreated 5 steps, then shifted 1 step to the left to create an angle for the shot. Isn't this movement characteristic of Cristiano Ronaldo? Could it be that he is employing this technique as well? Pirlo, who had previously encountered Ronaldo as free kicks, instinctively associated the two. Of course, Pirlo himself has scored countless goals with this method, so it is no wonder he retreated so far. Without such distance, the shot would indeed be challenging. In the realm of free kick specialists, few possess top-tier skills. In the past, Beckham's bending arrow struck down opponents innumerable times, while today, Pirlo, Juninho, and Ronaldo carry on the legacy of the battle axe, ruthlessly bombarding goalkeepers. The former had already become second nature to Chen Long, while the latter was now poised to be unleashed at his feet. Chen Long began to focus intently, spreading his legs apart, allowing his arms to hang by his sides. He took a deep breath and commenced with a series of quick steps, then accurately struck the lower middle part of the soccer ball with the instep of his right foot. The ball soared through the air like a swift arrow, astonishingly without any spin, hurtling towards the goal with a piercing whistle before suddenly descending at an alarming rate. The shot was impeccably executed. At the moment the ball was struck, Krasic exclaimed in awe. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment, as Buffon maintained his composure, fixating on the ball. Upon discerning its trajectory, he extended his fist protectively in front of his chest and forcefully propelled the ball away. Indeed, the shot was executed with remarkable precision, prompting Chen Long to shake his head in disbelief after the attempt. However, Buffon did not falter. Instead, he opted for a prudent approach, striking the ball away with his fists. The angle was insufficient, yet the power was undeniable. Buffon chuckled, casting an admiring glance at Chen Long. The first attempt was thwarted, and now came the second. Frustrated, Chen Long reflected on how he had concentrated solely on power during the previous shot, neglecting the angle. He resolved to adjust his force this time. Once again, he assumed the same stance and executed a similar strike, sending the ball racing toward the goal. However, this time, Buffon was not as fortunate as before, unable to simply stand comfortably and strike the ball away. The ball hurtled toward the lower right corner of the goal, descending rapidly. The power was ample. The angle was perfect. What a terrifying shot. Buffon loathed the peculiar trajectory. Standing at nearly 6 feet 4 inches, he leaped with all his might, resembling a hawk in pursuit of its prey, darting toward the target with remarkable speed. With a resounding thud, the soccer ball struck the right post, ricocheting back into the field. Unfortunately, the spectators, who had anticipated a goal, were taken aback by the ball hitting the woodwork. Clearly, a free kick demands not only solid technique, but also a significant portion of luck. At that moment, fate was decidedly unkind. Buffon, unable to make contact with the ball despite exerting all his effort, initially thought it would surely enter the net, but the post had come to his rescue. Phew, that was close. Otherwise, it would have been as torturous as it was with Pirlo. That wasn't pleasant at all. Buffon silently sighed, sweating a cold bead of anxiety for himself. Why was he in this predicament? It seemed his illustrious reputation was on the verge of ruin. There's still a chance. Let's try again. Rather than feeling disheartened, Chen Long found renewed confidence upon witnessing the ball strike the post. Yet, he knew this was his final attempt. His stamina appeared to be waning. He positioned the ball for the third time, adopting a similar stance and stepping back once more. Is this kid still coming at me? Does he really intend to take me down? How disrespectful. Buffon observed Chen Long's determination, clearly still eager to compete. From a distance, Pirlo and Conti watched intently from the coaching bench. Wow, even I'm beginning to envy this kid. He has mastered both the curved shot and the powerful strike. How can anyone compete with that? Buffon mused, feeling a surge of competitive spirit. Let us make a wager. I'll buy dinner if this ball goes in. Pierrot turned to Conti and said, I do not gamble on football. Conti's expression revealed a hint of discomfort. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, unless I wager on the match outcome. That could be a possibility. Ha. Then forget it. I have no faith in Buffon. This sentiment, if conveyed to Buffon and Chen Long, would undoubtedly provoke a myriad of reflections. The third goal has arrived, akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens. An unstoppable force akin to the swift crack of thunder. The The ball hurtles towards the bottom right corner of the net with an urgency and enigma surpassing the previous 2 strikes. Oh, the malevolent curvature of that ball. I curse you, Buffon, as he internally wrestles with his emotions. Yet he is compelled to execute yet another acrobatic dive. After showcasing a flawless save, the ball at last finds its way into the net. Meanwhile, Chen Long, having expended every ounce of energy in that shot, bends over, gasping for breath, clearly drained. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. It's too insane. Buffon swiftly rises from the ground, exclaiming with childlike exuberance. Insane? Haha. Even Buffon dares to utter the term insane. What a delightful surprise. Pirlo chuckled for the first time, reveling in the moment. Conversely, the forwards of Juventus wore expressions of a different nature. Fortunately, he is struggling with his stamina. Otherwise, his starting position would be at risk. Matri and Vucinic exchanged knowing glances, silently relieved. They then cast a wary eye towards the distant beacon, beads of sweat trickling down once more. It appears that the next season for Juventus will not be tranquil at all. Chapter 11. Toying with the entire Italian defense on the football pitch. Actions speak louder than words. Only formidable prowess can earn the respect of one's teammates. Clearly, Chen Long's preliminary display of skill has afforded him a certain standing among his peers, garnering the respect of at least some. However, the likes of Marchisio, brimming with youthful arrogance and self-assuredness, remains dismissive of Chen Long's performance. A free kick may be impressive, yet it does not necessarily translate to practical execution. Ultimately, technical skill is paramount. Evidently, Marchisio remains unconvinced, implying that Chen Long's prowess is limited to set pieces, while he, Marchisio, possesses genuine talent. The words were spoken softly, and naturally, Chen Long did not hear them. However, the individuals beside him were quite clear about what was said. Footwork skills? Are you certain his footwork is lacking? Pepe, listening nearby, shrugged and couldn't help but glance at Cáceres, a sly smile creeping across his face. The memories of their recent practice match were still vivid. Those teammates who participated would undoubtedly have a profound impression of Chen Long. Thus, Pepe regarded the so-called skills that Marchisio spoke of with skepticism, thinking to himself that the young man would soon regret his words and face the consequences. Marchisio, having never witnessed Chen Long's abilities, might have refrained from such disdain had he done so. Pepe, with a knowing pat on Marchisio's somewhat gaunt shoulder, chose to say nothing further. Cáceres stood silently to the side, evidently unwilling to revisit the humiliation of being bested by a newcomer a few days prior, an experience no one would wish to recall. Curiously, whether intentional or not, the assistant coach scheduled another 7-a-side training match that afternoon. The newly returned national team members donned yellow vests as the main squad, while Chen Long was assigned to the green team. Despite being an intra-squad match, everyone took it seriously, whether on the starting side or the substitutes. Every player strived to perform well. A poor showing as a starter could easily lead to being replaced by someone from the substitute team, and the substitutes, eager to break into the first team, would exert even greater effort. Newcomers like Baikong needed to work doubly hard to prove themselves. This competitive atmosphere often led to reports of players from the same team clashing during training, particularly those in the same position, as they vied to demonstrate their superiority and dedication. Professional football does not accommodate idlers, yet Chen Long stood as an exception. For newcomers like Baikong, there was no room for leniency. They fought valiantly on the field. The pitch resembled a battlefield, and Baikong relentlessly leveraged his striking physique to challenge the yellow-vested team, disregarding who the opposing defenders were. In terms of physicality, Baikong was on par with any Juventus player, thus gaining a slight edge in confrontations. However, there remained a noticeable gap in ball handling, teamwork, and timing and shooting compared to the seasoned players. Nonetheless, Baikong consistently showcased an unwavering tenacity. Chen Long, leisurely observing from the sidelines, occasionally directed his gaze towards the main team's defense, appreciating Baikong's vigorous performance. This young man is indeed quite impressive, managing to stand out amidst the illustrious duo of Chiellini and Barzagli. His future seems boundless. What is astonishing is that he is merely 16 years old, a fortune that far surpasses his own. He mused about the nature of his contract. After the match, he intended to inquire if he, too, was merely a temporary worker. The match unfolded with remarkable intensity, hardly resembling a training session. Every player was fiercely engaged, and even the head coach and assistants were vociferously directing their teams from the sidelines. There were numerous instances of players tumbling to the ground, and the score reflected the high stakes, with a tally of 2 goals apiece after just 20 minutes. Clearly, a relaxed mindset combined with an aggressive offensive approach contributed to this flurry of scoring. Typically, a half in an internal match lasts around 30 minutes, unlike the full 45 minutes of a standard match. At this juncture, Connie called Chen Long over and exchanged a few words with him, to which Chen Long nodded in understanding. At the 25-minute mark, Chen Long replaced Vucinic, forming an attacking partnership with Beckenbauer. This was the first time these two had played together, and it marked Chen Long's debut in a competitive environment. Following Conte's instructions, Chen Long was urged to seize the ball and make breakthroughs, avoiding indiscriminate passing or lofted balls. He was to explore how to effectively penetrate and resolve challenges in the face of elite defenses. Serie A is not like the Premier League. One cannot simply deliver a pass that slices through the entire defensive line. The Italian chain defense does not permit such nonchalance in passing. Retaining possession is paramount, followed by making passes or breakthroughs to create better opportunities. As he entered the field, Chen Long resembled a cheetah unleashed from its cage, displaying an aggressive demeanor right from the start. What does Chen Long possess? He wields an invincible 5 minutes, a span during which he can toy with these Italian defenders. He does not appear to be a newcomer. Having honed his skills over 8 years of street football, he likely matches the caliber of a professional player, if not surpasses it. What can one achieve in 5 minutes? It often amounts to little more than a formality. Upon seeing Chen Long take the field, Marchisio disdainfully remarked, clearly dismissing him. Conte and the other coaches were intently observing everything on the pitch. This was their second opportunity to witness Chen Long in action. They were eager to discern whether Chen Long could indeed contribute anything substantial to the team in just 5 minutes, and what tactical approach the team would adopt for him. Conte watched with a casual demeanor, his gaze resting upon this young talent. Signing Chen Long was a decision influenced by Del Piero. After much deliberation, Conte had consented to Del Piero's proposal, bringing Chen Long on board as a temporary player. Caution has always been a hallmark of Conte's mindset. He harbored no desire to be the one responsible for Juventus's embarrassment. In the annals of football history, there exists a plethora of underperformers. Even the illustrious Brazilian team has produced its share of disappointments, such as the flamboyant Denilson during that summer of '98. With a tranquil mindset, Chen Long seized the ball for the first time. As customary, the final 5 minutes belonged to him, and this time, he was determined not to let it slip away. To restrain Chen Long during those critical moments was deemed nearly impossible, a sentiment echoed even by amateur teams. Yet, how would professional teams fare? Upon receiving the ball on the right flank, Chen Long glanced around, realizing his teammates were not in position to support him. He refrained from hastily passing the ball, while Beckham, stationed deep in the penalty area, was being closely marked by 2 formidable center backs, gesturing for him to deliver the pass. Chen Long remained unfazed. He mused that should he pass the ball, even if Beckham managed to connect with it, penetrating the defense of those 2 giants would be an insurmountable challenge. De Segli was closely shadowing him. Chen Long leaned against De Segli, facing the sideline, and executed a forward feint, simultaneously nudging the ball ahead with his right foot. De Segli closely pursued him, yet Chen Long abruptly halted his advance, pulling the ball back with his right foot. Taken aback, De Segli stumbled, allowing Chen Long to slip past him. Just then, Pirlo arrived to intercept Chen Long's path. With deft footwork, Chen Long performed several bicycle kicks. Though Pirlo remained composed and was not deceived, yet he was momentarily at a loss regarding Chen Long's next move. Seizing the moment after completing the bicycle kicks, Chen Long swiftly dragged the ball towards the baseline, propelling it forward by more than 2 meters. Although it seemed he had overextended, Chen Long quickly accelerated to pursue the ball. His explosive speed left Pirlo trailing behind, and the distance to the ball was just right for him. Before him lay an expanse of open field. He merely needed to advance the ball into the penalty area to create a shooting opportunity. Just then, the industrious Marchisio surged in from a diagonal rear position. Clearly, he was incensed by Chen Long's effortless maneuvering against his teammates and hastened towards him with determination, intent on delivering a forceful slide tackle. With a swift motion, Chen Long had already sensed the impending onslaught of the fierce Marchisio. Timing his response perfectly, he deftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, evading the slide tackle, and continued his advance with his left foot, maintaining an air of ease. Marchisio, now sprawled on the ground, was left astounded. Chen Long's composed and assertive performance was utterly unexpected. How had he been so effortlessly outmaneuvered? He scrambled to regain his footing and pursue, but it was already too late. At last, Chen Long found himself facing Buffon, albeit from a rather acute angle. Positioned just to the left of the small penalty area, with Barzagli looming ahead. Barzagli refrained from rashly committing himself, but swiftly moved to block Chen Long's line of sight to the goal. Chen Long feigned to the right, attempting to deceive Barzagli. Yet Barzagli remained steadfast, unwavering in his position before him. Realizing his initial ploy had failed, Chen Long lifted his right foot, mimicking a shooting motion. In that fleeting moment, Barzagli finally sprang into action, lunging forward with remarkable speed, extending his left leg in a bid to block Chen Long's shot at a sharper angle. This was precisely the moment Chen Long had been anticipating. Just as the instep of his right foot was about to make contact with the ball, he abruptly withheld his strike, gently nudging the ball to the left, thus effortlessly evading Barzagli's defense. The ball finally landed on his left foot, as Chiellini closely marked Beckenbauer, unable to arrive in time to block the shot. In the center of the small penalty area, Chen Long confronted Buffon. It was but a fleeting moment, a mere collection of actions spanning barely over 2 seconds. Chen Long lunged forward, unleashing a strike. In an instant, the ever-alert Buffon pounced like a lion the moment he perceived Barzagli being bypassed. Indeed, Buffon charged forth. Such a maneuver could thwart the opponent's chance to score, whereas hesitating would likely result in retrieving the ball from the net. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly advanced, diving to intercept at Chen Long's feet. In that electrifying split second, Chen Long's left foot transitioned from strike to deftly dribbling the ball to the left, his body gliding gracefully aside, narrowly evading Buffon's desperate lunge. An open goal awaited him. With a gentle push of his left foot, the ball found its mark. The entire sequence of breakthrough maneuvers unfolded seamlessly, without a single pause. What a splendid goal! The opponents approached to offer their congratulations. Pepe affectionately ruffled Chen Long's hair, while Cáceres exchanged a high-five with him. The clapping from Conti and his fellow teammates echoed from the sidelines, though not thunderous. The applause was a testament to the brilliance of the goal. Except for Conti and a select few, the others stood in astonishment, their mouths agape. Is this a newcomer? Is this even a person? The demeanor exhibited is utterly unbefitting. A complete enigma. The goal was executed with remarkable finesse, showcasing an exquisite display of personal skill. It is evident that Chen Long's years of immersion in Italian football have endowed him with the poise to navigate through defenses with such ease. Italian defenses are typically organized in a chain, making it nearly impossible to evade a single opponent and gain sufficient angles for a shot. Thus, Chen Long has grown accustomed to surpassing one adversary after another, until he adeptly maneuvers past these formidable defenses before opting to shoot. Yet, what did Chen Long surpass this time? He skillfully bypassed the entire Italian defensive line. Was it truly so effortless? If it were, why had no one else so ruthlessly dismantled Italy's defense during the European Championship? In the blink of an eye, Chen Long treated these national team players as if they were mere pawns in a five-side match, relishing in every moment. What the national players? What the stars? They were all treated similarly and goals were scored. The prominent national players hung their heads in shame, particularly Marchisio, who felt a profound embarrassment for his earlier comments. Even Beckenbauer, who had previously complained about Chen Long not passing to him, fell silent in the wake of Chen Long's goal. On the field, it is performance that speaks volumes, and it is abundantly clear that at this moment, Chen Long was indeed letting his prowess do the talking. In football, this style of dribbling is referred to as going solo. However, Chen Long had only managed to maintain this solo performance for less than 5 minutes. For those final moments were destined to be his, Chen Long's time. Clearly, he did not disappoint Conti, nor did he let Del Piero down. Most importantly, he did not let himself down. Yet, he left his teammates in a state of utter despair, their dignity trampled, ultimately earning their respect. Chapter 12. The arrival of Higuain. Chiellini approached Barzagli and mockingly exclaimed, "This is utterly humiliating. How could this kid bypass so many of you? How can we hold our heads high after this? Is it possible that little bar has possessed you? Are you all collectively contemplating life?" Barzagli, his face flushed, was momentarily at a loss for words and could only hang his head in embarrassment. Buffon, on the other hand, yelled at them to take the game seriously, warning them to be cautious, yet they continued to appear foolish, getting bypassed one after another. Especially you, Marchisio. Weren't you boasting about your skills? How could you be so effortlessly outmaneuvered? Where do you intend to hide your faces? Marchisio, having been so publicly chastised by the captain, felt his cheeks burn like a monkey's backside, unable to utter a single word, acutely aware of his own humiliation. Pirlo, however, chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the situation. After the match concluded, Marchisio was the first to approach Chen Long, eager to express his admiration. "Incredible performance, my friend. I am in awe," he said, patting Chen Long on the shoulder, shamelessly praising him while conveniently ignoring what someone had said earlier that morning. Acting as if he had always been a fan of Chen Long, Buffon then approached, a hint of awkwardness in his voice as he remarked, "Your free kick prowess is as extraordinary as that of Pirlo and Ronaldo. Yet, I did not expect your dribbling skills to be equally formidable. How are we supposed to compete with you in the future?" Chen Long's dazzling display had indeed consumed a significant amount of energy, and while he was still recovering, Buffon's commendation invigorated him, prompting a modest response. "I never anticipated playing so well. It's merely a habit formed from regular practice. I've become somewhat addicted to dribbling." "Addicted?" Marchisio interjected. "Thank goodness you only played for 5 minutes. If you were to play for 90, who could possibly keep up with you without collapsing?" He expressed his disbelief at Chen Long's nonchalant demeanor. Pirlo also approached to offer his regards, saying, "You have a bright future ahead. At last, my exquisite through balls will find their purpose without being squandered. Ha ha." While praising Chen Long, Pirlo seized the opportunity to boast about himself as well. Chen Long, catching his breath, offered an awkward smile, pondering, "Next time you might not let me have such opportunities to break through. Surely, you would tackle me before I could." He mused, "How is it that at such a young age, your skills are so remarkably advanced?" Chiellini, too, found himself intrigued. As the practice unfolded, Chen Long responded candidly, as though it were of little consequence. "With enough practice, one inevitably masters it. Why should I be any different?" Interjecting from the side, Estigarribia remarked, "You, at your age, it's time to accept the truth." On this day, Chen Long's remarkable shooting skills and technique on the training ground astonished his teammates, leading to their acceptance of him. In a mere few days, his displayed prowess began to carve out a niche for him within Juventus. Not far from the training field, a red Lamborghini had been parked for nearly half an hour. This vehicle was no stranger to the Juventus players. It belonged to the club's owner, Agnelli. Curiously, one wondered why it was present today. As the training session concluded, a commotion finally erupted from the car. The first to emerge was the club president, Agnelli, followed closely by another individual, tall, with prominent brows and bright eyes, clad in sporty attire, exuding a sunny charisma. The president and this young man walked side by side towards the training ground, prompting Connie and Piero to approach eagerly. They greeted the tall, young man warmly, leaving Agnelli somewhat sidelined. Such a scenario was quite unusual. The other teammates also noticed the situation and turned their attention in that direction. Connie's face even twitched with excitement. What was the matter? Had the president announced a salary increase? The naive Marchisio muttered to himself, reveling in the speculation. "Wait, that person looks familiar. Where have I seen him before?" Elia, known for his chatter, spoke in a somewhat clumsy English. "Of course, we see him on television often," Buffon replied, his expression one of recognition. "Higuain, the one from Real Madrid. What brings him here?" It appeared Pirlo had also recognized him. Having faced off against Real Madrid several times during his tenure at AC Milan, he was naturally more familiar with Higuain. Upon the utterance of these words, the strikers of Juventus fell into varying degrees of silence. The arrival of Higuain signified that some forwards would inevitably need to depart, seeking transfers to other clubs. For those forwards who underperformed in the previous season, this revelation was undoubtedly disheartening, particularly for Quagliarella, who had recently discussed transfer matters with Conti. Such news surely left him feeling uneasy, pondering whether his future was now clouded with uncertainty. As the saying goes, people thrive when they move, while trees perish when they are uprooted. For any professional athlete, when relegated to a non-starter role, departing becomes the most prudent course of action. The younger players, Chen Long and Bike Bang, remained indifferent to one another, as they posed no immediate threat. Especially Chen Long, who was merely a temporary addition, a substitute, whose skills, no matter how refined, did not afford him the opportunity to contend for a position. Each individual harbored their own thoughts as they congregated. The real-life Higuain appeared more dashing than on television. Conti introduced Higuain to everyone and vice versa. Higuain exhibited a calm demeanor, displaying politeness as he shook hands with each teammate, offering a serene and charming smile akin to that of a blossoming flower. If it weren't for his full beard, one might mistake him for a youthful lad, perhaps even resembling a bashful girl. When Chen Long clasped Higuain's hand, the latter suddenly declared, "You are quite the player. I just witnessed that splendid goal." In this unexpected initial encounter, Receiving praise from a superstar caught Chen Long off guard. "Oh, you saw that? Too flattering. Truly, they're merely slacking off." He mused, holding Higuain's hand, his thoughts swirling in a dreamlike haze. It was surreal, beyond the capacity of words to convey. Chen Long stood at the same height as Higuain, their hands of equal size, yet their statuses were worlds apart. One was a blazing star, while the other was but a temporary worker. Nevertheless, fate had intertwined their paths, transcending status and wealth. Higuain did not fly to Turin. Instead, he went directly to Palermo to undergo a medical examination, subsequently arriving at the training ground to meet his teammates. For Higuain, the previous season had been remarkable, as he not only led Real Madrid to triumph over Barcelona, securing a long-elusive league championship, but also delivered a commendable performance. Yet, he had struggled to establish a stable starting position and corresponding salary within the club, ultimately leading to a friendly parting from Real Madrid. Many fans of the club likely never anticipated Higuain's sudden departure, despite numerous reports hinting at his potential transfer to Juventus. Few believed it to be true. However, today, Higuain indeed appeared at Juventus training camp. Clearly, Juventus's ambitions for the upcoming season extended beyond merely claiming the league title. They aspire to conquer the European stage. Chapter 13. Does a temporary worker also wear the number 10? The unexpected and delightful day swiftly approached its conclusion. Chen Long was retained by Conti, marking his first conversation alone with the coach, though Pirlo was also present. "Your training is rather unique. I have discussed it with the others," Conti stated directly, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. "I find it puzzling, given that your stamina lasts only 5 minutes. How do you maintain such a robust physique? So unlike someone who can only endure for 5 minutes? This seems to be innate. I cannot quite explain it," Chen Long replied innocently, gesturing to indicate his inability to elucidate. Conti, unable to restrain his curiosity, glanced towards Pirlo, contemplating the extraordinary nature of the situation, which seemed to defy medical logic. Pirlo, equally at a loss for words, recalled his own reliance on substances to stimulate muscle growth during his youth. While this young man appeared to be in a state of utter disarray, "He is practically a footballing anomaly," he mused. "We believe that conventional training methods do not suit you. You only need to focus on physical conditioning and fundamental technical training. Of course, you must also participate in the final 5 minutes of competitive play. Most of your time will be spent with strength coach Balotelli, who will guide your conditioning regimen. As for technical training, you will train alongside the team and should frequently learn from veterans like Pirlo. It will always be beneficial. During matches, I will strategically incorporate you into the game. All you need to do is be prepared," Conti elaborated with enthusiasm. "The team will develop a strategy centered around you. The last 5 minutes will be entirely designed with you in mind, so you will essentially be the core asset during that crucial time," Conti added, offering a touch of reassurance. "The most important thing is to avoid injury. Given that you can only manage 5 minutes as it is, if you sustain another injury, we would have no choice but to terminate your contract. Especially in terms of romantic relationships, you must exercise restraint." Upon hearing the mention of contract termination, Chen Long's facial muscles twitched slightly. He thought to himself how precarious it was to be a temporary worker. Devoid of any job security, the notion of being discarded at will was alarming. He resolved to strive harder in the future, otherwise, he might find himself in dire circumstances without understanding how he got there. The reference to romantic relationships made his face flush, not due to any flirtation with beautiful women, but rather because he was utterly clueless in that regard. Furthermore, given his physique, he felt an immense amount of pressure. 5 minutes can accommodate many activities, but in that domain, it certainly feels a bit lacking, he reflected. "Do you have any questions?" Pirlo interjected, having observed Chen Long's silence. "I would like to know if training will impact my studies," Chen Long inquired, steering the conversation toward his primary concern. "Your situation is quite unique. You are allowed to traverse between university and the club. The team will not interfere with your academic pursuits. You must attend daily training sessions and matches in the afternoon, provided you're on the team's roster. The same applies to youth league matches. You have a degree of freedom, but you are still a temporary worker." In his heart, Chen Long pondered silently, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Given the current circumstances and treatment, he perceived it as a fortuitous windfall. A stroke of luck too good to be true. How could one dare to seek more? A moment of personal discontent was permissible. Maintaining a balanced mindset was of utmost importance. In truth, this situation was not without merit. Working as a temporary employee at Juventus, he had the opportunity to partake in professional matches while enjoying the freedom to traverse between the university and the team. For many ordinary individuals, Such a position would be highly coveted, as it provided a temporary livelihood along with a chance to engage in leisure. While it starkly differed from the lives of other professional athletes, what more could one desire at the tender age of 18? Are you Messi? No. Cristiano Ronaldo? Neither? Then what grounds do you have to remain dissatisfied? As for my sustenance, accommodation, and transportation, the team naturally provided for training days, yet outside of those, there was nothing. Accommodation? None to speak of. Transportation? If you don't mind, the team bus could pick you up at the university entrance. Came the shameless reply from Del Piero. Ah, the unabashed temporary worker, utterly devoid of merit. If he fails to score, will he not be left to the whims of the desolate winds? The conversation drifted into a myriad of trivial matters, with Chen Long nodding in a daze, utterly exasperated by the shameless Pirlo's relentless jabs. Eventually, Connie inquired, "What number would you prefer for your jersey? Which numbers are available?" Chen Long asked cautiously, pondering that all the desirable numbers had likely been claimed. He resolved to select a less conspicuous one, to avoid attracting the disdain of the stars. In truth, he had grown accustomed to larger numbers, having spent years on the bench in amateur leagues, donning jerseys of rather subpar quality, where numbers in the 30s were par for the course. However, should Chen Long's health permit him to play as a starter, he would undoubtedly have the privilege of first choice in jersey numbers. Are there any numbers left? Connie mused, counting absent-mindedly, 2, 9, 16, 29, 31, and all subsequent numbers beyond 34. He then glanced at Pirlo. "Oh, I nearly forgot. There's also the coveted number 10, he said, gesturing towards Pirlo. The new owner of number 9 is Higuain. While number 2 is designated for the defenders, Connie continued, I wish to reserve number 16 for Giovinco, and it seems Asamoah has claimed number 29. Chen Long, initially indifferent to the significance of the numbers, certainly would not don number 9, reserved for the illustrious. Although the other numbers were hardly appealing, they were preferable to no options at all, allowing for a more understated presence. In his mind, he was gravitating toward the number 34 and beyond. At this moment, Pirlo approached with a cup of coffee, smiling as he addressed Chen Long. Are you truly planning to disregard my number 10? Number 10? Of course not. Who would dare don your number 10? If I step outside, I might be struck by lightning, or worse, drown in the spittle of your fans. Chen Long replied instinctively, without a moment's hesitation. Pirlo was momentarily speechless. Pausing before he continued, do you genuinely not wish to wear the number 10? I admire it, but admiration does not necessitate wearing it. To wear could be perilous. It is akin to love. Simply cherishing it in one's heart is sufficient. This metaphor was quite apt, yet the pressing issue remained. No one was vying for it. If the prize is within reach, would you not indulge yourself instead of leaving it for others? I cannot consume it. Greed is akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. I fear that indulging myself might lead to my own demise, so I shall refrain. Chen Long resolutely declined. Is it not enough to simply admire? Why must you overthink? You are akin to a ghost at this point. Perhaps wearing it would elevate you far beyond the realm of the deceased. Then I shall wear number 10. I refuse. Are you all truly intent on bringing about my demise? What benefits could there possibly be? The benefit is that your goal bonuses would not be halved. Chapter 14. He is the abandoned wreck of Inter Milan by the time of the press conference the following morning. Chen Long had spent the entire night pondering. Yet he could not fathom why the two peculiar old men, Conti and Pirlo, were so insistent on compelling him to wear the number 10. Would not wearing the number 10 equate to a death sentence? Chen Long questioned himself throughout the night, yielding to the intimidation of the two, and by the next day, he remained in a state of unease. This was not all. He was commanded to attend a press conference today. Originally, Chen Long thought that merely dressing appropriately would suffice, but he was unprepared for the necessity of participating in a press event. How could he face the throngs of fervent fans? Arriving at the hotel entrance, he couldn't help but shiver, an impulse to flee stirring within him. He hesitated for quite some time at the door, ultimately deciding to timidly slip inside. At that moment, the hotel lobby was already teeming with hundreds of journalists and fans packed to the brim. Their purpose in gathering was undoubtedly for Higuain. The former Real Madrid striker's transfer to Juventus warranted a press conference of considerable significance, were it not for the team currently training in Palermo. A press event at the Turin headquarters would surely have attracted thousands of fans. Yet, for Chen Long, this turn of events was a stroke of fortune. In a state of panic, Chen Long forced his way through the crowd, unnoticed by anyone. After changing into the number 10 jersey in his hotel room, he timidly followed the throng downstairs. Among those attending the press conference were club president Agnelli, head coach Conti, the legendary Del Piero Higuain in his number 9 jersey, and the ever-calm Bikong in number 39, with Chen Long bringing up the rear in his number 10. "I'm going to die. What should I do?" Chen Long murmured, clutching his chest as he emerged from the elevator. "Look at you, so timid. Could you not muster a bit of confidence?" Del Piero glanced back at Chen Long, unable to resist a taunt. In contrast to Chen Long's anxiety, Bikong remained relatively composed, having achieved a certain level of recognition as a member of the national youth team. Joining Juventus was quite a standard affair for him. As for Chen Long, donning the legendary number 10 jersey, did he think it was as casual as picking up groceries? Such a weighty responsibility was not to be taken lightly. Joining Juventus should have been a cause for celebration. However, at that moment, Chen Long felt utterly despondent, his face resembling that of someone mourning. "This model is quite handsome, wearing Del Piero's jersey, even more so than Del Piero himself," exclaimed a female fan, marveling at Chen Long, yet puzzled by his forlorn expression. Chen Long heard her words clearly, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Was he being mistaken for a model? He wondered whether this was a blessing or a curse, feeling quite discontented. "Madam, of course, you find it delightful. If I could, I would gladly strut down the runway rather than face potential embarrassment shortly." This is but a brief interlude, as all the applause was reserved for Higuain. Today, Higuain has shaved his beard, presenting a fresh and youthful visage. He resembles a charming and dapper young man, as the journalists wasted countless frames, their flashbulbs incessantly popping. "Higuain, we adore you. Juventus welcomes you. Watermelon, you are the most handsome." Since taking his seat, the fans have not ceased their enthusiastic calls for Higuain, a testament to his immense popularity. Following the departure of the striker Trezeguet from Juventus, the club has been in search of a true heir to the number 9 jersey. In recent years, Matri and the loaned Borriello have proven unreliable as top-tier strikers, while Vucinic and others are not natural forwards. Thus, Higuain's arrival is a well-deserved acquisition of the lethal forward Juventus truly needs, and no one dares to contest this transfer. Higuain symbolically displayed his radiant smile, calmly waving to the crowd. Meanwhile, Chen Long chose a seat furthest to the right, thinking to himself that the farther away he was, the better, and the sooner it would conclude, the better. Most were bewildered as to why this model was seated at the press conference, despite being in a corner. No one seemed to react immediately. However, a few quick-thinking journalists noticed this anomaly and instructed their assistants to sift through Juventus's recent training news, seeking any unusual clues. Naturally, the conference's theme revolved around Higuain. The two parties exchanged lavish compliments, extolling each other's greatness, before eventually discussing the contract details. The agreement spans 5 years, with an annual salary of €5 million. Thus, until the 2017 season, Higuain will be Juventus's key striker. 5 million, my goodness. I earn only €1,000 per goal and must bear this cursed number 10. And here I am, at this press conference. God, what a cruel arrangement. Why is there such a vast gulf between people? Chen Long lamented internally upon hearing Higuain's salary. The flashes of cameras illuminated the room, yet none fell upon him. He was not the star. He was merely a temporary presence. Thus he felt no need to don a radiant smile. For the first time in his life, time felt interminable, as if he could never reach the conclusion. After Higuain showcased his Juventus number 9 jersey before the media, it was time for the introduction of Bikong. The club briefly outlined his football history without excessive embellishment, clearly stating that Bikong would be a key focus of the club's youth development. Naturally, Bikong received a commendable youth contract, yet the disparity between him and Higuain was striking, a chasm akin to that between heaven and earth. It is a natural progression, generally. If a player aspires to receive the privileges accorded to a celebrated star, they must first establish themselves as a star in their own right. At long last, the moment has arrived for Chen Long. It is my distinct honor to introduce to you the new custodian of the number 10 jersey on our team. This statement was made by Del Piero, who paused momentarily before adding, Chen Long, a young lad hailing from the island of Sicily. Given that the number 10 was mentioned, it is only fitting that Del Piero would be the one to utter it. As he spoke, his gaze was directed towards the distant figure of Chen Long, prompting the audience to follow his line of sight. In an instant, Chen Long became the center of attention, akin to the detonation of a bomb that ignited the entire venue, or like a large stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. "Ah, isn't that the model?" exclaimed an unknown beauty, her voice rising in excitement. It soon became evident that he was a player for Juventus. Of course, she was not the only one to express her astonishment at that moment. Such an inexperienced youth, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the game, lacking any proven skills, is now the new number 10 for Juventus? A plethora of bewildered expressions surfaced on countless faces, each adorned with large question marks. Gasps, shouts, exclamations, and cries of indignation intermingled, creating a cacophony of confusion and mixed emotions. This revelation was as shocking as the announcement of Del Piero's departure from the team, leaving many in disbelief and despair. The flash of cameras continued incessantly, with film being wasted in abundance. What they beheld was merely a handsome young man, yet not the embodiment of a great number 10. Thus their gazes were filled with skepticism, even hopelessness. Some fans were moved to tears, a reaction that was indeed difficult to fathom. Chen Long stood there, dazed by the unfolding scene, uncertain of how to proceed. Fortunately, Del Piero did not allow this tense atmosphere to linger. He seized the microphone, decisively interrupting the tumultuous environment. The choice of number 10 was bestowed upon Chen Long by myself and Connie. He possesses extraordinary talent, and I am unwavering in my belief that he will be the future of Juventus. In the forthcoming matches, everyone will gradually discover and appreciate what Chen Long brings to the team. He will surprise you all. One reporter, seemingly prepared, rose to voice his skepticism, but he appears to have a congenital physical limitation. I've heard he can only play for 5 minutes. Is that true? Indeed, but physical limitations can be addressed. 5 minutes can easily extend to 10, and 5 minutes is sufficient to alter the outcome of a match. History is replete with examples of this. Del Piero replied with poise. The club's seemingly thoughtless decision raises questions of propriety, and it is understandable that the reporter would inquire, considering that Juventus number 10 has historically been a symbol of greatness, with legends like Platini and Del Piero serving as the team's very soul. The number signifies much, yet Chen Long is capable of embodying that legacy. Let's watch and see, he urged. This is not merely a justification for wearing the number 10. Talent is the true rationale. He is the goal the club has set for development. Subsequently, there were even whispers among reporters suggesting the involvement of a Chinese consortium as a means of promoting the player. The most sensational revelation, however, was that he was considered a discarded asset by Inter Milan 13 years prior. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Chapter 15. I am not useless. The emergence of this news stemmed from the realization of a certain journalist, who promptly instructed an assistant to investigate Chen Long's background. To their astonishment, they soon discovered that Chen Long bore an identical name to that of a prodigy discarded by Internazionale 13 years ago. Further digging rapidly confirmed Chen Long's identity, leading to the mention made earlier. A discarded talent by Internazionale, nonetheless, from 13 years past. The moment this topic was raised, it once again elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Seasoned journalists immediately began to reminisce about the events surrounding Inter Milan from 13 years ago. That year marked Ronaldo's ligament rupture and Vieri's injuries, Baggio's heroic interventions and bench-warming days, Lippi's internal strife. And was there also news about this young man back then? Many reporters pondered for a considerable time, yet could not recall any such occurrence. Ultimately, with the aid of a laptop search, they managed to resolve some of the mystery, and the older individuals finally remembered the events. A news story from 13 years prior, which should have long since faded into the annals of history, was now being revisited. It turned out he was once a prodigy endowed with immense expectations. Someone who had briefly shaken Italy, even though he was merely 4 years old at the time, only to vanish like a shooting star by the age of 5. Throughout this process, Chen Long remained silent, his inner turmoil akin to a roller coaster. He never anticipated that someone would recognize him, or that his past could be unearthed so swiftly, leaving him in a state of emotional disarray. It seemed that one day, despite being cast aside by Inter Milan, he would still be remembered. One day, he could join Juventus. One day, he could return to the center stage of football. Tears welled in his eyes, threatening to betray him as they glimmered like the stars in the night sky. Yet he fought to keep them from spilling into the world. The relentless journalists, ever eager, launched into a new round of questioning. Was Juventus foolish to sign a player deemed worthless by Inter Milan for 13 years? Did Juventus really need to reaffirm what had already been proven 13 years ago? Did they require him to don a number 10 jersey once again to validate his worth? A slew of such tiresome and disdainful inquiries continued to surface. Please maintain a level of respect, Del Piero remarked, his demeanor turning grave. This was a rare sight, as Del Piero's typically refined image faced a significant challenge. Although he often bore a cunning facade around Chen Long, in this moment, he was markedly different. It was the first time Chen Long witnessed the journalist's ugly side, stirring a flicker of anger within him, though he chose to suppress it deep inside. Who was he offended? What does it matter that he was cast aside by Inter Milan? What of his joining Juventus? No, I'm not a failure. I am not inferior to anyone. I shall prove at Juventus that I am a genius. Even if I lose 85 minutes, I still possess 5 minutes to demonstrate my brilliance. 5 minutes is sufficient. Chen Long glanced at Del Piero, signaling his desire to speak. This was the first time he wished to voice his thoughts. Del Piero did not hinder him, handing over the microphone. Chen Long took the microphone, pausing momentarily to gather his composure. At this moment, all tension and fear dissipated, leaving no room for other thoughts. He only wished to exhale. I'm not a failure. Chen Long's voice was soft yet deliberate, his youthful visage reflecting not impulsiveness but an indescribable composure. For me, 5 minutes is ample time, or perhaps even less is required. If I were a failure, I would have been deemed one 13 years ago. Yet here I stand today, on the stage of Juventus, proving but one thing. Either Inter Milan failed, or you did. The reporters were evidently taken aback by Chen Long's words, and the atmosphere fell into silence, with no one daring to contradict him. Ignoring the stillness, Chen Long continued to speak slowly. For the vast majority of you, a match lasts 90 minutes. For me, it is merely 5 minutes. Within those 5 minutes, I shall exert my utmost effort to determine the outcome. Perhaps many among you will continue to mock me, relishing in my supposed failures. Yet, laugh all you wish, for I shall not grant you the opportunity to do so. Remember, the new number 10 of Juventus is I. Chen Long, you shall never have the chance to disgrace this jersey. Instead, as long as I, Chen Long, exist, you shall face humiliation each day. With that, Chen Long naturally lowered the microphone, ceasing to speak. Subsequently, Del Piero led the applause, his hands clapping rhythmically. Moments later, the sound of enthusiastic applause resonated throughout the room. You may refuse to acknowledge him as a genius. You may deny his place at Juventus, but you must recognize his unwavering dedication over the past 13 years. His relentless perseverance. You must acknowledge that after 13 years, he has returned to the football stage through sheer effort. And 13 years ago, he was merely a 5-year-old child. This experience, this torment, this suffering, how many can truly endure it? Over the span of 13 years, how many stars have risen to fame only to retire? And how many youth have transitioned into the twilight of their years? The sustained applause that lasted for over half a minute was dedicated to Chen Long. This was entirely unexpected for him, and he could no longer hold back his tears. This occurred only after the conclusion of the press conference. As he made his way backstage, no one anticipated that the press conference would culminate in such a manner. Chen Long's words turned the initial pessimism on its head. This was meant to be an inspirational tale. Although it is merely the beginning of this story, kind-hearted individuals seem to have already glimpsed the protagonist of this narrative, ready to launch a renewed effort towards the life he has been preparing for over the past 13 years. One can only imagine how the internet and newspapers will soon be inundated with news and reports about him. What surprises might a determined young man, bearing the illustrious number 10 of Juventus, bring to them? An hour later, major networks, news outlets, and social media platforms had already disseminated the announcement of Juventus' new number 10 across the globe. Over 50 million Juventus fans eagerly scoured his video clips, beginning a frenzy of sharing. The most viewed footage was not a 5-minute highlight reel of his exceptional skills, but rather the news of his dismissal from Inter Milan 13 years ago. Italy's largest sports newspaper, Gazzetta dello Sport, published an article titled 13 Years, From Inter to Juventus, suggesting that this seems to narrate a footballer's journey from Inter Milan to Juventus. Yet it is merely the prologue to a footballing odyssey that has been patiently awaited for 13 years. The Roman Daily proclaimed, "This is a legend, an inspiring story that commands admiration." The Republic asserted, "A genius unexpectedly emerging from the black hole of Inter Milan in '99. How fortunate." And thus, the central figure, Chen Long, found himself thrust, almost unwittingly, onto the grand stage of Juventus football. Chapter 16. The arrival of Chen life unfolds in such a manner that one can never predict what the next moment holds. Clearly, today has already provided Chen Long with ample experiences. Before and after the meeting, he seemed like two different individuals. Del Piero comfortingly patted his shoulder and, in a surprising turn of events, produced a pair of sunglasses to hand to Chen Long. You'll need to grow accustomed to being a star, even if it's just for 5 minutes. His tone reverted to its usual mischievousness. "You've thought this through, haven't you? Did you foresee the outcome?" With utmost disdain, Chen Long accepted the sunglasses and donned them with ease. At this moment, Chen Long remained unaware of why he had been thrust into the limelight. Yet it no longer mattered. He felt that proving himself was now of paramount importance. For 18 years, he had never felt such urgency to validate his existence. Is it significant? Is it not? Indeed, it is profoundly significant. He felt the need to prove himself. This was the essence of existence. Wearing sunglasses, he stepped out through the back door of the hotel. Have you ever experienced the sensation of suddenly becoming a celebrity? Such was the case for Chen Long, undoubtedly. If he were to stroll onto the street at that moment, he would encounter a plethora of troubles. Just then his phone rang. Mario? Chen Long glanced at the caller ID, unfazed, though he found it peculiar to receive a call from him at this hour. After all, that fellow typically relished sleeping in, rarely rising before noon. Indeed, the call was from Mario Balotelli, the infamous Super Mario. Congratulations on joining Juventus. Congratulations, my foot. Did you not see how I was insulted at the press conference? Chen Long retorted indignantly. By the way, why are you awake so early? Aren't you usually like a dead pig, refusing to get up? I was awakened by a girl today. You know, I've been quite popular lately. Yes. Didn't you recently claim that your most desired affair was with me? I can only imagine how many women you've ensnared. That's a harsh remark. Being popular is not my fault. Unlike you, no matter how charming you may be, it's futile. Your 5 minutes were over before the foreplay even began. Stop talking nonsense. Have you reflected on what you did during the finals while contemplating life? Let us not delve into such heavy topics. Just hearing it pains my heart. The two exchanged sarcastic banter, and if reporters knew that the illustrious Balotelli and Chen Long were such close friends, they would surely have a treasure trove of gossip. Balotelli's call lightened Chen Long's mood somewhat, and after retrieving his bicycle, he hurried home. As the team had a press conference that day, coinciding perfectly with his day off, he was in no mood to celebrate with the club. Returning home was his sole desire. Additionally, there awaited a guest at his residence, a mysterious visitor from China, as his parents had informed him. As he pedaled along, his mind remained preoccupied with the earlier press conference. Upon navigating a right turn, he collided with another cyclist, a woman on a bicycle. It was only when he fell to the ground, pain shooting through his body, that he snapped back to reality. Before him lay another fallen bicycle and a woman with dark hair. How do you ride? You can even rear-end a bicycle. The dark-haired woman complained, sitting on the ground and nursing her injured knee. What are you staring at? I'm talking about you. Chen Long lifted his head, glanced around, and upon confirming she was indeed addressing him, sheepishly removed his sunglasses. My apologies, I was lost in thought, contemplating life like Balotelli while riding. I hope you can forgive me, miss. Gazing into her similarly dark eyes, he sincerely apologized, pondering the bizarre turn of events he had encountered that day. It seems that today has brought forth a series of unfortunate events. Unbeknownst to me, riding my bicycle with a distracted mind poses a significant danger. As the words of a beautiful woman linger in my ears, this is the epitome of Eastern beauty, with lustrous, raven-black hair, captivating eyes that ensnare the soul. A playful cherry-red mouth, a delicate oval face, and skin as pure as snow. Chen Long mused to himself, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at her. The earlier feelings of gloom had long been cast aside. She is indeed striking, I know, the dark-haired woman remarked casually as she noticed Chen Long's unwavering gaze. Chen Long nodded foolishly in response. Even the most exquisite beauty must eventually succumb to death. I certainly do not wish to perish alongside you, she continued, with a labored effort rising to her feet and shuffling over to a nearby bag. She opened it and retrieved some cotton swabs and alcohol, diligently tending to her wounds. Quite adept, not a nurse, I presume? Chen Long pondered, observing her with keen interest. After bandaging her injuries, the dark-haired woman approached Chen Long, crouching down to carefully tend to his wounds as well. Such a young face, yet so pallid. You must have indulged in many vices. This foreigner is rather open. He is likely suffering from kidney deficiency. She spoke in Chinese. Upon hearing her words, Chen Long's expression darkened further, resembling that of a corpse. Miss, I don't believe I have offended you. Is it necessary for you to curse me so? I have had enough misfortune for one day. Could you refrain from casting further aspersions? He replied, also in Chinese. The dark-haired woman was taken aback, astonished that Chen Long understood her words. How is it that you speak Chinese? She exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she recalled her earlier remarks. Do you not see that I, too, possess black hair and dark eyes? I am half Chinese. Chen Long responded with a serious demeanor. Am I mistaken in my observations? Your complexion clearly indicates a kidney issue. What else could it be if not a deficiency? The dark-haired woman insisted, unwavering. Chen Long spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, gazing at the woman, who was of similar age to him. Is it not possible that I might simply be born with this condition? He inquired innocently. Born with it? That indeed could be the case. Perhaps I should have my grandfather take a look at your ailment one day. Please, I have endured this condition for over a decade, with no sign of improvement. Unless your grandfather is a deity, I hold little hope. Chen Long's words were not meant to belittle her grandfather, but rather expressed his own despair regarding his ailment. Not a deity, but a miraculous healer is not far off, the dark-haired woman replied proudly, lifting her head. The two individuals naturally engaged in conversation in Chinese, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Oh no, I must take my leave. I have guests awaiting at home, said one of them. Upon the mention of illness, Chen Long suddenly sprang to his feet, realizing that the visitors he was to meet were there for his medical consultation. Ah, I had forgotten until you mentioned it. I must go as well. The dark-haired woman also stood up. They each lifted their bicycles, only to discover they could not ride them, sharing a knowing smile as they reluctantly pushed them forward. Are we headed the same way? They inquired in unison, laughing once more. Do deities exist in this world? They must, as we in China believe in Buddhism. Oh, I feel the same. Is your grandfather a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Quite mystical, isn't he? Indeed, he bears an air of the divine. Can he cure my ailment? Perhaps. I am Chen Long. What is your name? I am Shan, Yi Shan. I've arrived. So have I. They exchanged yet another smile, realizing they were headed to the same destination, Chen Long's home. The place where Yi Shan was to visit was, in fact, Chen Long's residence. Naturally, the guests Chen Long was to meet were none other than Yi Shan's grandfather and herself. Such coincidences are intricately woven together. They stood as a perfect example of serendipity. Chen Long and Yi Shan, embroiled in a melodramatic yet romantic twist of fate. Chen Long raised his gaze to the familiar doorplate of his home, shaking his head in amused resignation before he willingly opened the grand door. Chapter 17. Constricted Meridians. Chen Long welcomed the petite Yi Shan, who stood half a head shorter than him, into his abode. The atmosphere of the home was relaxed and joyous, dispelling any remnants of the gloom he had harbored. Inside, the living room was already graced by the presence of his parents and Yi Shan's grandfather. At first glance, Chen Long could only describe Yi Sun, her grandfather, as possessing an ethereal quality. During their journey back, he learned that Yi Sun was over 70 years old, his snowy hair complemented by a matching beard, alongside his rosy complexion and traditional attire, made Chen Long perceive him as a figure from the pages of a classic tome. As Chen Long and Yi Shan entered, both appearing somewhat disheveled, the others looked on in bewilderment, uncertain of the unfolding events. Yi Shan approached her grandfather first to explain the situation, allowing the others to grasp the general context. Chen Long performed a deep, respectful bow before Yi Sun before taking a seat. In truth, Yi Sun had been quietly observing Chen Long since his entrance. Setting down his teacup, he stroked his grizzled beard and spoke with a slow, resonant voice, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Indeed, a rare talent in this world. Yet he continued, his tone growing heavier as he rose and slowly approached Chen Long. Did you know all of this? Chen Long, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Could one truly discern such things merely by appearance? Had he not already encountered enough strange occurrences today? Was it possible he had truly met a divine being? He mused inwardly. Yi Sun reached into Chen Long's clothing, his fingers gliding over several acupoints such as Bulang, Shun Feng, Ling Su, Shun Song, Yu Zhong, and Yu Fu, intermittently shaking his head and nodding, lost in contemplation at times, while his eyes sparkled with insight. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he finally ceased his probing and instinctual reflections, returning to his seat to sip some tea. The kidneys house the essence of reproduction and the vital energies of the 5 internal organs. They are the root of one's innate constitution. However, your entire foot Shaoyin kidney meridian is nearly completely paralyzed. This condition has likely persisted for over 10 years. Logically, you should be entirely incapacitated. Fortunately, your participation in football has mitigated the consequences, or else the outcome would be truly dire. Chen Long was puzzled by the meaning of these statements, but his father, understanding their gravity, broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly inquired whether the situation was indeed so severe and if there was any hope for recovery. Paralysis is not absolute. but your meridians have collapsed. It's akin to a river that once flowed abundantly, now constricted by the daily accumulation of silt, narrowing until it runs dry. Of course, if there were kidney stones, it wouldn't have reached this state. The current situation indicates that the river has collapsed and narrowed under no external force, Yi-sun explained solemnly, clearly indicating a grim prognosis. This elucidated why young Master Chen could only manage to play football for a mere 5 minutes. One must consider, he originally possessed only 5 breaths. Once those were exhausted, he could no longer draw in air. Through such a straightforward analogy, Chen Long finally grasped the nature of his ailment and could not help but exhale a sigh of resignation. Yi-sun continued, "It is unsurprising that Western medicine cannot treat this condition. One cannot simply wield a scalpel and dissect all the meridians as if they were pork. Hence, Western medicine is powerless in this regard. What should be done?" Chen Long's face was etched with despair as he urgently pressed for answers. To restore the meridians to their normal state requires a prolonged course of treatment and regulation. Through regular adjustments via traditional Chinese medicine, with time, healing is indeed possible. I operate a medicinal clinic in Italy where I can prescribe you a remedy for your recovery. In the mountains of Sicily, there exists an abundance of herbal remedies at my disposal. During this period, you should come to my clinic for treatment. The results should be quite evident. Yi-sun said with a smile. "Huh? There's hope. There's hope," Chen Long exclaimed, his voice trembling with joy, unable to contain his excitement. His parents mirrored his elation. Upon hearing this revelation, they finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Hearing her grandfather's words, Yi Shan also felt a surge of happiness. Naturally, if grandfather said there was hope, then hope indeed existed. Clearly, this represented a monumental glimmer of hope. For the first time, someone had informed the Chen family that this ailment was treatable, akin to a common cold that could be cured. One can easily imagine the immense joy that Chen Long must be feeling at this moment, while his parents continuously express their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much," they say. Chen Long bows deeply to Yi-sun, demonstrating his profound appreciation and respect. Nothing could be more significant than this moment. Even if one were to offer him a fortune, it is likely that his heart would remain unmoved. The opportunity to heal his ailment outweighs gold itself. However, do not rejoice too soon. This is not a matter that can be resolved in a day or two. It requires a long-term treatment plan, and one must be mentally prepared for that. Moreover, it would be prudent for you to acquire some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, as it would greatly benefit your well-being, Yi-sun diligently advises. "Learn Chinese medicine? Can I really do that?" Chen Long inquires, feeling somewhat perplexed by the concept. Although he has had an interest in the East since childhood, he is not truly engaged with this field of knowledge. His understanding is limited to fanciful depictions in martial arts tales, which are far from reality. What Western youth would casually delve into the intricacies of Eastern medicine? One would either have a peculiar mindset or simply be foolish. Traditional Chinese medicine is undoubtedly vast and profound, and the entry point is exceedingly challenging. Yet consider this: if you master Chinese medicine, the assistance it could provide you in the event of an injury would be invaluable. It surpasses the efficacy of Western medicine by leaps and bounds. Do you not recall the renowned Ronaldo in the football world? Do you think he recovered through Western medicine? In truth, he rehabilitated under the care of traditional Chinese medicine. Really? Chen Long gasps in astonishment upon hearing Yi-sun mention Ronaldo, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Do you not believe me? It was my grandfather who treated him personally." Yi Shan interjects, noting Chen Long's skepticism. Chen Long is left utterly speechless, murmuring, I believe. I will learn. Is there anything more astonishing than this? If any matters arise, you may contact me through this girl. She too is a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and will soon commence her studies in Western medicine at the University of Turin. You will be attending the University of Turin as well? Chen Long exclaims, once again astonished as he gazes at Yi Shan. What a coincidence. Could it be that you two are? Yi Shan gazes at Chen Long with her large, enchanting eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. Indeed, I am enrolled in the School of Management. It will be quite convenient for us to stay in touch, Chen Long replies with a smile. After enjoying a sumptuous Chinese lunch with Yi-sun and Yi Shan, Chen Long's family reluctantly bids them farewell. Before departing, Yi-sun presents Chen Long with a book. Introduction to Traditional Chinese Medicine. How fittingly serendipitous. It feels almost like a missionary endeavor, Chen Long muses to himself. All right, I admit that I have been rather fortunate lately. Chen Long sighs as he lies on his bed, reflecting on the areas that Yi-sun had examined earlier. Chapter 18. the shameless agent following the press conference. Chen Long ascended to celebrity status. Naturally, his rowdy friends would not let this opportunity pass by. They flocked to his home en masse, with Yang Ershi leading the charge. Swaggering into Chen Long's room under the pretense of being his agent, Chen Long's delightful afternoon nap was abruptly interrupted by this intrusion. Yang Ershi, with a serious demeanor, held a contract in his hands and earnestly discussed its contents with Chen Long. As Chen Long perused the document, his expression grew increasingly grim. How outrageous! You take 10% for advertising fees, yet you demand another 10% for the transfer commission? Why not just ask the club directly? It seems you only seek to exploit your own. Standing nearby, Yang Ershi wiped the sweat from his brow and, upon hearing Chen Long's complaints, quickly responded with a playful grin. How many transfers does one get in a lifetime? Perhaps 3 or 5 at most. There's no need to be so stingy. Besides, you've already struck it rich. Why not lend a hand to your brother? Look at me. I even followed you through university just to keep you company. Isn't that enough? With brazen audacity, Yang Ershi urged, come on, just sign already. Why the hesitation? Eventually, unable to withstand the persistence of the rotund man, Chen Long relented and affixed his signature to the document. Upon signing the contract, Yang Ershi was elated, his cherubic face adorned with a mischievous smile. He embraced Chen Long's shoulder with an affectionate demeanor, exclaiming, this is the way to go. My brother, I shall lead you to wealth, haha. As he spoke, Yang Ershi retrieved another contract from his bag. Chen Long gazed at him in astonishment, pondering the ulterior motives of this fellow. Could there be yet another contract to sign? Surely, he mused. You haven't sold me out, have you? Not at all. I am here to help you earn money, Yang Ershi declared, patting the contract on the table with an air of mystique. Take a look, just take a look. This is an advertising contract. Advertising contract? Chen Long, in disbelief, took it into his hands and began to scrutinize it closely. His expression darkened once more. What on earth is this? Can you not produce something more legitimate? Accepting this job, how can I possibly show my face to anyone? The more Chen Long looked, the angrier he became. It turned out that Yang Ershi had taken on a commission from a local pharmaceutical company in Palermo. The company itself was fine, but the issue lay with the product. The medication was ostensibly harmless, yet its purpose was to enhance physical prowess, specifically targeting male impotence and premature ejaculation. How fitting, one might say, with only 5 minutes of stamina, and having collapsed 13 years ago only to rise again 13 years later. Such an astonishing narrative would be miraculous in conjunction with an advertisement. Yang Ershi elaborated passionately, seemingly quite pleased with his own ingenuity. Meanwhile, Chen Long was on the verge of madness, glaring at him and exclaiming, Are you seeking death? I absolutely refuse to endorse this advertisement, unless I were to perish first. If you wish to proceed, do so on your own. How could you possibly expect me to maintain my dignity? Even in disgrace, this is a line I cannot cross. For the first time, Chen Long let out an expletive. Yang Ershi, sensing Chen Long's fury, quickly attempted to extinguish the flames. I knew you wouldn't sign that one, so I brought an alternative. He chuckled. I am quite the genius. He then produced another contract and presented it to Chen Long. Chen Long scrutinized the document earnestly, fearing it might be yet another absurd advertisement. This one seems somewhat better. At least it pertained to rational pursuits. Very well, I shall consider this. But only 3,000 euros? My worth truly seems diminished. Yang Ershi replied, Indeed, has this brilliant mind of mine ever faltered? 3,000 is hardly insufficient. It should sustain you for quite some time. But truly, you won't consider that medication? The compensation is considerably generous. Chen Long retorted, If you desire a higher payment, then it is a moot point. With these 2 words, he firmly sealed the heavy-set man's lips. The second advertisement pertains to endorsing a supermarket in Palermo, merely involving the display of several large photographs on walls, which in no way tarnishes Chen Long's identity or reputation. Hence, Chen Long readily agreed. Speaking of which, your actions are remarkably swift. The press conference was held just this morning, and you have already begun promoting me everywhere. Impressive indeed. Chen Long gazed at him, unable to suppress his admiration for his commercial acumen. It is no jest. Had I emerged today, I would have been left to the mercy of the elements. I had already commenced my efforts days ago, eagerly anticipating this press conference. Humph. The portly gentleman exclaimed with unabashed pride. Both of these companies were established by him. A few days ago, when Chen Long joined Juventus, Yang Ershi began to busy himself, just as he had stated. Although Yang Ershi is quite portly and appears somewhat mismatched, he possesses a sharp intellect and excels academically. Otherwise, he would not have gained admission to the prestigious University of Rome. While he, like Chen Long, opted for the University of Turin, he pursued a degree in business. He has yet to complete his university studies, yet he has already begun energetically managing Chen Long, demonstrating that he perceives a remarkable business opportunity in it and has taken steps to realize it. This advertisement marked the initial step in his management of Chen Long, as well as his inaugural endeavor as an agent. You ought to notify the club. After all, I am now your agent. Henceforth, any financial matters must be discussed with me, Yang Ershi proclaimed earnestly, having seamlessly embraced his role as an agent. After a moment of contemplation, he transformed his demeanor into one of playful jest, adding, "Are you truly not going to sign that?" Goodness! The money, frustration, and anguish were vividly etched upon his face, with expressions shifting more swiftly than the speed of light. Naturally, Chen Long rejected the notion of participating in a sexual enhancement advertisement, equating it to a fate worse than death. Thus, under the relentless persuasion of his shameless agent, Yang Ershi, Chen Long found himself unwittingly signing his first advertising contract. In fact, I have several more, but given your current disposition, perhaps it would be best to forego them. More? Let me see, Chen Long replied. Astonished by Yang Ershi's unexpected collection of contracts, his curiosity piqued. Complying, Yang Ershi dutifully produced the contracts and placed them steadily on the table. Moments later, a voice resonated through the room. Get out. Indeed, Chen Long had expelled Yang Ershi from the premises, not for any other reason, but due to the contracts. In his hasty departure, the rotund figure neglected to gather the contracts from the table and simply exited. What manner of contracts are these? Chen Long gazed at the myriad of so-called agreements amassed upon the table, unable to suppress a sigh. This rotund fellow truly possessed a peculiar mind, conjuring such an abundance of contracts. The desk was cluttered with XX Beauty Salon, XXX Abortion Clinic, XXXXX Financial Company, XXXX Marriage Agency. The portly individual certainly knows how to stir things up, and he tends to engage in rather unconventional antics. Yet, there exists a certain logic to his actions. When Chen Long first joined Juventus, he was merely a youth team player, and to secure such a multitude of contracts is indeed an impressive feat naturally. After donning the number 10 jersey, his market value has surged, though just a few days prior, the situation was far less favorable. Chapter 19. Could he replicate Pirlo's leafcutter? Juventus's preparations are actively underway. Lacking stamina, Chen Long is nonetheless expending his energy during his brief 5 minutes on the pitch. Recently, the number of reporters outside the training ground has surged, particularly Chinese journalists, most of whom are drawn by Chen Long. The legendary tale of this Italian-Chinese hybrid and his transition to Juventus has resonated deeply with the Chinese audience. The club has opted for closed training sessions, barring reporters from entering the training grounds. Thus, the journalists are left waiting patiently outside, while the players enjoy a serene environment. On this particular day, Juventus continued their training, focusing on free kicks. A few days prior, Chen Long had showcased his remarkable free kick prowess during shooting practice. However, today he refrained from joining the free kick drill, having just completed 50 laps around the field, leaving him far from his usual stamina. Consequently, he found himself seated on the sidelines, observing his teammates as they trained. Among the current players of Juventus, few possess the exceptional skill required for free kicks, but Andrea Pirlo undoubtedly stands as a master of the art. His signature knuckleball has felled numerous teams, and he recently scored one in the European Championship. As Chen Long watched Pirlo prepare to take a free kick, his interest was piqued, for he too was adept at free kicks. His self-taught techniques, the bicycle kick and the axe kick, rivaled Pirlo's, perhaps even surpassing them. As Pirlo elegantly placed the ball on the grass and gradually retreated, Chen Long observed with a peculiar smile playing on his lips. Memories of a strange dream he had experienced a few nights prior came flooding back, a dream involving a concept called star tiers, which held the power to replicate football skills. Thus, he purposefully sat there, intent on studying Pirlo's free kick in real time, hoping to emulate it and validate the notion of replication. Pirlo, free from the flamboyance of Cristiano Ronaldo, the flamboyant elegance of David Beckham, or the unpredictable flair of Ronaldinho, simply relaxed his body, took measured steps towards the ball, and struck it with ease. The ball soared gracefully, tracing a beautiful arc through the air. It appeared to float with a haunting elegance, akin to leaves drifting down in early autumn, before suddenly plummeting with precision, striking the target with unwavering determination. Pirlo executed 10 consecutive knuckleballs, while Chen Long attentively absorbed every detail, storing the knowledge in his mind. Compared to the axe kick, The knuckleball lacked a certain ferocity, yet possessed an unwavering dedication and a chilling precision. Although Chen Long had seen Pirlo take free kicks before, this close proximity allowed him to appreciate the nuances and glean invaluable insights. Previously, he had believed the axe kick was the most formidable style, but after this observation, he found himself filled with profound respect for Pirlo. The dedication, the haunting quality, the regal demeanor, such qualities encapsulated a spirit and depth that few could achieve. Neither Cristiano Ronaldo nor he could replicate Pirlo's essence. It was a unique gift reserved solely for Pirlo. Despite this realization, he did not feel as though he had merely copied Pirlo's technique like a machine, nor did he entertain thoughts of pasting it like a document. The only sensation coursing through him was an overwhelming desire to step onto the field and execute a knuckleball himself. What? Could I also perform a knuckleball? Do I possess the skill? Why do I feel as though I already can? Where did this thought come from? I have yet to practice. Wait, is it possible that I truly understand the art of the leaves falling? After watching Pirlo's exquisite execution of this technique, why has the concept suddenly taken root in my mind? Chen Long tapped his head, feeling as though something had been inserted into it, and suddenly, he found himself familiar with the notion of the falling leaves. It felt uncanny, strange, although he had experienced dreams that substantiated this understanding. Today, in the presence of reality, a new skill had unexpectedly emerged in his mind, and it felt rather peculiar. Had he succeeded? Had he truly replicated it? Just like that? Well, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept it. I yearn to play football. I long to execute the falling leaves. He rose and approached the spot where Pirlo had taken his free kick. Andrea, allow me to try a few shots as well, Chen Long courteously greeted. Sure, let us torment Buffon together, Pirlo replied with confidence. Buffon stood in the goal, listening to their shameless banter, his expression one of utter gloom. As they presumed Chen Long was about to showcase his signature moves, the moonlit scythe or the battle axe. Without pretense, without calculation, he simply relied on his instincts and positioned himself behind the ball, acting naturally. Drawing upon his recent understanding of the falling leaves technique, he initiated his run-up, lifted his leg, and struck the ball. The three movements flowed seamlessly together, and the ball soared towards the goal, reminiscent of Pirlo's earlier free kick. Yet, this shot bore a hint of naivety. If Pirlo's falling leaves were akin to an aged vintage wine, then Chen Long's attempt was like a freshly brewed concoction. Entirely different in flavor, yet both exuded an unwavering commitment, a chilling intensity. This shot, this execution, it is precisely my falling leaves. Pirlo's eyes sparkled with surprise. Although Buffon managed to deflect the ball, he too was astonished. You young lad, I am beginning to envy you. When did you acquire this skill? Pirlo approached and patted Chen Long on the shoulder. To be honest, I just learned it, Chen Long admitted, a hint of bashfulness in his voice. Just now, don't tell me you learned it after merely observing a dozen shots. Pirlo muttered in disbelief. Javinko, watching from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. Little dragon, what kind of international joke is this? If you can master a technique in just a few minutes, how are we supposed to survive in this sport? A multitude of teammates cast him murderous glances, brimming with envy, jealousy, and disbelief. Is there any point in living anymore? The three great free kick techniques, the moonlit scythe, the battle axe, and the falling leaves, have all been mastered by this fellow, and he claims he just learned them? Of course, no one believes it. This is not a film, and such miraculous events simply do not exist in reality. The facts articulated by Chen Long are perceived by everyone as entirely untrue. Even if they were indeed factual, they would prefer to believe that these are the fruits of Chen Long's 13 years of diligent practice in football, rather than something he has just recently mastered. Such a notion could lead one to despair. It is utterly absurd. Consequently, Chen Long eventually clarified that he was merely jesting and had actually been practicing secretly for a long time, which somewhat alleviated the intense sense of imbalance among the onlookers. Imagine having a player beside you whose skills far surpass yours. One would be driven to despair. If this remarkably skilled player could master a new technique in just a few minutes, how many times would you feel like giving up? Just as Chen Long was calming the situation, a sudden voice startled him, causing his heart to race. Exactly. It is the art of Pirlo's free kick that I have replicated. Behold my extraordinary genius, as I bestow upon you a new skill. Goodness. To frighten someone in broad daylight. Chen Long broke out in a cold sweat. I am not a ghost. I am Xing Lei, as I have informed you before. Wait, you even know what I am thinking? Of course, I am one of your thoughts, so everything you do is reflected in your mind. Does that mean I am constantly under your surveillance? Chen Long began to sweat again, frozen in place, realizing that the situation was not as delightful as he had presumed, but rather quite dismal. You even watched when I was engaged in personal activities? I saw once. Goodness. I usually only appear during football-related matters. The last time, you were engaged in personal activities while watching a match, so from now on, you're not to appear unless it pertains to football. Chen Long's expression darkened considerably. From now on, you may summon me by calling out Xing Lei, and I shall appear. By the way, you have mastered 3 free kick skills. Shall I assist you in merging them? You possess the ability to merge skills? Chen Long was once again taken aback, rendered speechless. Indeed, after replication, we can combine similar skills. Isn't that delightful? Then, let us proceed. How long will it take? Chen Long had tacitly accepted this bizarrely powerful reality. 15 minutes. Chen Long was once again left speechless. Thus, one person and an entity communicated through thought, completely disregarding the others present on the field. It was indeed a ghostly encounter in broad daylight. Chapter 20. The merged free kick 15 minutes later. Chen Long approached Buffon with a mischievous grin. Gigi, shall we have another go at free kicks? I suddenly wish to try a new technique. Gigi is a nickname for Buffon that has been used since his childhood, and after becoming familiar with him, Chen Long adopted the same affectionate moniker. Aside from Buffon, the expressions of the others were equally grave. Another blow? This fellow certainly possesses an array of tricks. Is there more? Is he even human? Could he be the legendary prodigy? Did he truly learn something in that mere quarter of an hour? Javinko once again marveled, touching his forehead to check if his mind had been scorched. Did he, monsieur? Does this fellow treat football as a mere game? Unlike us, who regard it as sustenance. Chiellini expressed his incredulity. Buffon's gaze upon Chen Long brightened somewhat, yet he did not shy away from the challenge. Come on. With Buffon's consent, Chen Long selected a ball and stepped outside the penalty area, opting to shoot from a distance of 30 meters. Gigi, pay attention. I'm about to take the penalty. Chen Long reminded Buffon before the kick. Let us see how formidable you become, little dragon. Buffon playfully retorted. A challenge? What new trick has this lad conjured up? The teammates eagerly gathered around. Krasik proposed a wager for dinner, while mischievous Jovinko suggested a bet of 100 euros. The more eccentric Elia proposed a bet where the loser would run 3 laps around the football field in their underwear. Ultimately, an array of diverse wagers emerged. The stakes were nearly evenly matched, with some betting on Chen Long's success and others on Buffon's triumph. As everyone was aware of Chen Long's remarkable skills, including his crescent moon and axe kicks, those betting on him slightly outnumbered the others. Buffon looked disdainfully at the crowd, as if to say, you shall regret this. Wait, this isn't fair. We need to form a wall, otherwise Buffon will be at a disadvantage. Barzagli, who had bet on Buffon, suddenly interjected, and others like Caceres and Benucci echoed his sentiment. Yes, I agree. As they spoke, they rushed to the front of the penalty area to form a wall. Observing this maneuver, some teammates who had initially supported Chen Long began to switch sides, betting on Buffon's victory instead. Chen Long appeared deeply disappointed, exclaiming, You are so disloyal. You have betrayed me. Don't regret it. However, Pirlo and Marchisio steadfastly supported Chen Long. Pirlo had absolute faith in Chen Long as free kick prowess, while Marchisio offered unwavering support based on their friendship. Surprisingly, Vucinic and Matry also aligned with him for reasons unknown. The contest was structured as 10 shots, with 3 goals required for Chen Long to win. Anything less would favor Buffon. I bet 100 euros on Chen Long's victory. At some point, Del Piero had also appeared on the training ground, standing behind the group, proposing the format of the match. Everyone nodded in agreement, indicating their acceptance of the terms. The distinction between free kicks executed with a wall and those without is profoundly significant. A free kick without a wall bears a striking resemblance to a penalty kick. However, the increased distance inherently diminishes the likelihood of success. Conversely, when a wall is established, regardless of the distance, the probability of scoring diminishes exponentially. Scoring even once out of 10 attempts is indicative of remarkable skill. Thus, following the introduction of this regulation, both Vucinic and Matry, who previously stood alongside Chen Long, surreptitiously migrated to the opposite side. It is, therefore, conceivable that Pirlo's imposition of such an arduous rule, requiring 3 goals from 10 attempts, reflects an extraordinary faith and esteem in Chen Long's abilities. Yet, this stipulation appears to be an insurmountable challenge for the majority. Nevertheless, Chen Long's visage radiated a smile and tranquility. He held no disappointment, nor did Pirlo. Calmly positioned before the ball, Chen Long inhaled deeply, creating distance as he prepared. Witness the culmination of the 3 distinct free kick techniques I have mastered, he thought with a mischievous grin. At that moment, his mind was imbued with the free kick skills integrated into him by Star Tier merely a quarter of an hour prior, rendering his thoughts remarkably lucid. Although it was his inaugural attempt, it felt as though he possessed an innate ability to execute an extraordinary free kick, as if he had been practicing for over a decade. Buffon, stationed in front of the goal, vociferously directed the formation of the wall, orchestrating the players to create the perfect barrier he envisioned. Should the lad manage to maneuver the ball around the wall, his chances of scoring might reach 50%, rendering him quite difficult to defend against. Buffon, however, did not find the situation as effortless as his teammates presumed. He believed it was impossible to prevent Chen Long from scoring entirely, yet if he could limit him to no more than 2 goals, it would suffice to fulfill his duty without incurring significant embarrassment. Thus, he exhibited a remarkable degree of caution, placing high demands on the quality of the wall. "Come on, little dragon, will you shoot the crescent moon, the war axe, or the falling leaves?" Buffon shouted, directing the wall. "None of those, Andrea, here it comes." Chen Long replied with a mischievous grin. It had been a long time since Buffon had appeared so serious. When was the last time? Pirlo murmured softly. Conti, too, had mysteriously appeared at this moment. Forget it. Chen Long began his elegant run-up, devoid of any superfluous movements. At the instant of contact, the ball shot forth with the swiftness of a leopard, soaring high into the air. It swept over the wall like a falcon, and at first glance, it seemed as though the ball was destined to veer off course. Yet, once it had cleared the wall, it abruptly plummeted towards the bottom left corner of the goal without any spin. As a world-class goalkeeper, Buffon's reflexes were exceptionally quick and keen. He accurately gauged the trajectory of the incoming ball and dove towards the lower left corner of the goal with remarkable speed. Just as a smile graced his face, believing he was about to make contact and confidently send the ball out of bounds, the ball unexpectedly began to spin violently, altering its path at that precise moment, shifting 10 centimeters to the side and finding its way into the net. From the moment of the free kick to the goal, scarcely a second had elapsed. As Buffon's teammates turned their heads towards the goal, the ball struck the net with a resounding thud. How is that possible? How did the ball suddenly change its course? Buffon slammed his fists into the grass, clearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. This is neither the crescent moon, nor the battle axe, nor the falling leaves. Buffon had indeed anticipated correctly, but just as he was about to strike the ball, it unexpectedly altered its trajectory, leaving him powerless. A straight bending shot? How could that be possible? Higuain, witnessing this remarkable strike, couldn't help but exclaim. It turned out this fellow was a fan of young footballers, and after witnessing the shot, his first thought was of the legendary Tsubasa Azora. What? Is there truly someone capable of executing such a shot? One of the teammates remarked, clearly indicating that he was not alone in his admiration for the manga. It appears that even stars of the pitch harbor a fondness for comics. Buffon wore a grim expression, and his teammates shared a similar demeanor. Buffon's frown stemmed from the fact that this formidable free kick had nearly obliterated his confidence, while his teammates were concerned that, if this continued, they would soon lose their wager. Chen Long, on the other hand, appeared innocent and bewildered, chuckling to himself as he savored the exquisite feeling of having just made that strike. Facing such an opponent truly posed a headache. The upcoming season promised to be exhilarating. Del Piero revealed a long-lost smile. Scoring from the first free kick had clearly taken most by surprise. The initial shock of the scene soon dissipated, and it was suggested by an unknown voice that the wall of players be moved forward by over a meter, presumably to obstruct any further goals. Nevertheless, the majority believed that the previous goal had been somewhat fortuitous, doubting anyone could replicate such success with consecutive free kicks. Indeed, during the second free kick, the advancement of the wall resulted in Chen Long's shot striking Caceres' head, soaring out beyond the baseline. The subsequent third free kick, while successfully clearing the wall, soared above the crossbar. Yet, even so, Buffon, stationed at the goal, was drenched in cold sweat. He had no desire to become an overlooked target. Fortunately, his teammates performed admirably, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing 2 consecutive free kicks squandered only reinforced their belief in the role of luck, causing them to relax considerably. To be candid, they were quite reluctant to run around in their undergarments on the training field. However, the fourth free kick sparked a sense of panic among them. In the previous 2 attempts, Chen Long had been searching for the optimal angle and landing point. And having just employed this technique, there remained an element of unfamiliarity, akin to returning to an elementary school you attended a decade ago. Though familiar, the passage of time renders it somewhat estranged. The initial shot was indeed remarkable. The subsequent attempts encountered issues with the wall and the execution of technique. A free kick is not guaranteed to find the net every time, so missing is entirely understandable. By the time he took his fourth free kick, he had grown more adept, akin to two long-lost friends embracing. Thus, when the ball soared into the net once more, reminiscent of the first time, his teammates were utterly astonished, while Buffon was left astounded. They finally grasped the true prowess of Chen Long's free kicks. This innovative technique could indeed outsmart even Buffon. For someone as formidable as Buffon, even he found himself powerless against such a shot. When the fifth free kick arrived, the ball struck the crossbar. They began to employ every possible tactic. Barzagli, in a moment of desperation, obstructed the progress of the sixth free kick, necessitating a retake. Yet again, Chen Long struck the ball into the net. As the seventh free kick approached, his teammates formed a human ladder or leaped to block the ball. This truly was an extraordinary spectacle on the football pitch. However, when the eighth free kick came, the ball slipped through their legs. Buffon, incensed, slammed his gloves onto the ground and uttered a harsh remark. "Do not allow me to take free kicks with you again. I refuse to partake in this charade. Go torment someone like Casillas instead. I am losing my mind, you little devil," he muttered to himself, even as he removed his pants. The outcome of the match had long been determined. Out of 8 attempts, found the back of the net. With such a staggering free kick conversion rate, how could anyone remain unmoved? He was indeed a prodigy. Buffon had already begun to lead a lap around the training ground, with Vucinic and Matry facing the consequences of their earlier cowardice. Thus, a peculiar sight emerged on the training field, players in their underwear running laps. Pirlo and Connie erupted in laughter. Poor Gigi, poor them. Del Piero silently lamented. Fortunately, it was a closed training session, otherwise. Chapter 21. The shameless tactics designed for a prodigy in just over 10 days. The audacious Chen Long had completely won over his club teammates. Since that fateful wager, he had acquired a new nickname, the prodigy, bestowed upon him by Buffon. Marchisio, with his unique flair, referred to him as Dragon Demon, while Pirlo preferred to call him Little Dragon. Chen Long was quite popular within the club. His extraordinary skills were matched only by his humble demeanor. In a mere 5 minutes of playing time posed no threat to anyone, fostering a spirit of camaraderie rather than rivalry. His compatriot, Beckenbauer, was also faring decently within the club, demonstrating commendable training performance. Yet with star forwards abounding, he would need to exert greater effort to secure more space. The Juventus coaching staff recently convened a tactical meeting, the focus of which was how to best utilize the 5-minute marvel that was Chen Long. The coaches are undoubtedly the most familiar with Chen Long. His performance during daily training cannot escape their notice. His consecutive brilliant displays have brought immense joy to Connie. With an exquisite dribbling technique and extraordinary free kick prowess, who wouldn't be elated by Chen Long's presence? Clearly, the coaching staff also regards him as a prodigy. Yet, amidst his surprise, Connie cannot help but pound his chest in frustration, for he covets more than the mere 5 minutes allocated to Chen Long. He laments the heavens for not granting him a full 90 minutes with Chen Long. Just imagine the spectacle if such a remarkable talent graced the training ground for the entire match. Would it not resemble a basketball score? Connie himself dares not consider the possibilities. Given Chen Long's free kick skills, if provided with a dozen opportunities throughout the match, would he not score 3 or 4 goals? Surely, fate is equitable. Much like the legendary Ronaldo, had he not suffered 2 severe injuries and spent over 6 years in recovery, who knows how high he could have soared. However, Chen Long's fortune is not without limits. After all, one cannot monopolize all the world's finest things. Nevertheless, to have Connie personally devise tactics for him is already a stroke of good fortune. 5 minutes on the football pitch can indeed alter the course of a match. Hence the occasional heated debates resonating through the conference room, stemming from the coaching staff's tactical disagreements. Del Piero, in his capacity as technical director and scout, also participated in this meeting. The first contentious topic was Connie's belief that the last 5 minutes of the match would be the most suitable for Chen Long to enter, ensuring that they would not be caught in a reactive position and that it would be the prime moment for Chen Long to showcase his talents. Boldly, assistant coach Alessio proposed that Chen Long should start the match, swiftly breaking the deadlock, only to be substituted after 5 minutes. The advantage of this strategy lies in the team achieving victory with minimal effort, dedicating the first 5 minutes to offense and the subsequent 85 to defense. However, Conte retorted, "Are you certain that in those 5 minutes Chen Long will score?" This left the assistant coach momentarily speechless, highlighting why he was not the head coach. The second point of contention revolved around the tactical approach during Chen Long's 5 minutes on the field. Tactical coach Strini suggested an all-out offensive strategy, while another coach, Carrera, opposed this, deeming it overly risky and advocating for a more conventional approach. Conte, seeking a compromise, interjected, "You are all mistaken. At such a crucial moment, the most shameless tactic is to draw a foul," he stated earnestly. "Consider this. Deceiving the opposition for a free kick just outside the penalty area could very well resolve the match." The two coaches who had been arguing fervently moments ago suddenly felt enlightened by Conte's words, as if struck by a revelation, and in unison, they praised him. "Truly, your shamelessness is unparalleled. We would not have thought of that." Pierrot, who had been quietly seated, could no longer resist the temptation to mock Conte. He emphasized the importance of playing with the ball at their feet, fully capitalizing on Chen Long's speed and technical prowess, asserting that drawing fouls would be quite effortless. Conte, however, dismissed such praise with an air of entitlement, continuing to speak confidently. He insisted that the players should exert themselves to the utmost, focusing predominantly on ground passes, and urged them to direct the ball towards Chen Long's feet, expressing his disbelief that they could not provoke a foul. The underlying implication here suggests that it is quite easy for Chen Long to score, as everyone is relentlessly delivering the ball to his feet. By the way, hasn't Zambrotta returned from Milan? How about inviting him out for dinner tonight, so he can impart some wisdom to our trainees? Conte suddenly exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, his face beaming with surprise. The others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his intentions. Inviting Zambrotta to teach? What kind of lesson would that be? Was Conte perhaps considering recruiting a coach? The two newly appointed fitness coaches, Tuss and Colati, broke out in a cold sweat, fearing Conte was dissatisfied with them and might replace them again. Sensing the unease among the group, Conte quickly expressed his thoughts with a sense of pride. "Are you all foolish? Isn't the objective of a match to draw fouls? Not everyone can excel at finding fouls. Without a certain level of acting prowess, how can one master the art of drawing fouls? Zambrotta spent a considerable amount of time at Barcelona, didn't he? What is Barcelona's greatest strength? Is the ability to create illusions. Zambrotta was once part of Juventus. The knowledge he acquired there should naturally be brought back to serve our club. Ah, you lot, why can't you possess even half of my cleverness?" Conte boasted. The group was left speechless, each thinking, "It's not that we lack your intelligence, but rather your audacity and cunning." Yet, one could not help but admire this old fox. His capabilities were indeed remarkable. No wonder Juventus triumphed over Milan to clinch the title last season. Conte certainly had no shortage of crafty ideas, though one could only wonder who would bear the brunt of it. "Alex, you are quite familiar with that fellow. Let us dine together tonight, lest he holds back." Pirlo seemed increasingly enchanted by this scheme. "When we played together before, why didn't I notice your talent in this regard?" Conte retorted. "Back then, you were just a tender shoot, barely mature enough to comprehend anything." "Fine. I shall not waste words with you. Let us proceed as you suggest," Pirlo conceded. "I can't shake the feeling that we are straying from our duties, engaging in some dubious dealings. This cannot reach the ears of the press, or it would create quite a stir. We must keep this under wraps, absolutely confidential." The atmosphere grew tense, as if they had been unwittingly drawn into a dark vortex by these two. The two newly hired fitness coaches felt as though they had stumbled into a den of wolves. Everyone needed to remain focused, treating this as a long-term endeavor, working together in solidarity. Chapter 22. The actor's self-cultivation. Zambrotta spent 7 seasons at Juventus, having joined in 1999. He shared a close relationship with Pirlo, and to outsiders, they both appeared to be the quintessential good boys, often seen together. While their teammates frequented bars, Zambrotta and Pirlo were seldom seen in such places. Conte was naturally well acquainted with him, having spent 13 years at Juventus, retiring in 2004 as the team's captain. With the previous 2 captains reaching out to invite Zambrotta, coupled with an enduring camaraderie, it was inevitable that Zambrotta would not stray far. Without delay, Conte acted decisively. That very day, he and Del Piero returned to Turin and dined with Zambrotta in the evening. Consequently, the next day, Zambrotta was present on the training ground. Although Zambrotta was a familiar face at Juventus, few of his former teammates remained. Apart from Coach Conte and the retired Del Piero, only Buffon and Chiellini were left, with Giovinco also considered a sort of comrade. Pirlo belonged to the Milan circle. However, if one were to count national team colleagues, the list would grow longer, including Giovinco, Barzagli, Marchisio, and others with whom he had shared time on the national squad. On the training field, Buffon embraced him tightly, while others lacked the privilege. Today, he graced the training session in the capacity of a mentor. Conte, ever the cunning tactician, would not personally disclose to the players the day's lesson, a task deemed beneath him. Instead, he entrusted this responsibility to assistant coach Strini, who cleverly seized the opportunity to roam the streets of Palermo, while Del Piero, mirroring Conte's demeanor, retreated to the hotel with an air of indifference. Strini, wise to the games of the two old foxes, did not expose their ruse, but opted for a straightforward approach, making the announcement himself. Yet, any discerning listener would understand that such a decision could only have come from the head coach. Strini passionately expounded on the necessity and significance of diving, citing illustrious figures such as Messi, Ronaldo, Iniesta, and Busquets as exemplars. In the end, he managed to elevate the act of simulation into a noble pursuit deserving of fearless commitment. As he concluded, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that these sentiments were better suited for Zambrotta to express. When it was Zambrotta's turn to speak, he began by recounting his own history, particularly his experiences with simulation during his time at Barcelona. He initially hesitated to embrace the concept of practicing dives, only to later recognize their strategic advantages. He outlined several benefits of simulation. First, diving is not a question of character, but a tactical necessity. If diving is deemed disgraceful, what then of a player handling the ball to score? Iconic figures like Maradona, Messi, and Henry have all employed the hand of God in their careers. The examples Zambrotta cited were among the most notorious. Maradona's infamous hand of God is well known, as is Messi's similar incident, while Henry's handball assisting in the World Cup playoffs against Ireland is also notable. As he spoke, he glanced at Buffon, who looked at him incredulously and retorted, "I have never dived." He was likely referring to the goal you salvaged last season from the net. Pirlo timely patted him on the shoulder. At this moment, Buffon is drenched in sweat. Secondly, since it has become a tactical approach, it benefits the team, potentially leading to a penalty or a free kick, thereby securing victory. I believe this is sufficiently transparent. I have nothing more to add. Thirdly, it can help avoid injuries. Consider Chiellini during a match. He might deliver a dozen brutal tackles. How could one emerge unscathed? If he misses, it's one thing, but should he connect, one might find themselves in the hospital for half a year. Therefore, why not simply fall at the slightest touch? Safety first. Chiellini observes this and seems to bring it up, leaving one to wonder whether he is praising or mocking him. Of course, if your acting skills are inadequate, the outcome will be a yellow card and the subsequent barrage of headlines the next day. Thus, to reach the pinnacle of performance, it is essential to commence our study of an actor's self-discipline. One should not underestimate the importance of an actor's self-cultivation. It is not merely the mightiest Barcelona that possesses this curriculum. Many clubs offer it. When I joined Milan, I was the one to lead it. Therefore, do not find it repugnant, nor should you scorn it. What you need is to learn. Admittedly, I have only scratched the surface. The La Masia training camp is the esteemed institution of this art, yet you have missed your opportunity, as they do not accept students over the age of 16. I wonder if Balotelli learned anything during his time there? With his spectacles perched on his nose, Zambrotta has spoken at length, indeed resembling a teacher. Meanwhile, the Juventus players remain silent, with Chen Long among them, uncertain of his thoughts. What he has long observed online has now astonishingly materialized before his eyes. The matter of simulation, which he himself has occasionally resorted to, was acknowledged by him. However, he truly pondered what it would feel like in a professional league. The esteemed Zambrotta, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned instructor, commenced the first round of theoretical teachings following his astonishing remarks. He began by utilizing a notebook to illustrate some of the most notorious examples of simulation at a makeshift demonstration podium, which intriguingly included performances from Chinese actors and productions from the realm of football, featuring illustrious stars such as Busquets. Of course, he also presented some cautionary tales, including the absurd diving antics of an obscure Chinese player, which were incorporated into the lecture, along with the infamous performance of the diminutive Ortega during the 1998 World Cup, which was subjected to critique. The class was vibrant and engaging, with bouts of laughter echoing throughout. It appeared that Zambrotta could indeed transition into a teaching role with ease. In the second lesson, Zambrotta shared insights gleaned from his year at Barcelona regarding the art of simulation, commencing with demonstrations alongside explanations. Such demonstrations are the most effective means of learning, akin to a driving instructor illustrating techniques for their students. He even enlisted Chiellini to assist on the training pitch, encouraging him to execute bold tackles while he showcased various simulated actions and their underlying principles. He even recreated the infamous 360-degree aerial flip that Pepe fell victim to at the hands of Busquets, executing the movements with striking realism that left the audience in awe and silence. Among the team, Krasic, known for his technical prowess and penchant for dribbling, was visibly humbled after witnessing Zambrotta's performance, realizing the vast chasm between his own skills and those demonstrated. Meanwhile, the defensive players, Chiellini and Barzagli, were left in a cold sweat, realizing that simulation could be elevated to such heights. Fortunately, they had not yet encountered an opponent capable of such theatrics, else they would have faced a rather embarrassing fate. Thus, the two lively sessions concluded amidst a delightful yet bewildering atmosphere of humor and astonishment. In summary, Zambrotta remarked that the pinnacle of simulation lies not merely in its successful execution, but rather in the delusion that one has not simulated at all, while audaciously challenging the referee, thus deceiving oneself. A profound silence enveloped the room once more. Pirlo mused internally that Zambrotta's year at Barcelona had imparted skills that could only be described as terrifying, leading to a gradual decline in his own standards. At last, the lesson drew to a close. At this moment, the assistant coach emerged at an opportune time to announce to the team that every day of the week would be dedicated to practicing the art of simulation as an essential component of their training regimen. The inclusion of simulation in their training curriculum would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the media. The mastermind behind this initiative, Juventus's head coach Conte, could perhaps be found hiding in a corner, secretly amused. Chapter 23. Entering the squad, the sweltering days of July slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Long had spent over 2 weeks at Juventus. The team's training proceeded with remarkable organization. Meanwhile, the vibrant self-improvement sessions for the players came to a close after a week of intensive training, culminating in formal assessments and examinations conducted by the club. Under the personal guidance of Zambrotta, the players' skills in simulation improved dramatically, with the adept Krasic leading the charge. Other notable performers included South American players Elia, Estigarribia, and Vidal, who all seemed to possess a natural flair for the theatrical. Zambrotta awarded these individuals with excellent marks. Surprisingly, among the Italian players, the young talent Beckbong achieved the highest score, also receiving an excellent rating. This astonished Zambrotta and delighted Conte, who marveled at the fact that at just 16 years of age, the boy had already grasped the essence of simulation. Clearly, such skills must be nurtured from a young age. The other Italian players, however, fell short in this regard, with Pirlo receiving the lowest score, failing to pass. Conversely, Giovinco fared better, achieving a satisfactory rating alongside Giacorini and Barzagli. Aside from Pirlo's failure, the remaining players, including Chen Long, barely scraped by. Initially, Zambrotta intended to give Chen Long special attention, but after 3 days of trying to assist him, he ultimately relinquished that notion, as Chen Long exhibited little talent for performance, second only to Pirlo in his lack of skill. Fortunately, Chen Long managed to secure a passing grade, albeit barely. Naturally, the club was keen to keep such clandestine activities under wraps, implementing stringent confidentiality measures to ensure that not a whisper of this reached the outside world. On the last day of July, after training concluded, Conte gathered the players for a meeting. He personally announced the roster for the upcoming Italian Super Cup match in China. For this prestigious event, youth players were understandably excluded. Even Beckbong, who had been selected for the Italian U-20 team, could not secure a spot on the bench. However, Chen Long was an unexpected inclusion. When the head coach called out his name, Chen Long felt a surge of excitement within him. Given his extraordinary performance, his selection seemed inevitable, and his teammates welcomed his inclusion. Furthermore, the recently devised 5-minute strategy tailored for him was anything but haphazard. However, being selected for the prestigious Super Cup for the first time filled Chen Long with immense excitement. The rookie, Beikong, who was not chosen, felt little envy. After more than 2 weeks of camaraderie and interaction, everyone had developed a deeper understanding of one another. Although he was a member of the national youth team, Chen Long's extraordinary prowess made Beikong acquiescent. In a mere 5 minutes, who could stand as his adversary? Beikong, due to his youthful baldness, earned the new moniker Egg, a nickname bestowed upon him by Chen Long. The team did not require a substitute who would be on standby for 90 minutes. Rather, They needed a substitute capable of potentially saving the game within 5 minutes, and it was evident that Chen Long was that exceptional talent. The Italian Super Cup serves as the opening match for each season, decided in a single elimination format. The 2012 edition featured Juventus, the league champions of the 2012 season, facing off against Napoli, the Italian Cup champions. The Super Cup has been hosted in Beijing, China, for 3 years, with the inaugural match taking place in 2009, when Lazio triumphed over Inter Milan. Last year saw the Milan derby, with AC Milan emerging victorious. This year marks the first time Juventus and Napoli come to Beijing for the Italian Super Cup. The match is set to commence on August 11th, 2012, Beijing time. Chen Long, selected for the squad, never anticipated that he would represent Juventus in an official match so soon. Although uncertain of his playing time, his spirits soared, and joy radiated from his face. Chen Long was no stranger to China. Though raised in Italy, he returned each year with his parents to celebrate the Spring Festival, and he regularly studied Chinese and enjoyed reading Chinese literature. In simpler terms, he was half Chinese by heritage, with such delightful sentiments. Chen Long found himself at the clinic of the esteemed traditional Chinese medicine master, Hui Chun Tang. He looked up at the 3 elegantly flowing Chinese characters and inhaled the air infused with the scent of traditional herbs, truly embodying the spirit of joy in auspicious events. After gathering his thoughts, he stepped over the threshold of Hui Chun Tang. The hall was serene, and at the front desk stood the graceful Yi Shanshan, clad in a pristine white nurse's uniform that exuded purity and natural beauty. Such was the visage of an earthly angel, stirring a ripple of emotions within Chen Long, who found himself stealing glances at her. Upon Chen Long's entrance, Yi Shanshan immediately recognized him and promptly approached. "You've arrived," she greeted. "Yes, I have," Chen Long replied casually, adjusting his hair and averting his gaze. Their interaction felt as comfortable as that of familiar friends, free from any awkwardness. Noticing his gesture, Yi Shanshan playfully teased, "You're always fiddling with your hair like a girl. It's rather annoying." To which Chen Long retorted, "Well, that is certainly better than you acting like a boy, so clumsy and lacking any feminine grace." It is evident how insincere his words were. Just moments ago, he was praising her as an angel, only to swiftly transform his sentiments towards her into disdainful remarks. Having not seen him for a few days, his complexion appeared considerably improved. Yi Shanshan, reluctant to engage in a battle of wits, poured him a glass of water while conversing. Chen Long watched her every move with keen interest, thinking that this girl grew increasingly charming, causing him to momentarily drift into a reverie. Indeed, his skills had slightly improved, which naturally uplifted his spirits. "Is Grandpa Yi not around?" he inquired. "He is my grandfather, not yours," Yi Shanshan quickly interrupted, adding, "He has gone to the mountains to gather herbs and left me a prescription before he left, instructing me to prepare medicine for you. Since you are here today, it is an opportune moment. Aren't they all elders? It's as if I could usurp him," Chen Long retorted dismissively. The two exchanged playful banter, allowing time to pass effortlessly. Following the prescription left by Yi Sun, Yi Shanshan brewed a bitter and potent herbal concoction for Chen Long. Upon taking a sip, he nearly retched but, remembering his frail body, held his breath and swallowed the entire potion, which was truly unbearable. Yi Shanshan could not help but burst into laughter at his disheveled state, momentarily disregarding her own dignity. Nonetheless, she was more than willing to pour him a glass of refreshing water. "Is it customary to mock others like this?" Chen Long complained with a grimace. "So what? A little laughter doesn't hurt. Grandpa said this medicine is extremely potent and should only be taken once a week. You must come here every weekend henceforth." "Weekends? That won't do. We have league matches, especially when playing away. It would be impossible to come here. Midweek would be more suitable. Besides, we will be in Turin at that time, not here." Chen Long suddenly realized the dilemma. "Indeed, how did I not think of that? Let's make it Wednesday then. By that time, I can bring the medicine to the university." Yi Shanshan clearly recognized the practicality of this arrangement and agreed with him. "I'll be going to China next week," Chen Long suddenly announced, clearly excited. Yi Shanshan, without lifting her head, walked into a room. "Isn't it just the Italian Super Cup? Who doesn't know that? Is the team taking you along?" Chen Long struck a pose, as if it were a matter of course. "Of course. Do you not know who I am? I'm a super substitute." "How conceited. You just admitted to being a substitute. What is there to boast about?" When Yi Shanshan emerged, she held a Juventus jersey adorned with the prominent number 10. Upon seeing the number, Chen Long's heart skipped a beat, though he maintained a composed exterior. "So, you want me to sign this, do you?" How audacious of you to mock me. I do not sign autographs for fans indiscriminately, he declared with an air of arrogance, signaling his refusal. Continue to bask in your self-importance. I'm not asking you for an autograph. Do not presume that just because you have wings, you are a phoenix. Yi Shanshan cast a disdainful glance at the figure of Chen Long standing before her, and with a hint of sarcasm remarked, "So you were clutching my jersey number?" Yet, before she could finish her words, he swallowed them back. Evidently realizing that this young lady was seeking an autograph from Piero, he quickly altered his statement, expressing indifference. "You can ask him yourself. I'm not going to assist you." What is there to be enamored with an expired old man? A flicker of discontent stirred within him, giving rise to a tinge of jealousy towards Piero. After all, who wouldn't relish the attention of a beautiful girl? Yet, this enchanting woman was enamored with the senior. Piero, entirely disregarding his presence, despite the fact that he was the current owner of that very jersey number. This realization struck a significant blow to his ego. Yi Shanshan, completely oblivious to Chen Long's dismay, retorted fiercely, "If you refuse to get the signature, I shall not assist you with your medicine. Let us see who suffers first." "You are ruthless," Chen Long exclaimed upon hearing her blatant threat. He seized the jersey and stormed out of the door. Piero, he sighed, "Oh, do not forget to bring it along when you come for your medicine next week." Chapter 24. I have returned to China after drinking the unbearably bitter traditional Chinese medicine. Chen Long returned home, feeling a fiery sensation coursing through his body. At that moment, he perceived this concoction not as a remedy, but rather as a catalyst for impulsivity and agitation. It evoked within him an unprecedented urge to release this pent-up energy, leading to question whether Yi Shanshan had mistakenly prescribed the wrong medicine. Consequently, he resorted to the training ground to run, seeking to expel every vestige of desire within him. He opted for a slow jog. Any attempt to quicken his pace left him breathless and yearning for more, thus compelling him to continue at a leisurely pace. Having undergone this experience, he approached his next visit to Yi Shanshan with heightened caution, particularly regarding the contents of the medicine. Chen Long diligently noted down the name of the remedy, eager to delve deeper into understanding what could have induced such a state of exhilaration within him. Naturally, he adhered to his promise and brought along Piero's signed jersey, which subjected him to much ridicule from his teammates. After all, who wouldn't be mocked for seeking an autograph while wearing their own number 10 jersey? On Tuesday, Chen Long visited Yi Shanshan again, feeling slightly aggrieved and bringing along one of his own jerseys. He left her with a parting remark. "One day, you shall come bearing my jersey, requesting my signature." This Tuesday, aside from revisiting Yi Shanshan for a refresher on traditional medicine, he dedicated the remainder of his time to packing his belongings and meeting friends. Ever since joining Juventus, Chen Long had seldom ventured out to meet his old companions, spending his days either in training or at home poring over the book on traditional Chinese medicine that Yisun had entrusted to him before leaving. Life had become quite stable for him. However, the knowledge contained within that book proved to be exceedingly obscure, and without the assistance of the internet, he would have had no means of grasping its contents. After 2 weeks, he had only managed to turn a mere 20 pages. To expect to comprehend the basics within a matter of days was akin to chasing a fantasy. During his second visit to Yi Shanshan's establishment, he did not hesitate to seek her guidance with humility. Yi Shanshan's response suggests that in order to grasp the fundamentals of traditional Chinese medicine, one should not be overly concerned with their current understanding. Instead, they ought to simply endeavor to explore the subject, thereby cultivating a holistic impression that will naturally lead to a deeper comprehension over time. The words spoken were shrouded in mystery, leaving Chen Long with no choice but to respond with a sense of resignation, as if his inquiry had been rendered futile. Since Yang Ershi became Chen Long's agent, he had suddenly found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of busyness, rarely visiting Chen Long. This individual was perpetually occupied with the planning of commercial advertisements. After much anticipation, he finally made an appearance on Tuesday evening, only to once again surprise Chen Long. Upon learning that Chen Long would be traveling with the team to China for the Super Cup, he unhesitatingly purchased a plane ticket to Beijing. When Chen Long inquired about his reasoning, Yang Ershi replied that, as a professional agent, it would be the gravest mistake of his life not to accompany Chen Long to such a wondrous nation as China. As someone who is also half Chinese, he was acutely aware of the immense potential that Juventus and the unique Chen Long possessed in the Chinese market. Where did he procure the funds for the ticket? The plump man candidly responded that he had temporarily appropriated Chen Long's advertising budget. As Wednesday morning dawned, Chen Long arrived early at the hotel entrance, awaiting the team's assembly. In truth, he carried very little luggage, just a small satchel containing a couple of garments and a few bank cards. To his surprise, he found that Bike Bang was also present. "Little egg, how diligent of you to come and see the team off," Chen Long teased as he approached. Having witnessed numerous experts and celebrities, he had matured swiftly, shedding the arrogance of his earlier days. His relationship with Chen Long, a fellow junior, had grown quite close, and upon seeing Chen Long approach, Bike Bang excitedly responded, "Huh? I'm lucky. The head coach called me last night and asked me to bring my luggage and join the team today." He glanced around and then whispered, "Haven't you heard? Quagliarella has already been sold by the club, supposedly transferred to Udinese. Oh, Fabio is a good man. I wish him continued success upon his return to Udinese," Chen Long replied, displaying an unusual calmness upon receiving the news. He understood all too well the harsh realities of professional football. After all, he too had long yearned for the opportunity to step onto the professional stage. Who could rival the length of his weight? "You must also strive hard. Juventus is not an easy place to thrive," he added sincerely. The Juventus bus was already waiting at the entrance, ready to transport the players and accompanying club officials to Rome, from whence they would board a plane directly to Beijing. Several hours later, the aircraft landed at Beijing Airport. It was now 7 o'clock in the morning, Thursday, Beijing time. Juventus had arrived in Beijing a day later than Napoli, marking their inaugural visit to China. Some fans had adored Juventus since the Platini era, while others had begun their admiration during the Del Piero days, and even more had come to love the team during Nedved's tenure. Regardless, this year, fans of Juventus were treated to a visual feast. However, the once beloved stars had long since retired from the team over the span of a decade or two, and the fans themselves had journeyed from youth to middle age alongside their idols. Once brimming with youthful vigor, Piero has now emerged in the roles of scout and manager. Meanwhile, the captain Buffon and Pirlo are approaching the twilight of their illustrious careers. Nevertheless, the opportunity to witness these legends in person brings immense joy to the fans, some of whom are moved to tears. The Juventus players did not make their exit through a special passage. Instead, they chose the ordinary exit. This decision sent the thousands of fans waiting at the entrance into a frenzy, igniting excitement, enthusiasm, and even madness. Naturally, the most cherished were the three enduring icons. As men and women of all ages waved posters and shouted hoarsely the names of Piero, Andrea, and Gigi. A similar scene unfolded last year when the Milan Giants graced us with their presence. As a new generation takes the stage, with players like Beck and Chen Long stepping up as key figures in football, Chen Long, in particular, enjoys a unique status due to his Chinese heritage, being half Chinese. Among the crowd, one could spot a strikingly large banner proclaiming, "Chen Long, you are remarkable, Juventus's new number 10. This revelation ignited a thrill within Chen Long upon his return to China, as he discovered that he had fans in his homeland. Unable to contain his excitement, he joined his teammates in enthusiastically waving to the crowd, indulging his vanity. The group was ensnared at the airport for over an hour, struggling to escape the fervent adoration of their supporters, illustrating the extent of the fans' passion. Among them, Pirlo and Buffon's Armani suits were in disarray, wrinkled from the enthusiastic grasping. Yet, these two gentlemen graciously accommodated the ardent fans, seemingly on the verge of self-sacrifice. Pirlo, however, was an exception. He donned a simple casual t-shirt that day, having experienced the madness during his previous visit. Chen Long, being one of the less prominent players, did not receive such fervent attention, but still managed to sign several autographs, using his Chinese name, which endeared him further to the fans. After the team checked into their hotel, the likes of Agnelli, Conti, Higuain, Del Piero, and Buffon attended a press conference, which once again erupted in excitement. The questions posed were largely repetitive and lacked originality. While the other players succumbed to exhaustion and adjusted to the time zone, Chen Long was no exception, sleeping for a full day. As night fell, his teammates awoke and suggested an outing for shopping and leisure. Sharing a room with Beckenbauer, Chen Long invited him to savor some local delicacies and explore the majestic Tiananmen Square at night, much to Beckenbauer's delight, as it was his first visit to China. Initially, Chen Long intended to invite Yang Ershii, who was also staying nearby, but after disembarking, he could no longer locate him, leaving his whereabouts a mystery. The following day, the team resumed normal training as the match approached. Chen Long's spirit was buoyant. The familiar land, familiar faces, and familiar pitch felt like half of his homeland, half of his home, and half of Chinese identity. His first official match was poised to take place in China, even if it lasted a mere 5 minutes. Thus, he awaited the commencement of the game and his debut with greater eagerness than anyone else, for the unknown would soon materialize into reality. Chapter 25. A long-awaited debut in August. Beijing basked in brilliant sunshine, the sky a clear canvas, though the arid heat was almost unbearable. Juventus coach, Conte, was on the training ground, strategizing for that evening's match against Napoli. Having suffered a 0-2 defeat to Napoli in the Italian Cup final earlier this year, Conte was determined to prevent his team from losing the Italian Super Cup again. Napoli's current prowess was formidable. Earlier in the year, they nearly unseated the newly crowned European champions, Chelsea. The squad boasted exceptional talents such as Cavani, who had quietly emerged as Italy's premier striker, and the Argentine winger, Lavezzi. Their stellar performances had previously led to Juventus's downfall in the last final. Not to mention, the contributions of players like Pandev and Hamsik could not be overlooked. Juventus was resolute not to repeat past mistakes, for even if they were willing, the fans would not accept another defeat. Conte's tactics primarily revolve around ball control. Juventus boasts nearly the entire defensive line of the Italian national team, featuring Chiellini, Barzagli, Bonucci, and Buffon, alongside Italy's midfield engine Pirlo, the agile Marchisio, and the deep-lying forward Giovinco. Additionally, the marginal national team player Matri and numerous other internationals contribute to an exceptionally formidable lineup. Furthermore, the newly acquired powerhouse Higuain stands as their trump card. Chen Long has successfully entered the substitute bench to join the squad, and there is no doubt that Conte will not squander this asset. His exceptional free-kick abilities could potentially alter the outcome of the match. In Conte's strategy, the tactics for the final 5 minutes are particularly crucial, as evidenced by his previous decision to establish a diving training session to maximize Chen Long's 5-minute impact. At 7:30 p.m., the Bird's Nest Stadium is ablaze with lights, teeming with a sea of humanity, and every seat is filled in the venue that accommodates 91,000 spectators. An additional 10,000 temporary seats have been added, bringing together a crowd of 100,000 to witness this grand event. The stadium is nearly filled with the black and white colors of Juventus, showcasing the immense support they enjoy in China. Of course, there are also numerous Napoli fans, a legacy of the Diego Maradona-led team in the 1980s, with many older fans from the 60s and 70s proudly supporting Napoli. The match officially commences at 8 o'clock p.m., with Juventus taking the first kick. Juventus emphasizes a stable ball control style of play, while Napoli exhibits a more aggressive approach. Comparatively, Juventus is expected to hold the upper hand due to their solid defense, which ensures ball possession, even if the ball reaches the forwards without resulting in shots on goal. It does not pose a threat to the backline. Napoli's style, however, is straightforward and effective, as they consistently find Lavezzi or Pandev with swift passes. The duo, known for their speed, either cuts in rapidly or crosses the ball seeking Cavani, constantly applying pressure on Juventus's defense. Were it not for Juventus's top-tier defensive unit, they might have conceded first. Compounding matters, Juventus's forwards continue to replicate their lackluster performance from the previous season. Matri, who started the match, took 4 shots in the first half, none of which were on target, as the diligent and creative midfielders' passes were wasted at his feet. Fortunately, Juventus now has Higuain, who, with a moment of brilliance just before the end of the first half, scored an unexpected goal. The first half concluded with a score of 1-0. As the second half commenced, Conte immediately substituted Matri for the agile Vucinic, aiming to disrupt Napoli's defense with a more dynamic front line. The opposing team, Napoli, has yet to take any decisive action, but their tactics have become increasingly apparent. They aim to bypass the midfield and directly launch attacks behind the opposition to create threats. Juventus, on the other hand, remains steadfast, maintaining control in midfield, with Pirlo meticulously orchestrating the defense and offense. Marchisio diligently traverses the pitch, while the flanking players, the industrious Giacorini and Krasic, often retreat to receive the ball, seeking to exploit effective combinations to penetrate the rival's defense. However, Napoli's relentless running compensates for their lack of ball possession, executing a flawless defensive strategy. The match has become rather tedious, a sentiment shared by all spectators present. Is it not typical for the old ladies' matches to unfold this way? Yet, last season, Juventus displayed a far more audacious style. And today, as conservatism may stem from an acute fear of losing the championship. At the 70-minute mark, Conte substituted Elia for Higuain to bolster control and defense. Higuain had performed admirably, yet his integration into the team still required refinement. After all, Serie A offers scant space compared to La Liga, and as a renowned star, he was closely monitored by Napoli's players. Scoring even a single goal marked a remarkable debut, prompting the audience to rise in applause as he departed the field. If the score of 1-0 continued, Juventus would secure the championship. However, fate often defies human intentions. Juventus began to repeat last season's folly, succumbing to a lapse in concentration and allowing the opponent to score. Shortly after Higuain's exit, Lavezzi broke through and delivered a precise cross to Cavani, who equalized with a header. Buffon, visibly frustrated, retrieved the ball from the net, displaying evident ire. Barzagli and Chiellini, unable to meet Buffon's gaze, shook their heads in dismay, clearly aware that their failure to mark had led to this outcome. Having equalized, Napoli no longer rushed to attack, prioritizing their defensive efforts. Conti, anxiously pacing on the sidelines like a restless ant on a hot skillet, repeatedly shouted instructions to his players, yet to no avail. Time continued to slip away, and as the clock approached the 80th minute, the score remained locked at 1-1. At that moment, Conti glanced at the substitutes bench, hesitating to call out the name of the player to be substituted. He found himself in a quandary. Should he aim to secure a draw and extend the match into extra time, or strive to conclude the contest within the regulation 90 minutes? A tumult of emotions surged within him. His gaze swept across the bench once more, but he remained undecided about who to send onto the pitch. Should it be me? Let it be me. What is there to deliberate at this juncture? My 5 minutes are bound to be the most exhilarating. Chen Long was fervently anticipating this moment, his heart yearning for Conti to utter his name. After a half-minute of internal conflict, Conti finally made his decision. Attack. 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 We must resolve this within 90 minutes. MLGBED. How we prepared this lad for so long, just for today? Chen Long, come on. Now. He gestured emphatically for Chen Long to enter the game. Chen Long's heart raced with exhilaration. Was it truly him being called? Despite his overwhelming excitement, he hesitantly pointed to himself, seeking confirmation. Am I really going on? He asked himself, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Vidal gave him a gentle push from behind, prompting Chen Long to instinctively step forward. Yes, I'm going on. Swiftly, Chen Long shed his outer jacket, revealing his Juventus kit, eagerly making his way to the substitution area like a ravenous wolf. Hurry, Conti shouted at him. Chen Long felt no need for warm-up. That would only waste his energy. Thus, when the substitution board displayed 16 Giovinco off, 10 Chen Long on, he was already clad in the number 10 jersey at the substitution zone. The match clock read 85 minutes. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, not for any particular reason, but simply because this new Juventus number 10 was half Chinese. Coming to Italy, number 10, the Chinese Dragon. The broadcast extended the cheers for a long, long time. Chapter 26, a perfect debut. Del Piero sat in the front row of the audience, observing the familiar figure in the number 10 jersey in the distance, waves of emotion stirring within him, accompanied by genuine solace. The resounding cheers of the crowd echoed in his ears, once belonging to the great Platini, the illustrious Baggio, and now, at this moment, they belonged to Chen Long. As Giovinco and Chen Long exchanged a handshake, Chen Long stepped on a football field, swiftly moving to the forward zone. With only a few minutes left to make an impact, Juventus' new number 10, Chen Long, a blend of Italian and Chinese heritage, was evidently no stranger to the fans. Would he surprise them? Could he clinch the match? They watched with bated breath. The voice of the Chinese commentator rang out in the broadcast. It was the first time witnessing this young player in action, although he had seen plenty of video highlights. From a perspective of those 5 minutes, he appeared to be an exceptionally formidable talent. The host, Jean Liu, nodded in agreement. Some netizens humorously remarked that Chen Long possessed a talent rivaling that of the legendary Ronaldo, one that even the divine would envy. Yet he has also endured extraordinary hardships. It appears Juventus is taking a gamble. One wonders what tactics they will employ. Rumor has it that Chen Long has a remarkable free kick technique. It remains to be seen if it will come into play. However, if Chen Long takes the shot, would the maestro Pirlo simply retreat to the countryside? The host and guest continued their light-hearted banter. On the field, as the match approached its climax, both teams played cautiously, opting for long clearances rather than intricate maneuvers. They exchanged possession, launching the ball back and forth, soaring through the air or veering toward the sidelines. Naturally, in such critical moments, teams become increasingly perilous. No one dares to underestimate their opponents. Upon entering the game, Chen Long found himself closely marked by Napoli's central defender, Fernandez. In genuine competition, no one is taken lightly. Otherwise, one risks facing dire consequences. Fernandez, fully aware of this, did not lower his guard simply because his opponent was a newcomer. The ball remained a point of contention, its movement erratic as the match unfolded in fits and starts. In a fleeting moment, Chen Long had a chance to touch the ball, but due to the overwhelming defense and a lack of support from teammates, his attempt to pass backward was intercepted by Marco. As the clock ticked down to the final minutes, Chen Long had yet to seize any opportunity, yet he relentlessly pursued the ball. At this juncture, be it a strong or weak team, the line between victory and defeat blurred, with anyone susceptible to a last-minute demise, a recurring theme in football history. Certainly, had Pirlo stepped up to manage the ball, the situation might have improved considerably. Alas, he was preoccupied with defensive duties, leaving Juventus's midfield in disarray. Nevertheless, since Chen Long's introduction, Juventus had indeed implemented a new strategy. His presence was not merely a gamble by the coach, but a tactical maneuver aimed at drawing fouls. A foul within 30 meters of Napoli's goal would signify an opportunity, and opportunities must be forged. Recently, during practice for a simulated fall, Marchisio had put the technique to use. Perhaps due to initial awkwardness, the referee failed to blow the whistle, indicating a lack of finesse. If teammates could not create chances, then Chen Long would take it upon himself. With his relentless sprinting and the fervent efforts of his teammates, he finally capitalized on an opportunity. Hamke's blunder allowed Pirlo to intercept the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Pirlo opted to unleash a long-range curler with the outside of his right foot, sending it hurtling toward Chen Long. The ball swiftly descended at Chen Long's feet, and around him, aside from Fernandez, was the tenacious little Cannavaro. Fernandez pressed closely behind Chen Long, while Cannavaro flanked him, intent on applying pressure. The host, Zhang Lu, humorously remarked, "It's akin to two eagles swooping down on a chick." Can Chen Long withstand the pressure? It seemed quite challenging, as both defenders were formidable, tall and robust. It appeared that Chen Long would struggle to maintain possession of the ball. What would he do? A back pass? Unthinkable, given the distance. That would squander any opportunity. Should he shield the ball while awaiting his teammates? That too seemed implausible. As Chen Long observed the rapidly approaching ball, he contemplated swiftly and resolved, "All right, I shall seize it." Just before the ball descended, he promptly altered his body posture, shifting from leaning against Fernandez to positioning himself sideways, using his frame to shield against the smaller Cannavaro. With his arms slightly extended to protect his body, he exerted all his strength to control the ball. Should he force a turn? No. At the moment he relinquished the ball, he unexpectedly leaned forward, utilizing the momentum from Fernandez to retreat slightly. His right foot gently guided the ball backward as he stumbled, yet he remarkably maintained his balance. Typically, such a maneuver would result in a fall, often feigning a foul. But Chen Long had anticipated this action and was prepared. As a result, Fernandez lost his balance due to Chen Long's retreat, staggering slightly, while Cannavaro was similarly caught off guard. Seizing this opportune moment, Chen Long deftly adjusted his body, pivoted, and executed a left-footed pull, unleashing his explosive power to accelerate, with both himself and the ball gliding past like phantoms. He succeeded. A surge of joy filled Chen Long's heart as he prepared to sprint forward with all his might. Suddenly, a collision. Chen Long was instantaneously airborne. A dark figure had charged in, delivering a fierce sliding tackle that sent both Chen Long and the ball flying. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and he rushed over, drawing a red card from his pocket and brandishing it at the offending player, Docena. Chen Long crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his lower leg and rolling in agony, clearly in severe distress from the infringement. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. His Juventus teammates rushed forward, encircling Docena in a protective manner. The Juventus team hurried onto the field with a stretcher. Docena, now surrounded, retreated cautiously, while the irascible Chiellini pushed forward to confront him. Fortunately, Docena's Napoli teammates intervened, preventing Chiellini and others from escalating the situation. Meanwhile, Captain Buffon pursued the referee for clarification. Chen Long was genuinely in pain, not acting. Anyone who thought otherwise was truly blind. Thankfully, the tackle had struck the front of his shin, where his shin guards provided some protection. The team doctor promptly applied a pain-relieving spray to his leg, and the cooling sensation alleviated much of his discomfort. After a moment of struggle, he resolutely stood up. His mission remained unfulfilled. Pirlo approached him, cradling the ball, and handed it over. Indeed, it was Juventus's free kick. Not taken by Pirlo, but by Chen Long. Chen Long, was the one designated to execute the free kick. the master of Juventus's free kicks. Not only the Neapolitans, but the entire crowd was taken aback. The kicker was Chen Long, Juventus's number 10, Chen Long. He slowly walked toward the spot for the free kick, finally seizing the opportunity, regardless of the cost. The Napoli players anxiously formed a wall. Despite being 30 meters away, no one dared to underestimate the situation. Pirlo did not even step forward to orchestrate any collaboration. He simply allowed Chen Long to stand alone before the ball. This location is all too familiar to both of them, yet only Chen Long stands at the free throw line. He retreats to the position he requires, taking a deep breath to relax his body. Here it comes. He begins his run-up, exploding into action in an instant. The posture he has displayed countless times on the training ground, the graceful arcs he has traced repeatedly, the dominance he has exuded, and the composure he has maintained. All of these are once again etched in the air above the verdant pitch, before the eyes of 100,000 Chinese spectators. A profound silence envelopes the scene. First, a heavy stillness, followed by a cacophony of cheers, gasps, and astonished exclamations. Chapter 27. I am just a temporary worker. Chen Long, making his debut on the professional football stage, performed flawlessly in this momentous Super Cup final, akin to a cinematic tale where one goal brings fame and fortune. After the match concluded, the entire team surged onto the field to celebrate. Buffon, in his capacity as captain, raised the trophy high, which was then passed around among the players until it finally reached Chen Long's hands. His youthful, handsome face was aglow with joy. Everything felt surreal, too dreamlike, too sudden for him to articulate his emotions. Shortly thereafter, the big screen displayed the best player of the match, Chen Long. Though he had only played for a brief 5 minutes, receiving the accolade was the finest reward he could have imagined. While others exerted their utmost throughout the match, it was Chen Long's mere 5 minutes that captivated the audience and conquered the field. A renowned Chinese football commentator, Huang Jinxiang, rushed onto the pitch to interview the exhilarated Chen Long. Hello, Chen Long. I am Huang Jinxiang from XXTV. Hello. Chen Long politely nodded, but inwardly pondered why this man's voice sounded so much like a duck, hoarse yet somewhat familiar. He felt as though he had encountered him before. The name also resonated with him, yet he searched his mind and couldn't recall any relevant memories, leaving him perplexed for a moment. What does such a perfect debut feel like? It's exhilarating. Chen Long contemplated, wiping the sweat from his brow, still feeling as if he were dreaming. Everything was too perfect. You have made millions of Chinese people remember you, the new number 10 of Juventus. Thank you. I believe I will have more opportunities to showcase my football to everyone in the future. Thank you as well for providing us fans with such a spectacular goal. You reminded us of Ronaldo, and I was equally thrilled. This is the second time I've shouted myself hoarse. He is my idol, my deity. When was the first time you lost your voice? Chen Long curiously inquired, recalling the last time when the illustrious Italian left-back Grosso scored to eliminate Australia. I remember you. You were once the host of World Football, and your commentary during that famous World Cup match was quite remarkable. I was there in front of the television, aware that I could understand Chinese, thus I remembered you. Oh, how many years have passed? Let's look out for each other in the future. The two shared an instant camaraderie, feeling an unspoken bond. Following a brief interview, it was time for the post-match press conference. The first to address the media was Napoli's coach, Mazzarri, who appeared remarkably composed before the cameras. He succinctly reviewed the match, ultimately summarizing the reasons for their defeat. Higuain's goal instilled concern, yet Juventus's error allowed Cavani to score. After we equalized, I believed our team could at least reach extra time, drawing us closer to the championship. However, in the final moments, that last-minute substitute, that extraordinary player, concluded it all. The extraordinary player he referred to was, of course, Chen Long, and Mazzarri's excitement was palpable when he mentioned him. I have not witnessed such an exceptional player in a long time. The last was in 1996 when I watched that man on television. It was evident he spoke of Ronaldo. Indeed, that young man bears a striking resemblance to him. Such praise is overwhelming, almost hard to believe. Yet, he truly astonished me with his swift movements, remarkable speed, and instant composure and judgment. More impressively, that free kick was utterly unstoppable. I thought such brilliance could only be seen in a film, yet here I encountered it today. Congratulations to Juventus, and congratulations to Chen Long. Mazzarri swiftly concluded the press conference. The comparison of Chen Long to Ronaldo highlighted the high esteem in which he was held. Indeed, Chen Long's brief performance had captivated everyone, leaving them in awe and shock. Next, it was Juventus's turn to take the stage. Cavani arrived alongside Higuain and Chen Long. Both players were the focal points of the match, each making their debut. One a star debut, the other a newcomer-esque debut. Both successes were equally remarkable. Coach Conte began with a brief summary. Both sides played hard, showcasing greatness. There are no losers here. A draw would have been more reasonable. But we were fortunate to have Higuain and Chen Long, which led us to victory. With just a few words, Conte concluded his remarks, paving the way for the journalist's questions. To everyone's surprise, the first inquiry was directed at Chen Long. Having made such a stunning debut, what are your thoughts as the head coach? Conte took the microphone, pressed his lips together, and stated, "He is exceptional, the team's ultimate weapon. His performance today was anticipated, though the speed of his success took us by surprise. Chen Long is remarkable. However, Chen Long's playing time is limited, and his professional journey remains quite lengthy. We cannot hastily conclude that one successful match guarantees future triumphs. He has a long road ahead." Conte's demeanor was markedly official, presenting a stark contrast to his private persona. He was all talk in public, yet behaved differently in private. With a top-tier striker like Higuain and a talent such as Chen Long, does the club have grand aspirations for the Champions League next season? Naturally, Juventus has always been a champion club, driven by relentless ambition and pursuit of glory. There is no doubt about that. Higuain's arrival significantly enhances the team's attacking prowess. At this juncture, a journalist from an unknown publication directed a question towards Chen Long. "I would like to ask Chen Long a question. I heard, are you a temporary player?" The reporter appeared somewhat hesitant to broach the subject, but ultimately posed the inquiry. As the words left his lips, the arena erupted in astonishment. Conte's expression appeared quite unnatural, while Chen Long seemed somewhat embarrassed. Faced with this question, he first glanced at Conte, whose facial muscles twitched before he gestured for Chen Long to respond. "Ahem. Well, I must admit that I am merely a temporary worker," Chen Long calmly replied. So even professional football in Italy employs temporary workers. Half a Chinese person ends up working as a temp in Italy. How tragic, someone lamented. Could you perhaps disclose the remuneration for such temporary work? Another journalist posed this rather harsh question. Chen Long grimaced inwardly, contemplating how he might respond to such a stingy inquiry. However, he quickly realized that this could serve as an excellent opportunity to apply pressure on the club for a salary increase. "Well, for this match, I earned €1,000, with no base salary or benefits. Income is solely derived from goals or assists," Chen Long expressed with a look of helplessness. The atmosphere among the spectators had grown increasingly animated as the journalists redirected their inquiries toward Conte. Higuain, hearing Chen Long discuss his contract for the first time, was equally astonished. This is a blatant exploitation of naked capitalism. How can Juventus offer such an unprotected contract? Do they even regard Chen Long as a human being? This is undoubtedly one of the greatest absurdities in football, a disgrace to professional football and to Juventus. Someone mocked. "Come to Evergrande, Chen Long. The salary they offer you will undoubtedly surpass what you receive in Italy. And playing in our Chinese Super League will surely be better than your experience in the Italian League," one journalist whimsically suggested. Conte, awkwardly bowing his head, was at a loss for how to respond, utterly flustered. Ultimately, it was Del Piero who stepped in to alleviate the tension. He took the microphone and stated earnestly, "In truth, we signed Chen Long to a temporary contract because he was initially recruited for the youth team. However, if he performs well in the first team, we will increase his salary. This approach is designed to alleviate pressure on him. If the club did not believe in his potential, why would they have given him the number 10 jersey, a symbol of the team's core? Therefore, let's not place excessive pressure on Chen Long and allow him to develop freely and comfortably. The club will undoubtedly provide him with the utmost support." With such a glowing endorsement from the illustrious former captain Del Piero, the journalist quickly fell silent. Chen Long muttered a curse under his breath, thinking how skillfully the man could feign sincerity. "Chen Long, as a person of partial Chinese descent, will you represent the national team in the future?" At long last, the reporter returned to a more conventional line of questioning, refraining from posing such incisive inquiries. In response to this matter, Chen Long remained composed, articulating that being summoned to represent the Chinese national team was, in itself, a profound honor. However, he added, should an opportunity to represent Italy arise in the future, he would be equally delighted, considering his upbringing in Italy, which might render him more inclined toward the Azzurri. Of course, he mused, that seems like a fanciful dream. As he concluded his thoughts, a hint of melancholy crept into his demeanor, for he felt uncertain about that prospect, deeming it far too distant. Moreover, he reflected, at present, He was merely a temporary player at Juventus. Could he truly aspire to join the national team in such a capacity? He couldn't help but indulge in a bit of self-deprecation. Indeed, it was quite remarkable that even a player like Vieira had been overlooked by a certain coach. As for the Chinese team, well, that seemed rather. One reporter mused nostalgically. Chapter 28. The agent's conspiracy on the very first day after arriving in Beijing. Chen Long found himself unable to reach Yang Ershi that evening. Where could that rascal have gone? No one had any inkling at the time, and the following day proved no different. It wasn't until after the match concluded and the press conference wrapped up that Yang Ershi re-emerged from some obscure corner, greeting Chen Long with a mischievous grin. Noticing the peculiar smile on his face, Chen Long sensed something was amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint the issue. Typically, when Yang Ershi wore such a devilish smile, it signified some elusive stroke of good fortune had befallen him. Chen Long pulled him into a somewhat secluded corner. Curiosity piqued. "You rotund rascal. What on earth is so amusing? Speak up." Yang Ershi, still chuckling, leaned closer to Chen Long's ear and whispered, "Brother, I discreetly leaked the news about your temporary status to a Chinese journalist, which led to the recent developments. Quite impressive, isn't it?" "What? You did that?" Chen Long exclaimed. "I was wondering how the word got out." "You've done splendidly. It seems my salary might be on the rise. Now you're truly a celebrity, scoring goals and being a temporary player. How wild is that? We're on the brink of prosperity." Yang Ershi could hardly contain his excitement, envisioning advertisements, salary increases, and perhaps even the chance to join a more prestigious team. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Long inquired about Yang Ershi's whereabouts and his unavailability. "As soon as I landed, I dove headfirst into commercial development in China. While in Italy, I reached out to several Chinese enterprises seeking potential collaborations. The news just released will rapidly elevate your profile on a global scale," he replied with a grin. By now, the two had left the press conference behind and returned to Chen Long's room. With Beckenbauer absent, they continued their conversation. "I've engaged with numerous Chinese enterprises, all of whom have expressed interest in collaborating with us, provided your performance remains commendable. Originally, what was merely required was an opportunity, and now this opportunity has swiftly presented itself before us, akin to a pie falling from the heavens. Tomorrow, I shall take you to meet the most significant cooperative enterprise." "What enterprise is it?" "I shall not disclose that now." The stout man replied enigmatically, "Tomorrow, wake up early and come to my place. I shall return now." With that, he quietly exited the room. In the dead of night, Beck was nowhere to be found, leaving Chen Long alone in the room. Without companionship, he reclined on the bed and began to peruse the introductory text on traditional Chinese medicine. Following Yi Shanshan's advice from that day, he attempted to refrain from comprehending the words literally and instead sought to grasp the essence, slowly immersing himself in the reading. Meanwhile, in Connie's room, Piero sat in contemplation. Who could have leaked the news of Chen Long's contract? Connie pondered, perplexed, observing Chen Long's reaction today. It did not seem like he was the one to have divulged the information. Piero, his face etched with fatigue, responded. "Could it be someone from within the club? Have you considered that Chen Long's performance today might attract attention from numerous clubs? We must exercise caution." Connie expressed his concerns. "It appears that a discussion regarding the contract with Chen Long is imperative tomorrow to prevent any potential poaching. And even if they attempt to poach him, the contract must still be negotiated in the original manner, perhaps with an increased bonus for goals, but a formal contract is unlikely to be signed." After the conclusion of the Super Bowl, the team took a day of respite in Beijing. When Chen Long awoke, he discovered that Beikong had yet to return, and he mused that the lad must have been up to no good, staying out late. With a light-hearted spirit, Chen Long donned his sunglasses and casual attire. Rising early to visit Yang Ershi, Yang Ershi led Chen Long to a CAF on the first floor of the hotel, where they settled into a booth. Before long, a lean Chinese man in his 40s joined them, who introduced himself and expressed his admiration for Chen Long. The conversation swiftly turned to the subject of advertising. After a preliminary exchange, Chen Long finally grasped the situation at hand. The man was the promotional manager for the Chinese brand Golden Throat, and his purpose for visiting was to discuss a contract with Chen Long, as well as the representation of Chen Long's image in advertisements across China. Unfamiliar with the product, Chen Long relied on Yang Ershi's extensive knowledge, as he had diligently gathered information about Chinese enterprises, particularly those seeking to hire football superstars for endorsements. Since becoming Chen Long's agent, after thorough research, Yang Ershi was pleasantly surprised to find that Golden Throat was ideally positioned to yield substantial profits. Following the 1998 World Cup, Advertisements for Golden Throat featuring Ronaldo abruptly appeared on Chinese television, leading the entire nation to believe that Ronaldo had genuinely endorsed the product. The ad's impact was akin to seeing numerous individuals sporting Ronaldo's number 9 jersey on the streets. It was only many years later that Ronaldo discovered Golden Throat's infringement and subsequently filed a lawsuit, after which the company sought to capitalize on CAC's image as well, displaying a persistent disregard for ethics. Remarkably, Yang Ershi proactively approached Golden Throat to negotiate an advertising contract for Chen Long. Of course, with Yang Ershi's intellect, he would not engage in a losing venture. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his acumen. In Yang Ershi's view, the audacity of Golden Throat to unlawfully utilize the likenesses of 2 generations of Brazilian football legends for advertising was indicative of their unique approach, much like the distinction between the Chinese and American Jordan brands. Yet, the outcome remained the same. Both entities employed extraordinary methods to achieve maximum profit, a benefit that was national in scope. Thus, he contemplated that if, after Ronaldo and CAC, Chen Long were to become the third visage associated with Golden Throat, the advertising impact would be monumental. This would signify an unparalleled success for Chen Long in China. Initially, Golden Throat held no particular interest in this arrangement, believing they could easily dazzle the Chinese audience with mere star power, without the need to invest in genuine endorsements. However, following last night's Super Bowl and Yang Ershi's audacious proposal to have the Golden Throat lozenges represent Chen Long in the Chinese market development, the two parties swiftly reached a mutual agreement, insidiously uniting for a common purpose, culminating in this particular outcome. Meanwhile, within the confines of Juventus Hotel, the officials remained oblivious, clearly not anticipating that a mere agent for Chen Long, Yang Ershi, would so astutely elevate matters to this level. Through the tireless explanations of Yang Ershi and the promotional manager of Golden Throat lozenges, Chen Long finally grasped the entire context and gracefully acquiesced to the arrangements. Chapter 29. The rushed recruitment of temporary workers upon exiting the CAF, Chen Long and Yang Ershi embarked on extensive exploration of Beijing. Although both were half Chinese, their curiosity about the nation was palpable, particularly regarding the unfamiliarity of Beijing, which filled them with wonder. Chen Long also had an ulterior motive for this excursion, to procure some traditional Chinese medicine books for Yi Shanshan. Unbeknownst to him, he was unsure of how to purchase them, merely tasked with collecting the books from a designated location. With a heavy bag of books in hand, Chen Long returned to the hotel for a moment of respite. Barely settling down, he received a call from Connie. Promptly, he made his way to Connie's room. In the living room sat Conti, Piero, and another middle-aged man. Chen Long scrutinized the middle-aged individual, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. His mind raced in search of the recognizable visage. Finally, the recollection dawned upon him. Isn't that Vieira? Just yesterday, the reporters were talking about him, and now he has truly appeared. Chen Long felt that this world is indeed filled with the extraordinary and the bizarre. The person was indeed Vieira, who currently serves as the technical director of Manchester City, overseeing the club's market development and the acquisition of new players. Naturally, Chen Long was unaware of Vieira's purpose for visiting. He wondered why those 2 old perverts had summoned him. Could it be to facilitate an introduction between him and Vieira? That seemed absurd. It was only after Connie elucidated Vieira's intentions that Chen Long comprehended the situation. It turned out that Vieira was representing Manchester City to discuss the possibility of Chen Long's transfer. Manchester City wanted to acquire Chen Long. The weighty revelation struck Chen Long with a jolt, yet simultaneously filled him with elation. He mused that Yang Ershi was indeed a master strategist. He had been noticed by other teams who had anticipated this possibility ahead of time. Although Manchester City had yet to solidify its status as a footballing giant, it had claimed the title of the Premier League champion last season, backed by one of the most affluent owners in the sport. With a roster brimming with star players, it was often heralded as the Barcelona of the Premier League. Given time, its ascension into the ranks of elite clubs seemed inevitable. Amidst this unexpected joy, Chen Long felt a tinge of unease. Even though he harbored a secret unknown to others, the acknowledgement from other clubs was indeed a cause for celebration. To have a team approach him less than a month after joining Juventus was a significant milestone. Vieira's approach mirrored his playing style, direct and unrefined. He presented a contract with a weekly salary of 10,000. This left Chen Long utterly astonished. A weekly salary of 10,000. What an extraordinary concept. He was currently earning only 1,000 0,000 as a temporary wage, contingent upon scoring goals. In stark comparison, such an insecure contract paled against the allure of 10,000 per week, a chasm that felt insurmountable. The saying goes, people die for wealth, birds perish for food. Chen Long pondered this internally, feeling a stir of temptation that seemed to overshadow young Urchi's earlier admonitions. Piero observed Chen Long's reactions intently, remaining silent, while Conti stood by in quiet contemplation. Both men were undoubtedly lamenting the club's failure to offer Chen Long a more advantageous contract. In fact, after yesterday's press conference, the club had been deliberating over providing Chen Long with a more reasonable and secure agreement. The two had even exchanged thoughts late into the night regarding this matter, but they had not anticipated that Vieira would arrive the following day. Having once played for Juventus, Vieira was familiar with Piero, which is why Juventus did not immediately decline his overtures towards Chen Long, but rather granted him an opportunity. Chen Long felt a twinge of internal conflict. As an 18-year-old, rationality was a trait seldom found in individuals of his age. Setting aside the alleged conspiracies involving young Urchi and others, the prospect presented by Manchester City was undeniably exhilarating. The mere thought of joining a team alongside such elite players as Agüero, Dzeko, Nasri, and his dear friend Balotelli was enough to ignite his enthusiasm. However, after the initial thrill, he managed to retain a modicum of composure. Firstly, his love for Juventus was profound. It had always been his cherished club, and he adored his teammates. The camaraderie he shared with them was unparalleled, a bond that only his friend Balotelli at Manchester City could vaguely compare to. Moreover, the English league was not his favorite. Although the financial incentives were undeniably tempting, they were not of utmost importance. At Juventus, he had begun to forge friendships, receive guidance from numerous veterans, and embark on a new chapter in his life. Was this happiness not sufficient? Secondly, according to discussions he had with young Urchi, it was imperative to remain at Juventus for at least half a year to a year. To rashly abandon his current club for another would be detrimental to his career, particularly as it would signify a lack of respect for both the club and its supporters. Lastly, it boiled down to a matter of personal integrity. After contemplating these 3 points, Chen Long ultimately arrived at a decision with surprising ease. He would not go. He consoled himself with the thought that this could merely be a beautiful encounter in his life. Inevitably, Vieira's pursuit of Chen Long ended in vain, and both Piero and Conti breathed a heavy sigh of relief. However, they were taken aback when, after bidding farewell to Vieira, Conti's phone rang. Upon concluding the call, Conti erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "What the hell? Do they want to ruin lives?" Piero, bewildered, inquired about the matter, to which Conti replied that it was a call from Zidane, though he did not elaborate further. Chen Long, listening from the sidelines, remained oblivious to the significance of the conversation and refrained from probing for details. This marks the 8th call that Conti received this morning. In addition to the inquiry from Manchester City, the previous 7 calls came from Paris Saint-Germain, Bayern Munich, Siena, Atlanta, Roma, as well as Arsenal and Manchester United. All the teams from the top 5 leagues have made their presence felt. Of course, Conti would refrain from disclosing this to Chen Long. The allure presented by Manchester City is already substantial. He cannot fathom the chaos that would ensue if Chen Long were to discover that Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Arsenal were all vying for his attention. One can only imagine the impulsive decision Chen Long might make in a fit of excitement, hastily packing his bags for one of those clubs. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 of them are oblivious to Chen Long's deeper intentions, only contemplating the possibility of him being swayed by other teams. They fail to realize that, at such a tender age, Chen Long harbors ambitions of his own. Moreover, none of them is aware that, at this very moment, in the city of Milan, Massimo Moratti, the president of Inter Milan, sits solemnly in his club office. Engrossed in the highlights of the Italian Super Cup, his expression grave, he seems to be reminded of the regrettable summer of 1999, a season fraught with sorrow for Inter, to the extent that the mere recollection brings him a twinge of headache. The child in front of this television appears to be a genius, one who seemingly made the decision to sign and promote himself with great fanfare, only to ultimately be deemed a failure by his own hand. Is this merely the least significant and most inconsequential player that Moratti, during his tenure as president, has ever ruined? In the dark abyss of Inter back then, he was indeed rather inconspicuous. Yet, astonishingly, 13 years later, this seemingly insignificant lad emerged, appearing in the ranks of the arch-rival Juventus. and instantly gained fame upon his debut as a substitute in the first match. Moratti appeared to have aged considerably, at least in comparison to 13 years ago. The expression on his face now bore a resemblance to the tender affection he once showed towards Ronaldo. After Chen Long provided a definitive response, the two seasoned veterans felt a significant alleviation of pressure, preparing to discuss a new contract with him. While camaraderie is cherished, one cannot survive on friendship alone. Thus, they ultimately agreed on a contract that offered Chen Long a weekly salary of €5,000, maintaining the same bonuses for goals and assists as before. However, a clause was included stipulating that his buyout fee would astonishingly reach €30 million. At that moment, Chapter 30, apologies, I am merely a temporary worker. This matter was rather rushed. I need to consult my agent. Chen Long gazed at the contract before him, remaining surprisingly unmoved. His demeanor and reaction took both men by surprise. What? When did you acquire an agent? Connie inquired, astonished. Meanwhile, Del Piero recalled that since the last contract signing, there had been no other interactions between Chen Long and the club. How, then, had an agent seemingly appeared out of nowhere? A sense of unease crept over him, as he felt that they might be unwittingly entangled in a trap. The young man, having been influenced negatively by other players, requires proper guidance, Connie mused. So, will you sign or not? Chen Long, exuding confidence, replied slowly, of course, I will sign, but I must confer with my agent on how to proceed. I'll call him over now. With that, he took out his phone and made the call. Conti and Del Piero exchanged glances, both thinking the same thought. Chen Long had indeed become increasingly shrewd, having clearly plotted this all along. It seemed the one who leaked the information about the temporary worker was none other than Chen Long's agent. They shared a knowing look, fully aware of the situation. Approximately 10 minutes later, another figure entered Connie's living room. Yang Ershi, a rather portly man clad in a suit, his forehead glistening with sweat. This was not due to anxiety or fear, but rather because a person of his stature tends to perspire easily when hurrying. He had not anticipated Juventus' swift response, which was merely half a day behind his own. Throughout his journey, he had been contemplating strategies to achieve the most favorable outcome. Connie regarded the young, overweight man with a complex mix of emotions, pondering how it was this boy, seemingly inexperienced, was orchestrating everything in recent days, leading them by the nose. Initially, he believed Yang Ershi to be a seasoned veteran, a cunning old fox. Yet, the child before him left even Del Piero stunned. What kind of ingenuity did this young lad possess, concocting such a farce that rendered both him and the club entirely reactive? Now, as they discussed the signing of a new contract, they would have to navigate through additional complexities, something he had never anticipated. Yang Ershi sat down on the sofa without preamble, adopting an air of maturity that belied his age, his chubby face adorned with glasses that seemed disproportionate to his youth. Connie treated him with the utmost seriousness, not underestimating him in the slightest. Chen Long, seated nearby, found the scene amusing yet restrained his laughter. Once a member of the boys' team, Chen Long had later signed a professional contract with Juventus, a development that posed no issue. The portly agent spoke confidently, unaware of the absurdity of the situation. However, it must be noted that Chen Long had signed a temporary contract, meaning he was indeed a temporary worker, and the club or individual could terminate the contract unilaterally. Now, Juventus sought to negotiate a new contract with Chen Long, and as his agent, Yang Ershi needed to discuss the contract details with both Chen Long and the club. He presented his case with gravitas, leaving Conti and Del Piero momentarily taken aback. Chen Long has entrusted me as his representative for negotiations regarding the contract extension, he stated. According to Chen Long's perspective, he was genuinely inclined to sign a new professional contract with the club. Yang Ershi spoke steadily. The salary is not the primary concern. We wish to proceed in the same manner, but the contract we seek to sign remains a temporary one, rather than one of long-term commitment. At this moment, Yang Ershi is holding the contract provided by Juventus, reflecting on his thoughts while perusing its contents. What does this young man intend to accomplish? What tricks does he plan to employ? Connie's face was shadowed with discontent as he gazed at the chubby lad before him, a foreboding sense stirring within him. Naturally, the temporary accommodation was the responsibility of Juventus, with a contract signed for 6 months and no mention of any form of termination fee. This arrangement is clearly advantageous for you. It resembles a loan agreement, does it not? Upon hearing Yang Ershi's words, Di Piero's countenance visibly soured. Connie could no longer restrain himself and interjected. The club has painstakingly nurtured Chen Long, After 6 months, does he have the liberty to leave as he pleases? Pray tell, where lies the club's interest in such a scenario? It is unjust. Young Urshi, with a smile that seemed to squeeze his eyes into slits amidst the flesh, remained unperturbed and spoke in a measured tone. This contract was always intended to be temporary. If Chen Long completes a season without scoring or assisting, would the club still desire his presence? I believe he would feel rather embarrassed to remain. What could be achieved in 5 minutes, as you are well aware? Thus, the initial signing was a temporary contract. Had Chen Long not suddenly emerged and performed well, attracting attention from other clubs, you would not be so hastily negotiating a second contract. Indeed, Yang Urshi was a quintessential businessman, speaking purely from a standpoint of profit, devoid of any notions of camaraderie or other superfluous sentiments. Is it not more beneficial to sign a formal career contract rather than a temporary one? What scheme are you concocting? Connie's expression remained grim, still perplexed by the young man's ulterior motives. Logically, a formal contract should hold more merit than a temporary one, primarily due to the security it provides. Yet, Yang Urshi's perspective diverged. In his view, a temporary worker's contract was the most advantageous for Chen Long. He harbored a secret, a grand blueprint only known to him and Chen Long. In truth, what disadvantage does a temporary worker's contract pose for Juventus? Should Chen Long falter, Juventus would not be burdened with an underperformer. Should he excel and a buyer emerge, Juventus would gain nothing. But how much could they truly expect to earn? Yang Urshi articulated his analysis with conviction, glancing at Chen Long, wary of provoking him by uttering the word underperformer. He continued, moreover, signing every half-season is also beneficial for Juventus. Our foremost consideration will always be the club's interests. Therefore, if a proposal comes from another club, should Juventus offer the same terms, we will naturally select Juventus. We can incorporate this priority clause into the agreement. Upon hearing that the priority would be included in the contract, Conti and Di Piero breathed a sigh of relief, as this would at least ensure that under equal circumstances, Juventus would retain priority over Chen Long. Yet, such an arrangement would leave Juventus at Chen Long's mercy. The most alarming prospect being that should he choose to depart, Juventus would gain nothing in return. Conti and Di Piero felt a profound discontent brewing within them. A young man has seized the initiative at the negotiation table, a stark contrast to previous occasions. This development owes much to the inquiries from other clubs. Otherwise, how could Yang Urshi have been so vociferous yet utterly powerless? Should Chen Long decide to depart, Juventus would find themselves with naught to gain. Conti appeared to be in a quandary. Well, let's not allow him to leave at the end of the season. That would be most equitable, he remarked. Yang Urshi, somewhat gleeful, responded. Numerous clubs have recognized Chen Long's potential. Otherwise, it would not be the case that so many have come knocking within just 2 days. How about this? It seems a tad unfair to Juventus. Let us add a clause to the contract. Should any club engage with Chen Long, and he expresses a desire to join them, that club shall compensate Juventus with 5 million. What do you think? Pirlo said, thoughtfully. Of course, that is acceptable, but at least 30% of that 5 million should belong to Chen Long. Yang Urshi replied, demonstrating his willingness to negotiate, yet surprisingly tossing out another demand. This left Conti and Piero with furrowed brows, pondering the emergence of such an audacious young prodigy, whose calculations were astoundingly astute. Chen Long, do you have any objections? Piero helplessly sought assistance from the languidly seated Chen Long, lamenting the boy's unscrupulous nature. However, Chen Long merely shrugged in resignation and gestured toward the portly individual, implying that the final decision lay with him. Ultimately, amidst Chen Long's silence and Yang Urshi's audacity, the shameless Conti and Piero acquiesced to this unconventional method of contract signing. Chapter 31. The idler of football. Upon returning to Italy, the illustrious Juventus made their way back to Turin via a chartered bus, arriving at their training facility. Naturally, Chen Long and the rotund Yang also returned in high spirits. The duo, having played pivotal roles in securing victory for Juventus in the final, were greeted with great enthusiasm from the fans. While Higuain's arrival at Juventus went unnoticed in Turin, Chen Long skyrocketed to fame as a temporary worker. The fervor surrounding their return was unprecedented, eclipsing even the initial excitement when Pirlo joined the club. After arriving in Turin, Chen Long received the club's permission to visit Palermo briefly. Yang, ever the instigator, wasted no time in spreading rumors the moment they disembarked, claiming that Juventus had signed a new contract with Chen Long, albeit still of a temporary nature. This ignited a media frenzy, prompting Juventus to issue clarifications and denials. as clubs that had previously resigned themselves to defeat began to stir with newfound interest. To outsiders, it was incomprehensible that Chen Long would continue to sign temporary contracts under such inequitable pressures, oblivious to the fact that this was all orchestrated by Chen Long and Yang Ershi. Juventus found themselves in a bind, unable to assert that this was Chen Long's own decision, for who would believe such a narrative? Conti and Piero seethed with frustration, yet felt utterly powerless, their eyes reflecting the greed of the renowned agent Mendes, as seen through Yang's lens. Next, Juventus would commence preparations for the TIM Cup. The TIM Cup, organized by TIM Telecommunications, serves as a summer warm-up match between Italy's traditional powerhouses. Typically, it marks the first genuine warm-up for the three teams after the commencement of summer training. The format involves three teams, Inter Milan, AC Milan, and Juventus, engaging in a series of encounters, each lasting 45 minutes, with the final standings determined by the results of these matches. The TIM Cup has previously been held 11 times, with the reigning champion being Inter Milan, although it is a friendly match. The clash of these three formidable teams represents the pinnacle of Italian football. This encounter is not merely a city derby, but also a national rivalry, steeped in historical grievances and past enmities, compelling all parties to accord due respect to the match. Overall, by mid-August, each team's plans for the upcoming season had largely taken shape. However, both Inter and AC Milan are currently witnessing the departure of veteran players without the arrival of any notable stars. As August draws to a close and the transfer market nears its closure, it remains uncertain whether the two teams will remain patient or choose to abandon their pursuits. AC Milan's strength has undeniably diminished following the sale of key defender Silva, the prolific striker Ibrahimovic, and the talented Robinho. Inter Milan, too, seems to be relying on its past glories. In summary, the fans of both Milan clubs have voiced their grievances with increasing fervor, staging protests against the club's management. The intentions of Moratti and Berlusconi remain enigmatic, with rumors of significant transfers swirling, yet thus far, these have yielded little more than empty promises. In contrast, Juventus has been steadily bolstering its squad, particularly with the addition of Higuain, which has significantly enhanced their attacking prowess. As the match day approaches, with the game set for August 19th, Juventus is methodically preparing for the encounter. Concurrently, the club has received encouraging news regarding head coach Conti, who has made significant progress in the match-fixing scandal and is now emerging from the turmoil. This development has united Juventus in their determination to clinch this year's TIM Cup, setting a promising tone for the new season. On Wednesday, Chen Long arrived punctually at Yi Shanshan's place for his medication, bringing along the medical books she had recommended. To his surprise, Yi Shanshan produced the jersey he had previously given her, requesting that he sign it with his name. This week, after a brief absence, Chen Long couldn't help but express his sentiments regarding the changed treatment he received. The reason for such favorable treatment was undoubtedly due to his astonishing performance last week, which completely transformed Yi Shanshan's preconceived notions about him. Fans, after all, can be captivated in an instant. Chen Long felt a sense of relief and willingly affixed his signature. Truly a person who blossoms with a little sunshine. In recent days, his manager, Yang Ershi, had rented a large truck to transport an abundance of luggage, and the three of them made their way to Turin. Yang Ershi and Yi Shanshan naturally commenced their studies at the University of Turin, while Chen Long returned to the club to report for duty. However, apart from daily training, Chen Long would rush to the university after dark. Why after dark? He was still unaccustomed to being admired as an idol, especially as a newcomer at the university. The club swiftly arranged a temporary residence for him at the training base. A quaint yet elegant abode. Despite its modest size, it was ample for Chen Long's needs, a one-bedroom apartment, just right. The shameless Yang Ershi had intended to move in with Chen Long to enjoy free meals and lodging, but was flatly rejected by Chen Long, forcing him to reluctantly return to university housing, where he consoled himself with the thought that the campus was filled with beautiful women, thus rendering the shabby apartment unnecessary. After consuming 2 doses of traditional Chinese medicine, Chen Long felt a significant improvement in his physical condition. Although his stamina had not visibly increased, he sensed a notable enhancement in his physical strength. His complexion had notably brightened, and he felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. This was all relative to his previous state. As his physical trainer, Balotelli, remarked, it seemed that Chen Long's hormones were in a frenzy. Balotelli remained uncertain whether this was due to the traditional medicine or the inspiration from the presence of women, but he chose to believe the latter. Chen Long seized every opportunity that came his way, regardless of the circumstances, and thus began to indulge in daydreams at the university, with Yang Ershi fanning the flames from behind. As the competition drew nearer, Chen Long's training continued. Aside from participating in the final minutes of team training, he found himself alternating between running and the gym. It could be said that he had truly begun to acclimate to life at Juventus Football Club. To describe him as a football enthusiast would be most fitting. What else more? His teammates envied his leisure as he lounged in the gym, watching the Olympic closing ceremony during training. However, such treatment was not easily envied, for it was Chen Long's unique physical circumstances that rendered him exceptional. Finally, the Olympics concluded, with Italy failing to qualify for the competition. Ultimately, the Spanish U21 team claimed the Olympic gold medal. Thus, after securing the European Championship earlier this year, Spain added the Olympic title to their accolades. This spectacle was keenly observed by Chen Long, igniting a fervor within his heart. Spain had long reigned supreme in the realm of football, and with the dominance of the two leading teams in La Liga, the situation appeared utterly hopeless. When, one might wonder, would Spain's reign come to an end? With an ineffable mix of emotions, Chen Long returned to the training ground, immersing himself in his team's preparations. Through relentless professional training, his movements became increasingly streamlined and practical, showcasing a remarkable qualitative leap compared to his initial performance. This was evident from his first match, leading to his teammates tightening their defensive strategies against him, making him increasingly difficult to counter. One could only speculate what he might achieve with a full 90 minutes on the pitch. On the eve of the TIM Cup, European bookmakers unveiled a new betting column, questioning whether Juventus's number 10 would score. The odds for scoring were set at 2-8, while for not scoring, they stood at 2-0. This sparked wild enthusiasm among Juventus fans, with over 1 million bettors in Italy alone within just half a day, and hundreds of thousands more from fans in China engaging in various online betting activities. It must be noted that the market insight of the betting companies was astutely sharp, capitalizing on Juventus's recent highlights for a remarkably successful promotion. Finally, the TIM Cup arrived amidst great anticipation. The youthful and united Juventus was set to embark on a new season of competition. The match commenced with a 45-minute Milan derby, where both teams fielded nearly the same lineups from the previous season, lacking in vitality. Both squads were significantly aging, and the transition to a new generation had yet to be completed. Inter Milan continued to rely on the aging Milito to bolster their front line, while the once promising Pizzini had been cast aside. Meanwhile, AC Milan placed their hopes on Cassano and El Shaarawy as their attacking spearheads. Despite Milan appearing to dominate the field, their offense bore no fruit, culminating in a dismal scoreless draw. Rumors circulated that both Milan clubs were vying for the services of Tevez. Yet this farce had dragged on since last winter's transfer window, yielding no results. It seemed that without bolstering their offensive strength, neither team would find success. Chapter 32. The Eagle Soar's Chen Long was aware that the bookmakers had set specific goal-scoring odds for him. Just before the match, a cousin called him, urging him to score, as he had wagered €500 on Chen Long finding the net. This revelation left Chen Long momentarily dizzy. "Do you think Milan is a mere pushover? You truly see me as a deity," he mused. "Assists would still yield half a win, but don't let your cousin down. Nearly everyone here has placed their bets on you. If you falter, don't bother returning to Sicily. Many will be seeking you out for retribution. I will give it my all and leave the rest to fate," Chen Long replied. Yet he recognized a crucial truth. While betting on my victory is acceptable, wagering on my failure is utterly intolerable, for I have never engaged in match fixing. Remember this well, lest you find yourself in hot water. Why does Chen Long say this? That is a matter for later. In the second match, Milan faced Juventus. Chen Long, as is his custom, sat on the bench, observing the game. He is undoubtedly one of the happiest fans and players in the world, as he not only enjoys watching nearly 90 minutes of the match up close, but also has the opportunity to step onto the field in the final moments, perhaps even scoring a goal, thereby savoring the essence of football. The clash between last season's champions and runners-up naturally brims with tension. For Milan, the departure of several veterans last season, including Seedorf, Gattuso, Van Bommel, and others, has left the team with a composition and style of play that bears a striking resemblance to Juventus. Both squads boast a midfield characterized by industriousness and practicality, featuring players like Aquilani, Nasserino, Emmanuelson, and Boateng, all in their prime. Conversely, Juventus has its own reliable talents such as Marquisio, Pepe, Elia, and Vidal. The only distinction lies in the fact that Juventus' captain was, just last year, the engine of Milan. With Seedorf's absence, Milan's creativity has undoubtedly diminished. Up front, Cassano's prowess is beyond question, yet Juventus' Higuain stands on equal footing. As for the defense, Juventus comprises the entire Italian backline, while Milan, having lost Thiago Silva, finds itself in a precarious position. This match was a confrontation between Italy and half of Italy, a clash of the mid-generation. When two teams with similar styles collide, sparks inevitably fly. Juventus, known for their creativity, found themselves stifled as the Milan players, too familiar with Pirlo, surrounded him completely, cutting off his passing lanes. Notably, it was his former teammate Ambrosini who marked him closely. Allegri's Milan, having lost its flair and creativity following the departures of Ibrahimovic and numerous veteran players, has become increasingly pedestrian. In contrast, Conte's team possesses not only elegance, but also a remarkable resilience. The coaching styles of Conte and Allegri bear significant similarity, with their on-field habits closely aligned. However, due to the scandal surrounding match fixing, many have adopted a skeptical stance towards Conte. While Allegri enjoyed a relatively high popularity index after winning the league championship last year. Of course, during his time at Juventus, Conte performed impeccably, achieving an undefeated season, a feat that speaks volumes. After Gattuso's departure, Ambrosini continued to embody the role of a relentless force, charging onto the pitch with unreserved vigor. Even Pirlo couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, wondering when this man had transformed into such a tireless warrior. This marks Gonzalo Higuain's second start for Juventus, and as before, the Italian defense proves to be fearsome. He is frequently subjected to fouls, with an abundance of petty infractions. Flamen alone seems to have tugged at him numerous times, even going so far as to inappropriately touch him and yank a few strands from his beard, not to mention the rather delicate French massage courtesy of Mexes. After half an hour of relentless harassment, Higuain feels a pang of realization. While La Liga may be a paradise for forwards, Serie A resembles a hellish battleground. The usually composed Higuain is being thoroughly bullied, unable to connect with his teammates. His diminutive stature makes him an easy target for the opposing defenders. The clash between Marchisio and Nascerino becomes a battle of equals, each player exhausting themselves in pursuit of dominance. Despite being national teammates, their exchanges are laced with tension, the air thick with unspoken rivalry. Conte, unable to contain his frustration, signals for Matri, a robust 80-kilogram striker, to replace Giovinco, seeking at least one forward anchor. Allegri, in pursuit of goals, responds to the unfolding scenario by substituting El Pez, thereby deploying a three-striker formation. This is Milan's entire attacking contingent, yet their efforts yield little fruit. Juventus' forwards find it impossible to breach Milan's defenses, while Milan's attackers are equally stymied by Juventus' impregnable wall. As time inexorably ticks away, both teams labor diligently, yet it feels as though they are merely performing the same monotonous play for the spectators. For Chen Long, this unfamiliar locale of Trieste is new. Despite residing in Italy for 18 years, he has never set foot on this soil. As the match approaches the 40-minute mark, he finally receives the opportunity to grace the field. Upon noticing Conte's intention to introduce Chen Long, Allegri shouts to Mexes, signaling him to adjust the defensive tactics accordingly. Having witnessed the Super Cup, he is well aware of the costly mistakes made by Napoli, understanding the young player's capacity to alter the course of the game, particularly with his skill in free kicks, not to mention his other formidable attributes. Chen Long quickly enters the fray, prompting Juventus to alter their style of play. Higuain finds some liberation, no longer subjected to such stringent attention. Positioned at the forefront, Higuain is supported by Chen Long, who drops back as a second striker, thereby stretching the defensive line and creating space for both himself and Higuain to maneuver. Barely seconds after his arrival, Chen Long seizes an opportunity, deftly threading a pass to Higuain, who shields the ball but is thwarted in his turn by Flamen's intervention. Certainly, Juventus has once again resolved to engage in a series of set pieces, a development that has particularly heightened Allegri's vigilance, prompting him to vociferously express his concerns. The players from Milan also remain on high alert, thwarting Juventus' strategic ambitions. With merely 5 minutes on the clock, the likes of Higuain and Chen Long, under strict surveillance, find it exceedingly challenging to orchestrate any effective offensive maneuvers or collaborations within such a brief span. Juventus, undeterred, made a resurgence. Chen Long retreated, and the ball found its way back to his feet. Flayman closely shadowed him, prompting Chen Long to again opt for a pass. However, Milan's defense proved too formidable, presenting insurmountable obstacles for breakthroughs, making the passing choices relatively prudent. Regrettably, upon receiving the ball, Marchisio chose to barrel forward with the ball, leading to yet another interception. The ball, instead, ricocheted back to Juventus's defensive line, landing at Chiellini's feet. At this juncture, Juventus's defensive line had pushed high up the pitch, with Chiellini nearly stationed at the edge of the center circle. Upon noticing Chiellini in possession of the ball, Chen Long, without a moment's hesitation, surged forward. As Chen Long sprinted, Chiellini unleashed a powerful clearance, a moment of synchrony born from their frequent training and communication. The ball hurtled towards the Milan penalty area, flying with minimal curvature, racing through the air in a straight trajectory. With the swiftness of the wind, Chen Long dashed into the penalty area, closely pursued by the robust Flayman, who, despite his size, found himself a body length behind. Abate also closed in on Chen Long, but remained half a body length off. Yet, the ball's trajectory did not veer towards the goal. Instead, it raced towards the right sideline, near the edge of the small box. The speed of the ball was excessive, and its height remained beyond Chen Long's reach for a controlled stop. Furthermore, given the distance from the goal, Milan's goalkeeper deemed it unnecessary to advance. Flayman and Abate, observing the ball's imminent exit from the field, noticeably slowed their pace. However, one individual refused to concede defeat. The rapidly advancing Chen Long, catching a glimpse of the penalty area, noted that Higuain had also made a swift entry into the box, just as everyone assumed the ball would cross the goal line, fulfilling its brief purpose. Chen Long suddenly planted his right foot, leapt high into the air, and with a significant extension of his body, arched backward. His left foot naturally followed the backward lean, retracting his right foot and elevating it skyward, ultimately striking the ball with the inner side of his right foot with great force. The young lad astonishingly intercepted the ball. After Chiellini delivered his kick, he sensed he had exerted too much force. Thus he and his teammates merely observed. To their surprise, in that fleeting moment, Chen Long soared into the air, executing an acrobatic bicycle kick to intercept the ball, which subsequently led to a pass. Flamini and Abate, in that instant, were filled with regret, wishing to intervene but finding it too late. The ball, struck with precision, altered its trajectory and sped towards the penalty area. The indefatigable Higuain, making a swift run into the small box, locked his gaze on the suddenly arriving ball, and without hesitation, leapt high to powerfully head it towards the net. The Milan goalkeeper had no chance to react, and, as Chen Long landed heavily, the ball echoed into the net. The suddenness of the goal was shocking. Milan crumbled under the pressure. Allegri on the sidelines could not contain his frustration, losing all composure as he yanked off his red tie, expressing immense dissatisfaction with the careless defensive lapse by Flamini and Abate. Yet all of this was drowned out by the jubilant cheers from the crowd. After a minute of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle. Thanks to Higuain's brilliant goal, Juventus triumphed over Milan with a score of 1-0, temporarily securing the top position in the TIM Cup with a 3-point lead. Meanwhile, Milan was left to contend with Inter Milan for third place. Undoubtedly, Higuain's goal owed at least half of its credit to Chen Long, for it was his calm and precise bicycle kick in a critical moment that led to this outcome. As the match concluded, Chen Long felt grateful that he had not let down his cousin's expectations, having at least earned him half of the prize money, albeit a mere 250. Chapter 33. Relentlessly dragging Sneijder along without pause, Juventus, having just completed 45 minutes of play, faced the relentless offensive challenge from Inter Milan. The earlier match had given Inter the advantage in stamina, placing Juventus at a slight disadvantage. With their full-strength squad deployed, Inter aimed to swiftly overpower Juventus, capitalizing on their physical edge. The robust arms of their youthful coach, Stramaccioni, waved animatedly in the distance, transforming into a slashing motion, followed by a vigorous forward thrust, reminiscent of a fierce leader wielding a bloody machete, his gestures exceedingly exaggerated. Beneath his seemingly refined exterior, Stramaccioni possessed a fiery temperament, issuing stern commands to his players, with even stars like Sneijder dutifully bowing to his instructions. The atmosphere was palpably aggressive, indicating that Inter was clearly prepared to pursue an offensive strategy. In the initial 40 minutes of this match, Chen Long remained largely uninvolved, leading to a moment of idleness for those not directly engaged in the game. However, the other players were not afforded such leisure. Head coach Conte made a bold decision. Higuain was substituted for Bekbang. This sudden choice left Bekbang momentarily bewildered, as one could clearly observe the quivering muscles upon his chest. This marked his inaugural start. Conte's rationale for this arrangement stemmed from Higuain's struggle to adapt to the Italian team in the first half. Thus, he opted for the more robust Bekbang to contend with the opposing defenders, partnering him with the equally tall Matri, which perhaps promised greater efficacy. The midfield and defense remained unchanged, with Giovinco replaced by Krasic, who swapped positions with Marchisio. Under the guidance of Marchioni, Inter Milan cast aside the dismal momentum of the previous segment, emerging on the pitch with fierce determination, while Juventus resembled a composed and unhurried royal force, patiently awaiting Inter's advance. Yet it seemed they lacked the vigor of the previous phase. As the match commenced, Inter Milan immediately asserted dominance over Juventus. Shortly thereafter, the player clad in pink boots, Sneijder, earned a free kick opportunity, which he executed himself with remarkable precision. Unfortunately, Buffon executed a stunning diving save to thwart the effort. Sneijder appeared invigorated, as if fueled by an unseen force. He subsequently maneuvered past Krasic and delivered an equally high-quality cross from the right flank. The 33-year-old Milito was ideally positioned at the goal, yet regrettably, Buffon once again claimed the ball. In the 13th minute, Sneijder was again in action, reclaiming the ball from Marchisio and delivering another cross, this time allowing Alvarez to seize the opportunity, though he regrettably directed his header off target. The eccentric Sneijder weaved through defenders, utterly disregarding Juventus' defense, dancing across the pitch with an air of effortless grace. On the sidelines, Conte was incensed, vociferously directing his ire at the players on the field. With Macon's departure, it felt as though they had lost a limb. How could they allow such arrogance to persist? Conte's fury escalated, prompting him to shout even more fervently. Yet, while Maicon had left, the diminutive Japanese player Yuto Nagatomo was still present on the field. As a left-back, his assisting capabilities were hardly inferior to those of Maicon or Zanetti. Krasic, in a dismal state, was repeatedly dispossessed by Nagatomo, losing the ball 3 times in succession. Alarmingly, each of those interceptions found their way to Sneijder, who unleashed 3 consecutive shots. Buffon, with remarkable agility, managed to keep the goal intact. The valiant Sneijder, in a moment of frustration, clutched his bald head, yearning to grasp a few strands of hair to vent his inner turmoil. However, his head was bare. Witnessing the team's attacks yield no fruitful results, the right-back and ageless captain Zanetti, now 39, surged forward with the ball. A swift change of direction enabled him to evade Marchisio and drive towards the byline. He then delivered a precise cross. The seasoned Milito, with the lung capacity of a man in his 30s, seized the opportunity, leaping amidst the double pressure from Caceres and Chiellini. With a powerful header, he sent the ball crashing into Buffon's net. Such raw ferocity. As Milito landed, he roared, pounding his chest like a liberated and triumphant beast, exuding an aura of strength and stature. This was momentum. This particular momentum seemed to embody the pent-up frustration from a season of being overshadowed by Juventus and Milan. The Inter bench erupted in jubilation. The stands were alive with excitement. Coach Marconi, in the instant of the goal, sprinted towards the Inter supporters, performing a wild celebratory slide on his knees. Juventus' entire defense appeared to be hypnotized. At this moment, the match clock read 25 minutes, and, ironically, the starting player Doni had yet to touch the ball even once. This is intolerable. It is merely Sneijder, merely Alvarez, and even the Japanese players. Yet the 39-year-old Zanetti navigates through them as though they were non-existent, ultimately providing an assist. It is utterly unforgivable that Milito, with such commanding prowess, secures a goal. A disgrace. Buffon is furious. Chiellini is enraged. Pirlo is incensed. Conte is also furious. The entire Juventus is in an uproar. Do not mistake a tiger's silence for that of a sickly cat. The slumbering lion has awakened. Substitutions. With a wave of his hand, Conte commands the change. Off goes the oblivious Krasic, followed by the dreamily wandering Marchisio. Next is the introspective Caceres, and finally, the dispirited Beckham. Conte, in one breath, makes 4 substitutions, subsequently bringing on Elia, Pepe, Barzagli, and Borriello. Given the friendly nature of the match, the substitution limit exceeds 3. This is a fierce struggle, a primal combat between men. Football may not be a matter of life and death, yet it transcends such notions. The newly introduced 4 key players, alongside their 7 teammates on the field, surged forth like a regal cavalry galloping across the plains, gathering their strength to relentlessly charge into the depths of the enemy until victory is secured. As if infused with an invigorating spirit, the Juventus players instantly transformed the dynamics of the match. Their momentum, unstoppable. The 10 minutes of fervor were intense, igniting the passions of the fans to soaring heights. The roar of their cheers resounded throughout the stadium. Meanwhile, the Milan players, seated quietly in their spots, were also stirred by the spectacle unfolding before them. What a thrilling and exhilarating contest it was. Allegri, in frustration, pondered why they had not displayed such vigor earlier. Clearly, regret weighed heavily on his mind. Just 10 minutes prior, Inter Milan had left Juventus in tatters. Yet, a mere 10 minutes later, the tables had turned, with Juventus sending Inter fleeing in disarray. This was not about tactics or anything else. It was a matter of dignity and honor, a clash of forces. Finally, Borriello responded with an equally commanding header against Inter. The stadium erupted once more, this time silencing the Inter supporters while the Juventus fans rejoiced. Conti, in the throes of exuberant celebration, tore open his shirt, revealing his still well-defined physique. Yet it was still insufficient. Another goal was needed. At the 40-minute mark, Conti waved his flag, signaling for Chen Long to enter the fray. Chen Long, already invigorated by the atmosphere, burst onto the pitch with an unstoppable gaze. Embodying the spirit of his club's teammates, he raised his hand, calling for the ball, a decisive first move. While waving his hand, he swiftly maneuvered, drawing the relentless Samuel into a tiring chase. Panting heavily, Ranocchia rushed over to assist. Unlike his counterparts, Chen Long had a precious 5.5 minutes to wreak havoc, aiming to disrupt and dismantle the opposing defense until he either assisted in a goal or scored himself, thereby claiming victory. He ran tirelessly, even if it meant depleting his last reserves of energy within those fleeting minutes. Fueled by an exhilarating fervor, Juventus completely dominated Inter Milan. In just 2 minutes, Chen Long had already seized the ball 3 times. Had it not been for Inter's desperate and fanatical defense, they would have been utterly unable to withstand the whirlwind that was Chen Long. His presence, in truth, felt almost out of place in the match. His ghostly movements and nimble footwork resembled a high-performance sports car operating at full throttle, leaving one utterly unable to match his speed or rhythm, forcing them into a relentless chase. In a mere few minutes, the Inter Milan defense had been transformed into a veritable hornet's nest by Chen Long's relentless assault. Nevertheless, Juventus failed to capitalize on this chaos, with long-range shots, volleys, and headers all failing to breach the goal. Every attempt either thwarted by a save or blocked by a defender. Meanwhile, Samuel and Ranocchia remained steadfast in their pursuit and containment of Chen Long. However, even the strongest bow must eventually reach its limit. As Chen Long prepared for his 5th touch, poised to break through Inter's defense, both defenders found themselves overwhelmed. In a moment of desperation, Sneijder, returning to defend, clutched Chen Long's broad waist with unyielding grip. Yet, in an unwavering display of strength, Chen Long managed to surge forward a full meter before reluctantly succumbing to the ground, having been dragged forward by Sneijder's desperate hold. This terrifying prodigy, could this be a football match? Completely immersed in the game, Chen Long was oblivious to the astonishment of the spectators. The referee's whistle finally pierced the air, signaling a free kick. Gasps echoed throughout the stadium. Juventus was enveloped in joy, while Inter Milan was gripped by a cold sweat. It was not a free kick, but rather the sound of the match concluding. The referee's 2nd and 3rd whistles resonated. The game was over. The audience had completely lost track of the time. Meanwhile, Sneijder, in a state of utter disarray, lay breathless upon the grass. Chen Long turned around, extending his hand towards the esteemed Master Sneijder. Friendship first, competition second. Chapter 34. When happiness knocks at the door, the match had come to an end, a truly breathtaking encounter. Chen Long may not have scored, yet he received resounding applause. The sight of Chen Long and Sneijder firmly shaking hands moved the crowd. In the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd matches, Chen Long exhibited flawless performances, showcasing a magical display within just 5 minutes. This past week, Italian news and newspapers revolved entirely around this young lad. The phrase emerging from nowhere could not more aptly describe Chen Long. Even the arrival of Balotelli had not been as dazzling. After the TIM Cup, Chen Long did not attend the press conference. Yet with a goal and an assist, he undeniably became the brightest star on the pitch. With 3 matches under his belt, he boasted 2 goals and 1 assist, an impressive statistic achieved in a mere 15 minutes. What a remarkable feat. The news was nothing short of a barrage, utterly tiresome. After the match, Chen Long was whisked away by Pirlo in his sports car, transported to an unknown destination. Did Pirlo have a penchant for youth? He indeed held a fondness for this young talent, and even the usually composed Pirlo was captivated by Chen Long's performance, leading him to invite the lad to accompany him post-match. Alongside Chiellini, Marchisio, and Buffon, Pirlo epitomized the quintessential affluent heir. Rumors circulated that he was a descendant of Italy's steel magnate, with business ventures spanning numerous countries. And he even owned his own vineyard, truly an extraordinary lifestyle. Chen Long had heard whispers of this online, but today he never imagined he would have the fortune to visit Pirlo's vineyard. This is a dreamlike scene. The estate is nestled in the suburbs of Turin, amidst lush green fields, enveloped in tranquility and peace. Pirlo, as the host, had long instructed his servants to prepare the necessary provisions for the gathering. It is a pity that Chen Long cannot partake in wine, a true waste of Pirlo's exquisite vintage. The Chiellinis indulged without restraint, particularly Buffon, who left a delightful chaos in his wake. In contrast, Chen Long merely sampled a few morsels, constrained by his constitution. Halfway through the banquet, Chen Long was taken aback by an unexpected appearance. Inzaghi had arrived. Indeed, the legendary ninth master was present. This revelation filled Chen Long with immense excitement. The dashing Inzaghi drove in leisurely style in a charming little car, entirely devoid of the airs one might expect from celebrity. Even more astonishing was the arrival of Piero. Wasn't it said that these two were at odds? Chen Long mused, perplexed. Yet before his very eyes, these two were laughing and playfully teasing one another, casually linking arms as they entered Pirlo's estate. This was a stark contrast to the tales of discord. It is well known that Piero and Inzaghi had clashed during their time at Juventus, leading to Inzaghi's departure to Milan and the creation of two distinct legends. However, the scene before him painted an entirely different narrative. Witnessing their camaraderie, they appeared as the closest of friends, devoid of any trace of animosity. As the junior member of the gathering, Chen Long sat awkwardly in his chair, at a loss for words. At that moment, the only sentiment that filled his heart was one of sheer happiness. This is the circle. The type of people one associates with defines the circle one inhabits. Today, Chen Long has evidently entered this circle for the first time, experiencing a realm previously untouched. The prominent figures did not overlook Chen Long, particularly. Inzaghi extended a warm handshake and praised his performance today, leaving Chen Long both honored and astonished. Piero and Inzaghi are both legendary figures, idols that Chen Long has cherished since childhood. While they may not reach the towering heights of Ronaldo, the respect he harbors for them is certainly no less profound. The warm greetings from the luminaries eased Chen Long's initial shyness, allowing him to gradually immerse himself in the atmosphere. Feeling as joyous as a blooming flower, such was his sentiment at that moment. Time flew by, and before long, it was midnight, marking the conclusion of the grand feast. Lacking transportation, Chen Long was driven home by Chiellini. He now had his own abode, albeit a temporary one provided by the club. Lying alone in bed, he reflected on the day's events, scarcely able to believe them himself. He resolved to seek guidance from Inzaghi when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, it dawned on him that frequent interactions with these football stars would provide ample opportunities for learning and skill replication, an opportunity that is rare and precious. Having already gained celebrity status in Italy, Chen Long never forgot to don his sunglasses when stepping out. The following day, he left home early, primarily to fulfill his first advertising contract. He arrived as scheduled for a photo shoot. Dapper in a suit, Chen Long epitomized the quintessential handsome figure. The photographer requested 2 sets of photographs, one in a suit and another in a Juventus jersey. After the photo shoot, Chen Long returned to university with Yang Ershi. Classes were in session, and despite being a burgeoning celebrity, he adhered to the routine of study. As they walked, Yang Ershi wore a troubled expression, prompting Chen Long to inquire about his distress. Yang Ershi lamented his own folly, lamenting how he had signed a contract that was woefully inadequate. He should have added at least another 0 to the figure. It seemed even Yang Ershi had his shortcomings. His vision for this first advertisement had not been far-sighted enough. Selling Chen Long for a mere 3,000 euros was regrettable. However, his negativity was short-lived. As he quickly shifted the conversation to more promising news, he announced that an advertisement from China had already commenced, with Chen Long's visage prominently featured, making him a household name across the country. The speed of this development astonished Chen Long. Yang Ershi's capabilities were indeed impressive. His methods of elevating Chen Long's profile were nothing short of remarkable. In truth, ever since the Super Cup the very next day, Chen Long's image had graced the screens, seizing the moment with fervor. This is the agility of the Chinese. Chen Long had undeniably begun to shine on this land. As they conversed, they arrived at the gates of the University of Turin. Wearing his sunglasses, Chen Long did not incite any commotion. The tranquility and cleanliness of the university campus filled Chen Long's heart with joy as he walked through the simple and natural surroundings. He appeared to be just an ordinary student. As fate would have it, he and his companion found themselves at the football field, where they unexpectedly spotted Yi Shanshan. At that moment, two teams were engaged in a match on the pitch. Yi Shanshan was pleasantly surprised by Chen Long's arrival. "Did you bring your football shoes?" she inquired with fervor. "No," he replied. "I'll find you a pair of shoes and a kit. Could you lend a hand as a temporary player?" Yi Shanshan offered warmly. Wearing sunglasses, Chen Long cast a sidelong glance at her, expressing his reluctance. "So, you want me to be a temporary player? Is there any compensation?" €10 for each goal, young Urshi chimed in eagerly, his tone greedy as he overheard their exchange. "Are you joking? Look at the medical school team. They're getting hammered out there. You still won't help? Playing football at such a late hour is a pain." In Chapter 35, "Do you mind if I play football?" Yi Shanshan, as if performing magic, swiftly produced a complete set of football gear and shoes for Chen Long, dressing him in them. Thus, Chen Long transformed into a temporary player for the traditional Chinese medicine team. This match was merely an internal friendly game among the university teams, thus insignificant in the grand scheme of things. However, despite its friendly nature, no one wished to face defeat. The match commenced at 10 o'clock in the illuminated stadium, attracting a considerable audience. At that moment, the score indicated that the traditional Chinese medicine team was trailing by a goal. The astute Yi Shanshan managed to hold back Chen Long, who had been brought in as an impressive foreign player, yet no one had recognized him at that time. Wearing sunglasses late at night, one could either be deemed foolish or dim-witted, leading everyone to regard Chen Long as just a pretentious simpleton. Eventually, this so-called simpleton made his entrance. Having honed his skills through 3 professional league matches, Chen Long found this amateur game to be as effortless as slicing vegetables. Upon removing his sunglasses, he stood on the field, momentarily unrecognized, as not everyone had witnessed those 3 matches. On the soccer field, Chen Long appeared entirely different from his persona off the field. Upon receiving the ball, he instantly embarked on a frenzied dribble, effortlessly evading the defenders and sprinting towards the goal, striking the ball fiercely into the net. Scoring seemed so effortless, akin to a mere flick of the wrist. The opposing team was taken aback by his performance. When had the traditional Chinese medicine team acquired such a prodigy? Had he merely been feigning incompetence? His entrance had already left everyone in awe. Was this truly a university student? Well, hope was there for the rest. Within just over a minute, Chen Long scored. His methods strikingly simple and brutally direct, entirely devoid of any semblance of teamwork, thus shamelessly humiliating the opposition. The rivals seethed with frustration, having maintained a lead only to have it swiftly equalized by this young man, a devastating blow to their morale. Yet the onslaught was far from over. Merely a minute later, Chen Long executed another dazzling solo run, scoring yet again in the same manner. Once was a fluke, but twice? The tide had turned within 3 minutes, and the score was now in their favor. Enraged, the opposition resorted to brutish tactics, taking Chen Long down without hesitation. Whether he was a professional player or a star mattered little. The consequences of arrogance were clear. He was brought to the ground. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of all players who had faced humiliation. At last, someone in the crowd recognized Chen Long, gasping in astonishment. As one person called out his name, the others quickly followed suit, realizing the identity of the remarkable player before them. It is astonishing that a substitute from Juventus has made an appearance on a university field. Such occurrences are quite shocking. If professional teams can score with such ease, what can we expect from amateur matches? Meanwhile, Yi Shanshan and young Urshi exchanged sly smiles, pondering the sheer cruelty of allowing Chen Long to take the field. His rough style of play inevitably led to fouls, and the player who was fouled happened to be Chen Long. The consequences were all too predictable. No one dared to contest the opportunity for a free kick with Chen Long, especially since he was known as the temporary number 10 from Juventus. Not even Pirlo would dare to challenge him. No one else in the world held the right to dispute his claim. Chen Long once again showcased his remarkable free kick technique, sending the ball directly into the corner of the net. This contest was far from an equal match, as Chen Long astonishingly netted 3 goals within a mere 5 minutes. leading the traditional medicine team to a miraculous victory with a score of 3-1. Just as the crowd began to search for Chen Long's whereabouts, he had already vanished, leaving behind a sense of regret and the ire of the opposing team. Shameful, utterly shameful. It's one thing to recruit foreign aid, but to enlist professional players is beyond disgraceful, someone indignantly remarked. What of it? It merely demonstrates our prowess. If you're so remarkable, why not recruit a professional player of your own? Retorted the traditional medicine team, unyielding in their response. By the way, how did Yezi come to know Chen Long? In future matches, she should invite him to join us. Surely that would ensure victory. It's utterly outrageous. 3 goals in just 5 minutes. Could be that they have some sort of connection. How can we continue to compete with such a freak of nature on the field? I heard he also attends our school, in the management department, a fellow alumnus, and possibly even a classmate. I must inquire further tomorrow. After indulging in their football thrill, Chen Long, along with Yi Shanshan and Yang Ershi, went out for a late-night meal, with Yi Shanshan treating, blissfully unaware of the murmurs left in their wake. It must be noted that their appearance fee was remarkably low. Merely a dinner. What a disgrace. Chen Long, with a piece of meat in his mouth, wore a rather reluctant expression. Come on, it was just 5 minutes. Considered a friendly cameo. The fat guy hasn't even spoken yet, so why are you so bothered? Be careful, or I won't brew your medicine. Ye Shansan retorted dismissively. It was just 5 minutes? Sister, are those people in your department even capable of playing football? They might as well go play table tennis in China. Look at how many goals I scored in just 5 minutes. By Juventus standards, I should charge you 9,000 euros, but since it's a friendly rate, I'll give you a discount of 20. Fat guy, you handle the finances. Do I strike you as the kind of person who is driven by money? Only you would be so mercenary. Yezi, don't mind him, the fat guy replied unexpectedly, displaying an unwavering loyalty. Chen Long shot a disdainful glance at Yang Ershi, pondering when these two had become so united. Brothers are indeed meant to be sold out. Outnumbered, Chen Long had no choice but to concede, bowing his head and obediently gnawing on his meat. Speaking of which, I've landed another advertising deal. You're about to earn a handsome sum again. Yang Ershi redirected the conversation. As long as it's not an ad for some medicine, I won't accept it. Chen Long replied with utmost seriousness. This time, it's exceptional, absolutely remarkable, an advertisement from China that will surely swell your pockets, Yang Ershi exclaimed. Not that Jean Sangzi throat lozenge, right? Always pursuing ventures that yield no profit? Chen Long regarded the situation with disdain. It was merely an advertisement they had provided. Undoubtedly exaggerated. Well, have I ever engaged in a loss-making venture? That would be an affront to my intellect, he mused, pointing at his plump head. Your ability to boast is more impressive than your weight. The three of them shared a simple late-night meal, engaging in aimless conversation that spanned various topics. After bidding farewell to Yi Shanshan and Yang Ershi, Chen Long returned to his residence alone, with the team enjoying a day off tomorrow. He intended to meticulously plan his day. First, he would address matters concerning his weight, then report back to school, and finally, he would visit Yi Shanshan for both learning and medication. His day was thoroughly scheduled, reminiscent of a student fervently preparing for crucial examinations, leaving no minute unaccounted for. Chapter 36. The Dragon's Prestige for Chen Long. Playing football was an uncomplicated affair. However, delving into traditional Chinese medicine texts felt akin to deciphering an ancient script tormenting him. Another night of struggle ensued, as he laboriously attempted to study, yet upon waking the next day, he still felt as if he were grappling with the material. At the break of dawn, he was roused by Yang Ershi's boisterous antics. Yang, brimming with enthusiasm, sought out Chen Long, eager to take him to meet clients again, as promoting Chen Long had become his newfound passion. According to Chen Long as planned, they would first meet the clients, followed by his school registration. So he dutifully set out. One could only wonder what Yang Ershi had concocted this time. Regardless, Chen Long found himself seated opposite two Chinese individuals with yellowish skin. One was familiar to him, Zhang Taiyue, the manager from the promotional department of Jin Songzi Throat Treasure, who struck Chen Long as quite serious and left a deep impression. His attire neat and tailored, albeit hanging loosely on his frail frame. The other was a newcomer named Huang Zhang, sporting an endearing baby face and appearing to be in his early 30s. Being fellow countrymen, they conversed effortlessly in Chinese. Huang Zhang was the head of a certain Chinese sports brand, visiting Italy to discuss product development with Chen Long. The focus was on creating a new line of footwear, aptly named Battle Dragon. The title alone exuded a sense of power, aligning perfectly with Chinese aesthetic sensibilities. Chen Long was taken aback. The notion of endorsing a product named after himself seemed utterly implausible. He conveyed his reluctance to accept such a proposition. The subsidiary had even been aptly named Dragon's Prestige for the Battle Dragon series of shoes. The audacity of this Chinese individual is truly remarkable. What gives him the confidence to believe he will achieve fame? In the realm of international football, he is but a mere minnow, inferior even to those of lesser stature. Although he may have experienced a dreamlike beginning, it does not necessarily signify a radiant future, does it? The weight of this treasure rests heavily upon him. Will the outcome be dire? How did young Urshi manage to have these individuals revolve around him? It appears that the loquaciousness of the hefty fellow has reached new heights, capable of coaxing even the birds from the trees. As for Chen Long, who has signed a temporary contract with Juventus, engaging in advertisements and such, he finds himself entirely detached from the affairs of the prestigious club. Such is the advantage of being a temp. In truth, he lacks understanding of these commercial matters. Yet he is assured that his brother young Urshi would never betray him. At worst, he might drag him into some unsavory business, allowing him to indulge in his antics with a sense of ease. However, he did not anticipate that young Urshi would magnify this situation beyond his expectations. With a hurried signature, he felt as if it were none of his concern. Having completed the first task, Chen Long left the three of them behind and made his way to the school to register alone. Students like Yang Urshi and Yi Shanshan had already completed their registrations, but Chen Long had been preoccupied with competitions in recent days and had not attended to this matter. Today marked his actual registration day. Despite being a mere twinkling star in the vast cosmos, he did not expect any special treatment. Thus, as a newcomer, he was unaware of how to navigate to the School of Management. Had it not been for his inquiry with a passerby, he would have struggled to find his way. After signing in at the Student Affairs office, Chen Long proceeded to the department and chose to enroll in a rather niche elective program in traditional Chinese medicine. With these formalities completed, he sought out Yi Shanshan at the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. To his surprise, she was an avid football fan. Having ventured to the football field to watch a match, Chen Long mused to himself, is she truly this passionate about football? I never noticed before. Donning his sunglasses, he stealthily approached Yi Shanshan. Observing his surroundings, he felt something was amiss, as if something vital was lacking. Fans, he muttered to himself. There seem to be fewer fans here. It feels too quiet. It's all due to the influence of traditional Chinese medicine, Yi Shanshan explained from beside him. The students here are all bookworms, engrossed in their studies, and the idea of playing football seems quite odious. Just look at the basketball court over there. It's sheer madness. Following her gaze, Chen Long was astounded. What kind of world is this? When did basketball become the most popular sport in Italy? He thought, unable to comprehend the sight. The basketball court teemed with throngs of people, a sea of black-clad individuals crowding the area, while countless long, fair legs dazzled the eye. Chen Long felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. It's so unfair. All the beautiful girls have flocked to the basketball court. Here, not a single soul can be found, save for a few guys sitting on the grass with books. The more he pondered, the more disheartened he became. Hey, buddy, could I borrow a football? He called out as he approached the center of the field, requesting a ball from a distracted player. He then turned back and, much to his surprise, found himself headed towards the basketball court. What does this fool intend to do? Yi Shanshan watched Chen Long's actions with great curiosity. Hey, are you planning to go over there and play some fancy football? Perhaps earn a little tip along the way? As she spoke, she followed closely behind him. Chen Long replied while walking, only one who knows me, Shanshan, would understand. Indeed, I am going to showcase a few tricks and restore the football's original charm. Chen Long certainly had an eye for the right spot. He picked another adjacent field where a match was taking place to juggle the ball. However, no one paid him any attention. They were all focused on the intense game. How embarrassing. If you don't perform some impressive tricks, who would care to watch? Yi Shanshan remarked, casting doubt on him. Upon hearing this, Chen Long felt a twinge of displeasure. Just watch closely. I shall demonstrate to you what it means to hit the bullseye from 100 paces. I know precisely where to aim. Remember that advertisement featuring Ronaldinho? I will show you something even more extraordinary, Chen Long declared with an expression of pride. He placed the ball at the center of the basketball court and took several steps back. What is this guy up to? Is he out of his mind? What is a footballer doing on a basketball court? Some bystanders began to murmur. Didn't you see him wearing sunglasses? Clearly, he is blind. What is so surprising about what a blind person does? Chen Long overheard this and felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Who says I'm blind? I'll show you that I can achieve what you can only do with your hands, using my feet instead. Are you boasting? If you can shoot a football into the basketball hoop, I'll eat the ball right here on the spot. Then you better hurry and throw up, lest the basketball be too large for you to swallow later. I'm eager to see how you manage to get the ball in. If you can score just once, I'll concede defeat. No, I can certainly do it twice without issue. Once the notion of a wager was introduced, the atmosphere became significantly more lively. Those around, intrigued by the prospect of a bet, gathered in small clusters, curious to see how this sunglass-clad fellow would manage to score into the hoop. Those unfamiliar with Chen Long were eagerly awaiting to witness his folly. Kicking a ball into a basketball hoop from the center of the court? It was utterly absurd. Even someone as formidable as Ronaldinho would hesitate to undertake such a challenge. The lewd man in sunglasses audaciously uttered such words? It is nothing short of a colossal joke. A student from the traditional Chinese medicine academy playing football? Wouldn't that provoke laughter from others? If the electronics department were to hear this, one can only imagine how long the ridicule would last. Chen Long paid no heed to the scornful jeers surrounding him. His objective had already been partially achieved, drawing a crowd to his side. Now, all he needed to do was score a goal to silence them, thus completing his task. In truth, Chen Long was quite familiar with this style of play. Otherwise, he would not dare to act so brazenly at this moment. While it might be a daunting challenge for others, he could almost envision Yang 21 running laps around the field, as he had suffered humiliating defeats each time they wagered on basketball. Without further ado, Chen Long focused intently on the football, taking a deep breath. He then naturally took a few steps back, sending the ball soaring in a graceful arc towards the net. It was precise, hitting its mark. Could it be a goal? The spectators felt a collective sense of anticipation. The ball swiftly approached, striking the small black frame of the backboard with force. It was destined to score. Yet, with a resounding thud, the ball rebounded off the backboard and soared high into the air, missing the hoop entirely. A chorus of sighs filled the air. Chen Long merely scratched the back of his head, adopting an indifferent demeanor. The second attempt failed to even touch the backboard, landing squarely on the ground, eliciting boos from the sidelines. It had been a while since he played, and he lamented his lack of finesse. The laughter echoed in his ears, causing a faint blush to rise to his cheeks. In reality, both attempts were executed well. One was simply too forceful, the other too gentle. Yet both aimed squarely at the center of the backboard. While some booed, others offered encouragement. Those with an understanding of football recognized the skill involved in such a shot, as few could strike the ball with such elegance akin to shooting a basket. Chen Long adjusted himself and retreated once more. As he prepared for the third shot, he again struck the small black frame of the backboard accurately. This time, the ball gracefully fell into the hoop. It was in. Finally, it was a score. Cheers erupted from the crowd, drawing the attention of those watching basketball nearby. Someone was kicking a basketball like a football. Curiosity piqued. More spectators turned to watch. Was one goal sufficient? It was, but for Chen Long, it was not enough. He craved more goals to truly impress the audience present. Thus, he advanced toward the center circle, ready for his fourth shot. Following the inspiration of his initial success, the second goal was not far behind. When the fourth ball elegantly found its way into the hoop, it made a statement. This was no longer mere luck. It was a testament to skill. As the fifth ball again swished through the net, Chen Long finally came to a halt. He no longer felt the need to prove anything. Could football truly be played in such a manner? With just his feet, he managed to propel the ball into the basketball hoop, leaving basketball players in a state of bewilderment. He began to showcase his skills, and the art of freestyle football came alive beneath his feet. Relishing the moment, Chen Long playfully executed a series of intricate maneuvers, crossing his legs, performing back heels, heading, and sideline tricks, all executed with remarkable finesse, as if every part of his body was imbued with enchantment. The crowd gathered, their numbers swelling, drawn by the spectacle. Those who had previously been engrossed in the basketball game began to flock towards him. Someone, with impeccable timing, rushed to the loudspeaker and played an upbeat, melodious tune, enhancing the vibrant atmosphere of Chen Long's performance. A young man in sunglasses stood on the basketball court of the traditional Chinese medicine college, embodying the allure of football. When had such an extraordinary talent emerged from the college? Most could not recall anything like it. For over a century, the college had not produced even a substitute for its team, perpetually finishing last in intercollegiate competitions. Yet now, here was a young man, kicking a football with such fervor. The dashing Chen Long's performance lasted a mere 5 minutes, constrained by his physical stamina. Nonetheless, within that brief span, he had excelled. At the conclusion of his display, drenched in sweat, he exuberantly removed his sunglasses, casually shedding his shirt to flaunt his well-defined muscles, waving to the crowd. In an instant, he was recognized by the audience as he removed his sunglasses. Upon hearing his name called out loudly from the crowd, he instinctively snapped back to reality. This was troublesome. He needed to escape. Acting on impulse, he swiftly grabbed his clothes and dashed away, his movements reminiscent of a mouse scurrying across the street. In just a few seconds, he had sprinted several dozen meters away, diving into an alley without a backward glance. Hadn't he just claimed to be out of energy? It seemed that under certain extraordinary circumstances, one could indeed summon an unexpected surge of vitality. Was that really Chen Long from Juventus? So handsome. The excited squeals of female fans began to resonate from the crowd. No wonder his skills were so exceptional. It was indeed him. From now on, basketball would take a back seat to football. Thus began the journey of the initial fans. One might deem them superficial or foolish, yet every fan starts as a novice. And evidently, Chen Long had managed to captivate some newcomers at the traditional Chinese medicine college. The enigmatic Chen Long had certainly made a name for himself amidst the crowds last night and today. After a chance encounter with Yi Shanshan, he finally distanced himself from the raucous throng. Today, he has one final objective: to seek advice from Yi Shanshan regarding traditional Chinese medicine and to drink that bowl of bitter medicine. Since her arrival in Turin, Yi Shanshan has promptly established a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in the city, seemingly intent on transforming it into a chain throughout Italy. Previously, Chen Long, having just exited the academic affairs office, chose traditional Chinese medicine as an elective course, completely unaware of the content he was about to delve into. To his surprise, upon exploring the course materials, he found them quite engaging. The elective primarily focuses on hands-on experiments, making it a highly practical subject. However, the theoretical aspects are also extensive. Without sufficient theoretical knowledge, how can one hope to engage in practice? On that afternoon, after a hasty meal with Yi Shanshan, he immersed himself in a mountain of books, or rather, a heap of traditional Chinese medicine. When he finally emerged from the medicinal pile, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, enduring the bitter taste. He gulped down the bowl of concoction before bidding farewell to Yi Shanshan. Chapter 38. CAC returns on the same day. The city of Milan trembled with excitement. Adriano Galliani, the vice president of AC Milan, publicly announced the return of CAC to the club. The news was confirmed that afternoon, as CAC donned the number 22 jersey and graced the press conference. This number, which he originally wore at Milan, now symbolizes his return, bringing immense joy to the Milan supporters. The transfer was orchestrated by the honorary president, Silvio Berlusconi, and after a long summer of anticipation, the fans were finally rewarded with the arrival of a familiar superstar. Over the past decade, Milan's star players, once departing, have ultimately returned to the club, the most recent luminaries being Shevchenko and CAC. However, upon their departures, these stars have often struggled to maintain their former brilliance. Following his transfer to Chelsea, Shevchenko fell into obscurity, unable to find the net and ultimately returning to Milan. CAC's journey to Real Madrid was similarly marred by injuries, which hindered his ability to secure a starting position and have diminished his once formidable prowess. Years have passed, and he found himself without a role at Madrid, leading him back to Milan, where the club appears to be recycling aging stars. While this may bolster Milan's reputation, their current capabilities are questionable. CAC, once revered worldwide, is now undeniably diminished, a harsh truth to acknowledge. His hallmark was his ability to surge through the midfield with speed and precision, culminating in goals. Yet, asking the present-day CAC to perform such feats is akin to chasing phantoms, a consequence of those relentless injuries. It is evident that Berlusconi and the balding Galliani share a common strategy: to placate the fans with star power. CAC, with his high-profile, yet modest transfer fee, seems the ideal candidate to appease the Milan supporters. Alas, the loyal fans have been misled yet again, though perhaps they have grown accustomed to such deception over the past 5 or 6 years. Nevertheless, CAC's return brings a glimmer of happiness, particularly for the Italians. Of course, Milan's rivals, especially Inter Milan, cannot resist mocking the situation. Yet, it is the Inter fans who feel the greater frustration, as Milan boasts CAC while they possess nothing of note. The most content are undoubtedly the Juventus supporters, who welcome genuine talent in their ranks. However, a single Higuain is insufficient, and a midfield led by Pirlo cannot guarantee success on a European stage. The declining Italian football seems relegated to the realm of second-hand dealings. The flames of European competition have long been ignited. With Champions League qualifiers and Europa League matches underway for over 2 weeks, as teams vie for a place in the main event. On the national front, the qualification matches for the 2014 World Cup are about to commence, and various leagues are finally set to battle. As August draws to a close, the footballing arena is ablaze with fervor. In just a few days, the 2012 to 2013 Serie A season will commence, with Juventus facing Parma at home. For a veteran of a professional league, the commencement of each season often elicits little emotional response, as one becomes accustomed to the routine. In contrast, for a newcomer like Chen Long, the experience is markedly different, filled with exhilarating anticipation. Baker has already been assigned to the youth league for further development, while Chen Long continues to train with the first team. In his spare time, he often retreats to his room with a book resembling a homebody. Despite residing there for nearly 2 weeks, he remains oblivious to the identities of his neighbors. One morning, upon opening his door, he was startled to see Higuain and Giovinco jogging past, realizing that many of his Juventus teammates lived in the same vicinity. To his astonishment, Higuain resides next door. The thought of living beside such a prominent figure was thrilling. He could casually drop by Higuain's place whenever he wished. That very evening, he ventured over to Higuain's home, which exuded a serene and inviting atmosphere. Higuain warmly welcomed Chen Long, preparing Argentine barbecue himself. As Chen Long savored the delectable meal, he couldn't help but sing Higuain's praises. Undoubtedly, Higuain is a model professional in the football world, approachable and easygoing, devoid of the pretentiousness often associated with stardom. Shortly after joining Juventus, Chen Long formed a close camaraderie with him, especially given their proximity as neighbors. The reserved Higuain, having been single since his breakup with actress Fantini last year, has yet to find a new romantic partner. Chen Long's presence has added a lively element to Higuain's life. Surprisingly, Higuain is also an avid reader, with an extensive bookshelf showcasing a diverse array of literary works. This revelation suggests that Higuain possesses a refined cultural background, a rarity in the world of football. Under Higuain's influence, Chen Long has taken to reading diligently at home, making modest strides in his studies of traditional Chinese medicine over the past 10 days. Following the commotion at school, Chen Long has seldom appeared on campus, opting instead for online learning. However, the elective course on traditional Chinese medicine he enrolled in necessitates in-person attendance due to the practical experiments involved. For someone like Chen Long, who excels in hands-on tasks, engaging in experiments has proven to be quite enjoyable, leading to significant advancements in his knowledge of the subject. In the midst of this, Yang Ershur made several visits, ostensibly to discuss advertising opportunities. During his last visit, to Chen Long's surprise, he arrived in a small car accompanied by an alluring woman, leaving Chen Long astonished at how quickly Yang had found a romantic partner and acquired a vehicle. As the competition approached, the training regimen remained consistent. However, one unexpected element was Connie's pronounced emphasis on the art of simulation, which had become a mandatory component of daily practice. It could be said that, within Juventus, there exists a hidden talent for dramatic falls among the players. Naturally, Chen Long, lacking the innate flair for theatrics, continued to struggle in this area, showing no signs of improvement. This prompted Chen Long to ponder privately for a considerable time. Is simulation considered a skill in football? He yearned for a satisfactory answer. If he could not draw a foul through simulation, what alternative means could he employ to gain possession of the ball? Counterpressing, he reminded himself. How could he enhance his success rate in counterpressing? At this moment, he began to grasp a hint of understanding. He resolved to embark on learning the art of interception and defensive skills. Looking across the global football scene, who are the elite players renowned for their interception prowess? Chapter 39, Seducing Vidal. Stone? Come forth. Chen Long silently mused, I'm not a stone. Well, it's quite fitting, I do like stones. Recently, Chen Long had been frequently conversing with Xing Lei. Previously, he had contemplated defensive skills, which led him here. How could he acquire defensive skills? In today's football arena, there are but a handful of exceptional talents in interception. Counting them yields only a few extraordinary individuals. Lassana Diarra, recently transferred from Real Madrid, stands out, while Frankie de Jong is also commendable. Of course, Javier Mascherano is noteworthy, and then there's Vidal from Juventus, who is quite impressive. Vidal? Indeed, it seems so. Then assist me in replicating his interception skills. Are you certain? His skill is known as the Mad Bull. The Mad Bull Rush. What could possibly be wrong with that? Nothing at all, except that it's rather chaotic. When a person goes mad, they can accomplish anything. No worries, I can handle it. How can I replicate it at the fastest pace? Would watching videos online suffice? Generally speaking, Witnessing a live performance is the most direct and impactful method. For instance, watching a live strip show is far more immediate than viewing adult films. That makes sense. This analogy is quite vivid. Chen Long was drenched in sweat, contemplating how this entity possessed such knowledge, exhibiting a rather professional demeanor. What exactly is it? You should challenge Vidal one-on-one. You dribble past him, and he attempts to intercept you while I directly replicate. Like this? All right, let us proceed with that plan. Half an hour later, at Juventus' training ground, Marchisio stood helplessly on the sidelines, expressing a face of resignation. Heaven knows what madness this kid is up to today. He is looking for someone to torment again. Poor Vidal. On the training ground, there existed an unwritten rule. One could play with anyone, but one should never engage with that little freak, Chen Long, especially in dribbling or tackling. One would face a rather tragic demise. At this moment, Vidal was the unfortunate soul caught in the crossfire. Come on, Arturo, bring it on. With great enthusiasm, Chen Long extended an invitation to Vidal. To his own surprise, Vidal accepted. Earlier, Chen Long had lavishly praised Vidal on the training ground, his accolades mirroring those he had bestowed upon Xing Lei. He exalted Vidal to the heavens, proclaiming him the most formidable defender in contemporary football, dismissing the likes of Las Diera and Mascherano as mere trifles. He even asserted that De Jong and Cambiasso were but novices in comparison. Ultimately, Vidal, with a naive eagerness, acquiesced to Chen Long's proposition and engaged in a spirited game of ball snatching with him. This is not merely a game of seizing the ball. It serves as a vivid illustration of the interplay between offensive and defensive maneuvers during a swift run. Chen Long surged forward, skillfully dribbling the ball from a distance of several meters, while Vidal's objective was to intercept the ball or obstruct Chen Long's advance. Like a roaring war chariot, Chen Long approached at breakneck speed, igniting a fervor in Vidal that resembled a frenzied bison, charging forward with equal intensity. With his muscular physique, Vidal surged forward without hesitation, presenting an imposing barrier in Chen Long's path. Unfazed, Chen Long opted for a swift change of direction, accelerating with deft footwork, feinting thrice before seamlessly gliding the ball to the right. Vidal, possessing an innate defensive instinct, was not deceived by the feints. He prepared himself to retreat and accelerate simultaneously as Chen Long barreled toward him. Vidal pondered that preventing Chen Long's passage was an impossible feat. The deception was too convincing to fall for, so he resolved to disregard the feints altogether. As Chen Long approached, he too would accelerate backward, positioning himself closely to reclaim the ball through sheer physicality. He executed this strategy flawlessly. At the moment Chen Long surged past, Vidal unleashed his full energy, matching Chen Long's speed and staying closely aligned with him. Chen Long was taken aback by Vidal's cunning, realizing he had not succumbed to his feints, but rather opted to challenge him in both speed and strength. Quickly, Chen Long adjusted his stance to prevent Vidal from sneaking in and seizing the ball. Well done, Arturo. I didn't expect you to devise such a tactic, Chen Long remarked as he maintained possession of the ball. Of course, who do you think I am? I won't yield easily, Vidal retorted, colliding with Chen Long's shoulder in a fierce contest of strength, both players steadfast in their determination. In the midst of their verbal exchange, Chen Long executed a sudden stop, catching Vidal off guard and sending him stumbling 5 meters away. As Chen Long halted, he planted his foot firmly on the ball and beckoned Vidal to approach. Provoked by this gesture, Vidal charged back like a wild bison, but this time Chen Long chose to remain stationary, protecting the ball. As Vidal neared, he displayed newfound cleverness, halting his advance just in time. Indeed, Chen Long had intended for Vidal to rush past, allowing him to deftly pull the ball away. However, this tactic faltered as Vidal refrained from lunging. Instead, in that moment of deceleration, he swept his right foot horizontally to the left. Familiar with Chen Long's habitual leftward pulls from their frequent encounters, Vidal executed his move with precision. Yet, Chen Long remained unperturbed before Vidal's leg could reach him. He deftly nudged the ball backward and swiftly retreated a step, narrowly evading the challenge. However, Vidal's foot did not cease its momentum. He pressed down with his right foot, swiftly following up with his left, launching a powerful strike forward. It was an undeniably brutish display of strength, a true embodiment of a wild bison in action. Chen Long was taken aback by his sudden action. As he watched Vidal's left foot, brimming with menace, hurtling towards him, he swiftly executed a Marseille turn, managing to drag the ball out of harm's way. However, the speed of his turn was no match for the direct advance of his opponent. In a moment, Chen Long pulled the ball away. Vidal's left foot had already made contact with that stout leg, resembling a thick barrel, obstructing Chen Long's midsection. What was initially a graceful Marseille turn abruptly transformed into a misstep. Foul! Chen Long lamented as he was halted, the ball slipping away from his feet. Hith. I touched the ball. You just spun yourself dizzy. Look, you can't get past me, can you? Vidal exclaimed gleefully, relishing his triumph. Now I understand why this fellow is dubbed the Mad Bull. He is indeed wild, infuriated, and extraordinarily swift. Let's go again. I shall ensure you lose convincingly. With the ball in his possession, Vidal's enthusiasm surged as he continued to challenge Chen Long. Ah, no, if we play again, you'll surely obliterate me. I refuse. You are far too formidable. Perhaps next time. Next time, haha. Chen Long shamelessly declined Vidal's invitation. In truth, during those brief moments, Chen Long had already envisioned a mental image of Vidal's skills, thus choosing not to engage further. Meanwhile, the Mad Bull, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Chen Long's mind, was blissfully satisfied, while Chen Long's heart was already brimming with joy. Naturally, he would not employ the first defensive skill he had acquired during training. That was a trump card reserved for the match. Chapter 40. Let us not dwell on that for 5 minutes. August 26th marked the commencement of the Italian Serie A season. 2 days prior to the match, Juventus convened a season mobilization meeting. During the assembly, club president Ranieri delivered a brief speech, emphasizing the need to defend their league title while also aiming to make a significant impact in the Champions League. The prize money for the league championship remained unchanged from last year, but the Champions League rewards were astoundingly high, reaching a terrifying 10 million euros. This invigorated the players, who had previously shown little interest in the lecture. The figure indicated that each individual could receive a bonus nearing 500,000. This amount even constitutes half of certain players' annual salaries. It is evident that Juventus aims to motivate its players with substantial rewards to exert their utmost in the Champions League. Yet who can predict the outcome? Football, after all, is not merely about effort. The Champions League is a long and arduous journey, filled with formidable competitors. Luck plays a significant role, reminiscent of last year's Chelsea, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Does Juventus possess the spirit of resilience? They are undoubtedly gifted, yet not every resilient contender can endure until the end. Head coach Conte has instituted some regulations for the new season. The cunning tactician's approach to management has always been predicated on stability, characterized by rigor and discipline. He has particularly admonished those players who frequent nightclubs, issuing a strict decree forbidding any such activities the day before a match. This rule prompted a hushed murmur among some players on the sidelines, with Marchisio's expression being the most conspicuous. He, known as the most notorious playboy within Juventus, led an exceedingly extravagant lifestyle, thus harboring a deep disdain for this regulation. Last season, he had faced severe reprimand from Conte on several occasions due to this very matter. Conte cast a knowing glance at Chen Long, particularly emphasizing the need for him to be vigilant in this regard. 5 minutes, come on, let us not. Laughter erupted in the meeting room. Chen Long felt quite embarrassed, subjected to the mockery of his teammates, which was indeed a blow to his pride. Conte naturally worried that after engaging in such activities, Chen Long might not even have the 5 minutes of playing time left, a matter of considerable seriousness. Yet, Chen Long remained a virgin, and the mere thought of those 5 minutes had morphed into a source of anxiety for him. Coach, I've never even held a girl's hand. I'm utterly pure. Another wave of laughter ensued. The revelation of his virginity only intensified the jesting. Little dragon, tonight I shall take you to lose your innocence. In Italy, the probability of an 18-year-old man being a virgin is significantly less than that of an 18-year-old woman. Such men are nearly extinct. Sweating profusely, Chen Long felt utterly humiliated, vowing that one day he would surpass half an hour. Juventus is a meticulous club where players embody this rigor. Despite their playful banter during leisure, when it comes to competition, they exhibit unparalleled seriousness and never take it lightly. This spirit has been deeply ingrained in every generation of players. The meeting became exceptionally lighthearted, thanks to Chen Long's amusing predicament. Ultimately, he was temporarily assigned to the youth team, meaning he would participate in youth league matches every Tuesday and Friday, while competing in the Serie A on Wednesdays, Saturdays, or Sundays. The schedule appears to be rather intense. However, for him, even daily matches pose no challenge, as each game lasts merely a little over 5 minutes, accumulating to only a few dozen minutes in total. It is noteworthy that the following day marks the youth team's competition, and after the meeting, Chen Long will be assigned to the youth team. Familiarizing himself with his new teammates and establishing rapport is of utmost importance. While the youth team is unfamiliar territory for him, he does recognize one individual, Beck Bang, who had reported to the youth team several days prior. Although he has yet to secure a solid position in the first team, in the youth team, Beck Bang commands respect and wields considerable influence. In truth, there is an undisclosed reason behind Beck Bang's arrival at the youth team, which traces back to the night of the Super Cup when this young man stayed out late, mingling with the likes of Marquisio, and was caught red-handed by Conti. The instigator of this endeavor was none other than Marquisio. It remains a mystery how he came to learn about Beijing, a place rumored to be home to numerous Russian girls, despite having never interacted with one in his life. He boldly took on the mantle of the leader. Meanwhile, the ever-enthusiastic Beck Bang, drawn by the allure of this leadership, followed suit, bringing along his youthful 16-year-old spirit. Upon encountering familiar faces, he naturally expressed his delight. "Hey, Long Go, are you here to serve as my substitute in the youth team?" Beck Bang jested, a rare moment of humor from him. "Indeed, just a temporary worker, stepping in as your substitute," Chen Long replied with a touch of nostalgia while patting Beck Bang's bald head. "But tell me, since you've joined the youth team, how do you expect to return to the first team if you don't perform well?" "I'm already the star of the youth team," Beck Bang asserted, his eyes gleaming with determination. He confidently believed that the head coach would soon recognize his talents and summon him back. Having already established camaraderie with the youth team, he introduced Chen Long to his new teammates. They were aware of Chen Long, yet he was unfamiliar with them. With peers of similar ages, conversations flowed easily, unlike the first team where star players congregated, fostering fierce competition. The youth team resembled a childhood squad, devoid of pressure, where one could simply play well and shine to be noticed. At 18, Chen Long found himself in the role of the elder brother. Those who reached this age either advanced to the first team or were scouted by other clubs. Thus, it was a gathering of naive youths, brimming with dreams and ambitions, oblivious to the harsh realities of the world. And Chen Long became their aspiration. During the final moments of collective training, he showcased an extraordinary performance. Playing alongside Chen Long brought both joy and a sense of despair to his teammates. Witnessing his brilliant displays was exhilarating. Yet it also served as a stark reminder of their own limitations. For those who chose to pursue him as a life goal, the pressure was undeniably immense. Akin to the rivalry between the two titans of contemporary football, Messi and Ronaldo, it is undeniable that Ronaldo has consistently occupied the role of the pursuer, a situation stemming from numerous factors. On his first day, Chen Long made new friends. After training, these eager youngsters clamored for his autograph and sought to challenge him. Had they known that even in the first team, few dared to provoke Chen Long, their enthusiasm might have been tempered. Yet, the innocence of youth often blinds one to the concept of danger. This blissful naivety allowed Chen Long to quickly integrate into the youth team, forming new friendships. These contemporaries would, over the forthcoming years, evolve into either great rivals or teammates, and together they would reshape the annals of Italian football history. Chapter 41. From Little to Great. On the afternoon of the 25th, Chen Long was arranged to arrive at the football field. Matches for the youth team are typically scheduled for the afternoon prior to those of the first team, with the opponents being the same. Thus, that day featured a contest between the Juventus youth team and the Parma youth team. Parma has historically been a breeding ground for prodigious talents and superstars. For instance, Gianluigi Buffon hailed from Parma, as did the World Footballer of the Year Fabio Cannavaro. Additionally, the once mighty Adriano, the recently retired Argentine sensation Hernan Crespo, the still active Mutu, and a plethora of legendary figures such as Chiesa, Zola, Verón, and Ortega have all graced the club. As one of the seven sisters of Serie A in the 1990s, Parma has experienced its share of ups and downs. It has begun to rise again after years of struggle. The Parma youth team has always been formidable, often more so than Juventus, to the point of occasionally looking down upon them. However, they were mistaken this time, for Juventus possessed a prodigy. Though Chen Long was only slightly older than his counterparts, his experience on the pitch was unparalleled. He cherished his 5 minutes of stamina, launching into a blitzkrieg upon entering the field, leaving no room for the opposition to catch their breath, swiftly dismantling their defense. Compared to the first team, youth matches seemed trivial. Chen Long approached the game with a sense of disdain, not because he disrespected his opponents, but out of respect for the game itself. He sought to dominate. The Parma youth team had not lost to Juventus in 7 years. Although this defeat was not catastrophic, they conceded a goal in the final 5 minutes, along with an assist to Beck Bang, ending the match with a score of 2-3. Naturally, The coach of the Parma youth team recognized Chen Long and believed that he had been relegated to the youth squad, resigning himself to his team's misfortune. Thinking the matter concluded, little did he anticipate that the following day, Chen Long's name would appear on the Juventus substitutes bench. This is utterly shameless. This prodigy is merely exploiting the loopholes in the competition system. After the youth team match yesterday, he has now joined the first team today. Conte is indeed lacking in integrity. Donadoni, the head coach of Parma, harbors similar sentiments. The former Italian national team coach holds a deep admiration for Chen Long. Upon seeing Chen Long's name, his heart momentarily tightened, and he felt a surge of apprehension, as if something significant were about to unfold. Shaking off that fleeting shadow, he began to contemplate strategies to counter Chen Long. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately shook his head, convinced that as long as no errors occurred within the first 5 minutes, there was nothing to fear. Donadoni's coaching style can be gleaned from his tenure with the Italian national team, steady and conservative, lacking in innovation and offensive flair, which ironically granted the seasoned coach Lippi a second chance. The outcome, however, was disheartening, culminating in Lippi accepting an invitation from Guangzhou Evergrande to pursue fortune in China. Within the Turin Municipal Stadium, the atmosphere was already electrifying, adorned with colorful flags and resonating with deafening cheers. The league's opening match, Juventus home ground, the first home match. Thus, the club had meticulously prepared for this moment, eager for a triumphant debut, yet inadequate preparation could lead to missteps. Especially at the season's onset, the team's form posed a concern. Juventus arrived at the stadium early, presenting a brief trophy display, showcasing last season's league championship and the recently acquired Super Cup. The fervor among the fans was unprecedented. The stadium was packed to capacity, the spectators akin to famished beasts, their adrenaline reaching its zenith as the league they had awaited for over 2 months finally commenced. The grand gambling industry in Europe could once again commence its extraction of wealth from the populace following the European Championship, while spectators found amusement within this entertainment. Chen Long's individual betting option re-emerged on the betting boards, eliciting immense enthusiasm from the audience, particularly from Juventus supporters. As devoted fans of Juventus, they naturally opted to wager on Chen Long's goals or assists, while opposing fans disdainfully chose the contrary. A new season heralds new beginnings, fresh faces, and newfound joy. In the midst of Italy's desolate battlegrounds, Juventus remains one of the few clubs that still boast the presence of superstars. The Turin Municipal Stadium stands as a testament to Juventus's possession of the finest football arena in all of Italy. This venue is exclusively dedicated to Juventus, mirroring the grandeur of Premier League stadiums, allowing fans to witness their beloved club's matches from an intimate proximity, an exhilaration and thrill unmatched by any other grounds. The seating arrangements adjacent to the touchline create an immense sense of pressure and excitement for the team, as players find themselves battling in a confined space reminiscent of ancient Roman gladiators. The names of legends such as Buffon, Chiellini, Barzagli, Bonucci, Caceres, Marchisio, Giovinco, Borriello, and Higuain are all practical stars, each one capable of standing alone in the spotlight, while they may not incite the same fervor as the world's elite superstars. Watching them play is undoubtedly a delight, and at that moment, they all grace the starting lineup. Chen Long quietly trails behind Pirlo, adorned in the familiar black and white stripes, with a countenance that exudes a regal aura. Last year, Juventus decisively triumphed over Parma at home with a score of 4-1, only to be held to a 0-0 draw in the away match. The odds set by bookmakers for this match were victory at 1, 0 Lima, draw at Tatlo, 55, and defeat at 4, 32, clearly showing little faith in Parma's ability to leave Turin unscathed. An intriguing phenomenon was the adjustment of odds for Chen Long's goal to 0.8, indicating the bookmaker's confidence in his scoring or assisting, unwilling to raise the odds, having suffered substantial losses from previous bets. This year's European Championship has already caused significant losses for the bookmakers, even sending shockwaves through the league. Chen Long successfully bet on 22 out of 24 matches in the European Championship, yielding him a modest profit. Within the vast stadium, a large banner flutters in the wind, emblazoned with 4 Chinese characters, "Dragon battles the world." This is evidently a tribute from Chen Long's Chinese fans, while on the opposite side, another banner humorously proclaims in Italian, "Topple Parma in 5 minutes." These two banners, one exuding grandeur and the other humor, have become radiant and unique spectacles within the stadium, such as the fervor surrounding the popularity of Chen Long. On this momentous occasion of the inaugural match, the live streaming room buzzed with activity akin to a cacophony of birds. Over 500 news outlets from across the globe had gathered, and a myriad of languages fluttered through the air above the stadium, rivaling the atmosphere of the World Cup a decade ago. As the players took the field, hand in hand, they walked in an orderly fashion to the center, exchanging greetings, before lining up to pay tribute to the audience. The first match of Italy's prestigious Serie A had finally commenced. The crowd erupted into a fervent applause and cheers, celebrating this joyous day. Chapter 42. A fractured leg merits a yellow card? The players of Parma are predominantly from the generation born in the mid-1980s, mostly Italians. And once the match kicked off, they played with remarkable vigor. A team devoid of superstars can often prove to be formidable, reminiscent of the youthful fervor of Atlanta's past, fearlessly confronting any opponent. Astonishingly, the referee officiating this match was a novice recently promoted from the lower leagues, clearly lacking the experience needed to manage the game effectively. Juventus' possession-based strategy was rendered ineffective amidst the chaotic challenges posed by Parma's relentless players. The audacity of youth often fears no tiger. Yet an aging tiger might find itself wary of a youthful calf. Even a powerhouse like Barcelona could be troubled by such relentless pressure, let alone Juventus. To stifle Pirlo is to stifle Juventus, a conclusion unanimously reached by all adversaries, and it was evident that Donadoni shared this insight. Though Pirlo was not inclined to utter curses, he found himself longing to do so, having been toppled thrice within the first 10 minutes. Alas, it occurred in the midfield, depriving him of the opportunity to showcase his skills, which might have led to a goal. The repeated physical confrontations left the Juventus players reeling, a testament to their training in self-discipline. However, the young referee remained oblivious, failing to brandish a yellow card. Perhaps it was his first experience officiating a top-tier match, rendering him hesitant, or perhaps the theatrics of the Juventus players were simply insufficient to deceive his keen eyes. On the sidelines, Conte inwardly cursed, contemplating whether this group of rascals had momentarily forgotten the essence of competition in their quest for performance. If this continued, the team's unbeaten record could indeed be jeopardized. Amidst the cacophony of violent collisions and fouls, he fumed like an ant on a hot skillet, protesting fervently to the fourth official, who, however, paid him no heed. In a fit of frustration, he wandered over to Donadoni to voice his grievances, only to be promptly escorted back to the coach's bench by the fourth official. Donadoni chuckled softly, his laughter as mischievous and peculiar as a shock of white hair, remarking, "Feeling a bit tender, are we? Soon enough. The referee will invite you to the dressing room." Conte, in truth, possesses a rather effeminate disposition, and whispers of his involvement in match fixing circulate widely. The scandal has erupted with fervor. Although a recent investigation seemed to alleviate some of the turmoil, he has once again found himself engulfed in controversy. Yet, Conte steadfastly denies any participation in match fixing, and with the court yet to render a verdict, the situation remains shrouded in uncertainty. In this moment, his impatience on the field was palpable, likely a reflection of the ongoing turmoil. The match was unfolding in favor of Parma, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere during the first half. Parma's 3-5-2 formation effectively stifled Juventus' 4-4-2, with a numerical advantage in midfield, rendering Juventus incapable of mounting any effective offensive. The diminutive Giovinco, akin to an atomic ant, found himself utterly overpowered by Parma's tall and robust defenders, achieving a success rate of 0 in his attempts to break through and almost vanishing from the pitch. Having spent the previous season with Parma, his former teammates knew him well, thus limiting his impact significantly. Conte had initially sought to leverage Giovinco's familiarity with Parma as a secret weapon to unlock the door to victory. However, the results were dismally contrary to his expectations. Once heralded as the prime candidate to succeed Del Piero, Giovinco, now in his mid-20s, has yet to make a significant mark. While his performances are passable, they fall woefully short of the lofty expectations set for him. Ironically, the Juventus number 10 jersey now adorns the back of Chen Long. Upon his return to Juventus, this young man found himself under immense pressure, markedly less impressive than during his tenure at Parma. After suppressing his frustration, Conte retreated to the sidelines to engage in dialogue with his assistant coach, his demeanor reflecting a palpable sense of disappointment. If the situation did not improve, he contemplated substituting Vucinic in the second half. The latter, known for his cunning ability to evade defenders, could prove advantageous. Additionally, he considered replacing Borriello with Vidal to bolster the midfield strength. As Conte glanced toward the substitute's bench, a peculiar expression crossed his face, his eyes inadvertently drifting to Chen Long, who sat distantly. In pursuit of a top-tier forward, Conte had made numerous demands to the board during the recent holiday, culminating in the triumphant acquisition of Higuain, which significantly alleviated Juventus's striking efficiency crisis. Yet, the remaining forwards lacked reliability, and parting with them posed a financial dilemma that weighed heavily on Conte's mind. Ultimately, the prospect of discovering a hidden gem turned out to be a mirage, revealing instead a player with merely 5 minutes' worth of stamina, an unreliable asset prone to sudden collapse. While the match unfolded with fervor on the field, the atmosphere off it remained remarkably serene. As the contest persisted into the 30th minute, Juventus's goal was breached. An inadvertent back pass from Marchisio allowed the opposing number 9 to intercept the ball, resulting in a one-on-one opportunity. Conte's frustration escalated, questioning whether the player had been distracted the night prior, as his legs seemed to betray him in a state of disarray. However, he refrained from vocalizing his true thoughts, knowing that such sentiments would inevitably make headlines the following day. Instead, he muttered, "This lad is in abysmal form today," before vehemently slamming the water bottle to the ground in a moment of catharsis. One might wonder why Chen Long chose to occupy the farthest seat. This decision was deliberate. He believed he would always be the last to take the field, perhaps not taking the field at all. Thus, in an act of self-awareness, he positioned himself at the back. Juventus, having maintained an unbeaten streak throughout the previous season, found themselves on the brink of an unexpected defeat in their first match of the new campaign. As the halftime whistle blew, Juventus had yet to score. In the locker room, Conte erupted in a tirade, raining down scathing criticism upon Marchisio. Strangely, however, he did not opt to substitute him, instead replacing Giovinco and Borriello as discussed during halftime. With 2 substitutions already utilized, Chen Long couldn't help but wonder if he still had a chance to play in the second half. Following his beratement, Marchisio emerged in the second half as if transformed, benefiting from Alaya's relentless protection in the midfield, which liberated Pirlo to invest more energy into the offensive play. Meanwhile, Higuain, who had been isolated on the front line, began to find his rhythm. Tactical execution is undeniably crucial, yet the individuals who implement these strategies hold equal importance. The fundamental distinction between Juventus and Parma lies in the depth of their roster. In the face of formidable strength, even the most cunning tactics are rendered ineffective. Juventus executed a magnificent offensive display for 15 minutes, during which Higuain's powerful strike left the opposing goalkeeper in despair, assisted by the previously underwhelming Marchisio. The latter finally redeemed himself, proving worthy of Conte's trust. Last season, Marchisio was a pivotal member of the Juventus squad, contributing significantly to their championship triumph. This season, he continues to shine. However, at the 64th minute, an unfortunate turn of events occurred as the recently substituted Vucinic sustained a severe injury. The agonizing cries echoed throughout the stadium, leaving no spectator unaffected. Vucinic lay on the ground, incapacitated, his pain resonating throughout the venue. The entire crowd was left in shock. The match was halted. The medical team rushed onto the field. A yellow card. A yellow card? Is there any justice in this? All eyes were on the young referee, who, astonishingly, issued only a yellow card. Chapter 43. Entering the field for a stroll? Outrageous. Is there any fairness in this? A player was left incapacitated, and yet all he receives is a yellow card? Such is the reality. The card has been issued. One wonders if this young referee will be able to leave Turin safely after the match. The sudden turn of events cast a cloud of uncertainty over the game. Vucinic was swiftly placed on a stretcher and transported to the hospital, resulting in a delay of over 3 minutes. At this moment, Conte still had 1 substitution available, originally intended for Chen Long. However, with the match only at 64 minutes, there was still a long way to go. The score was tied at 1 apiece, and a forward substitution was imperative. But who to choose? The bench housed only Matri and Chen Long, presenting a dilemma. Substituting Matri seemed the most logical choice. Bringing on Chen Long, he could only play for 5 minutes, effectively leaving the team at a disadvantage. As anticipation grew that Conte would opt for Matri, he unexpectedly approached Chen Long, whispering in his ear. Chen Long nodded repeatedly, seemingly in agreement. The camera followed Conte, eager to reveal his decision. The commentator remarked, "Surely Conte isn't considering bringing on Chen Long?" This move was indeed a gamble, yet it held the potential for unexpected rewards. If Chen Long could resolve the match in those 5 minutes, the remainder would be purely defensive. But what then? Would Juventus be reduced to playing with 10 men? Meanwhile, Parma had yet to utilize any of their substitutions, and Donadoni's aggressive tactics were evidently ruthless, having already incapacitated Vucinic. Observing Conti's inclination to substitute Chen Long, Donadoni stroked his mustache, relishing the prospect. Substituting Chen Long? Desperation indeed. Truly a gambler, hoping against hope for a miracle. Conti, oh Conti, await your demise. The substitution placard was raised high, displaying the number 10 alongside Chen Long. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Has Conti truly lost his mind? Has he succumbed to madness? Even Juventus coaching staff were enveloped in profound skepticism, left to ponder the rationale behind his actions. Is this truly a manifestation of Conti's gambler's mentality? In this inaugural match, Conti and his Juventus encountered formidable challenges, suggesting that the onset of a new season would not be an easy endeavor. Adorned in the illustrious number 10 jersey, Chen Long made his debut on the hallowed grounds of Juventus, taking the field in a manner that defied all expectations. His leisurely entrance starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere enveloping the match. Chen Long's presence signaled to the Parma team the necessity of maintaining utmost vigilance over the next 5 minutes, as any hint of complacency could afford him a chance to strike. This young lad had already showcased his audacity across 3 matches, prompting Donadoni to issue a whistle to his defenders upon Chen Long's entry, urging them to adjust their tactical approach. As the game resumed, the Parma center back, now under directive, had to contend not only with the formidable Higuain but also with Chen Long, while defensive midfielder Danilo moved closer to Chen Long's position. Clearly, no one wished for either of these two players to alter the match's outcome within a mere 5 minutes. Timing was of the essence. He needed to choose his moments wisely, as Conti had instructed him before taking the field, not to squander his precious 5 minutes lightly. Thus, Chen Long was strolling. Indeed, he was ambling, leisurely gliding across the pitch, trailing the opposing defenders. When they pressed forward, he gently retreated. When they fell back, he gradually advanced towards the goal. This completely unconventional approach to the beautiful game has suddenly rendered the Parma team disoriented. Follow his lead? This fellow moves as slowly as a tortoise. Shall we not follow him? Once the ball finds its way to his feet, it could very well result in a goal. The discomfort is palpable, an ache that resonates deep within. Juventus teammates gradually discerned Conti's tactical arrangement, and upon witnessing Chen Long ambling about the pitch, they refrained from passing the ball in his direction. Ambling, drifting outside the essence of the match, allow the opponent to grow complacent, to underestimate, and then seize an opportunity to deliver a most devastating blow. Conti has identified a subtle flaw in Chen Long's presence on the field and boldly decided to exploit it. Such a gamble demands not only courage but also wisdom. Donadoni, observing from the sidelines, discerned the situation and shouted for vigilance, urging his players to maintain acute awareness. Although the defensive pressure on Juventus has increased, it remains akin to previous encounters, for Chen Long still occupies one of the opposing defenders. The spectators were left bewildered. Is it not a bit absurd to substitute a player merely to stroll about? As the 5-minute mark approached, why had the ball yet to reach Chen Long's feet? Were they to play 10 against 11 once those 5 minutes elapsed? The supporters were equally perplexed, exclaiming why Juventus teammates failed to pass to Chen Long, and questioning why he did not proactively seek to cooperate and score during those 5 minutes. Chen Long continued to saunter, adopting an air of indifference, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama. A chorus of boos erupted from the stands, with some fans laughing mockingly. Chen Long could clearly hear these sounds. A faint smile graced his lips as he disregarded the cacophony, maintaining his leisurely pace. This has become a peculiar sight on the field, with several cameras tirelessly capturing his silhouette. Eventually, the live commentator could not help but exclaim into the microphone, "The spirit of Balotelli has possessed him." While Balotelli contemplated for a mere few seconds, Chen Long pondered the meaning of life for a full 5 minutes on the pitch. Balotelli still had 90 minutes to play, but what remained for Chen Long? Was he preparing to exit the field? Throughout those 5 minutes, his teammates neglected to pass the ball to him even once. The 5 minutes elapsed, and just as the spectators believed Juventus was destined for a sorrowful conclusion, Chen Long remained on the field, ambling about. Did he not possess only 5 minutes of stamina? How could it be that, after 5 minutes, he was still present? Fans gasped in disbelief. "We've been duped. We've been duped." It turned out he was not limited to just 5 minutes of energy. This was merely a smokescreen employed by Conti. Donadoni's face twitched upon witnessing Chen Long leisurely meandering on the pitch, suddenly sensing an ominous turn of events. Could it be that this lad's endurance had transformed into 10 minutes? Suspicion arose in Donadoni's mind, prompting him to blow the whistle once more, signaling the team to heighten vigilance and defense, leaving no room for opportunity. The opponents closely shadowed Chen Long, whether he advanced or retreated, while he seemed indifferent to their antics, as if he were simply strolling around the field out of sheer boredom. Chen Long was indeed taking a leisurely walk, while others were pouring their hearts into the match. Completely abandoning the left flank, he channeled all offensive efforts toward Higuain on the right. Higuain had numerous chances to possess the ball, yet none were converted into shots on goal. After over 6 minutes of leisurely wandering on the pitch, having diverted some attention and lulled a few players into complacency, Higuain was felled by a tackle from over 30 meters away from the goal. A free kick. The tension among the spectators rose to a crescendo. It was a prodigy on the field, a fearsome virtuoso of free kicks, a talent so formidable that even Pirlo would yield his position. This aberration was originally allotted a mere 5 minutes, yet he still remains on the field. He has been leisurely strolling. Is he truly awaiting this very moment? Chapter 44, Naked Retribution. An idle person has arrived, eagerly embracing the basketball as he strides toward the free throw line. The free kick was deemed equivalent to a penalty. This was the consensus among teammates, the head coach, and all Juventus supporters. However, Chen Long harbored a different sentiment. What about number 13? Indeed, he was positioned in the wall. Chen Long's gaze was fixated on him. Why? Because he had recklessly injured Vucinic, and Chen Long had resolved to confront him, a plan he had conceived prior to entering the match. What was his intent? Was he seeking vengeance for Vucinic? It certainly appeared so. Number 13 stood centrally in the wall, 9 meters away. This player, who had only received a yellow card for incapacitating Vucinic, was now more significant than the goal itself. The ball was destined for him. After placing the ball meticulously, Chen Long retreated a considerable distance, at least 10 meters, leaving everyone perplexed about his intentions. No one had ever been afforded such trust, but Chen Long was an exception. Thus, as he stood at the penalty spot, anticipation of a goal filled the air. Yet, this time, disappointment awaited, as Chen Long charged towards the ball from 10 meters away. His right foot struck it with tremendous force, sending it soaring like a cannonball, straight and swift as lightning. The trajectory of the ball was indeed toward the goal, yet it lacked elevation, moving forward in a direct line. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed as the ball collided forcefully with a certain individual. Unerringly, it struck number 13 in a sensitive area. He fell to the ground, clutching his groin in agony, writhing in pain. The referee's whistle pierced the air. This is not a foul, it merely struck his body. The number 13, writhing in agony on the ground, emitted a painful cry, prompting the team doctor to rush onto the field, suggesting the injury might be quite severe. For the first time, the fans witnessed the doctor applying pain relief spray to the player's private area. The live broadcast captured this moment, while the commentator quipped, "Is this Chen Long's conspiracy? Is he deliberately seeking revenge on Vucinic? To prioritize personal grievances over the team's interests is rather unbecoming." Meanwhile, one player lay in torment while others laughed heartily. Teammates approached Chen Long, patting him on the shoulder to express their support and admiration. Even the typically composed Pirlo nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Well struck. A truly remarkable display of precision. I'm quite impressed. Perhaps next time, you could aim directly for the 2 eggs beneath that little fellow." Chen Long, raising his hands in innocence, feigned helplessness. Connie, on the sidelines, gestured in disbelief, exclaiming, "This kid, so brazenly striking the ball, infuriates me. At the very least, he should have scored a goal before seeking revenge." Yet amidst the chaos, he couldn't help but think, "Well struck. Take that, you scoundrel." Chiellini, without uttering a word, simply burst into laughter, reveling in the moment. To everyone's astonishment, applause erupted from the crowd. Cheers filled the air, and laughter echoed. "Shoot the eggs! Shoot the eggs!" The cacophony rose and fell, completely disregarding the feelings of the Parma players. This is deliberate. Everyone believes so, yet no one can definitively state that Chen Long acted with intent, for he was indeed attempting to score. One might argue that this is retribution or mere coincidence, but it certainly is not intentional. After lying on the ground in agony for over a minute, number 13 finally rose, casting a resentful glare at Chen Long. Chen Long met his gaze with a mocking expression, devoid of any semblance of remorse. This is the raw spirit of battle, the unadulterated humiliation and vengeance. Vengeance, absolute vengeance. The host similarly laid bare his opinions. No one anticipated that after meandering for over 6 minutes, Chen Long's first shot on goal would be an act of retribution against Vucinic. Such a manner left everyone dumbfounded yet amused. It turns out that on the football field, there exists not only the sport itself, but also human emotions, as well as grudges and rivalries. Donadoni was so incensed that his beard bristled. Yet he dared not voice his anger. Would he run to the fourth official to lodge a complaint? There are no rules in football that prohibit directing the ball at a person, and this was indeed a great embarrassment. The possession remained firmly in the hands of Juventus, as Marchisio prepared to throw in from the sidelines. After over 7 minutes of meandering, Chen Long began to spring into action, darting forward to seek the ball, closely pursued by the defending players. Marchisio also opted to throw the ball to him. Chen Long was about to unleash his fury, for that was his intention. The opposing defenders felt a tightening in their chests, resolutely determined to prevent this little anomaly from causing further chaos. He must be contained. Donadoni, his beard speckled with gray, shouted from the sidelines, urging his players to concentrate and fortify their defense. Unexpectedly, upon receiving the ball, Chen Long returned it to Marchisio and leisurely strolled toward the penalty area, once again disappearing from view. What on earth is this lad up to? The defender tasked with marking him is on the verge of madness, oscillating between tension and relaxation, a relentless cycle of turmoil. One moment he is here, the next he is there. Who can endure such antics? You wish to guard me? Very well. I shall take my leave. If you choose to follow, so be it. I am merely going for a stroll. With Chen Long causing such a ruckus, the defensive rhythm of Parma is thrown into disarray. On one side, the tempo is brisk, while on the other, it crawls at a snail's pace. After a minute, it is Pirlo's turn to be fouled. The distance to the goal this time is considerably closer, merely at the edge of the penalty area. Once again, the kick is taken, and it is Chen Long. Oh, the atmosphere is electrifying, as if the field has erupted into song, suggesting that something significant is about to unfold. But where is the player wearing number 13? Chen Long scans for his figure, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he gazes toward his opponent. This time, number 13 is apprehensive, retreating to the farthest corner of the wall, thinking to himself, surely, this time I won't be hit by this fellow's shot. The referee has also realized that Chen Long's previous attempt was aimed directly at number 13, yet he finds no justification to issue a card to him. However, at this moment, the referee stands beside number 13, glancing at the poised Chen Long. Instinctively, he takes a step back. For some inexplicable reason, a nagging feeling tells him that the ball will inevitably head towards number 13. To err on the side of caution, he cautiously retreats. Chen Long prepares to take the shot once more. Excitement surges through the crowd, who are gleefully speculating whether he intends to score or to target an opponent. Will the unfortunate number 13 be the victim again? In the pivotal moment before the kick, all eyes are on him, completely disregarding the score on the field. And what Chen Long's thoughts? He adopts the same stance, employing the same technique as before. A thunderous strike echoes. The entire stadium falls silent. A hush enveloping the scene. The situation unfolded with astonishing intensity. The ball was not aimed at player 13, nor was it directed towards a goal, but rather hurtled towards the referee. As the saying goes, above one's head, divine beings reside. This ball struck with the force of a thunderclap, landing squarely upon the referee's forehead. The official, believing he could evade the chaos by stepping back from player 13, was tragically caught unaware as the ball collided with his head, sending him crashing to the ground. There's no need for a whistle, as no one is blowing it. The match has come to an abrupt halt. Which team doctor should I call? Connie instinctively beckoned his physician to rush onto the field, perspiration pouring down his brow. This was a bit excessive from Chen Long. However, it was undeniably exhilarating. Connie's heart was ablaze with excitement. The number 13, having narrowly escaped disaster, sulked amidst the crowd. Drenched in sweat, he cast a furtive glance at the writhing referee on the ground, secretly relieved. Otherwise, he would not only endure the agony, but also find himself marked with a crimson blemish on his forehead. The Juventus team doctor was diligently applying a cooling spray to the referee's forehead. Dazed and disoriented, the referee felt as though he were trapped in a dream. How audacious of that little imp to dare kick the ball in his direction. Such a blatant act of provocation was utterly unforgivable. After a brief treatment, he stood up, still somewhat woozy, and reached into his pocket. Oh no, it seemed the referee was about to issue a card. Would it be a yellow card, or perhaps a direct red? There appeared to be no clear justification for such a penalty. One could argue that it was merely a case of poor footwork leading to the unfortunate collision with his forehead. It would be unjust to issue a card based on this. The referee, however, seemed on the verge of losing his temper, and it appeared that Chen Long might be heading for an early exit. The commentator spoke animatedly as the referee's hand finally emerged from his pocket. To everyone's astonishment, he produced a white handkerchief. Chapter 45. The king's funeral. The audience's cheers were even more resounding this time. The presence of such a befuddled referee in the next match was a delight for Juventus fans. Consequently, the applause from the stands was even more fervent than during the previous occasion, laden with irony. Oh, the unfortunate referee, officiating his first top-tier match, seemed to have been outwitted by a mere temp. But who could be blamed? Was it not his inept officiating that led to this outcome? Who could have anticipated that this casual temp would suddenly exhibit such audacity? However, the players had learned their lesson. Who would dare applaud the referee? Marchisio approached Chen Long, whispering in his ear, "You have quite the audacity, even daring to take on the head referee. I must commend you." Seizing the moment while the referee remained disoriented, Elia joined in, but they spoke in hushed tones, wary of being too overt. If you cynic were to discover your act of vengeance, he would surely feel considerably more at ease. The speed of that last shot reached a staggering 200 kilometers per hour. The host, seizing the opportunity during a lull in the match, rushed to verify the speed. To my recollection, no player had ever achieved a shooting speed of 200 kilometers. It was utterly terrifying. I can only describe it with two words: horrifying, truly horrifying. We can only imagine the suffering of the two victims. Cough. One is akin to an egg striking a rock, the other a rude awakening. Throughout football history, countless players have executed powerful free kicks, yet among the stars, the Brazilian legend Roberto Carlos stands unparalleled. However, even his maximum shot speed was just over 180 kilometers. For Chinese fans, the most vivid memory is Carlos's free kick against the Chinese team in the 2002 World Cup. According to a member of the Wall, that ball whizzed past like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it was in the net. One can only fathom the sheer terror of Chen Long's strike. Meanwhile, the referee wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, finally regaining a semblance of clarity. The fourth official approached to inquire about his condition, and after confirming that he was relatively unharmed, the referee decided to continue the match. However, the look he cast at Chen Long had altered. With a flushed forehead, the referee blew the whistle to resume play. Vengeance was served. It was time to perform well, Chen Long thought nonchalantly. After two audacious shots, he had exhausted nearly half of his stamina, which posed an even greater challenge for the remaining match. He could not simply fulfill his duty by taking a couple of shots. The remaining stamina must be utilized for an assist or a goal. The match resumed. Parma's defensive actions noticeably softened. No one wished to incur another foul and allow this little prodigy another opportunity to strike. Heaven knows what trick he might conjure next. However, Juventus remains undeterred, maintaining their usual rhythm. Parma has begun to play cautiously, lacking the previous boldness and directness, which has afforded Juventus greater opportunities for attack and a more fluid team operation. Donadoni, anxious on the sidelines, is fervently shouting instructions. At this point, Chen Long has already been meandering on the pitch for 15 minutes. Even strolling requires stamina, and he certainly cannot meander until the final whistle, as that would be quite embarrassing. Although he will make headlines tomorrow, if it is solely for this reason, it would scarcely suffice. This is his first time spending such an extended duration on the field, and he finds himself somewhat unaccustomed, prompting him to collect his thoughts and seek opportunities. As Juventus operates smoothly, they gain ample space, which is more than adequate. Chen Long continues to feign a leisurely stroll, yet somehow manages to create an opportunity. Parma's players are wary of Chen Long receiving the ball, but they are untroubled about confronting him, believing he would not challenge for the ball nor expend energy on interceptions. Thus, they confidently pass amongst themselves in their defensive third, reluctant to advance the ball forward. Chen Long ambles towards the opposing defenders, signaling his intent to challenge for possession, albeit in a nonchalant manner. The opponents, naturally, ignore his presence, continuing to pass the ball methodically. This is precisely the effect Chen Long desires, to lull them into complacency and create an opportunity for interception or breakthrough. It is once again the defensive midfielder wearing number 13, the ball currently at his feet. Whether he intends to flaunt his skills before Chen Long or to toy with him, he advances the ball in Chen Long's direction. So you wish to play games with me? How fortuitous. A subtle smile graces the corner of Chen Long's mouth. He stands still like a statue, ostensibly allowing the opponent to glide past him with the ball. The scene is quite comical. In such a prestigious league, one might question who would stand idly by, awaiting the opponent's advance, aside from the goalkeeper. Is it sheer folly? However, the player numbered 13 found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Just as he reveled in the belief that he could humiliate Chen Long, the latter suddenly sprang into action. With a swift and unexpected slide tackle, his right foot seamlessly intercepted the ball beneath 13's feet, all occurring in the span of a mere second. What he had thought would be an effortless passage past Chen Long left him momentarily frozen, as though trapped in a dream. Is this truly the case? Is he not merely taking a stroll? While he was momentarily dazed, Chen Long surged forward with the ball towards the edge of the penalty area, confronted by two central defenders. Unfazed, Chen Long maintained his pace as he faced the defenders, executing a dazzling series of step-overs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, enthralling the defenders who were rendered hesitant to intervene. In that fleeting moment, Chen Long deftly nudged the ball to his left, eluding the left defender and penetrating the penalty area. The vigilant goalkeeper, keenly observing the unfolding scenario, realized the central defender had been bypassed and had no choice but to abandon his goal to confront the advancing Chen Long. As Chen Long lifted his right foot to shoot, the goalkeeper executed a swift dive to the right, sealing off the angle and denying Chen Long even the slightest opportunity to score. In a flash, Chen Long cleverly flicked the ball with his right foot to the left, eluding the goalkeeper's grasp with an elegant escape, and subsequently pushed the ball into the net with his left foot. The entire sequence from interception to the final shot took just over 6 seconds. Yet within those fleeting moments, the essence of Chen Long's skill, from intercepting to dribbling, culminating in a masterful finish, was distilled into perfection. Goal, goal, goal. A flawless strike, an impeccable display, a phenomenon. The commentator's voice resonated, drawn out in astonishment at the recent goal. Overwhelmed with excitement, the Juventus crowd erupted in fervor, rising to their feet in applause, their cheers crescendoing as they basked in the rarity of such a goal. The entire stadium was electrified. That goal was utterly breathtaking. Coach Conte, disregarding his composure, raised his arms in jubilation, while the Juventus players rushed in, eager to embrace Chen Long. Yet amidst the frenzy, Chen Long remained composed, breathlessly leaning against the goalpost, as if on the brink of collapse. Scoring that goal had drained him of every ounce of energy, leaving him to rest against the post, unable to muster any strength. Observing his condition, his teammates hesitated to approach him, refraining from an exuberant embrace. Eventually, inspired by Chiellini's sudden insight, they gathered around and hoisted Chen Long high, carrying him triumphantly to the center circle. This peculiar celebratory gesture was humorously referred to by the host as the king's funeral. Normally, when a player scores, the celebration is bound to be exuberant. If the goal is as remarkable as this one, the jubilation would be even more intense. Yet, the scorer could only calmly allow his teammates to carry him to the center circle. In Chapter 46, The King's Privilege, thanks to the phenomenal goal by Chen Long, Juventus finally surged ahead of Parma with a score of 2-1. As the ball was once again put into play from the center circle, Chen Long, nearly depleted of energy, stood still. Indeed, he remained motionless. This was the price of having Chen Long on the field. His stamina was nearly exhausted. He could sense that he had at most one more opportunity left, yet even the thought of taking a leisurely stroll seemed burdensome to him. All he desired was a moment of respite. Yes, a brief pause on the field, observing his teammates play. That was a splendid notion. Thus, he indeed stood there, taking a break. It was an unconventional yet striking sight. His teammates, as well as the coach, were well aware of this, and so it was his privilege. Teammates and the ball moved back and forth around him, while opponents darted nearby. Is this individual playing football? Such a scene has never before graced the football field. And with the match being broadcast live to a global audience, one can only imagine the sensation it has caused. Many spectators are simultaneously watching the game while recording videos to share online, where this peculiar incident has already begun to circulate and draw commentary. For over 3 minutes, a certain player was entirely disregarded by his opponents, remaining motionless in place to the point of resembling a vegetative state. Had it not been for the sound of his breathing, one might have presumed him to be unresponsive, prompting the team physician to rush onto the field. During those 3 minutes, Juventus found themselves under relentless pressure from Parma. If this player had merely taken a stroll, he would not have been subjected to such passivity. The crux of the matter lies in his immobility, which rendered him unworthy of dedicated defensive attention from the opposing team. After more than 3 minutes of inactivity, he suddenly stirred, finally taking a step forward as the match approached the 80th minute. He began to slowly advance towards the opponent's goal. This peculiar behavior naturally drew the attention of the opposing players. He actually moved. What does this movement signify? It suggests that he seems to have regained some stamina, perhaps capable of exhibiting extraordinary prowess once more. The spectators, uncertain yet hopeful, found their enthusiasm reignited, erupting into thunderous applause. Chen Long strolled casually toward the penalty area. After the intermission, he finally summoned the last vestiges of his energy, a potent strike. Parma was compelled to assign a defender to keep pace with him. As long as Chen Long was active, Juventus could breathe easier. As long as Chen Long moved, Parma would hesitate to push forward recklessly. Even if he were perceived as ineffective, his mere presence on the field transformed the dynamics entirely. Accustomed to playing with a numerical advantage, Parma found themselves disoriented by the sudden emergence of Chen Long. Having already scored once, he was not to be overlooked. Parma aimed to secure a draw away from home, yet they still trailed in the scoreline, necessitating an aggressive offensive approach. Chen Long's recovery restored equilibrium to the match. Can this lad still move? His defender was perplexed. According to the data, Chen Long could only run for 5 minutes. Yet he had already been on the field for over 20 minutes, which was utterly inconsistent with the facts. What was happening? At that moment, the most frustrated was Donadoni. He had not neglected thorough investigation and preparation, but rather, Chen Long's actual performance had completely exceeded expectations. Connie's strategy was utterly unconventional, disrupting all rhythm. Donadoni never anticipated that Chen Long, who was supposed to last only 5 minutes, would take to the field prematurely and remain stubbornly stationary. Throughout football history, no player had ever played in such a manner. Now he stood still in the small penalty area, leaving his defender exasperated. Were they marking him or attempting to create an offside? The head coach had clearly instructed him on his role, yet when everyone else advanced, he remained in the penalty area. This was truly absurd, more absurd than anything could possibly be. For him, 2 words sufficed to describe Chen Long. Scoundrel, shameless scoundrel. Was this how he played football? Certainly not. He was making others cater to him. In truth, Chen Long was utterly exhausted. Having been on the field for so long, he had initially adhered to Connie's directives, but after taking it upon himself to shoot twice and scoring 1 goal, he had arguably fulfilled his mission perfectly. However, with a flicker of energy still remaining, he yearned to contribute further. Witnessing Juventus being passively battered, he could not resist the urge to stir the pot a little more. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. This oddity on the field contemplated life even more profoundly than Balotelli. He lingered in the small penalty area, acting entirely against the norms. No one passed him the ball, and when it was passed, he was invariably offside. After all, as long as his defender moved ahead just a fraction faster, Chen Long found himself in an offside position. Time ticked away relentlessly, inching towards a stoppage time. Parma exerted all their strength, but remained powerless to equalize. All of this was due to that individual ambling about the field. Agony. That was Juventus's plight at that moment. Akin to playing with 1 less man. Big names like Higuain had to run desperately, and stars like Pirlo exerted every ounce of their strength, while only Chen Long stood as an exception. Fortune favors the diligent. Through the tireless efforts of his teammates, Juventus ultimately triumphed, securing a victory with a score of 2-1 by halftime. The joy of their first league win was etched on every face. Connie's audacious substitutions had brought him a miraculous victory. Parma sorrowfully bore the bitter fruits of defeat, while the beleaguered number 13 left the pitch with a despondent expression. The unfortunate referee, too embarrassed to face anyone, hastily exited the scene with the 4th official as soon as the whistle blew. Who knows what transgressions he committed that day? In any case, it was a day he would prefer to forget, a day that marked his inaugural officiating in a top-tier league. If he could, he would have relished the opportunity to send off Chen Long. Such a direct humiliation would have inflicted unbearable pain upon him. At the moment the match concluded, Chen Long lay prostrate on the ground, utterly exhausted, realizing that even a leisurely stroll could lead to calamity. He resolved never to heed the old fox's instructions to enter the game midway again, for it felt perilous. At that instant, all he desired was to recline peacefully and indulge in a restorative slumber, dismissing the notion of being the best player and disregarding the press conference entirely. He felt no inclination whatsoever. While others reveled in the game, why was he the only one so fatigued? After a brief respite, The unfortunate agent Yang Ershi had no choice but to laboriously assist him into a taxi for the journey home. It was exhausting to play to such a degree. Was it truly just a single match? As he drifted into a deep slumber, chaos erupted at the press conference, with the focus squarely on Chen Long. The inquiries revolved around two main issues: the decision by Connie to have Chen Long enter the game early, and the alleged intention of Chen Long to injure another player. Chapter 47. Temptation severely depleted in stamina, Chen Long returned to his residence and collapsed onto the bed, sleeping like a log. Connie's style of play had weighed heavily upon him. Yang Ershi hastily summoned Yi Shanshan for assistance. She was, after all, somewhat knowledgeable in traditional medicine and a skilled cook, thus adequately compensating for Yang Ershi's clumsiness. The precarious nature of this temporary role undeniably carries its own risks. At this moment, Connie continues to speak confidently at the press conference, oblivious to Chen Long's deteriorating health, mistakenly believing all is well. Your coach has truly lost his mind, sending you out so early. He seems intent on pushing you to your limits. Yi Shanshan bluntly criticized Connie. Although this approach has its merits, the sudden combination of prolonged walking with intense physical exertion could exacerbate your condition rather than improve it. Startled by Yi Shanshan's grave remarks, Chen Long quickly rose from his bed to inquire further. After lying down for an hour, he finally felt rejuvenated, particularly after savoring the nourishing soup Yi had prepared for him. You must frequent the school more often. The Chinese medicine elective has begun its practical sessions, and if you don't attend, you won't earn enough credits. Whenever you mention this, I get a headache. The names of those medications make me dizzy, he replied. Just as their conversation was gaining momentum, his phone rang. It was none other than Marquisio, checking in on him, displaying a commendable level of concern. Aside from inquiring about Chen Long's well-being, he extended an invitation for a night out, specifying only that he would arrive to pick him up at 9 o'clock. What could possibly come of this? That guy can't stand a day without revelry. Who knows what mischief he has planned for tonight? Chen Long mused. At this point, it was just past 8, and Yang Ershi and Yi Shanshan remained in Chen Long's home, enjoying a delayed dinner and engaging in light-hearted banter. Their topics meandered around football and school, and before they knew it, time had slipped away. Marquisio's car arrived punctually at Chen Long's doorstep, and the rejuvenated Chen Long was ushered into the vehicle. Initially intending to call Higuain, he found the latter's home shrouded in darkness, likely indicating that he had already turned in for the night. As the model professional of the team, Higuain had always epitomized the ideal of a dedicated athlete. Players with Marquisio's penchant for nightlife are a rarity at Juventus, a club that seldom produces individuals enamored with clubs and the pleasures of the night. Chen Long affectionately referred to Marquisio as Little Marco, as Little Marco navigated his flashy red sports car through the vibrant nightlife of Turin. The August evening brought a hint of chill, reminiscent of the city's industrial coolness. As an aficionado of nightclubs, Little Marco was certainly well acquainted with the scene. After taking a right turn, he ultimately parked in a relatively secluded area. Chen Long seldom frequented such places, yet since joining Juventus, he had often been coaxed by Little Marco into these escapades, ultimately finding himself ensnared in this den of indulgence. The social circle holds great significance. Previously, as an amateur, such experiences were unattainable, but now, as he so desired, they had become commonplace. A talented player, handsome and renowned. The mere presence of such an individual in a nightclub carries an entirely different connotation. Before he could even settle into his seat, a captivating woman approached him with an air of confidence. In such a whimsical establishment, Chen Long was but a naive young sprite, utterly oblivious to the intrigues around him. Seated in the private booth were several prominent figures, with Marquisio merely playing the role of a fa while the true alpha was none other than Buffon. One could only surmise that Buffon's wife was not home, for he had begun to indulge himself without restraint. It is well known that as the new captain of Juventus, Buffon has led many a young player astray. Connie often implores him to exercise restraint, yet Buffon remains unfazed. The tabloids frequently sing praises of his romantic life with his wife, while behind closed doors, he embodies the most notorious of characters at Juventus. Buffon, Chiellini, and Marquisio form the infamous trio, and Chen Long is merely the latest victim of their escapades. Buffon sat boldly in the center, his hand wandering around the waist of a strikingly alluring woman. Giovinco, too, had succumbed to the influence, shedding his former shyness and reveling in the company of the lovely lady beside him. Elia, even more audacious, was engaged in a passionate kiss with a beauty teetering on the brink of retreating to a more secluded area for an even more fervent encounter. This was a scene of absolute debauchery. As Chen Long approached his 18th birthday, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at such a display. What game were these seasoned players inviting him into? The mystery eluded him for the moment. Yet, it mattered little, for a beautiful woman had already approached to engage him in conversation. The allure of women frequenting such establishments bore no difference to that of man. The dance of flirtation was mutual, a satisfying exchange of desires. With an air of nonchalance, the alluring woman settled beside him, raising her glass to clink with his, though he could only offer a cup of water in response. Chen Long's cheeks flushed crimson, a sense of discomfort creeping in. He dared not meet her gaze, while she, in stark contrast, fixed her enchanting eyes upon him. If looks could devour, he would have surely been overwhelmed by her presence, his innocence lost in an instant. Nearby, Xiao Ma chuckled quietly, his laughter laced with a sinister, uncanny quality. Such an atmosphere was quite unfamiliar to Chen Long. At that moment, he felt he would rather endure the nauseating pages of an introductory book on traditional Chinese medicine at home than suffer through this ordeal. The 5 minutes of rapid-fire entertainment, although torturous, offered a peculiar kind of joy. Feeling utterly uncomfortable, he found himself closely pressed against an alluring woman, her soft bosom resting upon his shoulder. Whether it was the scent of alcohol or the fragrance of her perfume, it seemed to possess an intoxicating effect, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him. As a mere juvenile, being so closely attached to a voluptuous beauty would excite anyone. An involuntary response from a certain part of his body made Chen Long's face flush with embarrassment. Dressed only in loose shorts, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to wear his undergarments. What a mortifying predicament. He could not let them discover this, especially not the woman beside him, for that would be utterly humiliating. How could he have forgotten? He cursed his friend Xiao Ma for leading him to such a place, wondering if this was all a setup for him to lose his innocence. Glancing over at the unperturbed Marquise, who was engrossed in conversation with the beauty, Chen Long shifted in his seat, instinctively crossing his legs to press down on the very part that was betraying him. Doesn't this hurt? At that moment, the elegant and slender hand of the enchanting beauty gracefully rested upon his thigh, naturally extending and pressing gently against him. A shiver coursed through Chen Long's body, leaving him in a state of delightful tremors, as a certain part of him reacted strongly, yet was constrained beneath. What on earth? How am I to endure this? I can hardly withstand it. Am I truly being teased in such a manner? Chen Long inwardly cursed his fate. Chapter 48, Overwhelmed. The sensations radiating from his thigh were both intoxicating and overwhelming, causing Chen Long's face to flush with embarrassment. The beauty laughed melodiously, her breath brushing against his ear like a fragrant whisper, her delicate lips nearly grazing the skin beneath his ear. The more anxious he became, the more triumphantly she leaned in closer. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, Chen Long instinctively shifted his body to create some distance, only for the beauty to lean into him, half of her body now resting against his. He reflexively reached out to steady her, and for the first time, his gaze met that of this captivating enchantress. Was she not beautiful? Her mesmerizing eyes locked onto his, and the words that slipped from her lips sent shivers down his spine. Still reeling from his earlier embarrassment, he was further provoked, his face burning as he managed to utter 2 words, beautiful. It seemed that whenever confronted by a beauty, his first response invariably consisted of those 2 syllables, which was rather peculiar. This incident reminded him of his initial encounter with Yi Shanshan, when he had responded in a similar fashion, though he had not felt such acute embarrassment then. After a brief moment to collect himself, Chen Long began to scrutinize the enchanting figure before him. This is a visage as fair as snow, adorned with chestnut curls cascading gracefully over the shoulders. On the pristine and exquisite countenance rests a pair of azure eyes, complemented by a delicate blush that graces the playful lips, exuding an indescribable charm and allure. At this age, it seems we are of similar years. Yet how can one be so uninhibited? How wicked, thought Chen Long. To discern whether a man's heart is pure, one need only place a hand upon his thigh. The beauty, as delicate as an orchid, spoke softly. I can still hear your breath quickening. Ah, a seasoned one, this enchantress. Despite her youth, she possesses such profound knowledge. Chen Long couldn't help but reflect. Does this signify that I am indeed a pure-hearted individual? The result, of course, reveals you are a novice. The beauty remarked with a hint of mischief, finally retracting her hand from Chen Long's thigh. With a sense of relief, he felt the previous physical reaction subside, and he began to feign indifference. Humph. Am I pure? Had there been no one around, I would have already pinned you to the ground. Well, my novice status. It holds value. And you, little enchantress? Surely you have. Then come here, for I am still nestled in your embrace, she retorted, catching Chen Long off guard as she nestled closer, sending his heart racing once more. I quite like the title of little enchantress. It makes me feel special. From now on, please call me that, she giggled. I must insist on a more reserved approach. Do you not see those gentlemen across the way? They are your true suitors, while I, a mere tender greenhorn, have yet to even hold a girl's hand. Hardly a match for you, Chen Long stammered, feeling overwhelmed by this enchantress. He hastily pointed towards his friends, hoping to divert her attention. Those older men? They are foul and debased. I desire only you, she declared boldly. Weren't you just claiming me a moment ago? You have already touched my thigh. Consider that your first taste, he replied, his eloquence beginning to surface amid the charged atmosphere. I heard from the elder sisters that the first attempt is often inaccurate. It seems this holds true, for with that mouth of yours, you are hardly pure, she teased, revealing the existence of many more enchanting sisters, making sense of her own exceptional allure. By the way, I never claimed to be pure. It was merely you who rendered me so for a fleeting moment. Thank you, he said, his gaze lingering on her figure, embodying the essence of a notorious rogue. You are shameless, lewd, and a 5-minute wonder. I shall not play with you any more, the little enchantress retorted, displeased, biting her lip in protest. You are the shameless one, the lewd one. It was you who seduced me, he countered. What being a 5-minute wonder? If you have the courage, then try me. Try? I shall indeed. I am about to push you down. In the midst of a bustling crowd, Chen Long was unexpectedly overpowered by a mischievous little sprite. As a result, his hands were firmly grasped and twisted behind his back, resembling a vanquished soldier surrendering in defeat, akin to a battered rooster. This robust man, with his well-built physique, found himself subdued by a woman, pinned down on the sofa, and subjected to her whims. It was a humiliating predicament. He had never anticipated that such a petite sprite could possess such formidable skills. Oh, how could one endure encountering a sprite adept in martial arts? Moments ago, she had exuded an enchanting allure, only to transform into a fearsome figure in an instant. This was indeed the consequence of being overthrown. One should tread carefully, for even the most charming sprite can turn into a harpy. With a dejected expression, Chen Long obediently lay on the sofa, desperately calling for help. Have you two had your fun? Canales released Chen Long at once. Be cautious not to harm his physique. A voice, graceful yet commanding, resonated in the air. The enchanting beauty, known as Canales, the little sprite in Chen Long's eyes, surprisingly ceased her actions. As Chen Long turned over, ready to express his anger, he was met with a familiar visage. Andrea, do you know this fierce little sprite? After being pinned to the sofa by Canales, Chen Long, now liberated, felt a surge of indignation, only to be interrupted by the arrival of Perlo. Ah, she is my dear sister, Canales, Perlo replied with a smile. Oh, so she is one of our own. Chen Long chuckled, yet inwardly mused, how is it that one brother and one sister can possess such contrasting temperaments? The sister, with her feigned allure, turned out to be a ferocious tigress. Alas, they share the same parents. Could there have been a mix-up? As he pondered this, his gaze flickered between the two siblings. To his dismay, he concluded they indeed bore a striking resemblance. One could only blame the circumstances of Perlo's parents arguing at the time of Canales' conception, for it seemed improbable otherwise. Brother, he bullied me. He was leering at me and had ulterior motives. What were you saying? I bullied you? It was you who touched me. Chen Long was exasperated. He had suffered a silent loss, only to see the little sprite turn the tables on him. Andrea, you know I'm not that kind of person. Perlo playfully tapped Canales on the forehead. You little rascal, you were expressly told not to come here. Have you gone astray? I saw it all. Do not wrong. Chen Long nightclubs are not your domain. It is time to return home. Haha, Andrea, thank goodness you were here, or I would have been left speechless in my misery. Chen Long had not anticipated Perlo would so swiftly take his side, previously worried that Perlo might misconstrue the situation. Deep down, he felt relieved that Perlo possessed discerning eyes to see through the little sprite's fa-ade, though he refrained from uttering the term little sprite aloud. Canales stuck out her tongue at Chen Long. Just wait, little fast boy. Little fast boy. The nearby group of older gentlemen erupted into laughter upon hearing the phrase. Chen Long, sporting a morose expression, remained silent in protest. So, they brought me here tonight merely to mock me? These wretched individuals, along with that twisted little sprite. Chapter 49. The head coach arrives. Canales did not leave, and Chen Long did not sit beside her. Pirlo's presence between them offered him a sense of security. He had no desire to engage with the little sprite again. The nightclub held little allure for him. He was not one of those who frequented such places, chasing after women, indulging in drinks, and living a life steeped in decadence. Nightclub life was forbidden for him. Yet, these individuals brazenly appeared here, seemingly unaware of the audacity of their actions. Such a life has undoubtedly ruined countless prodigies. Even the illustrious Ronaldinho met a similar fate. In truth, their escapades were not as outrageous as portrayed. They merely enjoyed the company of beautiful women and indulged in a few drinks, far from the excessive debauchery often rumored. Pirlo abstained from alcohol, simply seeking camaraderie. Seated beside Chen Long, sipping on a beverage while engaging in casual banter, as Canales listened with mild disinterest, occasionally stealing glances. Who would have thought to aim the ball at those two fellows? Today's press conference was abuzz with this very incident. To be candid, are you not concerned about being sent off? Yet, the shot was both fierce and precise. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment whim, purely for amusement. After all, striking someone with the ball does not constitute a foul. I used to do this often in amateur matches. Chen Long had anticipated Pirlo would pose profound inquiries, only to discover it was such a trivial matter. In a fit of spontaneity, "You old rascal, what about your interception? Our styles are remarkably similar. How do you explain that?" Elia rushed over. Chen Long, observing this lively character, chuckled. "Naturally, I learn from you. I adapt quickly, as you know. My learning ability is quite commendable, haha. Did you not see how that fool swaggered, leisurely dribbling towards me, attempting to humiliate me? I had to seize that opportunity. Here we go again, learning on the fly. You might as well claim you can also play goalkeeper." Buffon was displeased to hear this little weirdo speak so nonchalantly. Goalkeeping? Now, that's an intriguing notion. When we train the day after tomorrow, I shall learn from Gigi. Perhaps I do possess some talent in that area. Upon hearing Buffon's remark, Chen Long's interest was piqued. He mused that if he mastered the skills of a goalkeeper, who knows what delightful surprises might await. You leave me in a predicament. If you excel in goalkeeping, I might find myself out of a job. Buffon grumbled, though he added with a smirk, but your 5 minutes of stamina hardly pose a threat. Connie had you on the field so early, it nearly exhausted us. While you strolled, we were giving our all. What is that about? Marquisio feigned anger. The entire team is at your service. You're living the dream. You're treating us tonight. Very well, I shall work as a dishwasher here for a month. That should cover your treat, he retorted. My salary barely amounts to your weekly pocket change, and you dare ask me to treat? Might as well suggest I run into a wall and end it. Keep pretending. Who doesn't he know you have a peculiar agent behind you? That chubby fellow? He has quite the character. I've heard your advertisements are plastered all over China. What does that even mean? Clearly, Marquisio is well aware of Chen Long's situation and relentlessly pursues him. They are merely temporary workers, with little hope for the future. I am still a university student, dependent on my family for support. Do not heed the nonsensical chatter of others. Speaking of the infamous Connie, you have no idea how exhausted I am after playing football. I slept for a solid hour at home just to regain my strength. I vow never to do this again. It seems this may even breach the terms of my contract. Am I being overworked? Ah, you are quite the order. Chen Long felt a heavy weight on his shoulder, as a large hand unexpectedly rested upon it. The voice sounds so familiar. It seems reminiscent of an old trickster. Could it be Connie? Ahem, speaking of that old trickster, no, the illustrious Connie, truly a paragon of wisdom and prowess, has remarkably utilized me to this extent. He is nothing short of a divine coach. One could argue that Juventus's triumph is solely his victory. Sensing Connie's presence, Chen Long shamelessly adopted a different tone. What a world this is, where speaking of someone brings them forth, truly uncanny. Yet, what brings this old fox here? Has he come to indulge as well? The thought is unfathomable. Xiao Long has become increasingly adept at navigating the winds of change. Indeed, he is quite the prodigy. Connie patted Chen Long on the shoulder and unceremoniously seated himself to his left. Ahem, the head coach? What wind has blown you here? I was just praising you. And you appeared. Chen n'en feignait de surprise, lavishing flatterie. How shameless. Others shared the same sentiment. These two cunning foxes, one old and one young. The head coach, accompanying the players to a nightclub, Chen Long was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to voice his thoughts. A discreet glance at Conti revealed that he did not seem to be there for reprimands or to catch anyone out, but but rather to enjoy himself. Engrossed in jovial conversation with Chiellini. While I was managing the reporters at the press conference, you all are here reveling, living like deities in a state of blissful oblivion. Seems tomorrow as holiday will be cancelled. What a swift change of demeanor, comparable to a mischievous sprite. What ulterior motives does this old fox harbor? Surely he is not merely here for merriment. Chen Long truly could not fathom his intentions. Yet, observing the reactions of his teammates, there were no complex expressions, just lowered heads, quietly awaiting further words. Alas, Connie sighed deeply and continued, if it weren't for this lad, we would all be in dire straits today. What does this all mean? It is truly perplexing, and Chen Long finds himself utterly bewildered, pondering how Connie's ramblings relate to anything substantial. The others remain silent, listening intently without interjecting a word. Conti continues his monologue, stating, after tomorrow, I shall face a 3-month suspension, relegated to directing from the stands, while my assistant coach will take over the reins during this period. What lies ahead for me after these 3 months remains uncertain. Let's focus on performing well in the upcoming matches. As he speaks, a palpable sense of disappointment envelopes Conti, akin to a weary elder waiting by a coffin for the inevitable arrival of death. A suspension? What is happening? Chen Long suddenly recalls a news report from a few days prior concerning Conti, which revealed that he would face a 3-month ban for tacitly allowing players to engage in match fixing. It must be this very matter that has come to fruition today. He muses silently. Present at the scene are not just him, but also stalwarts of Juventus, such as Buffon, Chiellini, Marchisio, Giovinco, and Pirlo, Conti's trusted allies, yet he chooses to divulge such matters in their presence. What could this signify? Even a figure like Pirlo is entangled in this murky situation? Surely that cannot be the case. And what of Elia's involvement? Chapter 50. Betting on victory, it appears that the waters surrounding Juventus are exceedingly murky. The betting scandal involving Conti first surfaced while he was managing Siena, and now, even at Juventus, the prosecutors have not released their grip on him. Since Juventus' demotion to Serie B in 2006 due to gambling allegations, the stream of negative press has never ceased. Now, as the head coach, Conti finds himself ensnared in this vortex. Each side presents its arguments. But are Juventus the sole perpetrators of such practices? Clearly not. Numerous teams face point deductions due to similar scandals in the past. Are there truly any innocent parties? Those teams claiming purity may not be as blameless as they assert. In the realm of football gambling, the probability of involvement often outweighs that of abstaining. One cannot escape the struggles of the world, a sentiment that rings true in any sphere of life. Italy's anti-gambling initiatives have yielded commendable results, while China's efforts seem to have merely resulted in a few scapegoats. Chen Long grapples with the complexities of this situation and struggles to decipher Conti's cryptic remarks, feeling utterly powerless to voice his thoughts. Yet, why would Conti choose to speak so candidly in front of him? Of course, Conti does not explicitly mention the gambling issue. That is merely Chen Long's interpretation. Could it be that this cunning old fox, even facing suspension, still seeks to engage in gambling, dragging himself deeper into the mire? A twinge of wariness stirs within Chen Long, little dragon. The waters of Juventus run deep, or perhaps the very essence of Italy is steeped in complexity. Focus on your temporary role and concern yourself with nothing beyond that. It is not your affair. Conti observes Chen Long's apprehensions and offers this cryptic advice. Your detachment from these matters is not a reason to share them with me directly. Is this not absurd? Everyone who is unaware now knows. And how am I to play in the future? This cunning old fox. Chen Long felt a flicker of anger within, yet his curiosity began to stir. But I wonder, he said, you've labeled me a temporary worker. Doesn't that mean there are no consequences if something goes awry? During Conti's tenure, Canales had vanished into some obscure corner, leaving only a handful of men to huddle together, listening to the old fox speak. Upon hearing Chen Long's response, a sly satisfaction crept into the heart of one of the listeners. Chen Long was still too naive, easily ensnared by the cunning words of the old fox. Pirlo, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of pity for Chen Long, yet outwardly maintained his silence, feigning indifference. Even someone as seasoned as himself had fallen into the trap. They say that joining Juventus is a glorious path to victory. Yet, alas, the weight of Pirlo's suppressed frustration grew heavier, deepening his discontent. In truth, revealing this information was not entirely detrimental. Though he was a temporary worker, knowing was certainly better than being oblivious. Conti continued to maintain his air of seriousness, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue, leaving the uninformed to believe he was simply a good-natured man. Ignorance, it seemed, was bliss. Once one knows, the foolishness becomes apparent. Chiellini mused silently, acknowledging the old fox's ability to manipulate, his words so convincing. Poor little dragon, he thought, there's little I can do to aid you now. Your own loose tongue has led you here. I, too, have been ensnared, so let fate take its course. Oblivious to the concern and silent solidarity of the two men, the naive Chen Long awaited Conte's next words with earnest anticipation, as if a monumental secret was on the verge of revelation. Juventus had completed the previous season unbeaten over 38 matches, a feat achieved through sheer determination. Conte's pride was unmistakable as he spoke these words. However, the myriad of draws held intricate mysteries worthy of scrutiny. The implication is clear. The draws are fraught with deception. Last season, Juventus consistently found themselves in the lead by 1 or even 2 goals, only to suffer a bewildering series of equalizers. This statement should resonate with those who place bets. I dare say, even 10 Contes could not navigate this treacherous landscape. The profit from a single draw is already grotesque. But when accumulated over 10 or 8 matches, the concept becomes utterly maddening. Is Conte truly out of his mind? Are we to witness Juventus languish in the relegation zone for yet another year? Upon hearing this, Chen Long felt a surge of revulsion. It is no wonder that the dismal defense from last season and the contrasting performance in the national team are worlds apart. How naive, Chen Long. You must think we are throwing matches. Conte cast a disdainful glance at Chen Long, tapping his head, asserting that the draws were not due to any collusion, but rather the abysmal performance of our forwards, none of whom are dependable. At this point, your suspicions must be piqued. If there is no collusion, then how does one gamble on these matches? Chen Long nodded sincerely, acknowledging the truth in Conte's words. The reasoning is simple. Buffon and his cohorts have truly underperformed, or perhaps there is a traitor among us. Conte's expression darkened as he directed his ire towards Buffon and Chiellini, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against them. Our betting strategy is clear. Juventus must win. Draws are unacceptable, and losses are out of the question. Is there truly such a betting strategy? Is this not a pathway to self-destruction? What football match exists without the possibility of losing? Chen Long pondered, surprised by Conte's response. Therefore, you have saved us today, but with the draw, we must still contribute additional funds. As for why we must contribute, I shall withhold that information for now. Perhaps in the future, you'll come to understand. Conte finally addressed the doubts that loomed in Chen Long's mind. Ultimately, what is meant to happen will inevitably come to pass. I hope you are luckier than the rest of us present. Lastly, I implore you to score and assist profusely in the forthcoming matches. Otherwise what? Chen Long had been content up to this point, but the final word brought an unexpected weight of pressure. Should we lose, we all face dire consequences. Although you are merely a temporary worker, you might find yourself in a precarious situation, suffering greatly. As a temporary worker, where would you find the funds to compensate? Conte began his unabashed threats once more. How shameless! Is this not a game played to manipulate Chen Long? In a corner, Marchisio began to worry for him. Chen Long's countenance darkened. He felt as though he had unwittingly stumbled into a den of wolves. It seemed that tonight's events were directed at him, and he increasingly sensed that being part of this team was fraught with pitfalls at every turn. We are all in the same boat, and thus we must consider the collective. Our singular aim is to triumph in our endeavors. Victory, victory, victory. In the event of defeat, we shall all contribute to the costs, with greater contributions from those who can afford it more and lesser from those who cannot. Conte has finally revealed his true, unsavory nature, uttering these words while placing a hand on Chen Long's shoulder. This must be the descent into the depths, right? At this moment, Chen Long's heart felt as if it were encased in ice. Who possesses such terrifying power to compel them to part with their money? Chapter 51. The Fairy's Pursuit. What money am I supposed to pay? The contract you signed. What monetary obligation do I have? Perhaps you could draft a larger one, and I might be able to contribute a bit. With a face full of gloom, Chen Long finally realized that he had been unwittingly lured aboard. He felt compelled to engage in a fierce bargaining session with Conte. After all, how could he not demand fair compensation? If I am only responsible for scoring goals and providing assists, then the finances should not concern me. But what if you don't score or assist? How would that be calculated? There must be a limit to your shamelessness. Does that not relate to me? I only have 5 minutes. Do you genuinely believe I am a deity? Others may believe it, but even you hold such an opinion? I am not a calculator. How could I guarantee that 1 + 1 will always equal 2? Chen Long was not pleased. Thus, it is settled. If we lose, we must all share the burden. You have ample advertising revenue, after all. You old pervert, you are truly beyond shameless. I refuse to discuss this further. Otherwise, I might as well take a leisurely stroll. Engaging in futile efforts like today is akin to courting disaster. Very well, regardless of whether you score, you still won't receive any money. Yet even so, it may not be so straightforward. Connie pondered, but chose not to elaborate further. Let us conclude today's discussion. We shall train on time the day after tomorrow. I shall take my leave. Be wary. Do not let the women drain you dry. Especially little Ma, like a shadow. He came and went like the wind. Connie, that old fox, vanished in an instant, leaving Chen Long, who had yet to fully digest the conversation, standing aside. Upon seeing Connie depart, the teammates finally exhaled in relief. You rascal. How foolish to engage in such lengthy discourse with that old fox. Are you out of your mind? You've been ensnared. I find myself powerless to assist. Cialini was the first to scold him. If someone had merely kept quiet, we wouldn't have encountered such a predicament. Pirlo shook his head in disapproval. Would it kill you to offer a warning? Now you choose to speak with such sardonic remarks. You may continue to feign ignorance. Chen Long spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. What was meant to be a delightful weekend was abruptly shattered by Connie's sudden intrusion. In a whirlwind, Chen Long found himself unwittingly aboard a pirate ship. His mood darkened. He was the first to leave the nightclub, unwilling to mingle with that peculiar bunch. And it was already midnight. Upon stepping outside, he realized his stomach was grumbling. Had it only been 4 hours since dinner? Why was he so ravenously hungry? This was unusual for him. Could it be that today's exertion had drained him? Or was it Connie's irritation that had wrought this hunger? He patted his belly and shook his head in resignation. There was no food at home. It had all been devoured by that glutton, young Urshi. Had it not been for Yi Shanshan's presence, even the plates might have been left for him to wash upon his return. Chen Long, consumed by resentment, found himself unconsciously advancing forward. He entered a late-night eatery, casually ordered a plate of spaghetti, and began to devour it ravenously. Halfway through his meal, the crisp sound of high heels approached, and a pair of black stilettos, enveloping delicate white feet, came to a halt before him. While savoring his noodles, Chen Long couldn't help but gaze at those exquisite little feet for an extended moment, before his eyes inevitably wandered upward. As his gaze ascended to two long, graceful thighs, he paused for several seconds, then continued to the hem of a black micro-skirt, hesitating momentarily before traversing a slender waist, finally resting at two ample, snow-white mounds. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, a familiar voice echoed, "Oh, it's been over an hour. I see you're still restless." That voice, where had he heard it before? The noodles lodged in his throat, and after a brief moment of shock, he recalled the enchanting creature. Was Torin truly this small? Encountering her again in the dead of night felt like an unfortunate twist of fate. He had hoped for a chance encounter with a beautiful woman, yet here she was, the same little sprite. This wasn't a fantasy realm. Why did he keep crossing paths with her? He refrained from lifting his gaze, feigning continued focus on his noodles. "Are you referring to me, the blind man? I assure you, I see nothing. So how could I be restless?" Coincidentally, after Canales was invited back from the nightclub by Pirlo, she had wandered the streets, eventually arriving at this very location, leading to their current predicament. "Oh, so you are blind. In that case, may I have some of your noodles? After all, you cannot see," Canales said, acting on her impulse as she pulled over a nearby chair, boldly sitting down and reaching for Chen Long's utensils. However, Chen Long was not genuinely blind and promptly retracted his meal. "Didn't they say you were blind? Yet your reflexes are quite sharp, little quick boy." Noticing Chen Long's reaction, Canales decided to relent, playfully sticking out her cute little tongue at him. Chen Long regarded her silently for a few moments and sighed deeply. "Little sprite, we bear no grudge, do we? Why pursue me? My elder brother, whom I admire greatly, is your kin. Is it truly necessary for you to make my life difficult? I am quite famished, so I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing me. TSK, I too have come to enjoy my meal. Who is stalking whom? Only a lecherous fellow like you would follow a beauty, such as myself. Yet I must admit, I am rather intrigued by you, little quick boy." Chen Long continued to lower his head, focusing on his noodles. As Canales sensed his indifference, she grew bored, fiddling with her keychain while observing Chen Long's youthful visage. Chen Long, feeling her gaze upon him as he consumed his meal, found his heart racing and hurriedly finished, preparing to depart. As soon as Canales noticed he was about to leave, she rose to her feet, disregarding the server who was just bringing up the noodles, and hurriedly pursued him outside. Hey, am I truly that terrifying? You barely spoke to me before you decided to leave. Upon reaching the doorway, Canales casually wrapped her arm around Chen Long's left arm. Once again, this vexatious enchantress was oblivious to her own allure. Always engaging in such intimate encounters, how could one withstand it? Alas, Italian women are notably tall, with girls measuring over 1.7 meters found aplenty on the streets. At this moment, with her head resting against Chen Long's shoulder, Canales' faint scent of perfume was overwhelming for him. Chen Long dared not embrace her too closely or make any inappropriate moves, so he walked stiffly forward. Is this what you call a walk? I'm not asking you to kick a ball around. Can't you exhibit a touch of masculinity? Canales exclaimed in a soft, playful tone. Oh, I'm not out for a stroll with you. You're the one clinging to me. Little enchantress. Doesn't T, your brother, worry at this hour? You should head back. Chen Long, moving like a zombie, couldn't T help but shudder inwardly, realizing this little sprite was once again employing her seductive charms. Smoke, absolute smoke. When she turns, it's faster than anyone else. Sensing the change in Chen Long's demeanor, Canales tightened her grip. Don't worry, I won't devour you. It's quite late. I'll drop you off on my way back to school. Hearing this long-awaited invitation, Chen Long's spirits lifted, and he quickly composed himself, allowing Canales to take advantage as he followed her toward the car. Ah, the wealthy second generation indeed. This little sprite is so young, yet drives a top-of-the-line Audi. Oh, and it's the latest model too. Chen Long gazed at the stunning white beauty before him, feeling a wave of admiration. Whether Canales was driving slowly on purpose or if the car was a counterfeit, it seemed to be moving at a leisurely pace. Throughout the journey, Canales chattered incessantly with Chen Long, who responded intermittently. Suddenly, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, drenching them both to the skin, leaving them no time to close the sunroof. As the deluge cascaded over them. Chapter 52, A Fortunate Encounter. Is this someone splashing water, or is it truly raining? This seems utterly implausible. There was no flash of lightning, nor a rumble of thunder, yet the downpour descends so suddenly. After closing the sunroof, Chen Long could not help but utter a curse. The two exchanged glances, only to burst in a hearty laughter. The man laughed with a carefree abandon, while the woman's laughter was vibrant and lively. The previous awkwardness and strangeness dissipated like mist in the face of the torrential rain, revealing the sun. At that moment, Chen Long resembled a boy who had just returned from playing football in the rain, drenched from head to toe, while Canales appeared like a young maiden basking in the summer rain, her delicate face adorned with glistening raindrops. The handsome youth and the charming lady, at the moment their eyes met, found themselves captivated by the reflection of one another. Their gazes locked, the brilliance of the previous instant transformed into a silent exchange, while the car's music players serenaded them with the poignant melody of time to say goodbye. Yet, it seemed this was indeed a moment of parting. Ahem. This song appears to be reminding us that it's time to return home. It was Chen Long who tore apart this perfect tableau, shattering the tranquility. Canales, pulled back to reality by Chen Long's voice, felt a blush rise to her sweet face. Evidently, those two youthful souls had been enveloped in a moment of innocent infatuation. Regaining her composure, Canales resumed driving forward, and the two spoke little along the way, clearly affected by the previous scene. Such sensations are wondrous, quietly weaving connections of affection and fondness. After several minutes, guided by Chen Long, Canales finally parked in front of his house. Chen Long offered an awkward smile, signaling that he would be getting out. Canales responded with a simple, "Oh," yet her gaze boldly lingered on Chen Long. His heart stirred at her glance, and instead of averting his eyes, he maintained a steady gaze upon Canales. In their eyes, everything around them seemed to transform into a world of two, reminiscent of the innocent beginnings of young love. In a mere half hour, such tender moments had unexpectedly unfolded twice. Soaked by the torrential rain, Canales curled up in the driver's seat like a pitiful little kitten, gazing gently at Chen Long. The sight stirred within him an inexplicable pang of compassion. August in Turin was somewhat chilly, prompting a certain individual to feel a wave of sentimentality. Then, he made a bold decision, as per Perlo and the other teammates. It could be deemed a shameless one. Why not come in and sit for a while? He proposed, although he quickly clarified, not in that sense. I just noticed you're drenched. Come in and change into something dry. Not that either. I merely wish for you to change into clean clothes to avoid catching a cold. Chen Long found himself at a loss for words. No matter how he phrased it, it felt awkward. It was his first time inviting a single woman into his home at such a late hour. Was it not inviting beauty into his abode with ulterior motives? If this were to reach Perlot's ears, he would not be able to wash away the implications even by jumping into the water. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, Canales swiftly leaped from the car. "Oh, you said it," she exclaimed. "It's over," Chen Long thought as he observed her agile movements, snapping him out of his previous state, and he recalled the pitiful little sprite before him, along with her other persona. While he hesitated at the door, Canales had already seized the keys from his hand and proceeded to unlock the door herself. Once opened, Chen Long stood at the threshold, momentarily stunned, muttering in exasperation. "Is this my home or yours? Such rudeness. Aren't you coming in? Do you intend to get drenched again?" She replied, "Naturally, it is your home, my future home, our future home," she declared with a sense of delight. As Canales entered the house, she traced her fingers along the walls, switched on the corridor lights, and without hesitation, casually removed her black high-heeled shoes, padding barefoot into the living room. How could someone like her be the complete antithesis of Perlot? Chen Long found himself once more questioning whether they shared the same parents. After lingering outside in a state of dismay, he eventually stepped inside, closed the door, picked up Canales' high heels, arranged them neatly, and placed them on his shoe rack before retreating to his room. In this house, aside from Yi Shanshan and Yang Er, only Chen Long resided. The absence of women's clothing was palpable, compelling Chen Long to rummage through his wardrobe to find a suitable outfit for Canales. With the garment in hand, Canales swiftly retreated to the bathroom. Chen Long, feeling a dryness in his throat, struggled to acclimate to the presence of a woman in his abode, to distract himself from the unsettling emotions bubbling within. He switched on the television and reclined on the sofa. Canales, as though she had not bathed in years, took an astonishing half-hour to emerge from the bathroom, only to find Chen Long had succumbed to slumber on the couch. Exhaustion had enveloped him, lulling him into an unconscious state. Adorned in Chen Long's oversized attire, Canales resembled a whimsical sorceress. She tiptoed to the side of the sleeping Chen Long, leaned in closely, and just as her lips were a mere millimeter from his, she exclaimed, "Little fast boy." With a sudden peck, the startled Chen Long awoke, his heart racing. In the fleeting moment he turned his head, Canales' lips inadvertently met his, accompanied by a playful smacking sound. What was it like to be unexpectedly kissed by a woman for the first time? Chen Long felt a wave of dizziness and an electrifying sensation, rendered motionless as he lay there. Above him was a delicate visage, adorned with that very mouth which had just surprised him. Lost in a daze, Chen Long pondered the recent encounter when Canales leaned even closer, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, "Little fast boy, I discovered something tonight. Your little friend has risen, ha." After this mischievous revelation, she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, picked up her bag, and merrily hummed her way to the door, entirely oblivious to Chen Long's bewildered state. Initially, Chen Long had been preparing to regain his composure after the unexpected assault, but Canales' second, more casual verbal strike shattered his resolve. He lay there dazed, staring blankly at the ceiling, unaware that the roaring engine outside had long since faded into silence. Is this a dream? Damn it, tonight's disgrace has been witnessed by the heavens. What manner of woman is this? Chapter 53, within the traditional Chinese medicine college. The preceding night bestowed upon Chen Long two sensations. One, the shock brought forth by gambling on football, and the other, the thrill ignited by Canales. Since his arrival at Juventus, bizarre occurrences have become commonplace, while fortunate events have unfolded in succession. Chen Long felt as though he were ensconced in a dream, with events that should not transpire in reality unfolding around him like scenes from a film. On this day of the team's holiday, he did not indulge in a luxurious slumber. Rather, he seized the opportunity of the glorious morning. Had it not been for Yi Shanshan's incessant calls urging him to rise, he might indeed have missed the time to attend school. After several matches, the name of Chen Long has resonated throughout the city of Turin. It is rare to find someone in Turin who does not recognize him, unless they are blind, for even the temporary workers of Juventus are familiar with his fame. A person of such notoriety, frequently present in the public eye, inevitably stirs a commotion, which in turn can lead to societal unrest and instability. What tumult has the young and handsome Chen Long stirred in the university? Though his sunglasses shielded him from numerous potential threats. When Yi Shanshan escorted him into the traditional Chinese medicine laboratory and removed his shades, the atmosphere erupted into chaos and shrieks. With class yet to commence, students flocked around him, clamoring for autographs. In a field as obscure as traditional Chinese medicine, aside from a handful of eccentric boys, the majority of admirers were female. The throng surrounding Chen Long consisted predominantly of girls, excluding only Yi Shanshan and a few boys. The fervent female fans eagerly vied for his signature, and the situation escalated when one girl produced her phone to capture a commemorative photograph with him, leading to even greater disorder. Faced with such a spectacle for the first time, Chen Long remained composed, relishing the delightful chaos among such a beautiful gathering. In comparison to the previous night's flirtation with Canales, this situation seemed trivial, unless, of course, he was simultaneously courted by such a multitude of girls. However, one could imagine that if such a crowd were to descend upon him, he would be utterly depleted, leaving not even a bone behind. After graciously accommodating the fervent requests of these enthusiastic young women, his vanity was greatly satisfied. At last, having dispatched his eager fans and classmates, the class began, and Chen Long could finally take his place beside Yi Shanshan. This arrangement was long orchestrated by Yi Shanshan, allowing Chen Long to collaborate with her on an experiment, which could be of greater assistance to him. Initially, this seemed inconsequential, yet to the group of girls who had recently gained Chen Long's approval, it represented a grave and inexplicable affront. How could he, right under their noses, sit alone with another girl? Their malicious and envious gazes pierced Yi Shanshan like sharp daggers. Yet they dared not voice their indignation, resorting instead to hushed whispers behind closed doors. Chen Long, sensing the palpable tension, leaned toward Yi Shanshan to murmur, "Shanshan, the situation is dire ahead. We are surrounded. It seems I have brought upon us considerable trouble." Yi Shanshan, initially indifferent to the matter, considering them merely a gaggle of infatuated girls, felt a twinge of irritation as their incessant buzzing resembled that of persistent flies. Thus, she decided to play along. To incite their jealousy, she turned her head to whisper back, "Let them stew in their frustration. We shall put on a show for their amusement." After uttering this, Yi Shanshan deliberately erupted into laughter, provoking yet another wave of astonishment from the onlookers. Could it be that Yi Shanshan was Chen Long's girlfriend? Surely not. What could Chen Long possibly see in such a girl? What exceptional qualities did she possess to merit his attention? A chorus of scornful remarks surged amongst them. Why so much hatred? Is it so wrong for me to have fans? Besides, with so many beautiful girls, choosing one as a girlfriend isn't so bad, is it? Don't ruin things for me, please. Enough of this. The teacher is here. Let us cease our chatter. The two communicated in Mandarin, their voices hushed, leaving no one able to comprehend their exchange. All that was apparent was their closeness and familiarity, resembling a couple. Thus, throughout the class, besides the two of them, only a few boys were able to focus on completing their experiments, while the rest languished in jealousy for the entire hour. Interestingly, when the traditional Chinese medicine teacher laid eyes on Chen Long, there was no hint of fervor, perhaps a consequence of age, treating him just as he would any other student. This treatment brought Chen Long a sense of comfort, as he mused to himself that this was the behavior of a truly normal person. This particular lesson proved to be exceptionally unique. Firstly, there was a group of enamored admirers nearby, akin to a stadium filled with fervent fans during a football match. Moreover, this experimental class bestowed upon Chen Long numerous insights. The initial session brought him considerable surprise. The laboratory resembled a vast repository of medicinal treasures, akin to a library of traditional Chinese herbal medicine, housing an array of herbal remedies. This experience was far more enjoyable than the rote memorization of drug names from textbooks. The herbs, true to their names, quickly became familiar to Chen Long amidst the myriad of medicinal materials. One may wonder why such an extensive traditional Chinese medicine laboratory exists here. It is indeed a boon bestowed by far-off China. It is said that this entire institution of traditional Chinese medicine was established with the assistance of China to Italy in the early 1990s. In essence, the Italians contributed not a penny yet acquired this academy and laboratory, as the funding was entirely provided by the Chinese government, which invested 2.5 billion yuan, with the value of these precious herbal materials exceeding 1 billion yuan. One can only imagine the magnitude of such an investment. The Italians, in a stroke of fortune, found themselves the beneficiaries of this generous offering. Though the knowledge gleaned in a single lesson may not be vast, the breadth of discovery significantly expanded. This small revelation deepened Chen Long's appreciation for traditional Chinese medicine. Even more astonishing was the information he learned from his teacher after class regarding a specialized field of study within traditional Chinese medicine focusing on therapeutic practices for athletes, particularly centered on football. This news thoroughly captivated Chen Long's heart. Nothing was more significant to him than his body and football. After class, he resolutely insisted that Yi Shanshan accompany him to the School of Management to change his major, shifting from management to traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, Chen Long completed his academic transition, instantly becoming a student of the traditional Chinese medicine department. This news spread rapidly, and the most disappointed were undoubtedly the football team from the management school and their female fans. The team lamented the loss of a remarkable player who could aid them in their league matches, while the female fans felt a sense of loss due to Chen Long's absence from their midst. Conversely, the traditional Chinese medicine department flourished. The football team rejoiced, as they would no longer have to play under the scrutiny of others' opinions, quickly evolving into an exceptionally formidable team. The aspiring female doctors were akin to flowers basking in the nurturing rain, their excitement uncontainable. It is said that among all the faculties at the University of Turin, the traditional Chinese medicine department boasted the largest number of female students, who traditionally eschewed makeup. However, since Chen Long's arrival, nearly every one of them adopted striking makeup styles, transforming the previously tranquil campus into a vibrant spectacle. The traditional Chinese medicine department genuinely became a veritable garden of delights at the University of Turin, filled with a multitude of beauties eager to encounter Chen Long. Indeed, a transformation was underway since the arrival of this charming and alluring figure. Chapter 54. The secret of Yi Sun. Upon exiting the bustling University of Turin, Chen Long did not head home directly. Instead, he followed Yi Shanshan to her newly opened store. According to Yi Shanshan, today marked the arrival of Yi Sun from Palermo to Turin, and Chen Long was eager to meet him. However, upon returning to the store, they found no sign of Yi Sun, leaving Chen Long somewhat disappointed. Aside from football, his life was generally uncomplicated. Having left Palermo for Turin, he found himself lacking many friends. The only companions at his side were the shameless agent and close friend Yang Ershi, along with the increasingly familiar Yi Shanshan. As for his so-called Juventus teammates, they certainly wouldn't accompany him on daily outings or campus adventures. However, Yang Ershi has been elusive, rarely seen even during classes, and certainly not accompanying Chen Long. From our conversation during dinner last night, I learned that he has flown to China today to address a dispute regarding an advertisement. Chen Long is well aware of this matter. It appears that a Japanese brand, produced in mainland China, has unlawfully used his likeness for promotional purposes. As the general manager of the Long Zhan Tianxia brand, it is only natural for Yang to seek justice. Initially, Chen Long was not particularly agitated by this news, but upon discovering that it was indeed the Japanese who were responsible, his ire could no longer be contained. He has always harbored a strong aversion towards the Japanese, particularly regarding their misdeeds, which only propelled him to urge Yang to expedite his journey to China. Their mutual objective for the negotiations is to secure the highest possible benefits while ensuring that the Japanese do not escape unscathed. Thus, in turn, Chen Long finds himself with only Yi Shanshan as a companion. He wonders if the rotund Yang has boarded the plane or if he is still engrossed in the arms of his romantic pursuits. As Chen Long converses with Yi Shanshan, his gaze occasionally drifts toward her graceful figure. Rest assured, on the way back yesterday, I overheard Yang speaking on the phone with a beautiful woman from a certain institution, and it seemed they were planning to travel to China together. Can this portly fellow truly bear solitude during his travels? It seems unlikely. Yi Shanshan's response shattered Chen Long's illusions and further tarnished his impression of Yang. Since entering university and becoming Chen Long's manager, Yang has assimilated into society with remarkable speed, no longer resembling an 18-year-old child. While his peers remain engrossed in their studies and romantic endeavors, Yang has already embarked on a journey to earn money, engaging in both business and courtship, albeit now as a somewhat affluent entrepreneur. Having grown up alongside Chen Long and now accompanying him to Turin, Yang, despite his cunning and shrewdness, has always shown loyalty and camaraderie towards Chen Long. This thought brings a smile to Chen Long's face. The conversation does not linger long on Yang, as Chen Long suddenly recalls Yi Sun and inquires about him. Did not Grandpa Yi say he would return today? Why has he not yet appeared? He called earlier, mentioning a delay of over an hour for his flight. He should be back in about half an hour. As Yi Shanshan organizes the herbs on the table, she continues conversing with Chen Long. What kind of person is your grandfather, who seems almost ethereal, akin to a character from a novel? Indeed, did I not tell you before? He is a living immortal. Upon mentioning this, Yi Shanshan becomes quite animated. If I were to share a certain piece of information with you, it would surely astonish you. What could possibly astonish me? Speak quickly. Do not keep it to yourself, for it is quite vexing. Yi Shanshan smiled gently and said, "Do you know who established the traditional Chinese medicine college we are attending?" I had a faint idea, having heard that it was funded by the Chinese government. Could it be that your grandfather personally financed its establishment? Chen Long's eyes widened in astonishment. If that were the case, it would indeed be remarkable for a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine to possess such wealth, capable of sustaining a university. Not quite, she replied. My grandfather is merely the dean of this hospital. Ah, the dean? So, it is the esteemed dean. Chen Long remained equally astonished, having never anticipated that Yi Sun, whom he had encountered earlier, was actually the dean of the traditional Chinese medicine college, where he was currently studying. This news proved to be exceedingly beneficial, akin to clutching onto a robust support. Chen Long gradually regained his composure from the initial surprise. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I've taken so many unnecessary detours. Thankfully, the college was adjusted today. Otherwise, I would have truly been led astray by you. Yi Shanshan playfully stuck out her tongue in response. Well, you didn't say anything either. I didn't say anything because I was unaware. But your silence implies a deliberate concealment and deception. I express my profound disdain towards you. The two resumed their playful banter, the atmosphere remarkably light and cheerful, entirely devoid of the awkwardness and passivity that had characterized the previous night between someone and the little fairy. As their conversation continued, Chen Long recalled another question that had long puzzled him. What about the matter concerning Ronaldo? How does that fit into the picture? I've been perplexed as to why. Despite Ronaldo undergoing surgery in Belgium and the United States, it suddenly became attributed to your grandfather's prowess. Ah, that remains a secret, and I cannot divulge any information. Come on, just share a little. It won't kill you, will it? I'm genuinely curious. Does your grandfather possess some astonishing remedy or technique that defies nature? Unbeknownst to him, he began to envision a world akin to that of immortal heroes, perceiving Yi Sun as a living deity. It's not as miraculous as you suggest. Yet there are indeed a few potent medicines. It appears that what you've been taking recently might be among them. Yi Shanshan replied with a gentle smile. What exactly is it? Stop keeping me in suspense. Chen Long pressed eagerly. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Yi Shanshan's answer once again left Chen Long feeling frustrated. This was hardly different from saying nothing at all. However, if you frequent the college more, grow closer to my grandfather, and spend more time in the laboratory, perhaps you will eventually find out. Ah, so you're suggesting I ingratiate myself with your grandfather to gain favor. Ha! Although Chen Long wasn't as brazen as Yang Ershi, he was equally astute, understanding that establishing a good rapport with Yi Sun would ultimately lead him to some answers. Moreover, this matter was of immense significance to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resolutely decided to study at the traditional Chinese medicine college that morning. What secrets lay hidden within Ronaldo? No, the true enigma resided within Yi Sun. This curiosity ignited a determination within Chen Long. He vowed to unravel this mystery. Perhaps, once he uncovered the truth, the challenges he faced would also find resolution. As he pondered these thoughts, the shop's door swung open. Yi Sun had finally returned to Turin. Chapter 55. Testing the medicine. This marks the second encounter between Chen Long and Yi Sun in over 3 weeks. Since their last parting at home, Chen Long had not seen Yi Sun again. During this interval, it was Yi Shanshan who diligently brewed medicine for him. Much like their first meeting, Yi Sun still exuded an ethereal aura, albeit with the weight of age upon him. Chen Long, unfamiliar with Yi Sun, felt a natural sense of restraint. Had it been Yi Shanshan, the conversation would have flowed freely. Despite his advanced years, Yi Sun was vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of deterioration. Once Yi Sun returned, Yi Shanshan hurried off to prepare medicine, leaving the two of them in solitude. The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar, and Chen Long found himself at a loss for words. Interactions among the young tend to be effortless, yet a dialogue between a teenager and an octogenarian required a different approach. Fortunately, Yi Sun was an adept conversationalist, swiftly steering Chen Long into the heart of their discussion. Yi Sun began by examining Chen Long's body, much like their previous meeting, nodding in approval, clearly pleased with Chen Long's recent health. Chen Long remained silent, allowing Yi Sun to explore his physique freely. Strangely, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, recalling the previous night when Canales had caressed his thigh. After a brief interlude, Yi Sun finally ceased his examination. Progress was evident. Following 3 doses of medicine, Chen Long's meridians appeared significantly more robust and supple. It seems my remedies are proving effective, Yi Sun remarked, observing his foster son with satisfaction. He then approached a chest, opened it, and retrieved a plant that Chen Long could not identify. Yi Sun carried it into the kitchen and handed it to Yi Shanshan before returning. I hear you have developed quite an interest in traditional Chinese medicine? Yi Sun smiled and inquired. Would you consider transferring to a TCM academy? Chen Long nodded in affirmation, responding, I've already made the transfer. Excellent. Attending the TCM academy will greatly benefit you. Mastering such a craft will undoubtedly enhance your future career. Yi Sun nodded approvingly. He continued, traditional Chinese medicine is not something one can grasp overnight. However, if you begin with acupoints and acupuncture, you should find it relatively accessible, especially within the realm of soccer. You will discover it quite captivating. Given your recent studies, you likely possess a foundational understanding of acupoints. Chen Long nodded again. Although he felt somewhat bewildered by the introduction to TCM, he was particularly intrigued by the medicinal practices and acupoints described in his readings, dedicating his recent efforts to this topic. Just as Yi Sun posed his question, Chen Long realized he had much to gain from this exchange. Acupoints are akin to sluice gates along a river. If we open each gate and then channel, broaden, and strengthen the river, everything will flow smoothly. If each sluice gate remains unrepaired for years, the flow of water will be obstructed, segmenting it into stilted portions. This not only leads to a collapse of meridians, but also causes the entire body to become bloated and ultimately perish. I had essentially conveyed this to you previously. Through the art of acupuncture, we can restore the smoothness of the entire meridian system. Now, it is imperative for you to begin your studies in acupuncture. Regarding medication, you may learn from Yi Shanshan in due time. Chen Long continued to nod in agreement. After all, he had no choice but to heed the old man's words. There was no opportunity for him to interject. Fortunately, he grasped most of what was being discussed. He mused to himself that acupuncture merely involved inserting needles into one's acupoints, which should not be exceedingly difficult, right? What if he missed? Would there be any dire consequences? Do not be misled into thinking that acupuncture is simple. While it seems prevalent, few truly comprehend its essence. The average practitioner addresses common pathologies, whereas a master can revive the seemingly lifeless, bringing forth vitality from withered wood. Yi Sun's words extinguished Chen Long's naive fantasies. The human body possesses myriad acupoints. You are not merely targeting 1 or 2 points, but rather the entire meridian of the kidney channel. A moment's carelessness could lead to chaotic meridian flow, potentially exacerbating your condition. Is it not akin to gambling with one's life? Is it truly that exaggerated? Do we not often see others practicing acupuncture? Why does it appear so terrifying when it comes to me? Yi Sun discerned his doubts and continued. You are afflicted with an incurable ailment, distinct from what is commonly seen in society. Thus, every aspect of your body must be approached with utmost caution. Do you understand? After his explanation, he emphasized that you must thoroughly understand and familiarize yourself with all the acupoints on your body, particularly in the kidney meridian area. Once you have truly mastered it, I believe you may eventually attempt to treat yourself independently. For the sake of his own life, Chen Long had no choice but to listen, learn, and remember with humility and caution. Upon hearing Yi Sun's next statement, his eyes finally sparkled with hope. Akin to a long-hidden underground party, shrouded in darkness yet emanating a sharp brilliance. Once you have mastered acupuncture, you could even treat injuries for other players. This is not merely a technical skill. It is a prestigious and unimaginable art. Yi Sun spoke with a proud expression, which surprised Chen Long. How could someone on the brink of death still carry such pride? It must be due to Ronaldo's influence, prompting him to inquire, how did Ronaldo recover? Well, once you have acquired all the acupuncture techniques from me, we shall revisit this question. Discussing it now would be akin to engaging in idle speculation, lofty aspirations without substance. Yi Sun's shameless refusal of his inquiry left Chen Long feeling disappointed. How outrageous! He is keeping me in suspense, withholding valuable information. It seems I must persist in my efforts to glean more in the future. Does Grandpa possess some miraculous medicine that guarantees success upon consumption? With a brazen demeanor, he once again posed his question. Upon hearing this, Yi Sun's brow twitched slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at the kitchen, feigning nonchalance, and remarked, What miraculous elixirs are you referring to, as mentioned by Yi Shanshan? Chen Long astutely discerned Yi Sun's unusual reaction, realizing that indeed there was a remarkable secret at play, and a wave of joy surged within him. Surely, a figure as distinguished as his grandfather must possess many extraordinary items unattainable by the ordinary, such as wondrous potions. The lad mused, chuckling to himself. What wondrous potions? There are no immortals in this world. Everything is devised and crafted by human intellect and labor. So do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Yi-sun shattered the young man's notions once more, then swiftly redirected the conversation. Thus, to substantiate this profound truth, I have deliberately brought back a new medicinal herb, incorporated into the original formula I prepared for you, to observe its efficacy. To be honest, I merely speculate that it will yield favorable results, having never tested it myself. Not tested? Does that not pose a significant risk? Are you intending to use me as a test subject? Oh, heavens, what if I perish? Chen Long felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, mentally cursing Yi-sun numerous times, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. Grandfather, is this safe? Safe? In medicine, there is no such thing as safety. But rest assured, it won't be fatal. Ah, the potion is ready. You must drink it at once. As she spoke, Yi Shanshan had already presented the concoction. Poor Chen Long could only brace himself and watch as Yi Shanshan approached with the potion, feeling as though his very life might soon be summoned to the gates of the underworld. Chapter 56. The potion that won't kill you. Yi Shanshan approached with the potion, beaming with delight, while Yi-sun wore a knowing smile. The elder and the young one clearly regard me as a mere subject for their experiments. What if I drink this and collapse on the spot? Alas, I must have arrived at the wrong place today, surrounded by such shameless individuals. Chen Long instinctively reached for his phone in his pocket, contemplating that should he sense something amiss, he would promptly call for emergency assistance to avoid a dire fate. The potion still emanated steam, akin to boiling water, perpetually waiting for Chen Long, stripped of his defenses. He blew gently on the potion, ostensibly attempting to cool it. Yet internally he was engulfed in uncertainty. If death is to come, so be it. After all, it is merely a bowl of medicine. If it does not claim my life, then there is nothing to fear. He ultimately drank it down, gulping it without hesitation, pouring it into his mouth without pause. Within half a minute, the concoction was ingested, and he was drenched in sweat, half from the potion's heat, and the other half from the anxiety weighing on his heart. To his astonishment, after waiting for a considerable time, he experienced no bodily reaction at all, which was entirely unexpected. There is nothing remarkable about it. It is far superior to the concoctions that Yi Shanshan prepared previously. After consuming those earlier brews, I felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping my entire being, igniting a fervent desire and impulsive nature within me. However, upon drinking this latest potion, I experienced no discernible reaction whatsoever. Could it be that the potency has diminished? He cast a puzzled glance at Yi-sun. I feel nothing at all. This is far more pleasant than what I ingested before. What could be the reason? Yi-sun, fixated on Chen Long, broke into a joyful laugh upon hearing his response. Ah, this is precisely it, indeed. Is this correct? What does it mean to be right? Could this truly be a good thing? This old man is once again engaging in some mysterious antics. According to Chen Long's perspective, medicine should take effect immediately upon consumption, ideally producing a response as intense as, if not more so, than previous experiences. Yet, at this moment, his body remains unresponsive. How can that be considered right? Successful? He finds himself utterly perplexed. Yi-sun refrains from elaborating on the matter. Instead, he produces a small notebook and hastily scribbles a few lines, so illegibly that even Chen Long, standing beside him, cannot discern the characters. Chen Long can only marvel at what appears to be the handwriting of a celestial being, incomprehensible to mere mortals. He had thought that the scrawl of Western doctors was arcane, only to discover that traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are equally adept at crafting symbols, vividly alive and spirited, indeed reminiscent of a divine presence. Since Yi-sun claims it is correct and a positive development, Chen Long naturally feels reassured, no longer fearing an abrupt collapse or the need to call for an ambulance. In high spirits, he resumes his endless chatter with Yi-sun, who responds only with a few terse words, showing little inclination for a lengthy conversation. Eventually, Chen Long, feeling somewhat awkward about intruding upon this reunion of the old and young, graciously declines further engagement and departs hastily. Lacking culinary skills, Chen Long finds himself dining alone, feeling rather desolate. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts drift back to his encounter with Canales from the previous night. Dining alone can indeed be rather dull. Would having a little Sprite beside him not elevate the experience significantly? Oh, how could I be thinking of a little Sprite? Alas, Such creatures possess an enchanting allure. And no wonder there are so many in society. They are all meant to beguile. I must not dwell on that little sprite. Nevertheless, the location of his meal is precisely where he had dined last night. Whether by design or coincidence, he finds himself back at that very spot. Typically, a bowl of noodles takes him merely 10 minutes to consume. Yet today, he finds himself lingering for half an hour. It is evident what thoughts occupy his mind. Ultimately, he does not achieve what he desired and reluctantly makes his way home. Why does he feel a sense of emptiness within? Had he not just eaten his fill? As he walks, Chen Long ponders, sensing that something is amiss. He feels restless, his body slightly overheated. Is he coming down with a fever? He touches his forehead. It does not feel warm, yet why is his body so heated? Why do I keep thinking of that little sprite? No, surely not. Is there a reaction occurring? How wicked. He can hardly continue walking. If he goes any further, it might become unbearable. One odd sensation indeed. Chen Long traverses the street, and suddenly, due to an overwhelming reaction, his pants are unceremoniously pushed up. With people bustling around him, the embarrassment of being seen is too much to bear, and he quickly squats down, hesitant to proceed any further. Why must I be so unfortunate? Yi Sun is truly despicable. Does he genuinely not realize that this medication could provoke such a reaction? A potent version, no less. Alas, previously I could alleviate this sensation through jogging. But in my current state, how could I possibly run? I must hail a taxi. This is my sole thought at this moment. Squatting by the roadside, I await the passing of a cab. The effects of a drug begin to manifest, and my complexion flushes a deep crimson. Passers-by occasionally glance my way, perhaps wondering if I'm suffering from an upset stomach. Why endure such distress without seeking a restroom for relief? At long last, the taxi arrives, and I hurriedly dive inside, disregarding the curious stares of onlookers. The driver, noticing my rapid entry, promptly inquires, "Sir, which hospital shall we head to?" A seasoned cab driver, adept at reading the situation, naturally assumes I am unwell given my appearance. Upon hearing his question, I feel a wave of helplessness wash over me. Yet I manage to respond, albeit reluctantly, "I'm not ill. I merely have an upset stomach. Please take me to XXX Road, number XX. So it's merely a stomach issue, however. One would typically return home rather than seek a nearby location for such an affair. The driver struggles to comprehend my peculiar behavior, but chooses not to comment further. Perhaps this customer simply prefers to attend to matters at home rather than in public, truly an oddity. He then accelerates the vehicle, racing toward my residence. Little do I care for the driver's thoughts. My sole focus is to return home swiftly to resolve this predicament. The image of Canales' graceful figure reappears in my mind, intensifying my bodily reactions. Finally, we arrive at my doorstep, and I toss cash to the driver without waiting for change, sprinting toward my home, oblivious to the sleek white Audi parked nearby. I even forget to close the door behind me as I dash into the bathroom, turning on the faucet. Ice-cold water cascades over me from head to toe. I feel as though I'm a roasted duck, radiating heat, yet despite the frigid water pouring over me, I still perceive it as a warm shower. What to do? What to do? The cold water seems ineffective. Should I call for service to assist? No, I cannot allow my first time to be with a stranger. Absolutely not. So what then? Should I resort to self-pleasure? Now, wouldn't that be exhausting? Submerged under the icy water, I grapple with these tumultuous thoughts. Meanwhile, a distinct tapping sound echoes from the living room. Chapter 58. The Little Dog of Naples over the course of a single night. I have unexpectedly transitioned from boyhood to manhood, while Canales has likewise evolved from girl to woman. The white Audi R8 had parked outside Chen Long's residence for an entire night, while the two had spent the night within the house. Previously, Chen Long would be picked up by his neighbor, Higuain, on their way to the training grounds, but this morning was distinctly different. As Higuain emerged from the garage, he was taken aback to find an Audi parked at Chen Long's doorstep, pondering whether his friend had acquired a new vehicle. Surely, it must be that the advertisement revenue had been quite lucrative. Unsure, he drove up to Chen Long's door and honked the horn a few times. At that moment, Chen Long was also preparing to leave and heard the sound of Higuain's horn, prompting him to step outside. "Hey, you bought a car. Where did you get the advertisement money?" "This is the latest model of Audi. Shall we take turns driving it?" Higuain jested. Chen Long, suddenly reminded of the little enchantress's car parked outside, thought to himself that it could lead to quite the spectacle. He glanced at the vehicle Higuain mentioned. It was far too conspicuous, bound to attract attention. "You should have her take it away quickly," he mused. "Haha, I thought it was your car. As if you intentionally left it here to show off. Do I look like I have the means to buy a car?" Chen Long replied, awkwardly deflecting Higuain's banter. Higuain, being observant and a part-time writer, noticed the discomfort in Chen Long's demeanor and sensed something was amiss. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. You rascal! You must be courting a wealthy woman, haha. The word struck Chen Long with a deep sense of indignation, as they insinuated that he was being supported by a wealthy woman, thus bruising his pride. Just as he was enveloped in awkwardness, Canales unexpectedly emerged, her black LV bag in hand, walking with a rhythmic click towards him. She wrapped her arms around his neck, affectionately clinging to him. Even Higuain was taken aback. This was no wealthy matron, but rather a youthful, alluring beauty. How fortunate Chen Long was. As he gazed a moment longer, Higuain suddenly recalled something, his astonishment renewed. Canales? You two are actually together? Higuain had met Canales before, at Pirlo's estate, though he hadn't paid much attention at the time. Now, witnessing her emerge from Chen Long's home in such an intimate manner, it was evident that these two shared a romantic entanglement. So much so that even the usually composed Higuain resorted to such salacious terminology. Higuain's reaction equally stunned Chen Long. This implied that news of his relationship with Canales would soon spread among their teammates. What would happen if Pirlo found out? The suddenness of it all left Chen Long in a state of uncertainty. Since you have a car, I want to wait for you. I'll be off, Higuain remarked before driving away in his green Beetle, leaving the young couple momentarily at a loss for words. I'll take you to the training ground later, but first, you must accompany me for breakfast, Canales insisted, still nestled against him, embodying a charming, dependent demeanor. Her words subtly conveyed that Chen Long belonged to her, and she to him, as she proposed to escort him to training. Clearly, Canales intended to make their relationship public. Chen Long worried about the implications of their affair becoming known, particularly regarding Canales, a mere 18-year-old girl, having spent the night with him. He was particularly anxious about Pirlo's reaction. Moreover, dating the daughter of a steel magnate would undoubtedly bring its own pressures. Declining Canales' invitation to dine out, he hastily prepared a few eggs in the kitchen instead. Going out to eat? That would be foolish. It would only invite trouble. He was capable of frying eggs. After all, his parents were often away on business, and without some culinary skills, he would have starved long ago. Canales savored the eggs he had personally cooked as though it were the morning after their wedding, her face radiating boundless happiness and joy. After their delightful breakfast, she drove Chen Long to the training ground. However, upon arrival, they were both taken aback. A throng of reporters had gathered at the entrance, blocking the way entirely. It was impossible to pass, even on foot. What were they doing, crowding the training ground so early in the morning? From a distance, Canales spotted the group of reporters and decided to halt several meters away. Little did he know, after a hearty breakfast, they were on the prowl for news. Chen Long, nonchalantly responding, muttered, "Oh no, if the reporters spot us, we shall become a news. Quick, let us turn around. It will be disastrous if we linger." Just as Chen Long grasped the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Look, that car over there, the white Audi. It's unmistakable, just like the one in the newspaper. A keen-eyed reporter had spotted Canales' sports car from afar and rushed over, prompting the others to follow suit. Eager not to miss out on this sensational scoop. "It's over, they're coming," Chen Long exclaimed, seeing the reporters rush towards the car like wolves. Instinctively, he ducked his head, trying to conceal himself from their gaze. However, Canales, like a mother hen with her chick, lifted him by the scruff of his neck, forcing Chen Long to peek out again. What is there to fear? We will be discovered eventually. Why not embrace a high-profile romance? I want to declare to the world that this little fast boy is my man, and no one shall dare to take him from me. As he spoke, the reporters had already encircled the vehicle, their cameras flashing incessantly. Canales, wrapping his arms around Chen Long, struck various intimate poses, thoroughly seizing the opportunity to attract media attention. After a flurry of clicks, the reporters paused their photographic frenzy, but their inquiries soon commenced. "Mr. Chen Long, when did you and Miss Canales begin your romantic relationship?" One reporter boldly probed, without a hint of subtlety. "And why would there be any need for disguise?" The closeness of the two was evident, even to the blind. The question pertains to Chen Long, yet the response comes from Canales. "Today marks the first day. How amusing." In front of the journalists, Canales shows no signs of trepidation, perhaps due to her upbringing in a prestigious family, undoubtedly also influenced by her personality. "You all gathered here so early. Surely it cannot be solely for the two of us. Naturally, it is because of you. This morning, before the workday even commenced, I stumbled upon today's edition of the Naples Morning News." "Ah, there's news already this morning? How could it be so swift? Chen Long interjected, unable to restrain his curiosity. To his surprise, a kind-hearted journalist produced a newspaper and handed it to Chen Long. Upon receiving it and glancing at the contents, he was taken aback. The headline of the Naples Morning News featured 3 large photographs prominently displayed at the center of the article. The first image captured Chen Long entering his home from behind. The second showcased Canales' profile as she entered, while the third depicted an Audi R8 parked outside his door. Indeed, the journalists at the Naples Morning News are remarkably professional, with ample evidence to substantiate their claims, leaving Chen Long with little room to deny the implications. After perusing the newspaper, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Canales leaned in to take a look, pouting slightly, and candidly remarked, "The photography is quite poor. It utterly fails to capture my exquisite beauty. May I inquire, dear friends, which journalist possesses such skill as to stealthily photograph my home in the dead of night, and yet manage to do so with such professionalism?" Chen Long expressed his genuine admiration, scanning the crowd of journalists in hopes that someone would respond. Indeed, it was a notorious Russian journalist, Balotelli, known for his audacity. What? Not Balotelli, the driver? So he doubles as a journalist as well? Truly a talent. With a name so fitting, Chen Long jested, eliciting laughter from the assembled reporters. Presently, he was unaware of whether he was acting as a driver or a journalist. But he had indeed acquired first-hand information, while they were merely regurgitating stale news. As the training time approached, Chen Long found it increasingly difficult to extricate himself from the throng of journalists. Balotelli is the chief paparazzo in Naples, dedicated to covering the Naples club. Did you not flaunt your prowess during the Super Cup? This time, he has come specifically to disrupt the morale of Juventus, particularly targeting yours. One reporter provided an astute analysis. If I am not mistaken, he may have already scaled some wall, preparing to clandestinely capture your training session. How exceedingly professional. Fortunately, the curtains were drawn last night. Otherwise, he might have invited himself to star in an adult film today. Imagine if he captured a scene involving him and Canales. What would happen the following day? With this thought, Chen Long felt a sense of relief wash over him. He considered himself quite fortunate. How absurd to forego sleep last night, only to strategize now. What a peculiar mindset. Should I encounter him, I would surely seize the opportunity for some considerable extortion. As he pondered, he cast his gaze over the fence. While Chen Long was deep in thought, Canales, resembling a seasoned star, effortlessly answered an array of questions, seamlessly embodying the role of Chen Long's girlfriend. Had it not been for the arrival of security personnel to maintain order at the training ground, this tedious interview might have persisted until the conclusion of the practice. After exchanging a fleeting glance with Chen Long, Canales swiftly departed from the training field. Just before leaving, Chen Long unearthed a rather serious concern. Where was Canales headed for her classes? Naturally, she was off to the University of Turin, which happened to be his own institution. Thankfully, it was not the traditional Chinese medicine college. Canales was pursuing sports studies. Meanwhile, concealed behind a large tree, an individual was stifling a chuckle. Chapter 59. The early bird catches the worm overnight. Chen Long found himself in the embrace of love, and on the field, he was equally buoyant. However, upon encountering Pirlo at the training ground, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. Pirlo solemnly informed him that should Chen Long dare to toy with his sister's affections, he would not let him off lightly. Chen Long had anticipated this reaction, pondering the potential ramifications if his relationship with Canales remained purely superficial. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Typically sporting a jovial demeanor, Chen Long now bore a heavy heart, vowing to Pirlo with fervent oaths. Shortly thereafter, a significant announcement reverberated through the club. Juventus's assistant coach had voluntarily resigned, seemingly entangled in the betting scandal. Juventus now resembled a ship swaying in the eye of a storm, constantly besieged by misfortunes. Nevertheless, the training sessions continued unabated, impervious to external turmoil, particularly under Conni's unwavering and serious command. After a mere 5 minutes of activity in the gym, Chen Long emerged, having completed his exercise. With nothing else to occupy his time, he strolled about the training field. What he termed a stroll during matches was merely a leisurely observation during practice. He recalled the tidbit the reporters had shared with him regarding a little Napoli paparazzo who was currently playing hide-and-seek on the training grounds. He felt compelled to locate the young rascal, not out of fear that he might pilfer Juventus's training materials, but rather to give him a proper lesson. He feigned dribbling the ball, leisurely running around the training ground, all the while searching for that young lad. However, after several laps, He failed to spot anyone stealthily hiding in the corners or crouching against the walls, which left him quite disheartened. It appeared that the journalist's information was not entirely accurate, and ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon his quest with a sense of resignation. Chen Long's favorite training activities were shooting and dribbling, yet his teammates showed little enthusiasm to engage with him during these drills, even going so far as to prohibit his participation. This situation left even Coach Connie powerless, as he could only watch the chaos unfold. Regrettably, Chen Long's extraordinary skills in these two areas made him a formidable opponent, and nearly all his teammates have fallen victim to his prowess, rendering him the bane of their existence on the training field. Bored, Chen Long, akin to the coaches on the sidelines, observed the training sessions. To an unknowing observer, he might have appeared to be part of the coaching staff, as it was rare to see a player so disengaged. Whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune for Chen Long was uncertain. Frustrated, he made his way behind the goal defended by Buffon, keenly watching his teammates take shots. Since he had time to spare, he thought it prudent to glean some technical skills, pondering whether it was finally time to replicate some of those exquisite techniques. Just the night before, he had exchanged jokes with Buffon about goalkeeping. Perhaps today he could learn some of his signature moves. A mischievous thought crossed his mind as he settled into a rather unusual position, right next to the left goalpost. Upon seeing him sitting there, his teammates erupted into wicked laughter, clearly conspiring various schemes. From that vantage point, when they took their shots, the ball typically aimed for the far corner. A miss would send it ricocheting off the post. As numerous teammates noticed Chen Long's presence, they eagerly vied to take shots, particularly those in defense and midfield who had often been at the receiving end of Chen Long's relentless play. Today, they finally had the chance to showcase their skills and perhaps even exact some revenge. Chen Long pretended not to notice their antics, remaining leisurely in his spot, fully ignoring their intentions while secretly seeking out Xing Lei and Sure Tu to emerge. He had reiterated multiple times, "I am not Sure Tu. My name is Xing Lei." Yet upon hearing him call, they would come forth. Although they shouted Sure Tu, in their hearts, they were calling for him, compelling him to reveal himself. This arrangement left Chen Long perplexed, uncertain whether to commend their cleverness or to deride their foolishness. He reflected on what he had witnessed the previous night. Isn't it said that if it's unrelated to football, or when I don't call you, you want to show up? Upon hearing Xing Lei mention his exploits from the night before, Chen Long's composure faltered, and he cursed Xing Lei silently numerous times. "I wish to replicate Buffon's goalkeeping skills." "All right," Xing Lei replied, "but wait, I think I just saw something." While conversing with Xing Lei, Chen Long's gaze remained fixed on the right side of the training ground. It was a windless day, yet the leaves ahead were rustling vigorously. "Is there an animal up there?" "An animal? Ha! I see now. It is indeed well hidden. I suppose it was lurking like this last night, too. Hith. Just you wait." Chen Long interrupted his communication with Xing Lei and walked onto the field. "I won't play with you, little weirdo." Upon seeing him enter, Buffon hurriedly restrained Chen Long, preventing him from taking a shot. Chen Long waved his hand dismissively and replied with disdain, "I'm not playing with you. You're not my match. I'm going to put on a show for everyone, ha." Buffon ignored the insult, accustomed to it by now. Verbal taunts were far preferable to humiliation on the field. What he was truly concerned about was what trick this little weirdo was planning. Was someone about to be in trouble again? The other teammates exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what game Chen Long was playing, and halted their shooting practice. They had intended to torment Chen Long a bit during their shots, but surprisingly, he had approached them instead. With a cheerful grin, Chen Long bent down in front of his teammates' footballs and neatly lined them up, not horizontally towards the goal, but parallel to the sideline. Everyone watched his bizarre actions, utterly perplexed. Marquisio was the first to break into a silly grin. "Did you play too much with Perlo's sister last night? Have you gone daft?" Perlo swiftly slapped him on the back. "That's what you get for your big mouth. You can't spit ivory from a dog's mouth, can you? Feeling a bit itchy, huh?" The slap made Marquisio wince, and he dared not speak out again. "Oh my goodness. Are we really indulging this kid in a game of house? Playing with toys?" Buffon wondered, while everyone chatted excitedly. Only Cialini noticed Chen Long's unusual behavior and chose to remain silent. After arranging the footballs meticulously, Chen Long appeared ready to take a shot. Or so everyone thought, but the direction seemed off. It appeared he truly had lost his mind. Ignoring the laughter around him, Chen Long proceeded to kick the ball. With great force and a perfect arc, the ball soared directly towards a large tree at the edge of the training field. Wow, little Long is truly insane. Has he become addicted to shooting? Now, he is aiming for birds? Giovinco watched Chen Long's strange antics, nearly moved to tears. The ball struck precisely where Chen Long intended, causing the branches to sway significantly and shake loose some leaves. No reaction? Ha! Let us see how long you can hold out, kid. Chen Long wore a peculiar smile, while everyone shook their heads, thinking this kid had really gone too far today. With the second kick, Chen Long sent the ball flying again, targeting the same spot, which dislodged even more leaves, yet still there was no response. The third, fourth, and fifth shots followed in rapid succession, creating a cascade of fallen leaves. After the fifth ball fell, the tree finally stirred, shaking violently. Still silent? Very well. Let us see how much you can endure. Chen Long swiftly launched a trio of shots aimed directly at it. No, please. I surrender. I surrender. If you shoot me again, I will fall. At last, a howl of sheer terror echoed from the tree, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. The crowd suddenly realized the truth. This fellow was shooting at a person. Was there someone atop the tree? A spy? A scout? A flurry of discussions ensued, while the furious Juventus players and coaches charged towards the tree. Chapter 60. The rematch against Napoli, a bruised and battered young man, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, struggled to descend from the tree. Once on the ground, he seemed unfazed by the multitude surrounding him, preoccupied instead with touching his reddened nose. The sight of his disheveled appearance sent the crowd into fits of laughter. His long, rosy nose, characteristic of Russians, had turned even redder after Chen Long's shots. Are you not the infamous Butsabushevsky? Chen Long stepped forward, unable to contain his laughter, feeling a sense of minor retribution for the earlier humiliation. After all, who told you to engage in covert photography? Who told you to hide in that tree and refuse to come down? This is your punishment for spying on me. Brother Ski was of similar stature to Chen Long, his youthful face dotted with numerous pimples. Upon hearing Chen Long's taunts, he remained unperturbed, responding earnestly, Yes, I am Butsabushevsky. That wasn't spying. I call it the spirit of a professional paparazzo. To fulfill my duties, I must uphold my unwavering commitment to my craft. Goodness, you are indeed shameless. How about I sneak a peek at you and your woman in a compromising position tonight? Chen Long retorted, angered by the audacity of this man, who seemed even more brazen than himself. I claim no woman. He floated past casually. Are you not afraid of not making it out of this gate? Xiaoma rolled up his sleeves, ready for confrontation. I am a journalist. What do you do to me? Surely, you wouldn't dare to beat me in broad daylight, would you? Brother Ski remained remarkably composed, a testament to his experience in such situations. You are correct. Not beating you would not quell my resentment. Chen Long replied, his teeth clenched in frustration. Let me be clear. You will undoubtedly be beaten today, for I am but a temporary worker. Even if I were not, you would still face the consequences. For I detest those who operate under the guise of secrecy. As Chen Long spoke, it was evident that he was seething with anger, a sentiment echoed by his fellow players, all of whom resented their private lives being invaded by paparazzi, especially regarding Perlo, whose sister is also one of the victims. His expression closely mirrors that of Chen Long. However, I pride myself on being reasonable. I would never stoop to such shamelessness, engaging in underhanded tactics. My actions are always transparent and equitable, which is why I choose to confront you in a duel. Chen Long continued to assert himself with unwavering confidence. A duel? This fellow dares to challenge someone in a one-on-one confrontation? With merely 5 minutes of stamina, he seeks his own demise? His teammates were taken aback, unable to comprehend that at this moment, Chen Long had the audacity to propose a duel. Indeed, a duel, one against our entire team, where everyone faces off one-on-one. It is remarkably fair. Upon hearing such audacious words from Chen Long, everyone finally came to a realization. At this moment, Brother Siki was left bewildered and began to feel fear, yearning for mercy, yet it was too late. After Chen Long uttered those words, he declared, Brothers, close the door and take down the dog. Let's advance. His call was met with immediate response, for they had awaited this moment. In a flurry of fists and kicks, they descended upon Brother Siki, delivering blows that he could scarcely count. Ultimately, he was left battered and bruised, his once sturdy camera reduced to mere fragments, while his attire resembled that of someone who had been trampled countless times, now tattered and in shambles. Amidst the chaos, the astute Conti, accompanied by the coaches, unfurled an advertising banner to obscure the entrance, ensuring that no one could witness the unfolding events within the training grounds. Poor Brother Siki, having endured a severe beating, found himself too weak to exit the premises. Meanwhile, the cunning Conti had the audacity to call for an ambulance. arranging for it to whisk Brother Siki away. Before departing, he even summoned a journalist, revealing a fabricated story that Brother Siki was a traitor from Naples, who had ventured to the Juventus training ground to clandestinely photograph them. He supposedly fell from a tree while capturing images, sustaining grave injuries, but fortunately, the players witnessed the incident and promptly called for medical assistance. The shameless Juventus players and coaches unanimously echoed this narrative. Yet any discerning observer could see the implausibility of the tale. While the act of spying was indeed true, the fall was a mere fabrication. However, lacking evidence, there was little anyone could do to contest their claims, leading to an inconclusive end. Upon learning of this news, the Naples Morning Post refrained from any significant action, opting instead to publish a subtle article in a small corner, indirectly mocking and criticizing the rogue behavior of Juventus. Yet, as the incident had originated from Naples, they too refrained from making a substantial commotion. These matters are merely trivialities and sensational news. The central theme revolves around the impending clash 3 days hence. In mid-August, Napoli suffered a defeat to Juventus in the Super Cup, and now, as they face Juventus once more in the second round of the league, journalists are eager to concoct stories, particularly from the Napoli side, aiming to unsettle Juventus's morale with gossip and rumors. Juventus currently grapples with both internal strife and external pressures, as the betting scandal has left the team weary. The resignation of head coach Conte, along with that of his assistant today, has further exacerbated their troubles. Initially, Conte faced a 3-month suspension, with the assistant coach set to take the helm in his absence. However, just 2 days later, the assistant also fell victim to the turmoil. Juventus has discreetly begun searching for a new head coach, yet no suitable candidates have emerged amidst the urgency of the situation, leaving Conte as the linchpin, shouldering the team's burdens. As they prepare to confront Napoli once again, the circumstances are undoubtedly different. Following their defeat in Beijing, Napoli has bolstered its squad with several promising talents from South America, enhancing their strength. Had it not been for the emergence of Chen Long, the outcome of their previous encounter might have been uncertain. The Napoli coach remarked in a press conference that Chen Long was the decisive factor. But can he replicate such brilliance this time? Napoli is undeniably a formidable force in Italian football, a traditional powerhouse that has revived and grown increasingly stronger. It remains to be seen whether Juventus can once again conquer this tough opponent, and whether they will still rely on Chen Long. With a string of remarkable performances, Chen Long has captured the attention of the entire Italian football scene, even making waves internationally. Is there anyone capable of curtailing his impact within a mere 5 minutes? The most daunting aspect of Chen Long's game is not merely his dribbling. It is his free-kick prowess that proves to be utterly indefensible. He strikes with precision, given the opportunity. Following his dazzling debut in the opening league match, Chen Long has emerged as the brightest star in Italy, overshadowing even the recently hat-tricked Inter Milan veteran Milito. For in that match, Chen Long not only scored but also left opponents and referees alike in awe. Chapter 61, Buffon. The Seamstress. The training session was unexpectedly interrupted by the arrival of the unexpected fabric maestro, Buffon, bringing a touch of unforeseen delight to Juventus. It was unexpected to witness the Juventus players united in such solidarity, managing to leave skis in a comical state, resembling a swollen pig's head, and causing quite a stir. Initially, I lamented the loss of a splendid opportunity to torment Chen Long, pondering when such a chance would arise again. To my surprise, Chen Long returned to his previous spot. It remains unclear whether this was intentional or merely a serendipitous occurrence. Regardless, he stood once more by the goalpost, igniting fervor among his teammates, who seemed even more exhilarated than when they had been brawling. The shooting drills comprised 2 types: stationary shots and one-on-one confrontations with the goalkeeper. At first, the teammates opted for stationary shooting, aiming directly at Chen Long. However, this resulted in nearly every shot missing the goal frame entirely, leaving Buffon without even a touch of the ball. Yet, since the shots were directed at Chen Long, they consistently found their way to the corners, causing Buffon to instinctively dive toward the posts. It was rather amusing that this group lacked precision. The balls either soared into the sky or veered towards the dead corners, with not a single shot striking Chen Long. After a considerable effort, a couple of balls did head his way, yet he effortlessly evaded them. At last, Chen Long discerned the intentions of his companions and erupted into hearty laughter. The jest has already been made, and Conte has rebuked them. Play is permissible, but it should not be taken too far. The players had no choice but to cease their antics and recommence their earnest training. As for Chen Long, he remained on the sidelines, observing Buffon's performance. The players, now back on track, exhibited none of the earlier laxity. Their accuracy in shooting improved significantly. After all, aiming for a specific point is a formidable challenge, yet shooting towards such a vast goal frame offers ample room for selection. Unless one fails to strike the ball, a professional player's foot should still be capable of directing the ball within the goalposts. Buffon finally showcased his prowess, adeptly intercepting shots and rarely allowing the players to score, unless they struck from theoretically unreachable angles. Outside the penalty area, it is quite difficult to score, save for exceptional talents like Pirlo or Chen Long. Chen Long had long since summoned the star tier, diligently absorbing the essence of Buffon's goalkeeping skills. To be candid, Buffon has aged and is currently in a decline. Once the world's finest, he now ranks at best second or third, with the title of the best likely belonging to Iker Casillas of Real Madrid. Yet, even in his decline, Buffon remains a top-tier goalkeeper. The data absorbed and replicated by the star tier continuously flows into Chen Long's mind, allowing him to swiftly adapt to the existence of a premier goalkeeper. In his consciousness, Buffon embodies steadiness, excelling in one-on-one situations, penalty kicks, aerial challenges, and long-range shots. Particularly notable for his second reaction, which reaches a nearly divine level. Naturally, such feats require a solid physical foundation. Is Chen Long lacking in physical attributes? Within a span of 5 minutes, he certainly is not. Thus, he merely needs to fully absorb the skills in his mind to replicate everything Buffon has demonstrated. Next comes the second type of training, one-on-one shooting practice, which further highlights Buffon's sharpness in handling such situations. Chen Long could not help but exclaim that Buffon possesses an innate awareness in one-on-one scenarios, effortlessly discerning the opponent's intentions. This is either an inherent gift or simply experience. His parents certainly did not choose his name in vain. Buffon, akin to a stitched fabric, how could one score against a goal fashioned from such material? Unless one's strength and speed are sufficient to potentially penetrate it, Chen Long mused. With this thought, he could not resist inquiring of the star tier. What then? Are Casillas' skills? The answer he received was to freeze. To freeze? What a direct name. Does it mean the ball will simply freeze upon reaching him? Incredible. Chen Long then began to envision the scenes of Casillas' goalkeeping, noticing striking similarities. Just Buffon's goalkeeping technique alone is impressive. What might it mean to combine it with the skills of Casillas or Cech? One extraordinary concept that would be, as Chen Long began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. He pondered the nature of human greed. Once one obtains something, the desire for more inevitably follows. This insatiable craving resonated with him, akin to his free kick skills, which amalgamated 3 formidable techniques to reach an unparalleled level of mastery. If his goalkeeping prowess could similarly incorporate several elite skills, would it not also render him equally invincible? Upon the conclusion of training, Xing had wholly absorbed Buffon's goalkeeping techniques, a feat unbeknownst to anyone but Chen Long. Yet, he had no intention of revealing this newfound ability just yet, despite an overwhelming desire to showcase it on the pitch. If Gigi were to discover this, the blow would be too monumental, likely incomprehensible to his peers. How could one navigate the game if even goalkeeping defied the limits of possibility? Such were Chen Long's musings. Buffon's goalkeeping was characterized by stability and exceptional one-on-one anticipation. However, when it came to shot anticipation, Iker Casillas surpassed him. Chen Long thought to himself that if he were ever to encounter Casillas, he would certainly replicate his skills. With the addition of Cech's rock-solid techniques, it would be nothing short of perfection. Indeed, if one could also incorporate the Lion King's roar from Oliver Kahn into the mix, it would result in an absolutely transcendent guardian of the goal. Even Xing found himself becoming avaricious, not to mention Chen Long, who listened intently to this discourse. The Lion King was a legend in his own right, nearly achieving the status of World Footballer of the Year as a goalkeeper, yet tragically, he fell victim to an extraterrestrial force. The man who once roamed the streets clad in his number 9 Brazilian jersey was the only one capable of seizing victory from his grasp. One of the most famous anecdotes states that if a child dribbles the ball without passing, eventually, another child might exclaim in frustration, "Do you think you're Ronaldo?" Such absurdity encapsulated the phenomenon. The legendary roar of the Lion King was said to instill fear in opposing forwards. Even when faced with a clear shot on goal, their legs would tremble, rendering them powerless as they succumbed to the Lion King's might. This was no mere myth. It was a genuine testament to his prowess. A goalkeeper capable of slaying with his voice? He was indeed unique in this regard. If one were to consider players in other positions, perhaps Gattuso, the butcher, could be included, along with the formidable Keane, yet few others could match such lethal intensity. However, when the Lion King confronted extraterrestrial beings, this tactic proved ineffective. The Lion King had to summon his roar, while the aliens merely needed to exert their dominion to incapacitate defenders en masse. Chapter 62. Coexisting with Beauty. 3 swift days passed. Chen Long, aside from dedicating half a day to training, spent the remainder of his time studying at the academy, now finding himself devoting more hours to learning than to practice. Naturally, as a prominent figure within the institution, his movements were considerably constrained. Yet, he had the support of a significant ally, the esteemed dean of the traditional Chinese medicine college, Yi Sun. His presence alone suffices. He enjoys unrestricted access to the principal's office. The news of his romantic involvement with Canales has become common knowledge throughout the campus, inciting disdainful glances from both fans and female classmates. At such a tender age, his entanglement with another girl is indeed a significant blow to his other admirers. Meanwhile, the academy associated with Canales is equally abuzz with scandal. Scions of affluent families, both the privileged second-generation officials and the rich elite, are seething with indignation, eager to confront Chen Long. They cannot fathom how such a seemingly inconsequential and disabled youth could have captivated Canales' affections. Reports even claim that Canales spent a night at Chen Long's residence, provoking rampant speculation and exacerbating their feelings of discontent. To make matters worse, as Chen Long left school, a white Audi awaited him outside the traditional Chinese medicine academy, where the stunning Canales was seated, leaving the already envious and furious onlookers in despair. Chen Long was taken aback by Canales' audacity in openly arriving at the school's entrance to fetch him. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, he hastily entered the vehicle. The two individuals were exceedingly ostentatious. A chorus of jeers and indignation followed in their wake, though this was only after they had departed. Chen Long was further dismayed to find that Canales had brazenly moved in her belongings, unceremoniously relocating them into the living room. Was this what they referred to in university as cohabitation? To cohabit with a woman at the tender age of 18? Was there truly any distinction between that and selling oneself? Chen Long's composure began to wane as he envisioned the tragic trajectory of his future. A budding football superstar, shackled at 18 to a woman who, while seemingly beautiful, possessed a fierce and formidable demeanor, and who was bolstered not only by the unsettling presence of a certain Pirlo, but also by the formidable backing of a multinational steel conglomerate. The mere thought sent him spiraling into despair. Having endured a bleak existence before this age, he had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Yet now, it appeared he was on the brink of plunging into another abyss of suffering. The more he pondered, the more discontent brewed within him. Love was meant to be savored. Why must they leap into cohabitation on just a third day? This implied that in merely 2 days, he had transitioned from romance to the era of living together. With this new phase came the ominous prospect of impending marriage. Naturally, Canales was oblivious to Chen Long's inner turmoil, interpreting his reaction to her sudden relocation as mere exuberance. Though Chen Long had intended to refuse, his kind-hearted nature rendered him incapable of voicing his objections, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. This, however, was merely the facade he presented. In truth, he was apprehensive of the formidable support system that Canales possessed. Once settled, this space would no longer be solely Chen Long's abode, but rather a shared nest for two. Moreover, with Canales' arrival, Yi Shanshan had begun to withdraw from her interactions with Chen Long. Once a daily presence, she now appeared only once every 3 days, which posed a significant hindrance to his studies. Whether this was intentional or not on Yi Shanshan's part, every time he sought her out, she would deftly deflect, citing her busy schedule as a reason for her unavailability, which left Chen Long feeling quite disheartened. Nonetheless, Chen Long resolutely noted that his intimate moments with Canales would be limited to just once a week, a stipulation that Canales accepted without objection. Thus, 3 days of cohabitation passed, marking the official commencement of their shared life. Aside from minor issues regarding mealtime arrangements, no significant concerns had yet emerged. In the blink of an eye, Chen Long was poised to participate in a youth league match against the Napoli youth team. Napoli's youth squad was renowned for its exceptionally talented players. However, the club's owner favored South American prodigies over their Italian counterparts. As a result, the youth team was rife with young talents hailing from various South American nations. Although their names might escape him now, who could guarantee that in a year or two, they would not ascend to prominence as sought-after football stars. Originally, there was no intention to face Napoli so early. But due to the Federation's considerations regarding both Napoli and Udinese, one gearing up for the Champions League qualifiers and the other for the Europa League, their schedules were altered. Consequently, Juventus found themselves confronting Napoli ahead of schedule, an arduous away match indeed. After a week apart, the two friends reunited, and their camaraderie was palpable. Upon returning to the youth team, Chen Long felt a greater sense of relaxation and joy compared to his time in the first team. The individuals here are all close friends of the same grade, reveling in a carefree camaraderie that enhances their enjoyment. There is no need to fixate on scoring goals or providing assists. They simply strive to do their best, unencumbered by the presence of numerous spectators or the pressure of live broadcasting. It is a straightforward and uncomplicated existence of youth in the realm of football. The match initially progressed smoothly, with the score tied at 1 apiece by halftime. In the second half, both teams managed to find the net once again, bringing the score to 2-2. The coach of Juventus's youth team, emulating Conte, made an early substitution, introducing Chen Long in hopes that this tactic would yield remarkable results once more. However, if such a phenomenon is indeed extraordinary, how could it be replicated? Consequently, upon Chen Long's entrance, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What had been a tranquil match suddenly transformed into a fierce and unruly contest. In a mere 3 minutes, the head coach issued 6 yellow cards, all directed at the players of Napoli's youth team. Remarkably, each of these fouls occurred near the center circle, targeting Chen Long. This is a blatant foul aimed at wasting time, preventing Chen Long from launching an offensive, is it not? Clearly, it is not, for the foul is exceedingly brutal. This is an attempt to incapacitate Chen Long. But why would one wish to incapacitate him? Does the youth team find it necessary? Evidently, such a notion is implausible. This is a matter well known to all. Chen Long not only participates in the youth team matches, but it is certain that he will also take to the field with the first team the following day. Therefore, this is a conspiracy, a scheme aimed at incapacitating Chen Long. Even if they fail to eliminate him, causing him injury would suffice. It is evident that these youth players have received directives from the first team to do everything in their power to take down Chen Long. What kind of temptation could incite such fervor, prompting individuals to disregard all else? Surely, it must be the allure of elevation to the first team, particularly for those young players hailing from South American nations. Having traveled thousands of miles to Italy, how could they not give their all to rise through the ranks and make a name for themselves in Europe? Therefore, they are willing to risk it all. Chen Long found himself besieged. The other members of the Juventus youth team were not passive observers. Witnessing Chen Long being subjected to such brutality, they naturally rallied to take down the opposition. Under the leadership of Bike Bang, Juventus also adopted a more aggressive approach, and in the final minutes, the match nearly devolved into a brawl. This was a clear demonstration to their elder brothers in the first team. Fortunately, throughout these assaults, Chen Long emerged unscathed, evading his aggressors like a fish gliding through water, skillfully dodging or only sustaining minor infringements, ultimately causing Napoli's nefarious scheme to unravel. The outcome has inflicted considerable anguish upon the players of the Napoli youth team. Their fervent efforts have yielded naught, leaving their future prospects shrouded in uncertainty. It remains unclear when they might once again be afforded the opportunity to showcase their talents. Similarly, their head coach is equally despondent, having failed to assist the first team in successfully thwarting Chen Long. One can only imagine the depths of his disappointment. Chapter 63. A day revisited during the pre-match press conference. Mazzarri expressed his astonishment at the circumstances surrounding the youth team's match, revealing his disbelief at the audacity displayed by the players. He conveyed his sorrow and regret regarding the situation. It is worth recalling that in the previous press conference, Mazzarri held Chen Long in exceptionally high regard. If Mazzarri did not instruct the youth players to act in such a manner, then it is plausible that other coaches may have harbored ill intentions. Such an act that transgresses the principles of sportsmanship is met with widespread condemnation. Will Chen Long make his appearance on the field in this match? Mazzarri certainly harbors concerns about this. What kind of strategy will Conte employ? Fortunately, Conte has been relegated to the stands and is unable to direct the match from the sidelines, which is a significant piece of good news for Mazzarri. This marks the first occasion that Conte will oversee a match from the stands, prompting him to adopt a cautious approach. He has opted for a defensive formation, resulting in an astonishing 3 defensive midfielders being deployed. In Naples' formidable home ground, Juventus faces an arduous challenge in trying to seize the advantage and secure a goal. Historically, it has always been difficult to conquer Napoli at home. Now, in an away match, any misstep could prove perilous. As a shrewd tactician, Conte will undoubtedly refrain from engaging in an all-out offensive against Napoli on their turf. Defense is paramount, and securing a draw would be the most favorable outcome. Conversely, Mazzarri, capitalizing on the home advantage, is intent on avenging the previous defeat. If he fails to deliver an exhilarating victory for the fans at home, his position as head coach may very well be in jeopardy. Naturally, Chen Long will not be sent onto the field at the outset. From what he knows, following the last match, Chen Long was rendered bedridden for an hour before recovering, and this time he is hesitant to risk deploying him recklessly. This match holds immense significance. A defeat could spell the end of Conte's tenure, as Juventus would never retain a coach incapable of directing the game. The overarching interests of the club are paramount, and Juventus would not sacrifice the welfare of the entire team for the sake of a single individual's bonds. Conte had received an ultimatum from the club prior to the match. Nonetheless, he appeared impeccably dressed in the front row of the stands, in close proximity to the coaching bench, a gesture unmistakably intended to facilitate his oversight of the game. As the match commenced, Juventus adopted a defensive posture, while Napoli, from the very first whistle, unleashed a fervent offensive onslaught. Half of the Juventus players on the field were Conte's favorite allies, comrades clad in the same attire. Bound by an unspoken secret, they must not lose this match lightly. Confronted by a vengeful Napoli, they maintained an air of calm in a clash of titans. One must inevitably falter, yet they firmly believed that it would not be their downfall. Compared to the previous season, Juventus boasted the addition of a top-tier striker, unparalleled by any other forward. Gonzalo Higuain, a world-class forward, exerted considerable pressure on Napoli. Having been trained under Mourinho during his years at Real Madrid, Higuain is accustomed to the art of counterattacking and would not languish ineffectively on the pitch. In terms of defense, Italian teams are undoubtedly on par with the best in the world, even those managed by Mourinho himself. Furthermore, Juventus's defense is primarily composed of the Italian national team's entire backline. As long as Juventus remains steadfast in their defensive stance, retreating to their own half, Napoli will find it challenging to gain the upper hand and must remain vigilant against sudden counterattacks. In the days leading up to the match, Conte had meticulously devised a strategy, ensuring that a draw was imperative to safeguard his position. Consequently, Napoli found themselves once again ensnared in a state of futile offense. Calm and collected, Conte sat leisurely in the stands, resembling an ordinary Juventus supporter engrossed in the game. In stark contrast, the opposing coach, Mazzarri, exhibited a palpable unease, grappling with an array of attacking players, yet failing to breach the Juventus defense. The entirety of the first half unfolded amidst a cacophony of chaos and mediocrity. Countless attempts to deliver crosses ensued, but whenever the ball soared over Juventus, it was either deftly dealt with by Buffon or cleared away by the formidable Italian defenders. Such a result can be disheartening. Is there truly no way to breach Juventus' formidable defense? By halftime, Mazzarri ultimately adjusted his offensive strategy, deciding against the long, over-the-top crosses that proved futile against Juventus. Conte, confined to the stands, lacked the authority to enter the locker room. He no longer had an assistant coach, leaving him powerless to implement any alternative tactics. He signaled to the tactical coach on the sidelines, indicating that the game would proceed unchanged in the second half. Juventus, determined to secure at least a draw, remained steadfast in their defense. As the players on the field adopted a defensive posture, Mazzarri gestured decisively, deploying his attacking players once more and initiating a more fervent offensive onslaught. In the clash of offense and defense, neither side gained the upper hand. The match continued in a tense stalemate, where neither could afford a loss. However, only Napoli sought victory, while Juventus contented themselves with a draw. Apart from the two central defenders tightly marking Higuain, the Napoli players surged forward, relentless in their pursuit of attack. Napoli transformed their approach to ground play, which significantly complicated defensive measures. Mazzarri possessed adept players capable of breaching defenses. The towering Cavani, despite his stature, exhibited remarkable footwork, embodying an atypical center forward. The shift to ground play by Napoli left Juventus' goal under siege, fraught with danger. Juventus seemed devoid of options beyond mere defense and clearance. Last season's reigning champions found themselves at a distinct disadvantage against Napoli, their situation precarious. Yet every Juventus player resolutely adhered to Conte's directives. with none shirking their responsibilities or exerting less than their utmost effort. A united team is a formidable force devoid of weaknesses. Thus, they ultimately persevered until the introduction of Chen Long. Connie possessed no tactical finesse. He reverted to his familiar strategy, wherein Chen Long would only enter in the final minutes of the match. Every prior arrangement and build-up was crafted for those concluding moments. Connie is a bold gambler, wagering on 85 minutes of staunch defense, and then betting on Chen Long's late-game impact. Such a contradictory approach has led to a drastic decline in the nature of the competition. Although Mazzari holds a fondness for Chen Long, he cannot help but feel a deep-seated resentment upon witnessing Chen Long's appearance on the field. The pain from the previous encounter has yet to be fully processed. Must history repeat itself today? Will that leisurely striding lad once again bring humiliation upon himself? Chapter 64. The Making of a Star in the Past. Spectators watched football matches from the very first minute until the final whistle blew. However, Juventus fans now find themselves fixated solely on the last 5 minutes. This brief interval is filled with the most thrilling and suspenseful moments. For Juventus supporters, these final 5 minutes have become a cherished anticipation, a period they eagerly await. Is this a football match or a basketball game? Why do the final 5 minutes evoke such excitement and anticipation among the fans? The answer lies in the presence of a player named Chen Long on the team. 5 minutes is sufficient. This was the promise made by Chen Long when he first appeared at the press conference, and throughout the recent matches, he has continuously fulfilled that promise, proving his worth time and again. The Neapolitans fell silent as this prodigy took to the field, uncertain whether he would lead their beloved team to ruin. When did the fate of their team become so precariously dependent on this young lad? If we were to rewind time 30 years, what would this swift young man have been? In the era dominated by the legendary Maradona, all stars seemed ephemeral, let alone this boy. Yet, as he emerged onto the scene now, why does he instill such trepidation in everyone? The Neapolitans are filled with dread, while the thousands of Juventus fans are ecstatic, not only anticipating Chen Long's dazzling performance, but also the potential surge in the value of their tickets. Before the match, bookmakers adjusted the odds for Chen Long scoring to 0, 5-1, while the odds for him not scoring were set at 5-1, clearly demonstrating their confidence in his ability to find the net. Naturally, the Juventus fans flocked to bet on Chen Long scoring, with wagers ranging from a few dozen to several thousand euros. Meanwhile, Chen Long's fan base continues to grow exponentially. In the stands, the two prominent Dragon fan clubs are waving their banners and cheering loudly, their voices reaching Chen Long on the pitch. Notably, these massive Dragon fan clubs consist predominantly of young, beautiful female supporters. After Chen Long entered the match, Coach Mazzari altered his strategy, shifting from a dual marking approach on Higuain to a single marking system, now deploying 2 players to shadow Chen Long. This treatment, akin to that reserved for superstars, has been bestowed upon him, reflecting Mazzari's recognition of Chen Long's exceptional talent. In this match, caution is imperative concerning fouls on the field. Previously, one could commit fouls casually just outside the penalty area. Yet with Chen Long's extraordinary free kick ability, such infractions now present a significant risk, transforming into a potential goal opportunity. If one must foul, it would be prudent to do so from at least 40 meters away from the goal, at such a distance. The likelihood of Chen Long scoring diminishes to below 10%. A free kick taken near the halfway line poses minimal threat to the goalkeeper, unless the latter succumbs to a moment of folly. The defenders of Napoli, having faced Chen Long once before, are now exceedingly cautious. Following their previous defeat, Mazzari and his defensive squad engaged in a focused tactical discussion aimed at neutralizing Chen Long's influence within the first 5 minutes, ensuring absolute vigilance. However, while strategies may be devised, their practical application does not always align with theoretical expectations. Chen Long's presence alleviates considerable pressure on the defense, as his teammates relentlessly feed him the ball. The defensive midfielder acts as a barrier in front of Chen Long, while the center backs are tasked with obstructing his space to initiate movement. Thus, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the ball to reach Chen Long's feet. It is not that Chen Long cannot hold onto the ball, but rather that he is entirely unable to access it. When the ball is passed in this direction, it is promptly intercepted by the defensive midfielder. This tactic proved immensely effective, relegating Chen Long's role merely to that of a defensive distraction. However, as a consequence, Higuain found himself liberated on the other flank. In one-on-one situations, few could withstand his prowess. After nearly enduring 90 minutes of torment, The watermelon was the one most eager for Chen Long's presence on the field. Having delivered several passes to Chen Long, Pirlo, realizing this approach bore no fruit, shifted his focus to Higuain. When Higuain finally secured the ball, he swiftly maneuvered past the defender marking him, and without hesitation unleashed a powerful strike. Alas, the shot was directed too centrally, resulting in the goalkeeper parrying it away with a single palm. However, the ball fell at the feet of Marchisio. After skillfully controlling it on the right flank, once again passed it to Pirlo in the center. Pirlo, in turn, sent it back to Higuain, who regained possession. This time, the defender, wary of Higuain's agility, refrained from rashly extending his limbs, instead using his body to firmly block Higuain's path and prevent an easy turn. Trapped, Higuain opted to return the ball to Elia, who, lacking the confidence to shoot, passed it back to the central Marchisio. Marchisio, without a moment's hesitation, took a direct shot, but unfortunately, it soared high into the stands, squandering Juventus's opportunity to attack. Now, it was Napoli's turn to advance. The most effective strategy against Juventus was to launch an offensive, ensuring the Juventus players remained distant from the penalty area, the safest course of action. The goalkeeper, with a powerful kick, sent the ball soaring towards Cavani, who was tightly marked by Chiellini, leaving him with no opportunity to comfortably control the ball. As Barzagli arrived for support, he effortlessly nudged the ball away, passing it to Bonucci on the flank. Bonucci swiftly relayed it to Marchisio, and Juventus launched another assault. Marchisio once again delivered the ball to Higuain's feet. Higuain opted to go solo, evading the defender. However, the center-back, originally preoccupied with Chen Long, quickly closed in to obstruct Higuain's path. What had initially been two defenders on Chen Long had now dwindled to just one holding midfielder. Higuain, who had intended to shoot, decisively chose to pass the ball back to Pirlo upon seeing the approaching defender. This is the moment of opportunity. Pirlo observed the incoming ball and elegantly lifted it, executing a delicate lob that soared directly towards Chen Long. Pirlo had awaited this very instant, employing a clever feint to mislead. Chen Long, anticipating the same moment, swiftly launched into action, effortlessly shaking off the defensive midfielder and creating an impressive distance of over a meter. The players converged. The ball arrived. Chen Long raised his left foot, deftly cushioning the ball a meter ahead, and then, with remarkable speed, surged forward, bypassing the defensive zone. He now stood face-to-face with the goalkeeper. Xing Lei once proclaimed that a player who cannot maneuver the ball past the goalkeeper is not a true star. Would Chen Long triumph over the goalkeeper? As he angled in from the left side, he found himself in direct confrontation with the keeper. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The goalkeeper charged forward. For Chen Long, bypassing the keeper was as effortless as a gentle breeze. With a simple motion, he evaded the massive hand of the goalkeeper and effortlessly sent the ball into the net. Yet another goal scored after outmaneuvering the keeper. It seemed that within a mere fortnight, Chen Long had netted 2 such goals. Mazzari clasped his head in despair on the sidelines, muttering in frustration, evidently lamenting the recklessness of his defender who failed to adhere to his instructions to mark Chen Long, instead opting to monitor Higuain. Was he also cursing himself for being once again outshone by Chen Long? At that moment, no one could tell. All that was clear was the score displayed on the large screen. 1-0. After lying in wait for so long, this singular opportunity was seized by Chen Long. His efficiency breathtakingly remarkable. 2 goals in 2 league matches? What an astonishing scoring rate. And how many minutes had it taken him to achieve this? This time, Chen Long expended little energy, surprisingly jogging toward the corner flag to celebrate. What was that celebratory gesture? Naturally, it mirrored that of his idol. As he swung his right hand, extending his index finger to incessantly tap, a classic celebration not belonging to extraterrestrials. Surrounding the corner flag were Juventus supporters, who rose to their feet, applauding fervently, their applause resounding throughout the stadium, drowning out all other sounds. In stark contrast, the faces of the Napoli fans were etched with pain, each one reflecting a profound sense of desolation. Is this some kind of divine jest? Once again, I find myself humiliated by this little imp before my eyes. In the stands, Conti leaped up, unable to contain his excitement as he embraced a nearby fan with fervor. What a priceless goal it was. How could he not be elated? It was worth more than gold. His Juventus, his wagers, his position, all illuminated by this singular moment. How could he not feel exhilarated? Not only he, but the players on the field, who had a stake in the game, also displayed a frenzied demeanor. What was meant to be a mere draw transformed into a victory with the entrance of Chen Long. How could they not be thrilled? Once again, Chen Long took charge of the match, emerging as the hero on Juventus turf. Yet, the game was far from over. It was a goal in the 90th minute, and the referee indicated 3 minutes of stoppage time. The match resumed, just 3 minutes. Could Napoli equalize? With a lead in hand, Juventus, the pride of Italy, would hardly grant them an opportunity. Under no pressure, would Juventus falter and allow Napoli a chance? The momentum of Napoli's full assault was indeed intimidating. Their two formidable wingers darting past defenders with the speed of racing cars. Twice they were brought down by Juventus, leaving one to wonder how such a scenario could be accepted. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, they were ultimately thwarted. After a disoriented 90 minutes, they were met with a last-minute defeat. Why must fate be so cruel? This was the second time it had occurred. They cannot be accused of lacking effort. Rather, fortune had simply turned its back on them, favoring that little trickster instead, twice. Amid their discontent, the final whistle sounded. An ecstatic Conti vaulted over the advertising boards, joining the celebration on the field, while the Napoli fans swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, over 3,000 Juventus supporters lingered in the stadium, singing the club's anthem to express their joy in victory. Chapter 65, Is Morgan Freeman Coming? The Juventus anthem is delightful, as are those of Milan and Inter Milan. As a fan, I find all clubs endearing and their stars equally charming. I hope all football enthusiasts continue to find joy in the beautiful game. At this moment, Chen Long listened to the live rendition of Juventus anthem, his heart swelling with excitement. Having cherished the anthem since childhood, he never anticipated hearing it in person today. While Juventus anthem lacks the fervor of Milan's and the buoyancy of Inter's, it resonates with a lightness and cheerfulness akin to Pirlo's ball control, ever-flowing and uplifting. The anthem lingered in the air, echoing throughout the stadium. At the press conference, Mazzarri exhibited a mix of irritation and resentment, responding to reporters with a remark. Once again, that damned little trickster. Clearly, Chen Long's presence incited a blend of admiration and frustration in Mazzarri. The last encounter ended in a loss at the Super Cup, and now they faced a pivotal league match. The home defeat left Mazzarri feeling rather embarrassed. As for Juventus, Conti did not attend the press conference. Only Buffon represented the team, hastily concluding the event. In Turin, September brought a drop in temperature once more. As one strolled through the streets, scattered yellow leaves blanketed the ground, and the evening breeze carried a hint of chill. After the match, Chen Long discreetly departed alone, for he was on his way to meet someone. In the tranquil coffee shop, patrons were few. Chen Long navigated his way inside, his gaze searching for that familiar visage, and at last he spotted him in the far corner, the familiar figure. Louis XIV, his distant cousin, an Italian born in France. Much like the illustrious surname he bore, Louis possessed an impressive demeanor. In Chen Long's memory, Louis XIV's appearance was reminiscent of the renowned Morgan Freeman from the film The Shawshank Redemption. The only difference was that Freeman had aged, while his cousin was still under 30, a youthful version of Freeman. Louis XIV was a rogue, a thought Chen Long often entertained. Yet he could not resist the allure of spending time with him. The cousin he remembered indulged in every vice, living a life devoid of responsibility. It was a miracle that Chen Long, having spent much of his childhood in Louis's company, had not turned out like him. However, since Louis XIV left Italy 6 years ago, their communication had dwindled to a mere handful of calls each year. Today, it was unclear what had drawn him back to Italy. Upon their reunion in the CAF after 6 years, they exchanged a warm embrace. Chen Long had always held a fondness for Louis XIV, a sentiment clearly reflected on his face. Louis XIV appeared somewhat disheveled. His complexion was as dark as charcoal. Were it not for the light, Chen Long might have struggled to recognize him. Do not underestimate him. He was the head of the Italian mafia's French branch. Chen Long had learned of his cousin's involvement with the mafia over a decade ago, and now Louis's status had grown considerably, despite the shadows in which he operated. Much like his complexion, dark and foreboding. With a mere stomp of his foot, he could shake all of Italy, and perhaps even send tremors across half of Europe. As a mid-level manager in the new generation of the mafia, the power he wielded was beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Yet before Chen Long, Louis XIV appeared solely as a cousin, not as a crime lord. With a demeanor akin to that of Freeman, gentle and amiable, he greeted Chen Long. After years apart, their exchange was filled with warmth, showing no signs of estrangement. In Chen Long's recollection, his cousin had remained unchanged, still bearing that same face. and still harboring a sense of suspicion. As he sipped his coffee, Louis habitually glanced out the window, a habit ingrained in him over the years. The vigilance against danger perpetually lingers in the mind of Louis XIV. Those who dwell in the shadows often possess an extra heart and an additional head, constantly attuned to the perils that threaten their existence. One can never be certain when a few officers might appear, whisking one away to prison. After a lengthy exchange, Louis XIV finally steered the conversation towards the crux of the matter. The organization has begun to take notice of you. Did they not call you last time regarding the betting affair? His tone was grave, as though he were discussing a matter of life and death. What? You were actually keeping an eye on me? Chen Long was taken aback. This revelation carried profound implications. If the mafia had set their sights on him, would he not have to tread carefully in his football endeavors? He suddenly recalled the precarious situations of his teammates at Juventus. Was he truly on the brink of being drawn into such a vortex? Alas, he had not anticipated that his cousin would bring such dire news, leaving him momentarily unsettled. However, I have managed to keep things under control for now. No one dares to touch you. Louis XIV quickly reassured him, sensing Chen Long's unease. With this declaration, the heavy burden in Chen Long's heart momentarily lifted, and he exhaled in relief, reassured by the presence of a formidable ally. Louis XIV retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and leisurely inhaled, exhaling wisps of white smoke. Given the current dynamics at Juventus, you are not in any immediate danger. Moreover, the odds being offered by the betting companies are quite favorable for you. His cousin was undeniably a powerhouse, barely 30, commanding respect within the mafia's upper echelons, a position more comfortable than that of a national leader. This year, you must exercise caution. Things are heating up in Milan. Berlusconi, having stepped down from his position as prime minister, has resumed control over Milan, and the referees have begun to lean in his favor. As he took another drag from his cigarette, Louis XIV delivered yet another unexpected piece of news. The once clear atmosphere had become shrouded in smoke, despite the large sign behind him boldly proclaiming, "No smoking." Yet Louis XIV continued to indulge in his habit with unyielding pleasure. It is likely that this establishment shares intricate connections with him. Otherwise, smoking in public might lead to incarceration. However, the old man has aged significantly, and his recent actions have consistently defied expectations. Just the other day, he called me, requesting that I arrange a gathering of beautiful women for him. Despite being in his 70s, he remains engrossed in indulgence and neglects more pressing matters. I find myself in awe of his audacity. Chen Long holds a rather unfavorable view of Berlusconi, not solely due to his repugnant hedonistic behavior, but also because of the contempt he has shown toward Chinese women. A few years ago, while still in office, Berlusconi made numerous distasteful remarks, and Chen Long was among those who found them particularly offensive. The two engaged in a wide-ranging conversation, with most of the discourse emanating from Louis XIV, while Chen Long merely listened, and before long, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Speaking of your recent romantic endeavor, it appears you have captured the attention of the daughter of a steel magnate. You ought to tread carefully in this matter, as the waters run deeper than one might presume. In the end, Louis XIV felt compelled to remind Chen Long once more. Mention of Canalis brought a slight headache to Chen Long, as he had just received a call urging him to return home promptly. Poor child. Behind the fade of prosperity lies an array of worries that remain unseen, leading to a sense of unrest. At 18, one should be immersed in the exuberance of youth. Yet for him, life seems to grow increasingly burdensome. Chapter 66. A chance encounter with Prandelli after meeting with his cousin Louis XIV, Chen Long found himself in possession of some undisclosed information. Whether this constitutes fortune or misfortune remains uncertain. Louis XIV, elusive and swift, departed without even partaking in a meal before bidding farewell to Chen Long. This left the long-absent Chen Long in a state of discontent, pondering whether the leaders of the mafia were indeed so engrossed in their myriad of affairs, so preoccupied that they lacked even the time for a meal. Yet he also felt a genuine joy for his cousin's flourishing success. After all, what was the mafia but a form of employment, albeit one shrouded in secrecy? Furthermore, with a mafia leader as his cousin, who would dare to intimidate him? As he walked, consumed by his thoughts, the vehicle of the formidable and enchanting Canalis arrived. How much time has passed? The little sprite has returned once more. Chen Long felt a wave of frustration wash over him. There was no remedy for this. The lad was currently basking in such popularity, with fan clubs numbering in the thousands. Who could guarantee that a moment's inattention wouldn't result in him being swept away by another woman? Given Canales' nature, it would be odd if she didn't follow closely behind. In these fleeting 5 minutes, the fierce and formidable Canales had effortlessly brought Chen Long under her command. Canales intended to join Chen Long for dinner, and after securing his company, she drove towards the city, seeking a relatively secluded and tranquil high-end restaurant. In establishments of this caliber, Chen Long finds himself unable to indulge, having been coerced into attending by Canales. It appears that at such a tender age, Chen Long has begun to rely on the affections of others, and he feels somewhat out of place in such an environment. Fortunately, this locale is of an elevated standard. Unlike the bustling streets where he might be accosted for autographs, here he is surrounded by esteemed individuals, none of whom would display such a lack of decorum. Thus, despite dining under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Chen Long remains undisturbed, merely acknowledging the occasional greeting with a nod. With a modicum of fame, he naturally feels a sense of delight, for who does not relish flattery? At that moment, he encountered one of the most significant figures in his life. Tomorrow marks the gathering day for the national team, and the head coach of the Italian national team, Prandelli, has made an appearance in Turin this evening, evidently to evaluate the national players within Juventus. At this juncture, Prandelli was emerging from a private box alongside these esteemed athletes, fortuitously coinciding with Chen Long's meal. Among them were renowned players such as Buffon, Pirlo, and Chiellini. Upon noticing Pirlo, Canales feigned ignorance, only to be playfully admonished with a tap on the head. Pirlo, well aware of Canales' recent relocation to Chen Long's residence, finds himself at a loss regarding her antics, ultimately entrusting Chen Long with the responsibility of treating her well, lest there be consequences. Chen Long, engrossed in the company of these illustrious figures, initially overlooked another presence behind him, preoccupied with exchanging pleasantries, until he was startled to behold Prandelli. Isn't he the head coach of the national team? To his astonishment, Chen Long clearly did not anticipate encountering the national team's coach here. However, Prandelli's warm greeting filled him with excitement. Chen Long was taken aback that Prandelli actually recognized him and called out his name. With his striking hairstyle and his habitual light blue suit, Prandelli exuded an air of elegance and courtesy, embodying the demeanor of a refined leader, a thought that resonated within Chen Long. Prandelli even offered a brief commendation regarding Chen Long's performance today, which made Chen Long feel an overwhelming sense of pride, though he did not outwardly display it. To receive praise from the national team's head coach is an honor beyond compare. Perhaps one day, he might even find himself in the national team, a fleeting fantasy that crossed his mind. Yet, the national team comprises the CR me de la CR me. Did they truly require someone like him, a mere fleeting talent? Doubt clouded Chen Long's confidence. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Prandelli departed. What else could he have done? It was hardly likely that Prandelli would fervently grasp his hand and implore him to join the national team. Shortly, the Italian national team would be heading to Bulgaria for an away match, with the players gathering the next day to prepare for the fierce battle ahead. As Juventus serves as the primary supplier of players to the national team, it was natural for Prandelli to personally assess the players' conditions and foster camaraderie. Once Prandelli took his leave, a group of seasoned veterans unexpectedly returned to Chen Long, clearly drawn to him. Their fierce demeanor sent a shiver down Chen Long's spine, leaving him bewildered as to how he had provoked them. It turned out they were there to advocate for Canales. After all, the two had been spending time together for a few days, yet these men had not spoken to Chen Long until now. The reason for their sudden interest was that Pirlo was Canales' brother, and the others were his close friends, naturally extending special consideration towards Canales. Given this, Chen Long, as her boyfriend, needed to be particularly cautious. Under the relentless interrogation from these individuals, poor Chen Long found himself recounting his devotion, pledging countless oaths to assure them he would never betray Canales, until he could hardly recall what he had said by the end. Once again, Chen Long felt the formidable backing of Canales, and the thread of concern in his heart grew heavier. After a prolonged period of frivolous banter, Pirlo finally spoke earnestly. During their earlier meal, Prandelli had indeed brought up Chen Long at the table, engaging the players in a discussion about him. Naturally, the team members were effusive in their recommendations, showering him with praise and even recounting their own amusing misadventures at his hands, leaving no stone unturned in their commendation. It was evident that Chen Long had truly captured Prandelli's attention. Upon relaying this news to Chen Long, Pirlo could not help but notice the uncontainable excitement bubbling within him, leading to an unabashed burst of laughter that drew disdainful glances from nearby diners. What manner of child exhibited such a lack of decorum, laughing uproariously in a refined setting? Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Juventus's own little dynamo, accompanied by a cadre of Juventus' eccentric supporters. The others hastily lowered their heads, embarrassed, fearing recognition. Their raucous presence had significantly enlivened the atmosphere of the dinner, and perhaps due to lingering hunger, they ordered several more dishes. With so many glaring lights illuminating the scene, how could one speak of a romantic dinner? What should have been an intimate evening metamorphosed into a boisterous feast. After the meal, the antics continued. The group of old tricksters proposed heading somewhere to revel some more. However, Chen Long declined the invitation, resolutely choosing to drive away with Canales. He declared that he would rather return home to accompany his enchanting companion than mingle with those seasoned rascals. Chapter 67. An autograph on the chest? Early in the morning, Chen Long's phone rang, shattering his hopes of indulging in a leisurely slumber. It was a call from Yi Shanshan. After all, it was Monday, and she was off to conduct experiments. As a university student, she certainly had to prioritize her studies. Just as he was about to step out, after freshening up, another call interrupted him, this one instilling a sense of dread. Was it from the Chinese Football Association? What could this mean? Yang Ershi had finally returned, astonishingly bringing along the Chinese Football Association. The voice on the other end was a flurry of chatter, insisting on a meeting. Recently, his phone had been buzzing incessantly, the frequency of calls having multiplied tenfold. Chen Long contemplated whether he should change his phone number, as the old one had become too well known, making it difficult to maintain privacy. As a public figure, he was wary of unwarranted disturbances. After spending a tiring morning at school, Chen Long emerged, feeling utterly drained from the exhaustive session of memorizing numerous acupuncture points, forced upon him by Yi Sun. He appeared utterly fatigued, as though he had not slept a wink. It seemed that the office of the esteemed dean was not a place for the faint-hearted. Strolling along the still, unfamiliar campus paths, he was frequently approached by young women seeking conversation, compelling him to sign autographs to send them on their way, which somewhat revitalized his spirits. Initially, I had no intention of strutting about so ostentatiously, yet to reach Yang Ershi's place, I had no choice but to bravely meander through the campus paths. The weather in September was refreshingly crisp, as the essence of autumn gradually enveloped Turin. The earth lay steeped in a tapestry of decay. Yet the midday warmth still encouraged the lovely ladies to reveal their pristine skin. A sweet, delicate voice rang out behind Chen Long, causing him to muse that yet another infatuated admirer had approached. Oh, how affectionate her tone was, and indeed, her voice was quite enchanting. "I'm the leader of the Dragon War fan club," he heard her exclaim as he turned around, astonished by her words. However, what truly captivated him was the sight of this infatuated girl, who was nothing short of a breathtaking beauty, standing gracefully. This ardent admirer had lips that resembled those of a second Angelina Jolie, and her visage was as flawless as a painting. Her long, shapely legs were exposed beneath a pair of azure ultra-short denim shorts, and her striking curves were undeniably alluring, drawing Chen Long's gaze involuntarily towards them. Oh my! How could such a stunning flower exist? She was even more enchanting and alluring than my own little sprite. These rebellious eyes, irresistibly drawn to that direction, yet the mouth open to utter Dragon War World Fans Club? Ah, it dawned on me. I encountered it just yesterday afternoon. Greetings. I am Carl. Lance, enraptured, seemed unaffected by Chen Long's captivating gaze, appearing rather pleased, and continued to introduce himself. Reluctantly, Chen Long withdrew his gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, pondering when he had become so infatuated, seemingly indulging in this lately. Lance, thank you for your support. I am immensely grateful. When adopting a serious demeanor, Chen Long was never careless, although his thoughts lingered upon someone's bosom. By the way, how did you come to form a group? Is my popularity truly that formidable? Lance, with her expressive eyes, responded in astonishment. You are utterly unaware? There are now 5 dragon clubs flourishing. Such rapid growth? Just yesterday there were only 2, and today 5? Chen Long was taken aback, contemplating how this pace surpassed that of childbirth. 5 clubs, 5 dazzling beauties, what a concept! With 100 members in each, he would be surrounded by 500 alluring women. Oh dear, how could he possibly cope? Please, grant me an autograph, he jested. Lance beamed like a radiant flower, pure and innocent, oblivious to the impure thoughts swirling within someone's mind. Certainly, where shall I sign? Chen Long readily acquiesced to her request, viewing it as both an obligation and a delight. particularly when it involved signing for enchanting female fans. Lance stepped closer, pointing at her pronounced curves. What? This is rather bold. This fan is undoubtedly a temptress, a true enchantress. Her surface innocence belies an inner seduction, Chen Long thought, astonished by Lance's gesture. You wish for me to sign there? On those ample curves? His hands trembled slightly. This was unabashed seduction, while he indulged in a glance. Lance urged him to take action. Very well. Merely gazing was insufficient. He must meet the fan's request. Is it appropriate to sign there? Chen Long's gaze flickered to Lance's chest, then around, wary of prying eyes. Yet, his inner dragon was stirring, eager to leap into action. Yes, right here. You know what I mean. I represent my feelings for you. Lance giggled, embodying a seductive spirit that could lead to peril. Such charming words, yet this action is quite dangerous. Is this not a form of teasing in broad daylight? Chen Long displayed a conflicted expression, finding it difficult to proceed. Difficult to proceed? Why must it be so? It's merely a signature on the chest. Why consider the term proceed? That term is intriguing. I find myself desiring to act, especially since she is urging me to do so. Why not? Hurry up. I still need to have lunch. By the way, would you care to join me for lunch? Lance persistently urged. Lunch? Oh dear, if I were to have lunch with that enchanting creature again, I can only imagine the chaos that would ensue at home with that formidable tigress. No, I would rather sign my name and make a swift exit. The terrifying presence of the matriarch loomed in his thoughts, and without hesitation, Chen Long retrieved a pen from his pocket. Carefully, he inscribed his name upon the ample curves before him, exercising caution, for he truly dared not invoke such ominous signs in broad daylight. Alas, though he was blessed with allure, he found himself unable to indulge in it, and thus Chen Long could only ponder this lament in his heart. Such actions naturally attracted the attention of the crowd, making it impossible to escape their gaze. After receiving an autograph from the enchanting Lance, he nodded in satisfaction, no longer pressing Chen Long. But before leaving, he inquired about Chen Long's phone number and invited him to a fan meeting in a few days. Chen Long, somewhat bewildered, agreed, having even given his number to someone who had mentioned changing theirs. It seemed he could not resist temptation. In just a few days, he had been enticed by so many women. Alas, was he destined to be a victim of his own desires? After watching the graceful Lance depart in the distance, Chen Long refocused his thoughts and continued toward Yang Ershi. Unbeknownst to him, someone lurked in the shadows, engaging in covert photography. Had he known, he would surely have chosen to eliminate a certain individual once more. Chapter 68. The three porcine heads of China are all officials in Chinese football portly? Upon encountering Yang Ershi, Chen Long was astonished to find himself in the presence of three more rotund figures. All three were characterized by their plump faces and short statures, closely aligning with Chen Long's preconceived notions. As officials, they exuded an air of authority, with the central figure seated in a commanding manner. Initially, Chen Long felt quite out of place as he took a seat. Through Yang Ershi's introduction, he learned that the man in the middle was named Zhu Xie, the current vice chairman of the Chinese Football Association. This name seemed almost destined for the position of chairman, Chen Long mused. The man to the left was named Yang Wei, which nearly caused Chen Long to choke. Was it a play on words for impotence? Each name seemed more audacious than the last. The third individual's name was no better, being Fan Jian. Was it a pun for being despicable? Chen Long was thoroughly overwhelmed by the bizarre names of these three individuals. The Chinese Football Association, indeed, was a remarkable establishment. Even the names of its leaders were strikingly flamboyant, truly living up to its reputation. What brings the triumvirate here, one might ponder. It seems rather excessive to regard Chen Long with such esteem. Logically, a gathering of such formidable stature would typically be reserved for the selection of a head coach for the national team, rendering this scenario rather peculiar. Is it possible that Camacho is on the verge of dismissal? Have these three gentlemen come all the way to Italy to scout for a coach? Surely, they need not consult me. When did I acquire such significance? At this juncture, Chen Long suddenly recalled that Camacho, too, is quite portly, leading him to mischievously speculate that the trio might favor a coach of similar physique. Are there any rotund coaches in Italy? Indeed, there are, most notably the renowned Ancelotti. Alas, he is currently engaged with Paris Saint-Germain in France. It appears Chen Long has misinterpreted the situation. They are here to entice him to play football in China. Indeed, an invitation to join a national team from Zhu Xie, the leading figure, is quite unexpected. When did the Chinese Football Association become so discerning as to extend an invitation to someone deemed a has-been? The relentless failures of the Chinese Football Association are well known to Chen Long. A conspiracy, he mused. His initial thought was that this was yet another plot. Isn't it the head coach who selects the players? The first person to seek should undoubtedly be Camacho. It is quite absurd that this decision has fallen into the hands of these three inept individuals. As for Chen Long, he is oblivious to the fact that player selection in Chinese football is hardly influenced by the head coach. The slots on a national team are essentially purchased, or they're designated personally by the chairman. The head coach? Merely a scapegoat. Victories are attributed to the leadership, while failures rest squarely on the coach's shoulders. It is no easy task to be a head coach in China. However, today, Chen Long was personally named by the chairman, which took him by surprise. Chen Long holds Italian citizenship and does not possess Chinese nationality at all. How could he play for China? It is not that he does not desire dual nationality, but China does not recognize such arrangements, forcing him to ultimately opt for Italy. Herein lies the complication. Zhu Xie stated that this nationality issue is quite simple. All that is required is to change Chen Long's nationality. Changing nationality? It sounds like a trivial matter, as if one could simply nod and sign a paper to effectuate such a change. Were it not for Chen Long's unique status, would the Chinese Football Association even pay him any mind? If he did not have a Chinese father and the distinctive features of a Chinese person, this so-called Chen Long would not even be on the association's radar. Could he genuinely be the savior of the Chinese national team? The association must have lost its senses to consider him for such a role. China is home to countless players like Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, yet instead of searching domestically, the association has traveled all the way to Italy to extend an invitation to Chen Long. What audacity! Chen Long contemplated this deeply. Yang Ershi is a figure of potential profit, having somehow managed to deceive the three inept officials of the association. His skills are indeed remarkable. Can Chen Long truly save the Chinese team? He does not even believe it himself, which is why he approaches this matter with extreme caution. Chen Long has always regarded himself as half Chinese, holding a greater affection for China than for Italy. However, when it comes to the choice of nationality for playing football, he must proceed with utmost seriousness. Just yesterday, Prandelli had greeted him, and today, the Chinese Football Association had come knocking on his door, which left him feeling somewhat entangled. Although Prandelli had not explicitly stated it, from the hints dropped by his teammates, it appeared that a call-up from the Italian national team was imminent. Now, China had extended an invitation as well, even offering to facilitate a change in nationality for him. Why did such fortuitous circumstances seem to conspire around him? However, he truly lacked confidence in the Chinese team. Consider this. If one were to join a squad that seemed to recruit solely through monetary means, a team engrossed in indulgence and vice, what kind of achievements could be expected? His teammates had already caused 2 or 3 goals to be conceded in the first 85 minutes. What could he possibly do to rectify that in just 5 minutes? Yet, none of this was paramount, for humans are capable of change. Perhaps he might find a group of resolute teammates who could genuinely fight alongside him. He understood the adage, once this opportunity passes, it may not return. With a clear path before him and thorns on the other, he still felt a deep affection for China. However, just as he contemplated telling the trio of pigs that he needed a few days to deliberate, an ill-timed remark prompted him to make a different decision. Fan Jian, who had been silent until now, suddenly extended a golden olive branch when he saw Chen Long deep in thought. He suggested that donning the national team jersey could lead to numerous lucrative contracts, both from Italy and China. Whatever amount he desired, it could be his as long as half of the income went to the pigs. While Chen Long was not particularly averse to discussions about money, the notion of forfeiting half his earnings was disconcerting. It reminded him of the uproar surrounding the Chinese athletes' incident last month, which had emerged during the London Olympics. It was said that champions were rewarded, yet a significant portion of the prize money was siphoned off to local sports authorities, leaving the athletes with mere crumbs. Those who did not clinch a championship were in an even more dire situation, struggling to cover their living expenses. That incident had left a bitter taste in his mouth. He presumed that the officials and departments in China operated in a similar fashion. Now, before him, the pigs were brazenly discussing revenue sharing, which only deepened his frustration. This delightful initial intimate encounter unfolded rather straightforwardly, akin to a visit to a hair salon, lacking in romance and emotional depth. Chapter 69. I yearn to play authentic football. This matter was orchestrated by Yang Ershi. It appears he has once again set his sights on that substantial pile of gleaming silver. This child, it seems, believes that where there is milk, there is a mother. Recently, Chen Long has encountered a streak of fortuitous yet ominous events. First, there was the Juventus gambling scandal, followed by the mafia, and then the arrival of a Chinese organization known as One Pig One Association. Why does Chen Long find himself entangled with such dark associations? He refrained from openly rejecting the proposal from the Pig Association, as he deemed it inappropriate to disregard their efforts, given their long journey to visit him. It seemed more suitable to let Yang Ershi respond later. Dining with several officials proved to be equally excruciating, as he sat upright, forced to listen to their superficial pleasantries, which is not only painful, but also quite nauseating. This official's matters have nothing to do with Chen Long. He is no longer part of the Chinese national team and no longer needs to seek favors from anyone. Why bother? After a hurried meal, Chen Long abandoned Yang Ershi to linger behind while he flaunted his status and departed. Yang Ershi, unlike Chen Long, had no authority to decide on joining the national team, and thus the four pigs could only eat in a rather uninspired manner. Is the Chinese Football Association genuinely interested in Chen Long? Indeed, there is some interest, but Chen Long suspects that their fascination primarily revolves around financial gain rather than the success of the national team. Consequently, he feels disillusioned with the association, effectively blocking his path to China. The Chinese Football Association, under the guise of inviting him to join the national team, appears to be pursuing a dual benefit of fame and fortune, revealing the distasteful intentions of their schemes. Their failure to secure Chen Long left the three pig heads in a state of dismay. They had assumed that he would readily acquiesce in the face of such immense temptation, only to find the outcome quite the opposite. In front of the younger pig head, Yang Ershi, they derided Chen Long, claiming he would soon regret his lack of appreciation. The Chinese naturally think in a Chinese way. They believe that anyone would be swayed by substantial benefits, yet they were taken aback by Chen Long's rejection. Does he lack money? On the surface, not particularly, yet he, too, is somewhat financially constrained. However, when it comes to football, he would not yield. Joining a Chinese Super League club would not provoke such reservations. But he is not seeking a place to retire. At a young age, why would he abandon the world stage for a place devoid of footballing merit? He is merely 18, not 80, dear pigheads. Even if it involves gambling, would he not wager in Italy? Is there no fortune to be made in Italy? Are there no attractive companions to be found? He desires to play genuine football, not merely to muddle through in China. Indeed, he yearns for authentic football. That is his conviction. The afternoon was unremarkable, yet he could hardly return home to accompany his partner on a shopping spree. Remaining at school was far more appealing. Not only could he study, but he could also attract the attention of girls, which was also on his mind. Studying is no easy task. Confined within the expansive office of the esteemed dean is hardly a pleasant experience. Once again faced with the same tedious terminology, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, embarking on an obsessive memorization spree. In an effort to ease his discomfort, Yi Shanshan procured a plastic anatomical model from an unknown source, allowing him to explore without the burden of aimless fumbling. After a rigorous half-day of intense study, Chen Long managed to memorize half of the human acupuncture points, reaching a somewhat obsessive level. Eager to practice with needles, he was met with a scolding from Yi Shanshan. You wish to run before you can walk. Perhaps you could catch a few frogs for practice, but do not attempt to jab needles into a human body recklessly. Another arduous half-day passed, and as Chen Long exited, the sky had darkened. The enchanting Canales awaited dutifully at the academy gates, ready to offer him a ride home. A commotion erupted at the entrance. Reading the newspaper? Something seems amiss. Aren't you usually engrossed in your phone? Chen Long observed Canales with curiosity as she sat in the car. Her expression appeared rather unusual. Could it be anger? Frustration? What could have provoked this she-wolf? Surely, it wasn't my doing? Could it be due to the fact that I haven't submitted the tribute for a week? But wasn't that previously agreed upon? Chen Long pondered uneasily in his heart as he gradually approached Canales' vehicle. This newspaper, this large image, seems hauntingly familiar. Ah, the person depicted on the newspaper, is that not I? What am I doing? Am I groping? Good heavens! Who dares to capture such a moment? Did this not occur merely at noon? Which oblivious paparazzo has committed this act? Ah, the Naples Evening News. How astonishing! Naples has an evening edition. Did the morning paper not suffice? After capturing the moment, the evening edition follows suit? How shall I explain this? The murderous glare from Canales has already shifted in my direction. If looks could kill, I would have perished countless times. To have Canales witness my antics with a woman's bosom in the headline of the newspaper. How dreadful! I find myself at a loss for words. In my heart, I curse the editor of the Naples Evening News sending ancestral insults through generations. It must have been that insufferable brat. Surely, he has become restless again. Damn it. Once more, he is up to no good. Oh, little sprite, I inquire, have you seen the pen in my hand? I was merely signing an autograph. Look closely. Pay attention. I softly reassured, fearful that the little sprite might, in a moment of exuberance, utter something that would lead to greater embarrassment. Canales, of course, must maintain her image as a lady of high society, yet she venomously articulated, a pen? Of course I see it, but I also see your five-clawed golden dragon. Tell me, do your filthy paws wish to grasp her ample bosom? Is her bosom indeed substantial? Do you desire it? Is it larger than mine? Are you signing an autograph? Or is it merely a lewd act? Speak up. After a brief absence, you have already commenced your flirtations with women. While Canales expressed her anger, her countenance betrayed little emotion. Alas, it is over. Even if I were to plunge into the Yellow River, I could not clarify this predicament. Before the little sprite, I was already at a disadvantage, and now, with an even more alluring enchantress in the fray, accompanied by undeniable evidence. How am I to justify myself? Mustering my courage, I opened the car door and took my seat in the passenger side, while Canales, with a sulky expression, continued to scrutinize the newspaper. TSK, this photograph is truly remarkable. I should hang it in the living room. Indeed, this woman possesses a splendid figure. No wonder you are utterly captivated. Why does this sound so familiar? Chen Long suddenly recalled something. Yi Shanshan had said something similar just a few days ago, when she saw the photograph of Canales entering Chen Long's residence. Why are women all of the same ilk? He wore a sullen expression, not uttering a single word, allowing Canales to continue speaking. This woman, once she harbors grievances, if you do not allow her to express them fully, she will incessantly bring them up, rendering your mind restless. In this regard, Chen Long is rather inexperienced. Ah, my dear friends, those who share a passion for football, I am striving to ascend the new book rankings. For those of you who cherish this beautiful game, shower me with your flowers and collections. Have you ever witnessed the thrill of competition? Have you ever experienced the fervor of football? No, you have not. It has been 2 years, and I have achieved nothing. Thus, I implore you to enable this humble worker to create a miracle and propel me onto the new book rankings. Shower me with your support. Football, such a magnificent sport, the largest in the world, seems forever relegated to this obscure corner, unable to rise. I am at a loss for words. Chapter 70. Football is dead. Canales stubbornly remained seated in the car, showing no intention of leaving. Chen Long attempted to reason with her for quite some time, yet his efforts proved fruitless. Ultimately, he could only sit there with a grim expression, awaiting the moment when she would calm down. During this particular time, which coincides with the meal hour, a multitude of individuals is entering and exiting the school gates. Many are perusing newspapers, inevitably encountering the news about Chen Long. Turin University is transformed into a unique locale, with Chen Long now basking in the glow of stardom. Thus, any event that unfolds becomes a topic of lively discussion among students. The ambiguous incident that occurred at noon has certainly captured the attention of both students and fans. It appears that Chen Long has a penchant for flirtation. Some girls, while passing by a white Audi, are animatedly discussing this with their close friends. This leaves Chen Long, seated within the car, feeling rather awkward. Astute individuals wisely maintain their distance from the vehicle, fully aware of who occupies it, while those less perceptive chatter away with abandon. Canales seems to revel in this attention, comfortably ensconced in the car, listening to the whispers without any inclination to depart. Chen Long, at a loss when it comes to handling women, cannot help but roll up the car window. Today has been rife with gloomy thoughts, and Chen Long remains silent, lost in contemplation. The wrath of a woman is a formidable force, a realization that Chen Long deeply comprehends at this moment. As dusk falls, Canales finally utters a phrase. I am hungry. I want to eat. I am hungry. I want to eat. Oh, this little enchantress only speaks when her stomach demands it, leaving one speechless, and for such a trivial reason at that. No longer angry? With no energy left for ire, she intends to eat, and, once satiated, may resume her displeasure. Chen Long, to continue being angry after eating, is there anything more absurd? Alas, it has been a week, tonight. He contemplates how to approach her, yet it seems impractical. Perhaps it would be better to wait until tomorrow after taking the medicine. Tonight he has but 5 minutes, and there is no time for anything but fleeting moments. Poor Chen Long, even the solitary means of comforting his woman eludes him. This is the second disheartening meal I have consumed today. Throughout the duration, Canales remained utterly silent, while Chen Long could only manage a few words amidst his foolish laughter. What further exacerbated his discontent was Canales' abrupt departure, leaving him behind as she sped away in her car. Before leaving, when Chen Long inquired about her destination, she merely stated her intention to seduce men. As someone without a vehicle, Chen Long could only watch as she vanished swiftly from his sight. In truth, her departure was a relief. It granted him a semblance of tranquility, liberating his mind from a multitude of troubling thoughts. The day's overwhelming barrage of traditional Chinese medicine, football, and women had rendered his mind quite muddled. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the coffee shop where he had previously met his cousin, Louis XIV. Unable to resist, he stepped inside, ordered a cup of coffee, and sipped it absent-mindedly, his thoughts clearly adrift elsewhere. The disappointment stemming from the Chinese football scene weighed heavily on him. It was disheartening to see them shamelessly seek him out for monetary gain, rather than for the love of the sport. In that moment of contemplation, he reached a decisive conclusion. He resolved to abandon the land that, despite his passion for football, failed to provide him joy. Consequently, he called Yang Ershi, instructing the rotund fellow to decline the invitation. After making this choice of abandonment, he felt an unexpected lightness in his heart, as if a great weight had been lifted. If China could not represent him, then he would pledge his allegiance to Italy. Little did he know that this decision would reverberate profoundly in the future. In truth, China desperately needed a talent like Chen Long, a perfect substitute, an irreplaceable asset. Surely, if Camacho were not blind, he would recognize Chen Long's potential. However, it seemed that the decision was not his to make. No one could ascertain whether Camacho had come to China merely to exploit it for wealth or if he genuinely aspired to coach well. Yet, based on the less than 10 matches he oversaw, Camacho's coaching abilities warranted skepticism. His previous tenure in Spain and at Real Madrid had already exposed significant shortcomings. In the vernacular of the people, he was merely a charlatan, engaging in empty rhetoric. The grim state of Chinese football was beyond dire. In an era where football flourished globally, it was nothing short of tragic that Chinese football languished in such a state. As Chen Long leisurely savored his coffee, he began to dream of where his future might lead him. Remaining in Italy might not guarantee a better situation. He could only take it one step at a time. Just as his thoughts drifted far beyond his immediate surroundings, an unexpected guest intruded upon his reverie. Huang Jinxiang? Chen Long had unmistakably recognized him this time, calling out his name in acknowledgement. "Hey, Xiao Long, remember me? What an honor it is to see you." Huang Jinxiang was pleasantly surprised that Chen Long remembered him. Upon hearing Chen Long call his name at first glance, his heart swelled with joy as he extended his hand warmly for a handshake. In China, it is customary for acquaintances to greet each other with a handshake. Naturally, Chen Long would not greet him with a kiss, for that would be rather inappropriate for a man. Chen Long had always held a favorable impression of Huang Jinxiang, and thus, he swiftly invited him to sit together. He had been troubled by matters concerning China, and encountering a fellow countryman provided the perfect opportunity to engage in conversation and share his grievances. Since the 2006 World Cup, when Huang Jinxiang provided commentary for Italy's round of 16 match, he has ascended to the status of China's foremost sports host, wielding considerable influence within the nation's football realm. Today, by some twist of fate, he found himself in Italy, unexpectedly encountering Chen Long in a CF. It seems that when destiny calls, it will lead one to meet even in the most unlikely of circumstances. Huang Jinxiang, however, did not intentionally seek out Chen Long. While Italy may not be vast, it is certainly not merely a small town. His visit to Italy primarily revolves around producing a special program on the Serie A for the 2012 to 2013 season, focusing on the talents within Italian football, with a theme centered on prodigious footballers. At that moment, in the CF, he encountered Italy's foremost enchantress, inadvertently colliding into his embrace. Observing the delightfully mischievous grin upon his face, it was evident just how elated he was. Huang Jinxiang, naturally, felt as though he had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. A whimsical notion crossed his mind. Should he perhaps create a dedicated album for Italy's premier enchantress? Regrettably, he was no longer affiliated with the Global Football Channel. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have made that episode a sensational triumph. Such thoughts occupied his mind. Ah, Hua, alas, your new book has plummeted to the 15th position on the charts, languishing at the very bottom. Is it possible that the essence of football has truly perished, reduced to naught but a jest? Very well. If Hua cannot be salvaged, let it become merely a source of amusement. Chapter 71. Even without floral fragrance. It remains a flower the encounter that Huang Jianxiang envisioned was a serendipitous and exquisite meeting, far more pleasant than his previous encounters with those three buffoons. He also reminisced about the news from 14 years ago regarding his joining International. At that time, he had already reported on Chen Long. This piece of information once again deepened the bond between the two as they engaged in delightful conversation, unaware that time had slipped away to 10 o'clock in the evening. Had it not been for Chen Long's inability to consume alcohol, it is likely that the two would have ventured to a bar for a hearty drink. A case of regretting the time lost in their encounter. Before parting ways, Chen Long promised to arrange another meeting, intending to collaborate with Huang Jian on a special feature for Football World. Upon quietly returning to his residence, Chen Long discovered that Canales had yet to arrive. He attempted to call, only to find the phone switched off. After waiting for a while, he eventually succumbed to slumber. In recent days, there have been no significant events, the only noteworthy development being the arrival of the Italian national team in Bulgaria. Chen Long, who has numerous club teammates in the national squad, is particularly invested in their progress. It remains uncertain how Italy will present themselves in their first official match post-European Championship. Besides his club colleagues, he also shares a childhood friendship with Balotelli, which means that although Chen Long has yet to represent the national team, half of the players are his friends. Despite not being called up, reporters managed to corner him outside the university after class on Wednesday, conducting an impromptu interview that lasted half an hour. This was particularly inconvenient, as he had just exited the dean's laboratory, having taken his medication, which he noted typically takes half an hour to take effect. The predicament of being ambushed by journalists right after his dosage raised concerns about a potential onset of side effects. It is unclear how the reporters obtained their tip-off, suggesting Chen Long had received a call up to the national team, only for Prandelli to ultimately decide against including him. The investigative prowess of paparazzi is undeniable, and many are aware of Chen Long's chance encounter with Prandelli in the hall, which the press has sensationalized. At this moment, Chen Long had little patience for reporters, having been persistently stalked by paparazzi, leaving him disinterested in providing thoughtful responses. Notably, he harbors a particular disdain for a certain skis, a troublesome figure from Naples of a similar age. He tersely replied to various reporters, stating that Prandelli had not approached him, but the Chinese Football Association had reached out. What was intended to be a straightforward dismissal inadvertently shifted the conversation towards a different direction. The mention of the Chinese Football Association raised eyebrows among some reporters, who expressed concern for Italy's standing. A journalist with some knowledge of international law inquired about China's prohibition against dual nationality players, questioning how he could be selected for the Chinese team. The matter is indeed influenced by human agency. China is vast and possesses its own strengths, thus requiring no concern from us. When probed about his intentions regarding joining the Chinese team and abandoning Italy, Chen Long clarified that it is not a matter of abandonment. He has not been selected for the Italian national team, nor has he joined the Chinese national team. To him, the fans from both nations are cherished, and he holds deep affection for both countries. His responses were deliberately ambiguous, demonstrating his seasoned disposition. He professed his love for football and the supporters of both nations, yet emphasized that his priority is to play in an environment where he finds joy. He seeks joyful football. The reporters interpreted this as a query of whether Italy or China brings him more joy, yet it remains uncertain which nation he truly feels is more fulfilling. They worry about the potential repercussions should Prandelli's decision to exclude Chen Long result in a loss during the match. It was unnecessary to make such a fuss over a trivial matter, yet the mere encounter between these two individuals has altered the situation dramatically. Though a small faction of journalists previously speculated whether Chen Long might be summoned to the national team as a temporary player, as long as it remained an unwritten topic, it was nothing more than idle chatter. Meanwhile, what intentions does distant China harbor? Is this not a form of disruption? Although Chen Long shares half of your lineage, must it provoke such a considerable uproar? It seems that the Chinese are intent on poaching talents from Italy, and their motives do not appear benevolent. From Chen Long's perspective, however, the situation presents a different flavor, as the journalists will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to sensationalize the story. Contemplating this, he inexplicably recalled the detestable Yang, the rotund figure. Could it be yet another leak orchestrated by him? Alas, this wretched soul never allows me a moment of peace. This news indeed originated from the corpulent Yang. And just as one wave subsides, another arises. I declare that the time has come for me to make my exit. Chen Long, with his audacious demeanor, remarked that this half hour was swiftly passing, and the effects of the medication were soon to commence. Could he afford to linger? Certainly not. Your agent has accepted our interview fee, and you must comply with our half-hour interview. A middle-aged journalist, adorned with large black-rimmed glasses, seized Chen Long as he attempted to escape and uttered this statement. What? That swine actually demanded an interview fee from you. Chen Long's anger flared upon hearing this. This shameless rogue was indeed unscrupulously extracting money, even to the extent of charging for interviews. He yearned to immediately call that scoundrel and deliver a scathing reprimand. Such a person, capable of generating revenue, can sometimes become a considerable nuisance, Chen Long mused. Yet he had no time to waste and needed to retreat post-haste. I assure you, this interview is complimentary. If that rotund individual attempts to collect a fee from you, feel free to demand it back, citing my words. If he refuses, return to interview me again, and I shall grant you another session free of charge. As he uttered these words, his complexion began to redden slightly, clearly indicating that the effects of the medication were gradually taking hold. He hastily jogged to the roadside, intent on flagging down a taxi to return home and alleviate his discomfort. The journalists, witnessing his peculiar behavior, were left perplexed. However, Chen Long's assurance prevented them from pressing further. Yet, his hasty actions were fervently documented by their cameras and recording devices. One can only imagine the sensational news that would unfold later. After hailing a cab, he disregarded the journalists and swiftly departed the scene. On his journey home, he suddenly realized that it seemed Canales was still upset. She hadn't answered his calls in the afternoon. How would he be able to relieve his frustrations at home? Alas, was he to resort to self-indulgence once more? Regardless, he resolved to address it upon his return, accepting whatever fate awaited him. To his surprise, as he reached his doorstep, he discovered Canales' car parked outside. Ah, the little enchantress. She truly knows how to care for her man. My little sprite, I have arrived. Someone dashed towards the door like a ravenous wolf. Chapter 72. A tree, though not tall, is still a tree. It is worth noting that Canales, with her keen sense, returned to Chen Long's side. Despite her often capricious temperament, a woman's heart is intricate, at the very least. She was aware that Chen Long was due to consume that traditional medicine on Wednesday, and the effects would surely be manifesting. She had no desire for him to find solace with another woman, so she strategically returned to his abode to await his arrival. As for women, if they truly intended to depart, would they not require a carload of belongings? Canales did not pursue such a course, clearly only seeking to provoke Chen Long and instill a sense of urgency within him. Now, the spotlight of Italian football has shifted to Bulgaria, and Chen Long is no exception. Nevertheless, despite this, Chen Long remains the darling of the fans. On Thursday afternoon, after finally securing a half-day of respite, Chen Long graciously accepted an invitation to attend a fan meeting hosted by Lance just days prior. Curiously, Canales did not accompany him, which is quite uncharacteristic of her. While his teammates were engaged in urgent preparations in Bulgaria, the leisurely Chen Long was relishing his journey to the fan meeting. The event was held at the football field of the traditional Chinese Medicine College, a fitting venue that resonated with Chen Long's passion for the sport. A temporary guest lounge was arranged, complete with an abundance of footballs, suggesting that Chen Long was to showcase some performances shortly. Huang Jian was fortunate enough to participate in this gathering. Naturally, the ever-watchful Ski brother, who had been clandestinely capturing moments of Chen Long, also made his bold appearance among the fans. From a distance, Chen Long spotted the man with the red nose, yet his expression betrayed no sign of discomfort. According to the chubby young 20, the red-nosed figure's actions were, in fact, a form of promotion for Chen Long. If such free publicity could yield positive results, why should Chen Long feel any anger? As long as he refrained from flirting with women in public settings, there would be no adverse repercussions. However, Chen Long believed that he had never engaged in flirtatious behavior. Rather, it was the women who approached him with ambiguous intentions. In essence, he felt as though he was the one being pursued, caught in a web of ambiguity, entirely in a position of passivity. Indeed, the host of the event was Lance, who today donned a more revealing outfit, a striking white backless mini dress that left little to the imagination, her bosom tantalizingly visible, akin to two budding blossoms. Even more captivating than a football. Chen Long mused privately about whether Lance was truly orchestrating this fan meeting for him, or if it served as a platform for her own promotion. Above the guest lounge, the words Dragon Battles the World Fan Meeting were prominently displayed, revealing the true nature of the event. It seemed that the purpose of the promotion was, in fact, self-serving. She was a formidable enchantress, a cunning vixen. It resembled a small-scale football match, with an astonishing attendance exceeding 3,000 spectators. Not only did fans of the Dragon War universe gather here, but supporters from various faculties of the University of Turin also converged, alongside some individuals from the broader community. The football field of the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine had not witnessed such a vibrant atmosphere in quite some time, aside from the annual freshman assembly. It had been long since the grounds experienced such a lively gathering. Surrounding the pitch were an array of advertisements, yet they left Chen Long with a sense of discomfort. One particular company's name weighed heavily on his mind. It was the same pharmaceutical firm that had once provided him with his very first advertisement, stirring feelings of discontent within him as it made its way here to promote itself. This, of course, is still the handiwork of Yang Ershi. However, this did not truly touch the nerves of Chen Long. After all, he did not need to personally participate in the advertisement, but merely had to lend his name to a few banners, which was hardly significant. Various billboards cluttered the surroundings, each more colorful than the last. Even more astonishing to Chen Long was the unexpected appearance of a group of disabled fans. This was, in fact, not surprising at all, for Chen Long, in a strict sense, was a half-invalid himself. His remarkable success served as an inspiration to many. One can imagine the esteemed position Chen Long held in the hearts of those disabled compatriots. Thus, he eagerly ran over to them, offering autographs one by one. This act of signing ignited a frenzy among the fans. Whether it was one autograph or 100, it all amounted to the same. However, once he signed one, he felt compelled to sign for another. It would be unthinkable to leave any fan disappointed. No one wished for such an outcome. So Chen Long undertook a rather audacious endeavor. Or 3,000 signatures, after all. Come on, I'll sign them all. However, he resolutely avoided signing on any special areas, such as the chest. With a knowing glance, he observed Lancy as she momentarily flashed before him. Over the course of an hour and a half, he managed to sign over 3,000 names. This was done swiftly, thankfully using his hand instead of his foot. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Some fans, after receiving their signatures, insisted on embracing Chen Long, compelling him to carve out additional moments to indulge them. It remained uncertain who benefited more from these embraces. We can only say they were innocent exchanges of warmth. Having completed this arduous task, Chen Long finally found a moment to rest in the VIP lounge and partake in an interview with Lancy. Though referred to as a VIP lounge, it was merely a large screen accompanied by a few chairs and a table, entirely an outdoor setup. Engaging in conversation was effortless, and Chen Long relished the moment. Initially, it was Lancy's unilateral interview. Her questions were exceedingly sharp and biting, leaving Chen Long struggling to respond. He mused that Lancy was even more professional than paparazzi, harboring the potential to become an exceptional professional nuisance. Her inquiries were not only pointed, but also laced with absurdity. For example, she asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" This was blatantly a redundant question, as only days prior, she had stirred headlines regarding Chen Long's relationship with Canales, yet she could not resist asking again. Ridiculous. Although the fans expected the answer to be negative, the truth was evident. What is it like during 5 minutes of passion? This question rendered Chen Long utterly embarrassed. Such intimate and potentially hurtful inquiries were brazenly posed by Lancy, leaving Chen Long in a precarious position. He had already secretly categorized her among those of certain ilk. In response to the inquiry, Chen Long yearned to deliver a humorous yet tantalizing retort. "Come over and experiment when my girlfriend is not at home." However, had he dared to utter such a response, I surmise his life would not last beyond half an hour. Therefore, he opted for a more earnest reply. "This is my privacy, and I have nothing to disclose, lacking floral fragrances and towering trees. I am certainly not an inconspicuous blade of grass. Rather, I am quite the dashing piece of greenery." Canales chuckled softly, and the fans erupted in laughter. Chen Long was not disheartened. He too laughed heartily, brushing aside any trace of awkwardness, his gaze instinctively drifting towards his disabled companions, filled with encouragement. Chapter 73. The Defeat in Sophia. Sophia, in Greek, signifies wisdom and intelligence, embodying a vision of a beautiful life enriched by love and wisdom. The capital of Bulgaria bears this name, and the city of Sofia, much like its appellation, is both beautiful and wise. Upon their arrival, the Italians found themselves entranced, as if they had fallen into a garden of blossoms, not specifically referring to women, but rather the splendor of the locale itself. This was the inaugural qualifying match for the 2014 Brazil World Cup, where Italy faced Bulgaria in this flower-like city. With the residual glory of being the European Championship runners-up, Italy's presence incited fervor among the fans. In truth, This Italian team was rather unremarkable in appearance. Pirlo, the elder statesman, was considered one of the more handsome members of the squad. If we were to rewind to the summer of 1998, the Italian gentleman would have struck fear into many, particularly among rival national teams. The Italians arrived in Sofia 2 days ahead of the match, adopting a notably relaxed approach to their preparations. Prandelli, wary of the burdens of pressure on his players, refrained from conducting high-intensity training, yet he insisted on strict discipline, forbidding any breaches of conduct. The first away match is always challenging. Bulgaria's prowess has significantly waned over the past 2 decades, and their team is a blend of youth and experience, perhaps lacking the strength to contend for the top 2 spots in their group. However, when playing on home turf, they undoubtedly possess the ability to disrupt. Prandelli harbored genuine concerns about the potential for unforeseen complications in Bulgaria. In football, there are no absolute powerhouses, nor are there guaranteed victors. Having navigated the footballing realm for many years, Prandelli felt the tension more acutely than his players. Yet, as the head coach, he would not impart that anxiety onto his team. Despite his worries regarding excessive relaxation leading to dire consequences, the Italians have never been devoid of their share of mischief makers. The distant figure of Cassano, now 28, perhaps has finally matured, while the more immediate concern is the globally renowned Balotelli, whose mind seems yet to fully develop. Then, there is Marchisio, representing the middle generation. The outcome of their relaxation was a delightful escapade through the vibrant city, as these few individuals reveled in their joyous adventure. Surprisingly, Prandelli was unaware of this situation before the match. He assumed that after a light training session, the young players would dutifully return to the hotel to rest and prepare for the ensuing battle the next day. However, a few of these youngsters, unable to contain their emotions, stealthily slipped out in the middle of the night, even after the midnight room checks. What does it signify to venture out at midnight? One can easily deduce the nature of their escapade, indulging in frivolities and revelries. Astonishingly, the ringleader was the youngest among them, Balotelli. This young man enjoys immense popularity in Eastern Europe, a reputation cultivated through his impressive performances in this year's European Championship, which also took place in that very region. Rumor has it that 97% of the women there wish to engage with Balotelli intimately. Back in Eastern Europe, he certainly would not let such an opportunity pass. Feeling lonely in the deep of night, he coaxed 2 other mischievous companions to join him in their nocturnal adventure. One can only wonder what possessed him to act so recklessly and breach discipline. Consequently, the next day's match was a dismal affair, with all of Italy sharing in the gloom. A key midfielder and 2 principal forwards appeared lethargic on the field, as if they were merely wandering in a dream, their legs feeling as weak as cotton swabs, posing no threat whatsoever. When was the last time Italy suffered a defeat? Merely 2 months prior in the European Championship final, where they faced the humiliation of a 0-4 loss. Could it be that their fate would repeat itself in this second consecutive match? Those 3 miscreants were undoubtedly providing Prandelli with the unwelcome answer he dreaded. It was evident to any discerning observer that the trio was performing poorly, leaving Prandelli in a state of frustration. Couldn't he possibly substitute them before halftime, especially with the score still at 0-0? Despite his better judgment, the benevolent Prandelli decided to let them finish the first half. Yet, just as he hesitated, Bulgaria scored, courtesy of the suave Berbatov from Manchester United. There's a saying about Berbatov: he may go a year without scoring, but when he does, he feasts for 3 years. Italy had better be wary, for it seemed that Berbatov was indeed poised for a bountiful harvest. Italy has a peculiar tendency. After achieving success in major tournaments, they invariably face disastrous outcomes in their subsequent endeavors. Little did they expect that the very first match of the qualifiers would turn into a rude awakening. Prandelli, who had hoped to at least secure a draw away from home, found all his strategies disrupted by that goal. Equally perplexing was the inexplicable drop in performance from the 3 errant players, as their lack of offensive prowess was matched only by their abysmal defense. This left the aging Pirlo to labor alone in midfield, akin to an old ox plowing a field, gasping for breath, utterly overwhelmed. Clenching his teeth, Prandelli made the unprecedented decision to utilize all 3 of his substitution slots before halftime. As the trio trudged off the field, Cassano and the young player walked with their heads down towards the bench, uttering not a single word, while Balotelli, visibly disgruntled, babbled incessantly, his discontent apparent. One can only speculate the nature of his remarks. Historically, Balotelli's words have seldom been favorable, and surely, post-match lip readers would decipher his utterances. What individuals could possibly be substituted, particularly in the forward position? the diminutive Ant-Man Giovinco and the 34-year-old veteran Di Natale. The frail physique of the little ant proves inadequate to navigate through the dense thicket, while the elder Di Natale may exert commendable effort. Yet he cannot compete in speed and stamina against the 10 years younger Bulgarian defender. Tragically, the entire first half was marred by the dismal performance of those three players, which severely drained the energy of their teammates in the midfield and defense. In the second half, they appeared utterly powerless, their presence on the field rendered futile. The match was frozen at a score of 0-1, as Prandelli, burdened by exhaustion, wore a despondent expression. He had not anticipated Italy would perform in such a manner. It defied all logic. Could it be that those three young men had disobeyed his orders and engaged in some inappropriate behavior? Otherwise, their vibrant display during yesterday's training starkly contrasted with today's lackluster performance, leaving him utterly baffled. Nevertheless, he instructed his assistant coach to inquire with the hotel management upon their return to the hotel lobby, seeking to review the surveillance footage from the latter half of the previous night. However, before the assistant coach could investigate, a reporter at the press conference provided Prandelli with the answer he sought. Chapter 74. Expulsion from the team. Prandelli felt as though his heart and lungs might burst from indignation. The revelations from the reporters incensed him. This marked the first time in his tenure as Italy's head coach that he experienced such wrath. Yet, in pursuit of clarity, he refrained from immediate outbursts, choosing instead to await the assistant coach's verification before taking action. Typically composed and amiable, Prandelli possessed a gentle demeanor and good rapport. However, being kind does not preclude one from feeling anger, does it? Following the reporter's shocking announcement, Prandelli felt a profound sense of betrayal and abandonment by his own disciples, leaving him both disheartened and furious. At the press conference, Prandelli cryptically remarked, "The match unfolded in a rather peculiar manner. I intend to investigate the matter further and provide a more comprehensive explanation later. Some players exhibited great effort, contributing wholeheartedly, while a select few appeared to be in a stupor, laboring without exertion and delivering a dismal performance. This is a desecration of the Italian national team, and I suspect there are unspeakable reasons behind it." He refrained from naming those who had underperformed, yet anyone familiar with the game could discern whom he referred to. Aside from the three who had been substituted, who else could it be? The reporters in attendance voiced their opinions. Yet Prandelli simply responded that conclusions would be drawn once the investigation was complete. After hastily concluding the press conference, news arrived from the assistant coach, confirming the reporter's assertions. This reality once again etched a weary expression upon Prandelli's face. Although aware of the general outcome, the stark reality brought forth an undeniable sense of disappointment. Prandelli, who had initially intended to depart from the press conference, halted upon receiving this news, calling the journalists to a standstill. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make to the media." Despite the seething anger within him, Prandelli managed to suppress his emotions and delivered these words with composure. The reporters, who had been disheartened by the lack of substantial news, suddenly found their spirits ignited by Prandelli's declaration and eagerly awaited further developments. "The team's defeat rests heavily on my shoulders. However, I never anticipated that some individuals would dare to indulge in revelry the day before a crucial match." Prandelli had only heard from his assistant coach that the three players were indeed out late into the night, and while it was impossible to ascertain their exact activities, the phrase eating, drinking, and making merry was unmistakably accurate. The gravity of the situation weighed on Prandelli's mind, though he refrained from articulating his thoughts directly. What does indulging the night before a match signify? Professional athletes should be acutely aware of the repercussions it can inflict upon their performance. Yet, these three individuals chose this path, a decision that could only be likened to sheer folly. "What measures does the national team intend to take against them?" inquired an Italian journalist. Prandelli paused, adjusting his immaculate suit, and with evident fatigue replied, "Disregarding team discipline and trampling upon national honor, such players, even if as talented as Maradona, will not be tolerated within my team. Those who lack respect for the team, their teammates, the nation, and the fans shall face." He paused once more. Expulsion from the squad? As the words expulsion from the squad slowly emerged from Prandelli's lips, the journalists erupted in disbelief. Initially expecting merely fines or suspensions, they were taken aback by the gravity of Prandelli's pronouncement. The situation had escalated significantly. Expulsion from the team implied that these players would not partake in future matches, at least under Prandelli's leadership, where their chances of redemption seemed utterly extinguished. This explosive news was immediately disseminated online by the author directly from the scene, or perhaps relayed back to the editorial office for immediate printing. The notorious trio, having just emerged from the dressing room, were taken aback by their teammates' fervent discussions, and upon hearing such startling news, they were utterly stunned. Was it truly this severe? Had Prandelli lost his mind? Cassano's initial reaction mirrored this disbelief. He had never anticipated that a single infraction could lead to such dire consequences. At this moment, he still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Had it merely been a professional match, perhaps the repercussions would not have been so daunting. Marchisio, on the other hand, wore an expression of deep regret. A significant crisis had arisen. He had indeed erred. Internally, he chastised himself for heeding the provocations of Balotelli and Cassano, for indulging in such frivolity. Why had he chosen to engage in this debacle? On the field that day, Marchisio had berated himself countless times. His powerless actions were intolerable to him. After the match, he kept his head bowed, reluctant to meet the gazes of his coach and teammates. He had evidently recognized the severity of his mistake. At his age, one would expect him to exhibit a greater level of maturity, yet he faltered nonetheless. Not only he, but even the nearly 30-year-old Cassano was in a state of agitation. As for Balotelli, he appeared utterly indifferent, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events, as he inserted earbuds and strode away, lost in his own world. It seemed that the 21-year-old Balotelli remained unchanged, showing no signs of growth whatsoever. Pirlo, standing behind him, gently shook his head, wearing an expression of helplessness. Pondering how such a team could possibly represent Italy on the grand stage of Brazil in 2014. Chiellini, standing beside him, similarly offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. Sharing in the collective dismay, the dedicated teammates, who have toiled tirelessly, initially harbored significant discontent regarding their performance. However, upon witnessing such stringent penalties being imposed, their sentiments shifted to concern and sympathy for the situation. After all, they represent the same national team, and in a world where they frequently cross paths, none desire for matters to escalate to this extent. Furthermore, the absence of these three pivotal figures casts a rather bleak outlook for the future. Marchisio occupies a crucial role in midfield. As a regular starter for Italy, his influence is substantial. While the midfield can perhaps be compensated for, what about the forwards? With both Cassano and Balotelli, Italy's last remaining reliable strikers, having been expelled, who will now spearhead the offensive efforts? Must the aging Di Natale be called upon to take the helm? The players here appear indifferent, yet the press conference is abuzz, centering around the strikers of Italy. In recent years, Italy has lacked formidable forwards, or rather, reliable ones. Prandelli painstakingly transformed the troublesome Balotelli into the focal point of the team's attack, only for this unfortunate incident to unfold. As for Balotelli, he was originally seen as the ace of the Italian front line for the next decade, with great expectations resting upon him by the public and Prandelli alike. Yet he has led the charge in this debacle. Have these three individuals suddenly embarked on a journey of introspection? Chapter 75. We have temp workers to everyone's astonishment. Balotelli has unceremoniously departed early, returning to Italy. Just as Prandelli was still engaging with reporters at the press conference, chaos looms over Italy. Many journalists perceive Prandelli's actions as akin to shooting himself in the foot. Having expelled the team's leading striker, what hope does Italy have for sustenance? How can they aspire to victory? But what of Del Piero and Totti? They have not entirely faded from the Serie A scene, and perhaps Prandelli could summon them back to bolster the front line. It is baffling to hear such a notion from a certain foolish paparazzo, leaving others in disbelief. In theory, it might be feasible. One at 36, the other at 37. Could they perhaps come off the bench for half an hour? Combined, their ages could rival four of their younger teammates. And what of the first half? Relying on the unreliable Borriello and Matri, Italy's performance in terms of scoring could potentially be tenfold worse than their footballing prowess. An Italy devoid of strikers, how can they execute a counterattack? This would undoubtedly exhaust the midfield and defense. Reporters on site began brainstorming to assist Prandelli, pondering just how many usable forwards Italy possesses. Eventually, they mentioned Milan's El Shaarawy, a lad of just 19, who has begun to establish himself at Milan. An excellent prospect indeed. Beyond him, who else could catch the eye? With Balotelli's petulant departure, Italy's striking options have dwindled to the dependable Di Natale. This seasoned veteran has been prolific in the league, netting 4 goals for Udinese in just 2 matches, truly a testament to his enduring prowess. While he may not shine brightly in the national team, He has remained consistent and, after all these years, is finally poised to start. The next match is scheduled for Tuesday, and time is of the essence. Prandelli has little room for error should the upcoming game falter. Italy may as well resign themselves to their fate. Malta, a nation with a population of less than 5 million, has a footballing standard akin to that of the Chinese Super League. If Italy truly fails to secure a victory, it would indeed be disheartening. However, such occurrences are not unusual. In Europe, there are no weak teams, and it is often these very sides that bring the so-called strong teams to their knees. Last year, during the European Championship qualifiers, Portugal faced several disheartening moments, nearly jeopardizing their chance to compete in the finals. After making his pivotal decision, Prandelli exhibited little anxiety. What he sought was an air of authority, discipline, and a seamlessly cooperative team. Was it merely a matter of two forwards? Surely, Italy had no one else to rely upon. A multitude of newcomers replacing the old guard, and what of star players like Balotelli? On the pitch, the most significant figure is not the player, but the head coach. Should he continue to act so recklessly, Italy would be in dire straits, despite his youth. He has led many astray, and drastic measures must be taken. Prandelli steadfastly adhered to his convictions, showing no signs of regret. Who claims that Italy lacks talent? The country boasts a plethora of young prodigies. Prandelli spoke with conviction, asserting that it was time to provide opportunities to new talent. The team, at the peak of its competitive years, would benefit from the infusion of fresh blood, invigorating the squad-esque spirit. He aimed to impart to his players the lesson that, in the natural order of succession, the new will inevitably replace the old. One must not become complacent, for it could lead to dire consequences. This candid and unembellished statement effectively pronounces their sentence to death. The prospect of returning to the national team? Only if Prandelli is dismissed from his post. Otherwise, it is futile to even suggest it. The repercussions would be dire. This declaration further underscores Prandelli's resolve. He will not tolerate any insubordination or arrogance. Failure to adhere to this would lead to dire consequences. Marchisio, now filled with regret, is preoccupied with thoughts of appeasing Prandelli, contemplating his return to the national squad. At the tender age of 25, a prime moment in his career, he finds himself expelled from the national team, a most distressing predicament. Who would not wish to avoid such a fate? He has already sought out his international teammates at Juventus, imploring them to intercede on his behalf. As comrades from the same club, how could they refuse? Buffon and the others naturally have no reason to withhold their support. However, the crux of the matter lies in Marchisio's willingness to acknowledge his missteps. Does Italy have any forwards left? Inquired a Bulgarian journalist, one of the few foreign reporters present. With a hint of curiosity, we Italians even have temporary workers, let alone professional forwards. To their astonishment, Prandelli had indeed cast aside the notion of temporary players. The journalists were taken aback. Soon, they recalled Prandelli's recent charming encounter with a certain player, which invigorated their spirits, leading to a cacophony of questions. Are you planning to summon Juventus temporary player to the national team? This lad is thriving at his club. Can he perform at the national level? The departure of a certain underperformer and the arrival of a promising player seemed seamless. Why wouldn't he at work? Just look at how many Juventus players are in the Italian squad. It's practically half of Italy. It's perfect. There is no need for adjustment. This player is a quintessential Italian super substitute. Opinions were divided among the reporters, some in favor and others opposed, creating a lively debate. It appears that this new player and the departed one were childhood friends, unlikely to share the same shortcomings. The temporary player is quite something. Given Italy's defensive prowess, 5 minutes would suffice for him. Prandelli has essentially announced that he intends to invite this player into the national team, and his confidence in making such a statement is palpable. A mere player like the former one holds little weight in Prandelli's eyes. This is not mere arrogance or carelessness. Rather, it reflects a steadfast assurance in both confidence and capability, strategically underestimating the opponent while tactically respecting them. A great commander is invariably so. As Chen Long sat before the television, engrossed in the football match, he initially did not anticipate the repulsive nature of the game. His childhood friend, Balotelli, surprisingly faltered, while Xiao Ma joined in the raucous uproar. Even the illustrious Cassano failed to meet expectations, leaving his heart deeply wounded. The two friends he had always trusted were expelled by Prandelli, causing him even greater sorrow. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly joyous. He never imagined that Prandelli would announce during the live broadcast his intention to recruit Chen Long. In the upcoming match against Malta, Chen Long would indeed appear on the national team roster. What an unexpected turn of events. Just a few days have passed, and he has astonishingly found himself among the ranks of the national team. He couldn't help but pinch the cheek of Canales, who sat beside him watching the match. Is this truly happening? The national team? The Italian national team? A temporary worker is about to report to the national team. Chapter 76. Reporting to the national team, and so it came to pass, as if summoned by fate, that Chen Long indeed received a call from Prandelli. Was it difficult to obtain his number? With so many extraordinary talents from Juventus on the national team, it would have been easy to ask anyone for it. Prepared as he was before the television, Chen Long did not panic. However, the excitement within him was impossible to contain. At last, he was to take the field representing the national team. He felt as though he were soaring into the heavens, his ascent akin to that of a rocket, swiftly climbing. No, leaping, climbing was never an appropriate term to describe his journey. The temporary worker had become a coveted asset. Clubs vied for him. And now, even the national team sought his talents. Originally scheduled to continue his studies in traditional Chinese medicine over the weekend, Chen Long was compelled to alter his plans and arrived in Milan ahead of time. This marks the second occasion in Milan for Chen Long, a quintessential rustic from Sicily. In a country as compact as Italy, akin to the size of a stiletto heel, there remain numerous locales he has yet to explore. For 18 long years, he has resided at the very tip of that heel, utterly indifferent to the world beyond the island, never having set foot outside its confines. However, Milan is a unique case. He first arrived in this city at the tender age of 4 and spent a significant 2 years here. Even if Yang, the portly gentleman, had not accompanied him, he would have navigated these streets with ease. This is a city too painful to revisit. It is where I was cast aside by a club that once embraced me, a memory that shall forever linger. Milan is a city of dazzling allure, a thought that lingers in Chen Long's mind, while Turin presents a stark, cold contrast. Milan, the fashion capital, serves as Italy's Faude. Upon arriving in this enchanting city, Chen Long seized the opportunity, before the national team returned and training commenced, to thoroughly explore Milan alongside his companion, Yang. At just 18, youth remains unrefined. He gazed upon the vibrant world, momentarily escaping the shadows of unhappy memories. The morning passed in joyful reverie, and by afternoon, the national team had reached Milan, prompting Chen Long to report for duty. As a newcomer, one would typically feel alien and shy. However, Chen Long's situation was unique, for he was accompanied by no fewer than 7 teammates from Juventus, rendering him quite at ease. Originally, there were 6 Juventus players remaining, but Marchisio resolutely refused to depart from the national team, insisting on staying even in the absence of a match. His demeanor was one of sincere contrition as he publicly apologized to Prandelli and made a declaration of intent. Due to this earnest attitude and action, Prandelli decided to keep him, albeit he was still ineligible to participate in the upcoming match. Prandelli's decision was not one of leniency. Rather, he aimed to swiftly eradicate the disruptive elements within the team. Yet, given Marchisio's prompt recognition of his missteps and his rightful actions, Prandelli graciously afforded him an opportunity. However, as previously mentioned, while he was allowed to remain, punishment was still warranted. The timing of his return to the field remained uncertain. The next match would certainly not feature him, as Prandelli sought to demonstrate to the world that Italy could thrive just as well without them. Thus, the current Italian national team astonishingly boasted 8 Juventus players, entirely dominating half of the nation's representation. The presence of so many acquaintances is advantageous for Chen Long. After becoming acquainted with his club teammates one by one, he swiftly immersed himself in the harmonious atmosphere. Where the stars? The stars are at Juventus, at Milan. Thus, if the stars treat Chen Long with such kindness, naturally, the lesser stars from smaller clubs would also extend their goodwill towards him. After all, Juventus stands as the pinnacle of Italian football, and the foremost stars of Italy reside within Juventus. Benefiting from the illustrious company of Pirlo, Buffon, and Chiellini, Chen Long joyfully joined the national team. Having just disembarked from the plane, the players were excused from training, retreating to their rooms for rest. A few junior players remained on the training field for extra practice, and Chen Long was among them. Why is this the case? It is simply due to the 3 players who were dismissed. With their absence, it was necessary to bring in 3 replacements. Among the 3 individuals, aside from Chen Long, there is also Milan Sulla, and another whom he does not recognize. Chen Long mused to himself. Indeed, who could be unaware? The fellow possesses a striking face, robust and brawny, yet he had never encountered him before. Could he possibly be a young prodigy emerging from some youth team? All he knew was that this person was named Robert Choba. Such a grandiose name. Robert Choba? Reversed, it becomes Baggio. Baggio, yet another legendary figure of divine status. For the moment, he refrained from engaging with Choba, as Sulla was persistently vying for his attention. Do these two individuals know each other? Indeed, they are acquainted. This narrative harkens back to a time 14 years ago. El Shaarawy, a product of Milan's youth academy, has had early encounters with the Inter Milan training camp. Had it not been for Chen Long's untimely departure from the scene, he might have forged a connection with El Shaarawy by now. The name Chen Long was already known to the then 5-year-old El Shaarawy, having faced him on the field numerous times. However, just a year later, Chen Long faded into obscurity, and it was only this year that El Shaarawy stumbled upon his name again on television, having also crossed paths in the TIM Cup. While their interactions were limited, they shared a modicum of familiarity, devoid of deep camaraderie. Nevertheless, the meeting between these two young men was quite pleasant, devoid of the tension typically associated with the rivalry between the two Milan clubs. El Shaarawy has now established himself as a key player for Milan, having spent 2 to 3 years flourishing in his role. With the departures of Robinho and Ibrahimovic this year, El Shaarawy's prospects have brightened. Yet in the presence of Chen Long, he remains but a child. Indeed, it is El Shaarawy's recognition of the formidable legacy of the older Chen Long that compels him to show respect. To say he is ingratiating would be somewhat harsh. Rather, El Shaarawy admires Chen Long despite being younger. Meanwhile, little Joe Ba, casually playing with a football, noticed the engrossed conversation between the two and could not resist approaching them. Unbeknownst to them, this boy is no ordinary competitor, as his inclusion in the national team suggests a notable talent, and they share a similar age. Who could this prodigy be? Among Italy's youthful talents, El Shaarawy has encountered many gifted players, yet he finds himself at a loss regarding this particular boy. The head coach had not revealed his origins, leaving El Shaarawy curious. Chapter 77. The enigmatic prodigy from La Masia. Dragon brother, El Shaarawy brother, how about adding me? Joe Ba, who stands a head shorter than both Chen Long and El Shaarawy at roughly 1.7 meters, is rather diminutive by professional standards. Yet, he seems to carry an air of mystique. Chen Long scrutinizes Joe Ba closely, reflecting that the boy's appearance is unremarkable compared to his own. In truth, Joe Ba possesses a pleasing visage, his rosy, angular face framed by large, expressive eyes, though his slender build bears a resemblance to Giovinco. Which team do you hail from? The older El Shaarawy inquires, adopting a mature tone. Joe Ba is familiar with El Shaarawy, having observed him several times during last year's matches between Barcelona and Milan. I am from the La Masia training camp in Barcelona, he replies. As Choba spoke, an unmistakable air of pride emanated from him, accompanied by a hint of disdain towards Sulla. The latter, perceiving the condescension and arrogance, felt a twinge of discontent, pondering whether Choba was merely riding on Messi's coattails. What audacity! Just because La Masia holds a prestigious name does not necessarily equate to individual brilliance. The true measure of prowess can only be determined through comparison, dear Sulla. Despite the scornful undertones, Sulla maintained a facade of respect, addressing Choba as brother. Oh, so you wish to compete? Do not presume that all who emerge from La Masia are akin to Messi. While I am unafraid to engage on the field, I must genuinely commend your theatrical abilities. Hailing from Milan, Sulla bore no fondness for La Masia, particularly after last season's controversial penalty decision that deprived Milan of a shot at the Champions League semifinals. Upon learning of Choba's Barcelona origins, a flicker of irritation ignited within him, leading to a sarcastic retort. If your skills are lacking, then resorting to theatrics is indeed laughable. Choba, now irked and shedding his earlier politeness, retorted, if you were so exceptional, why haven't you ascended to Barcelona's first team? I don't recall seeing your name. Are you perhaps merely polishing Messi's shoes? Undeniably, Sulla possessed a sharp tongue, delivering his barbs with precision. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and settle this through a trial. The outcome will reveal all. Choba's anger was fully ignited as he clamored for a contest with Sulla. Very well, but rather than competing with me, you should challenge him, Sulla insisted, pointing to the side where Chen Long stood. Startled, Chen Long realized Sulla's true intentions. Recognizing that the latter was likely feeling insecure about facing Choba and was deflecting the challenge onto him, eliciting a smirk within. Compete with me? What will we possibly compare? In a straight race, I would surely falter. Sulla, do not jest. Chen Long declined, casting a playful glance at Sulla. Come now, my friend, do not feign ignorance. If you cannot rise to the occasion, who else can? Let us demonstrate to this fellow what true skill looks like. Ensuring he thinks twice before speaking up in the future, Sulla encouraged, secretly apprehensive about directly facing Choba, the prodigy from La Masia, fearing a public loss that could tarnish his reputation. Thus, he insisted that Chen Long take the forefront. In Sulla's eyes, Chen Long was undoubtedly the finest talent from Italy, with no other contender in sight. Unbeknownst to Choba, who had undergone training at La Masia, he possessed no awareness of Chen Long's capabilities. Much like Chen Long's only recognition of him was through the name Choba. Brother Long, let us indeed have a friendly competition. After all, we have little else to occupy us. Choba did not exude the aggressive demeanor typical of his counterpart, Chen Long. However, he was imbued with an earnest desire to compete, pleading with Chen Long. Well then, let us discuss what we are to compete in. There are certain things I cannot match, such as running, which might lead to my untimely demise, he admitted. Observing Choba's eagerness to engage in the contest, Chen Long acquiesced, harboring a curiosity to witness the prowess of this product of La Masia. For aspiring young players, La Masia epitomizes a coveted training ground. In his youth, Choba had not been oblivious to the boasts of Balotelli. Long before Messi had attained fame, Balotelli had regaled him with tales, stating that even someone as formidable as himself would not dare to act brazenly at La Masia. One must diligently strive to excel. Thus, when encountering Choba, another product of La Masia, Chen Long refrained from adopting the arrogant demeanor often exhibited by others. Let us compete in free kick shooting. My technique is quite commendable, Choba asserted. Upon hearing this, Salavi could not suppress a laugh, exclaiming, "Free kick? Are you certain? You really wish to compete in free kicks? What is so amusing? Yes, let us compete in free kicks. Are you afraid?" Choba retorted, his gaze unwavering as he awaited Chen Long's response, disregarding Salavi's mockery. "Very well, if free kicks it shall be. How shall we proceed?" Chen Long replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it held little significance. Internally, however, he was quite entertained by the audacity of Choba's challenge. It was a reckless endeavor indeed. Salavi shared this sentiment, thinking it a foolhardy move. From 30 meters out, the objective is to strike the post. Whoever hits the post first shall be declared the victor. Choba confidently declared the terms of the contest. Goodness, what a ludicrous rule! Salavi exclaimed, astonished by Choba's audacity. He silently thanked his stars for not accepting the challenge, realizing he would have faced an embarrassing defeat. He cast a worried glance at Chen Long, signaling his inability to assist. "All right, you may begin," Chen Long replied, surprised by the nature of the competition. This indicated that Choba possessed considerable skill. Otherwise, he would not propose such a bold challenge. Although striking the post was a challenging feat, the probability of success was also substantial. Must I resort to my secret weapon? Chen Long mused. Choba measured his steps from the edge of the penalty area until he positioned the ball upon the grass. Chen Long observed intently, pondering that this fellow must practice frequently, given his remarkable familiarity. Xiao Ba approached the ball with utmost seriousness, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, fully immersed in his concentration. The objective was merely to strike the goalpost, regardless of the technique employed. Thus, Xiao Ba's initial kick was a low ground shot, the ball gliding along the grass towards the left post. Yet regrettably, it narrowly missed the target. Chapter 78. A man like a god, not bad. He is quite nimble-minded. Chen Long mused, admiring Xiao Ba's near miss. A ground shot is indeed an effective method for hitting the post. However, the trajectory of the ball can be influenced by the turf, necessitating not only skill and technique, but also considerable force. Xiao Ba's ability to come so close to striking the post signified his commendable footwork and quick thinking, opting for the simplest approach. Chen Long regarded the lad with a touch more admiration, yet he thought, at such a distance, was it akin to playing golf? It could hardly be considered a guaranteed hit. Despite his admiration, Chen Long was no ordinary figure. He could strike the private parts of opposing players, the referee's forehead, or even the paparazzi perched in trees. What did it matter if Xiao Ba could not strike the post in one attempt? Frustrated, Xiao Ba scratched his scalp and stepped aside, evidently dissatisfied with his performance. It seemed he believed he should have aimed for the post. Then it was Chen Long's turn. He opted not to replicate Xiao Ba's technique, even though he too found it comparatively simple. The first attempt is never easy, lacking experience or perhaps having not yet warmed up. Thus, Chen Long's initial kick did not hit the post either. It caused Xiao Ba to break into a cold sweat. Chen Long had chosen to execute a curved shot aimed at the top right corner of the goalpost, the most challenging angle where the post meets the crossbar. Is he truly that formidable? Wonder, who dares to shoot like that? It's either brilliance or foolishness. Chen Long merely chuckled and shook his head, making way for Xiaoba once more. Regaining his composure, Xiaoba commenced his second round of attempts. A hush fell over the crowd, as everyone held their breath, wary that excessive chatter might disrupt the player's focus. Xiaoba decisively opted for the same technique as before, and with a resounding clang, the ball struck the post perfectly. This success prompted Xiaoba to clench his fist in a small celebration. Yes, I actually hit it, I did, as Cherui observed from the sidelines. Choba's success rendered him speechless. Chen Long felt a twinge of pressure, contemplating that Choba would likely score again. In a match, who is devoid of pressure? This is certainly far simpler than taking a penalty kick. The goal is so expansive, allowing one to aim in any direction within its confines. However, now he was tasked with striking merely a single post, a challenge that was at least tenfold more daunting. Choba, who had successfully struck the post, strolled back with a beaming smile, casting a proud glance at Chen Long. He must have believed victory was assured, relishing the thought of Chen Long missing, eagerly anticipating a grand celebration. The title of Italy's foremost prodigy? That distinction is undoubtedly mine. Who could possibly rival my prowess? Crafted by La Masia, it is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Chen Long did not exhibit any impatience. Instead, he meticulously placed the ball, inhaling deeply and pausing momentarily before it. Very well, let the humiliation arrive a little later. Why prolong this? Choba, internally mocking, presumed that Chen Long was merely stalling to devise a more graceful exit. In that fleeting moment, Chen Long struck the ball, aiming once more for the same angle, executing his signature move, the exquisitely straight curling shot, heading straight for the goal's dead corner. Ah, this ball is soaring with such finesse. Indeed, his previous shot was fortuitous. Choba discerned the trajectory of the ball and instantly surmised the outcome. Yet in the blink of an eye, the ball inexplicably altered its path, gently descending. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the upper left corner of the goal with pinpoint precision. Choba was left astounded. Could this player's technique be so formidable? This was no mere stroke of luck. It was a deliberate maneuver. While he had impressively struck the post using a low drive, he never anticipated that Chen Long could achieve the same with a curving shot, its trajectory utterly peculiar. Unlike anything he had witnessed before. A prodigy, indeed. Today he had encountered a genuine adversary, one even more formidable than himself. Chen Long's performance thoroughly unsettled Choba's composure. This was merely the second attempt. Despite both players having struck the post, their mental states diverged entirely. Cherui, observing from the sidelines, finally exhaled deeply. He had genuinely feared that Chen Long might lose the match. The Italian prodigy had never disappointed with a free kick. After witnessing that post strike, Cherui felt a sense of relief wash over him. As Choba approached to take his third shot with such an unstable mindset, the ball once again grazed the post. This was to be expected. An unsteady mindset during a penalty kick inevitably leads to failure. It turns out he isn't all that impressive. His accuracy is quite lamentable. Cherui began to chuckle inwardly at Choba's expense. Shall we indulge in something different this time? After all, Chopper missed a shot. Even if I don't succeed this time, it would merely result in a draw at best, thought Chen Long as he stepped forward. What shall we play this time? As he gazed at the distant goalpost, memories of a shooting game from a few days prior flooded his mind. Very well, let us engage in a powerful shot, he thought, recalling that detestable thief, the little pup, and that repugnant ski brother. The urge to strike someone was irresistible. Thus, he momentarily envisioned the goalpost as ski brother, as well as the little pup. He stepped back, gathered speed, and swung his leg. The ball soared forth like a cannonball, striking the goalpost with a resounding thud. The impact was tremendous, the sound reverberating, causing the entire goal to tremble. Choba's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished and rendered speechless by the sheer force of the shot he had just unleashed. The power of that shot was astonishing, truly remarkable. Surely, Carlos's strikes were not of such ferocity. Is he even human? Such precision. Even Ronaldinho would be hard-pressed to match it. No, it seems he surpasses Ronaldinho. Choba stared intently at the player who had just taken a shot, unable to utter a single word, his mouth agape in sheer disbelief. The outcome of the match had been determined. Chen Long slowly made his way back, eventually standing before Choba. As the towering figure loomed in front of him, Choba awoke from his daze, his eyes filled with admiration as he stammered, "Brother Long." "No. Dragon brother, you truly are a man of divine caliber. I am profoundly impressed, like the ceaseless flow of a mighty river. Please allow me to pay my respects. Accept me as your disciple. Oh dear, I wish to follow you." The sudden change in demeanor left both Sharawi and Chen Long drenched in cold sweat. They had not anticipated such a transformation. This fellow, who had been so arrogant before the match, had now become a figure of reverence. Chen Long's earlier assessment of him proved accurate. He was undoubtedly a little charlatan. Chapter 79. A shocking turn of events. Having lost the wager, Choba's attitude shifted from arrogance to a humble submission. This display of lowliness and acceptance of defeat significantly altered Chen Long and Sharawi's perception of him, especially for Sharawi. It turned out that this young man from the La Masia training camp, though somewhat brash, was not as lacking as he had initially appeared. The three, once embroiled in hostility, transformed their emotions into friendly greetings and understanding. Within a mere half-afternoon, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Chen Long and Sharawi, both intrigued by the La Masia training camp, gradually learned more about it through their conversation, dispelling its previous aura of mystery. Choba was an outstanding player from La Masia, born to an Italian father and a Spanish mother. Having resided in Spain for an extended period, he held dual nationality. Despite living in Spain, Choba always identified with his Italian heritage, so when he received the invitation call, he accepted without hesitation. Choba was indeed exceptionally talented. It was hardly a challenge for Italian scouts to discover him. The record set by Messi during his time with Barcelona's second team had all been eclipsed by Choba, who could be anything less than extraordinary if they could surpass the stats of the legendary Messi. Though merely 16 years of age, the struggling Italian national team had already set their sights on Choba. Spain had attempted to court him as well, but Choba steadfastly awaited the call from Italy, resolutely declining Spain's overtures. At just 16, Choba had already been promoted to the first team by Barcelona's head coach for the new season, serving as a regular substitute. One could only imagine the immense strength his future would hold. When Chen Long heard Choba mention that he had indeed shattered Messi's records in the second team, he was taken aback. At only 16, the potential was limitless. He felt a twinge of envy. "Little brother, I shall be counting on you in the future, so do make sure to perform well." Chen Long could not help but pat the diminutive figure before him, contemplating the myriad possibilities that lay ahead. "Dragon brother, I shall rely on your guidance in the future. If I could attain your 5-tier skill level, I would command the winds and rains in Barcelona," Choba remarked, his flattery flowing smoothly. "You fool." Chen Long cast a disdainful glance at him. "You spend every day in Barcelona, yet you don't learn from King Messi? He is on the verge of becoming a deity. Surely it would be more beneficial to seek his wisdom rather than that of a mere temporary worker like myself. In truth, Messi's technique, it seems to pale in comparison to yours. Just judging by those 2 shots you took earlier. Get lost. Keep your nonsense to yourself, you nauseating fool." Unable to contain his irritation at Choba's shamelessness, Chen Long interrupted, pondering whether La Masia truly produced stars or merely nurtured the shameless. Suddenly, he recalled a recent training program by Juventus that focused on self-cultivation for actors. "Choba, I believe you possess a skill that undoubtedly surpasses mine." A mischievous smile crept across Chen Long's lips as he spoke. "Nanny, in what aspect?" Feigning injury, undoubtedly impressive, Chen Long asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Choba felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head awkwardly. Being young, his skin was thin, and he could not withstand the teasing. His face flushed bright red. "Well, it's merely average, just barely competent." Seeing Choba's uncharacteristic shyness, Chen Long burst into laughter, and nearby, Sulla, who had also undergone training under Zambrotta last year, joined in the mirth. The match against Macedonia is set to commence tomorrow. Initially, this pre-match prediction seemed devoid of suspense, not warranting much attention, even with Prandelli's current lack of personnel, which hardly suggested any imminent pitfalls. Yet, following the pre-match press conference, Italy was once again shaken. Prandelli's recent maneuvers have been audacious. He dismissed 3 core members and boldly introduced newcomers today. What would be the reason? As it turned out, the starting lineup announced the following day included the names of Sulla and Choba. Choba was positioned as either a right winger or right back, while Sulla formed a new striking partnership with veteran Di Natale. A mere 16-year-old and a 19-year-old had unexpectedly made it into the main squad. While Sulla's inclusion was somewhat justifiable, Choba's presence at such a tender age was undeniably risky. Unlike players who remain somewhat oblivious, the media is quick to uncover a player's background. They are well aware of Choba and recognize his capabilities, yet they remain skeptical about his place in the starting 11. Initially, it was anticipated that the positions of left and right forwards would be occupied by Milan's Nasserino and Bologna's rising star Diamanti. However, to everyone's surprise, Jabba has relegated Nasserino to the bench. Poor Nasserino. Fate has not favored him, as he often finds himself underutilized. Just when he seemed to have gained recognition during the European Championship, a prodigious 16-year-old emerged, younger than him by a decade. The young pharaoh, El Shaarawy, has indeed been a seasoned player, and the media harbors little concern as long as he performs to his potential. As for Chen Long, following Jabba's arrival, the media has adopted a surprisingly lenient attitude towards him, with doubts about his abilities dissipating. Conversely, young Jabba has faced considerable scrutiny, now at the forefront of media attention, while Chen Long has been left to languish in obscurity. Facing a relatively weak European team, one would not expect such a stir. Yet journalists have discovered that Prandelli is indeed playing with fire. Is Prandelli being reckless, perhaps influenced by the antics of Balotelli and his associates? While the media expresses skepticism, it cannot alter Prandelli's resolve. Nonetheless, some reporters commend Prandelli, viewing this as an opportune moment to experiment with new talent. What appears perilous may actually be a rare opportunity. In summary, amidst a chorus of disbelief, the three latest Italian prodigies are set to grace the historical stage of Italian football, heralding a new dawn for the sport in Italy. Jabba, unexpectedly in the starting lineup, is utterly astonished. At just 16, being a starter for the national team is an extraordinary stroke of luck, a fortune not easily bestowed upon anyone, and Jabba is indeed that fortunate individual, surpassing even Chen Long Chapter 8. The youthful storm, go for it, boys. Enjoy yourselves and secure a resounding victory, Prandelli proclaimed in the locker room, as he warmly shook hands with each player. When he reached the three young talents, he transformed the handshake into an embrace, signifying his utmost encouragement and trust in them. This is merely a minor skirmish, as the seasoned players emerge from the locker room, laughing and joking, while the expressions of the three young men are marked by solemnity and earnestness. All three are making their debut in the national team, harboring a hint of nervousness intertwined with a surge of excitement, evident in the way they walk hand in hand, exchanging encouraging glances. The vast San Siro Stadium in Milan is resplendent and vibrant, filled with jubilant cheers. After all, it is the first home match for the Italian national team, and the fans present are palpably exhilarated, with countless viewers eagerly watching from their screens. El Shaarawy dons the number 9 jersey, emblematic of a primary striker, once worn by Balotelli. Moreover, it is the same jersey that the recently retired legend, number 9, wore, who is indeed El Shaarawy's mentor. The joy that fills El Shaarawy's heart, being able to wear the national team colors once donned by his mentor, is a sentiment known only to him. As for the audacious Chiesa, his jersey number ignites fervor. He astonishingly wears the national team's number 10 jersey, a number that previously belonged to Cassano. Of course, it is even more closely associated with the legendary Totti, Del Piero, and Baggio. Only the most audacious dare to claim such a number. With pride, Chiesa strides onto the pitch, undaunted, embodying the spirit of La Masia's training camp, showcasing the potential traits of a future superstar, traits that he evidently possesses. At the tender age of 16, wearing the number 10 jersey for the Italian national team is an unprecedented feat. Just 16, and Prandelli has thrust him onto the grandest of stages. Recently, when Chiesa donned the number 10 jersey for Juventus at 18, it did not create as much of sensation as this moment. Clearly, on a national team stage, Chiesa shines brighter than his older counterpart. However, this fortunate circumstance diverts attention from Chiesa, who wears the larger number 13. This number was once owned by Nesta, but since his retirement, it has remained unclaimed for an extended period. Chiesa's choice of this number is not to seek the spotlight. Rather, it is a deliberate act, as the number carries an unfortunate connotation in the West. He wears it to maintain a low profile while performing at a high level on the field. After a brief warm-up, Chiesa walks off the pitch alongside the substitutes, while the other two fortunate young men capture the latest national team photograph as part of the starting 11. The treatment afforded to the starters and substitutes is markedly different. Naturally, all eyes are drawn to the main characters. Having departed the embrace of Juventus, Chiesa no longer holds the spotlight within the national team. This stark contrast from prominence to supporting role is quite apparent. Adapting from being a star to becoming a supporting player is a transition that a footballer must gradually embrace as they age. Yet Chiesa, at the age of 18, must confront this reality from the outset. Nevertheless, what excites Chiesa is the sight of the grand banner soaring above San Siro, emblazoned with the words, "Go, Dragon, you will never walk alone." They unexpectedly followed him from the club to the national team. Chen Long could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Such unwavering support was an honor he could never repay, a level of affection and favor not easily bestowed upon the ordinary individual. The match commenced. Italy lined up with a four-man defense, flanked by the seasoned midfielders Pirlo and De Rossi, with Diamanti on the left and Giovinco on the right. While the forward line featured the veteran Di Natale alongside the promising young talent El Shaarawy, all arranged in a 4-4-2 formation. In this lineup, the two flanking midfielders are two young prodigies, complemented by a seasoned veteran and a youthful talent in the forward line. Would they be capable of delivering an exhilarating performance? The match swiftly provided the answer. This lineup is indeed remarkably distinct from those of the past. What counts for this? It pertains to the pivotal role of the defensive midfielders. Pirlo, an experienced maestro of organization, contrasts sharply with De Rossi, a stalwart of defensive interception. This harmonious blend of offensive and defensive prowess allows Italy to fortify their defense while simultaneously mounting incisive attacks. With such a solid foundation, the two extraordinary wingers are naturally emboldened to assault the flanks of their adversaries. The fearless audacity of the young and untested stands in stark relief against the backdrop of lesser nations like Malta, which lack the resources to withstand the onslaught of these two prodigious talents. The combination of speed and technique, fervor and agility results in relentless breakthroughs and relentless pressure. These two young virtuosos, akin to invincible masters in a video game, mercilessly exhaust Malta's defenders, leaving them in a state of perpetual distress, while the Maltese wingers, unable to mount any offense, retreat to assist in defense. This is a battle of encirclement. Traditionally, Italy's style of play would not lead to such a situation, even when they held the initiative on the field. However, at this moment, Italy, having gained complete space in the attacking zone, pressed forward with all their might, allowing Pirlo to orchestrate the offense with great composure. The forwards only needed to remain within the penalty area, striving to score as many goals as possible. Prandelli watched from the sidelines with a knowing smile, pleased that his small gamble had paid off. Within less than 10 minutes, a greater success was achieved with a goal. Pirlo's precise through ball afforded the veteran Di Natale a clear shot on goal. Faced with such a weak opponent, he, steady and strong, certainly did not miss the opportunity, effortlessly putting Italy ahead 1-0. Eager to prove himself to the world, although El Shaarawy squandered a one-on-one chance during the match, he nonetheless scored his maiden international goal a little over 20 minutes into the game. By the 30th minute, De Rossi's long-range shot elevated the score to 3-0, with the assist coming from Giacorini. Throughout the first half, Italy's performance was flawless, and the young talents shone brilliantly. As the second half commenced, Prandelli boldly substituted the veteran Di Natale for Giovinco. Giovinco, also a technical forward, further refined Italy's gameplay, allowing them to focus on skillful maneuvers. Italy abandoned the crude tactics of high crosses, opting instead for a thorough ground attack. Soon, a series of goals followed. Giacorini also netted his first international goal, albeit a rather unremarkable one from a corner that fortuitously fell at his feet. Nevertheless, it marked his inaugural goal. Just minutes after entering the match, Giovinco solidified the score at 5-0 in the 83rd minute. Chen Long had already removed his outerwear on the field. After witnessing nearly the entire match of his teammates' splendid performance, he finally awaited his turn to play. Although entering the game at the tail end with a score of 5-0 might not spark excitement or present an opportunity for heroism, for Chen Long, these 5 minutes were significant. This was his moment. The three newcomers, Giacorini and El Shaarawy, had perfectly completed their debuts, leaving him as the only one yet to take the pitch. This created a sense of urgency within him. He had envisioned countless ways to break through and score while sitting on the sidelines, clearly indicating his eagerness. The moment to take the field finally arrived. Clad in the blue jersey number 18, Chen Long exchanged a gentle embrace with the departing number 9, El Shaarawy, before stepping onto the unfamiliar grass of San Siro. With over 7 minutes remaining, this time should be more than sufficient. At this moment on the field, Choba remained substituted, evidently because Prandelli wished for him to complete the entire match, seeking a more flawless debut. This reflects absolute trust and reward bestowed upon him. Chen Long and Giovinco had yet to truly partner on the front line for Juventus. It was unexpected that their first collaboration would occur in the national team, which left Chen Long in a state of wistfulness. As the match resumed, the opposing team displayed no inclination or desire for offense. They merely aimed to concede as few goals as possible on Italian soil, considering it an accomplishment to avoid humiliation. Little did they know, the newly introduced Chen Long was akin to a famished little tiger, ready to unleash havoc. Chapter 81. An impossible task, he was calling for the ball. It had been over a week since Chen Long last played. He appeared vibrant and full of life. Half of the opposing players were amateurs, utterly unaware of this prodigious talent, merely perceiving him as a routine substitute for Italy. At this juncture, their spirits were low and their stamina nearly depleted. The disparity between amateur and professional players was profound, particularly as the match for the young prodigy had only just begun. The Italian team, already having scored 5 goals, showed no signs of halting their offensive, particularly with numerous Juventus teammates on the pitch, all eager to assist Chen Long in achieving a splendid debut for the national team. Choba, still on the field, had only glimpsed Chen Long's prowess with free kicks 2 days prior. He had yet to witness his full brilliance in play. He believed his own dribbling skills ranked among Italy's elite, but witnessing Chen Long's performance left him astounded. Instinctively, teammates began to pass the ball to Chen Long, with Pirlo disregarding the defenders entirely, delivering the ball directly to his feet. Chen Long received the ball with his back turned, opting not to pass, but rather employing the outside of his right foot to deftly redirect it forward, then suddenly accelerating, leaving the defensive midfielder trailing by over a meter, effortlessly evading the defender. Chen Long surged forward with the ball. Ahead lay his center back, while another closely followed Giovinco. The center back rushed towards him, attempting to close the gap. Chen Long faced him directly. A bicycle kick, a series of 6 consecutive feints, left the opposing center back unable to make a move, culminating in a dazzling nutmeg that sent the ball gliding past his right foot to the left side, leaving the defender frozen in place, incapable of responding. Once again, he faced the goalkeeper. This time, Chen Long chose not to bypass him, but instead swiftly adjusted his stance. Utilizing the instep of his right foot to strike towards the far corner of the net, the ball skimming the grass and hurtling into the dead angle. It was now 6-0. Within just a minute of his introduction, Chen Long had scored effortlessly. Little Choba stood in shock, marveling at the explosive power displayed. The nutmeg executed with such flair, reminiscent of the legendary Ronaldinho in his prime. Xiao Ba has resided in Barcelona for many years and has naturally witnessed the remarkable performances of Ronaldinho and later Messi, among others. At this moment, as he observes Chen Long's splendid display, he is reminded of the extraordinary talents that have graced Barcelona. Meanwhile, the Juventus teammates exhibit no surprise, as they have grown accustomed to such brilliance. As if the scoreline reflected Italy's disadvantage, after scoring, Chen Long continued his run, advancing into the goal to personally retrieve the ball before making his way towards the center circle. In contrast, his teammates ambled leisurely, as though they were comfortably in control of the match, deliberately stalling for time. Upon seeing Chen Long's hurried demeanor, Xiaoba wondered if he intended to score again. Indeed, Chen Long harbored aspirations for another goal, which was evident to his teammates. Consequently, when a match resumed, they engaged with renewed vigor and enthusiasm. This is a battle exclusively among Italians. Chiellini finally seized the ball with fervor, as if pulling a giant leak from the earth, and directed it towards De Rossi. Without a moment's hesitation, De Rossi unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring with a clear trajectory aimed at Chen Long. The ball soared over the midfield and leapt past the defenders, executing a perfect lob. Chen Long, positioned ahead, intuitively accelerated, akin to a BMW launching into 5th gear, effortlessly distancing himself from the defenders. As the ball descended, he skillfully controlled it with his left foot, maintaining his speed. The other defenders could only watch helplessly as Chen Long, a mere 5 meters away, confronted the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, still reeling from the previous goal, was caught off guard as this extraordinary player charged forward once more, making his way through with remarkable agility within just 3 minutes. Is this still a person? The goalkeeper felt a haze in his mind, wavering in uncertainty. How could Italy produce such peculiar individuals? Today, he had already been tormented by 2 such oddities, and this one was even more eccentric. As the goalkeeper hesitated, Chen Long had already surged into the small penalty area with the ball. Reluctantly, he advanced to intercept, throwing himself down in a desperate attempt to deflect the ball from under Chen Long's feet. This time, Chen Long altered his shooting technique. yet he still refrained from bypassing the goalkeeper. Noticing the keeper's swift descent, he made the instantaneous decision to delicately lift the ball, executing a subtle chip shot. The ball floated gracefully over the goalkeeper's head, languidly drifting towards the net. Oh, that cunning little fox, once again humiliating me. The young goalkeeper, who was of a similar age to Chen Long, lay on the ground, pondering the vast chasm that existed between individuals. He could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. What? Is he not done playing yet? He asked, retrieving the ball again. Still sprawled on the ground, the goalkeeper witnessed Chen Long replicate his earlier move, plunging him into utter despair. The match had reached the 88th minute and was nearing its conclusion, with Italy leading 7-0. Yet the game was not over. At least Chen Long's performance was far from finished. The fans erupted in frenzy, and the distant supporters of Longjean Tianxia were ecstatic, having patiently awaited over 80 minutes to witness their idol's exhilarating display. The live camera, in perfect synchronization, focused on Chen Long's vast fanbase, capturing the excitement of the beautiful leader of the Lancy group, while another camera angle shifted to Cannavaro. What could this mean? Was the host deliberately juxtaposing these two beauties for a hint of sensational news? The match was not yet concluded. An eager little demon, Chen Long, placed the ball back at the center line. Brothers, we must stop him. We cannot allow him to humiliate us again. The other players from Matthew were incensed. To be shamed twice in 3 minutes, and he still dared to attempt a third? Their frustration was palpable. They had anticipated an early conclusion to the match, hoping to end this journey with a 5-0 score, only to find the situation deteriorating so rapidly in the span of 3 minutes. How embarrassing it was, now standing at 7-0. But the game is still ongoing. This little oddity yearned for another goal. Almost everyone retreated to the backfield to defend, determined to prevent him from scoring again. Captain, we can't hold him. Standing on the front line, Ma's other teammates had just been outmaneuvered by Chen Long, who initially intended to grab hold of him, but ended up not even touching his shirt. The referee's whistle pierced the air as Chen Long was ultimately intercepted, thanks to a flying tackle from the captain of Ma's team. The captain rose, exuding an air of invincibility, inwardly smug, thinking how effective he was as the captain. To his surprise, the other members of his team rushed over to celebrate with high fives. What a world this was. Even the referee could not overlook this and promptly produced a yellow card, issuing it to Ma's captain. Yet, the captain remained unfazed, laughing heartily as he continued to revel in the moment. About 30 meters away, Little Dragon was about to unleash his exceptional prowess again, and they were still laughing. I felt an immense sympathy, thought Chiellini, who stood in the back line, initially expecting Pirlo to take the free kick. He was surprised to see that it was Chen Long standing at the penalty spot. Although aware of Chen Long's extraordinary free kick abilities, he had always assumed it was the great Pirlo who would take charge. Chen Long grinned confidently as he approached the ball and struck it with precision. The ball soared effortlessly into the net. The members of Ma's team were plunged into utter despair. 8-0, 3 goals in just 5 minutes. How is this prodigious talent achieving such feats? All the players of Ma turned to him in hopelessness. Even the young Joao, initially a mere curiosity, was profoundly awestruck. In those 5 minutes, his admiration for Chen Long transformed into boundless respect and reverence. The Italian fans were the happiest. Their journey to San Siro not in vain. On this night, at San Siro, they not only witnessed the rise of Joao as a burgeoning star, but also beheld a superlative talent who accomplished the seemingly impossible. Juventus supporters were ecstatic, while Chen Long's admirers were the most fortunate. Chapter 82. Such a demon should only exist in the heavens. A match starkly defined by its disparity brought forth unexpected surprises. The main referee, unable to bear the continuation of the onslaught, blew the final whistle as the 90 minutes elapsed, bringing the game to an end. The beleaguered players of Ma finally found relief after enduring 90 minutes of torment, while Italy's resounding victory momentarily lifted them from the depths of despair, returning them to the path of triumph. Although their opponents were woefully inadequate, the insights gleaned from the match were sufficient for the Italians to glimpse a promising future. After the conclusion of the match, Chen Long sat down on the ground to rest. It felt as though he had played an entire match and was even more exhausted than we were, pondered Ma's captain as he approached Chen Long, who sat on the ground with a peculiar expression. Unaware of Chen Long's true condition, he could only speculate. Hey, may I swap jerseys with you? At this moment, the captain remained unaware of Chen Long's name, resorting to a casual greeting of hi. Chen Long, gasping for breath on the ground, heard someone offering to exchange jerseys and managed to rise with effort, struggling to peel off the azure Italian jersey he wore. Little did he expect that his inaugural experience donning the Italian attire would lead to a jersey exchange with none other than the national team captain. Captain, how shameless of you to find someone to swap jerseys with so quickly. Might you consider letting me have it? The captain, having already secured Chen Long's jersey, turned upon hearing a voice from behind, only to discover it was the defensive midfielder who had just guarded him. Dream on. This jersey will undoubtedly be a hot commodity. I intend to keep it for myself. Why not seek out other stars instead? Look, Pirlo's jersey was snatched away by someone else. Why don't you go after that? Soon, several of the captain's teammates approached, but upon witnessing Chen Long bare-chested and the captain clutching the blue jersey, they realized their hopes were futile and retreated, exchanging reluctant greetings with the captain. Chen Long was astonished to find his jersey had become the most sought-after item, while the other players seemed far from embodying the spirit of national team athletes. They chased after Italian stars for their jerseys, eagerly requesting autographs, and alarmingly, even the coaches on the sidelines were brandishing pins, seeking their own mementos. This is truly unexpected. Chen Long stood on the field, contemplating. Idol, you are incredibly formidable. I played for 90 minutes and could not compare to your 5 minutes of play. Alas, the announcement on the field declaring you as the best player was made. My perfect debut for the national team has been overshadowed by you. Oh, Idol, why must I be your teammate? However, wouldn't it be terrifying if you were an opponent? This was naturally said by the young Choba, who approached Chen Long with a radiant smile. Had it not been for Chen Long's appearance, Choba, with 1 goal and 2 assists, would undoubtedly have claimed the title of the best player. Yet, the emergence of the more exceptional Chen Long, with a hat trick, cast a shadow over everyone else. Who could possibly steal that spotlight? No one. With his bare torso, Chen Long chatted as he walked off the field, while Prandelli approached, beaming, to high-five the 2 young prodigies in celebration. Well done, boys, absolutely magnificent. Quickly, head to the locker room to freshen up. We have a press conference to attend shortly. Upon hearing about the press conference, Chen Long promptly declined, saying, No, coach, I won't be going. I'm too exhausted. You could take little Choba instead. Very well, Choba. You hurry along. Prandelli did not press Chen Long, recognizing his unique circumstances, as he frequently graced the media with his presence, often surrounded by sensational news.